It's not just any Halo Major. It is the OpTic Halo Major. Our home crowd in front of the green wall, putting on a show, deserving of the venue that we will host it in. OpTic's first Halo Major, June 30th to July 2nd.
Hello and welcome to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. It's Saturday, it's day 2, and that means the championship bracket is getting set and ready to go for the teams that are battling it out today. The queues are building and the anticipation ever more so because we have so many fans that are coming from all over to Esports Stadium Arlington to check out all of the Halo Infinite action today. The stage is set, it's primed for action, and I can't wait to talk all about it. Fellas, my trusty analysts, the experts of Halo Infinite, we have Clutch and Golden Boy. Gents, good morning, welcome. Well, good afternoon actually. We have been here all morning because we've had some exciting things going on behind the scenes. Of course, pool play has been happening this morning. It's been really, honestly crazy. Very spicy to begin day 2. Clutch, how excited are you about these open bracket teams coming in and kind of shaking things up a bit?
Yeah, I think we alluded to it yesterday. There's a lot of talent in that open bracket, a lot of great series yesterday in that passion pit, we call it. And I mean, no surprise, they've come out into pool play and they've started to create some upsets. They've started to create some real series against some of our best teams in the world. I mean, the sky's the limit for these guys, especially being able to capture that momentum in the open bracket and being able to carry it on. These guys have already been to war, so no series is going to be a surprise to them.
For sure. I think momentum is definitely going to be on the sides as well of our open bracket teams. They really have been to war. Some of the scores we'll talk about later on have been wild. But Golden Boy, the competition, I feel like, is at its highest currently, especially coming into this major. You know, you're expecting even more out of our teams going into day 2.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it goes without saying that when you think about like the trajectory of a lot of these teams and also just the amount of resources and everything that is available out there, it makes so much sense that you're seeing these teams really begin to just like level up over time, right? Like the open bracket, I really feel like you have just menaces across the board out there that could really cause a lot of problems, and we're starting to see that here. I mean, heck, even Status Quo just now, great team, took a map off of OpTic. I think if you're going back to like some of our older events in Halo Infinite, that probably wouldn't even be a possibility. But it's just very clear that like these teams and these players are growing exponentially, and it's been nothing but success in my opinion for our sport. It's been pretty awesome to see.
It really has indeed, and these teams are keeping it tight as well. The scores sometimes don't actually reflect what is going on in these series. Speaking of series though, we need a pool update because things have been happening, like I said, and the scores are on the boards, folks. I've got to say, looking at our open bracket teams coming in, Ascending, Navi, Complexity there, we just had a shift. We also had Status Quo and Bittersweet. These teams were battling out, I mean, just unbelievable amounts yesterday. The pacing that these teams were on, it was series after series and grueling fightbacks and comebacks exponentially. So really excited to see what these guys can do. Ascending obviously not having the best kind of start for Pool A here, but they actually won 5 matches in the lower bracket yesterday, beating Proton 3-0. So I think Ascending having that kind of crazy bounce back. We also saw, I think Super CC mentioned it, like I think it was 11 kills they were down. The other team had 11 kill lead. That bounce back is crazy.
46-35 in game 5, and you don't find a way to close it out.
That's on you.
Ace is kicking himself right
now. I've got to say, they find themselves in Pool A though. That's just, I think, really unfortunate coming into it against these teams.
Yeah, that was the one thing, right? Which team fell into Pool A, because this is a pool of death as we referred it to, and rightfully so. FaZe Clan, Sentinels, even Quadrant having a tough time in this pool. So we're looking for their bounce back here today as well. That was not the pool you wanted to see the open bracket go into, but
you know what, though? I mean, to kind of play devil's advocate on this, I do think that, at the very least for them, they're getting some of the best games that they could possibly get against some of the best teams you could possibly play against. So if anything, for this team of I would say at this point, veterans, guys who've been around the scene for quite a while now, this is only just going to continue to just reinforce the fact that, like, they do belong there. Not only from the open bracket run that they've had, but also just, again, you're going up against some tyrants in the HCS, and it's always going to be a tall order. So I give respect to them for just just, if you pull away just a little bit from that game, a little bit of knowledge of what you're able to take away from the likes of FaZe, from the likes of Quadrant, Sentinels as well, I feel like that's just a net positive at the end of the day, regardless of the fact that you could potentially go 0-3. But I don't know. Honestly, I mean, Ascending could very well shock us all as well.
And that is what a silver lining means, folks. That's a silver lining right there. I got to say, in Pool D, though, I was keeping a close eye on the team that's coming into that one. We actually mentioned it yesterday. Pool D was going to be the pool I feel like to really capitalize on. Obviously, problems occurring with different teams there. Native White having some serious problems heading into this event. And, it's heartbreaking for them, but there was definitely, capitalization on the mistakes and problems occurring, right? Cloud9 doing so. I mean, they're looking so good in that pool, and Cloud9 looking good anyway. That team is filled to the brim with talent, and you can see there on our screens as well, they were defeated Ascending as well, so 2-1 already to a team that came into pool play, and Complexity as well in the open bracket. So these guys are no joke.
Yeah, a strong Complexity roster they were able to beat in the open bracket. They advanced through winners, and what are they rewarded with? That Pool D, the one you wanted to be in if you're an open bracket team, like you said. So an opportunity for Cloud9 to not even just get settled into like that second seed after they've won, I believe, their first 2 series in pool, but they get to compete for that first spot in their pool. And I mean, for those of you at home that don't know, what that does is that gives you a 1 seed going into the championship bracket. 1 seeds play 2 seeds. You want the 1 seed because the other 1 seeds are typically our FaZe, our OpTic, and our SSG. You want to stay on the opposite side of the bracket as them as long as possible. So Cloud9 have set themselves up for almost guaranteed success moving forward.
They certainly have indeed. In terms of the individuals, you can see there Rami, Triton, what do they bring to the table? Why do you think they have been so dominant in the open bracket and coming into pool play as well?
Yeah, it's because they have so much championship bracket experience. These guys, some of these guys got top 6 at Worlds last year, and they just happened to be on a team that wasn't seeded high enough to come into this tournament seated in pool play. So it's no surprise that they made it through open bracket. It's no surprise that they're creating upsets now that they've made it to pool play. These guys are accustomed to going deep into the championship bracket, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do this weekend.
You have talent across the stage there, right? Nemesis, Triton, Rami, 7-5. Like, these are fantastic players who have been there and done that. It's only a matter of time before they just continue to find that groove with one another. It's like, I did have an opportunity to chat with some of the Sentinels boys, and it was a similar thing where they're just like, you know what, we're cooking, we're getting a groove, but we're a bunch of veterans. We trust one another, and that is something you can build off of. Cloud9, they have a lot of players on the team, as you mentioned, Wes, that are, they've been in these situations before, top 6 finishes, high placements, going up against the best in the world. It's only a matter of time before these guys just continue to break through that ceiling and establish themselves firmly in the upper echelons of the HCS.
Now, talking about breaking through the open bracket, I mean, Status Quo, they only dropped 2 maps yesterday, and that was to August, and then they get on the main stage. Obviously, you guys didn't see that one, but they were with OpTic Gaming up there, taking a map off them, and not only just taking a map, they kept it close. OpTic really had to work for that dub on the stage, and that's something we don't see very often, especially with OpTic. I think they do bring their A game no matter what team that they are facing, and that's something I actually love about OpTic Gaming. And for Status Quo to be doing that, gearing up this early on, I think that speaks volumes about this team. The talent that they must have, the team synergy clearly has to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. A ton of individual skill on that team, guys that put in a lot of time since Infinite's been out to try and get to a point where they can call themselves professional players. I think that they're on the right track. That series against OpTic, very many of those games could have gone in their favor. Game 1 was super close. Game 4 was in overtime, tied 1-1 on Argyle, where I would argue that they had a lot more opportunities to potentially cap a flag. They just couldn't get the job done. OpTic's veteranship shows out. Their resiliency, of course, OpTic's not going to get slipped up here in pool play, not at their tournament, not today. So Status Quo giving them everything they could take up until that loss. So looking forward to seeing what else Status Quo has to show when they're not playing the likes of the Green Wall.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive as well. I think it speaks volumes because especially going up against OpTic, not only do you have to obviously slay away and be able to get control, that's just a given, right, in Halo Infinite, but your objective efficiency has to be there against OpTic. They will capitalize on any mistakes. They're very patient. They wait for you to make the mistakes, and then they just go in and strike. So for them to be able to be toe-to-toe with these guys and have the opportunity to actually show what they're capable of, the objective efficiency is there, as well as the slaying power as well. You can see right now in terms of the stats on the line, it's pretty even across the board there we're seeing, despite obviously the scoreline not quite going into their favor. But Golden Boys, seeing that coming from, you know, teams who are really trying to make it. They're trying to make it into our brackets. They're trying to make it into seeding even coming into these LAN events. To see that actually happening and something is working, whether they're out of LAN and practicing as a team and sticking together, that's really special.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be honest. One of the major problems that a lot of amateur players have in Halo is that they just cannot seem to stay together, and they are constantly shifting teams. They're constantly moving and trying to find the right combination of players. But sometimes you just need to work on it, and I think that this status quo roster is a perfect example of that. Where if they stick together, clearly the pieces are there, then they also have the backing, they also have the support. They have people like Flame with them as well, who's been there and done that. So I think that there really is something to be said about, you know, being able to take some of these players under your wing if you are one of those vets like Flame, and then it kind of just like helping them kind of guide them, but then also like reinforcing those positive habits of sticking together and just really fighting it out and not giving up when, you know, the going gets tough.
It's true. The culture is a big deal, right?
Yeah.
It takes the selfishness away from the perspective of like, I think I'm better than my team, or I think I deserve a chance at a higher level. Like status quo teams that are like G1, they're trying to build a culture that says we believe in this group of players. Let's experience war. Let's get this tournament underway.
Like
Let's
Native.
You know what I mean? Absolutely.
Like
Native Red is a perfect example of it. They've been together for years now, and look at how far they've come. Third at the Worlds, consistent top fours at this point. Like building a culture and a team that believes that like the four pieces make sense to get success. It's on us to do so, and when we fail together. It's not he failed or he failed. You start pointing fingers. That's when you start to build a team and an organization that can truly actually make major steps along the way as far as progression.
Quadrant, you know, stepping up. 4 players who believe in one another. FaZe, I mean, do I need to say anything else about those guys? They've been in this for such a long time. Incorporate another player into the system, and it works out for them, just like what they did, you know, before, back in CLG days. They're doing it again here with Renegade. OpTic, another fantastic example of that.
Yeah.
Teams that just stick together, play for one another. That is how you find success in Halo, not like, you know, just jumping around, just trying to like, you know, politic
Window
your way
shopping.
into like a top team. It does not, it will not fly. And that's why you're seeing these teams here that have managed to make it out of the open bracket find that level of success because of the fact that they're working together, because of the fact that they're sticking together. But I just want them to keep that going, and if they're able to, we'll continue to have even more, you know, forces to be reckoned with in the HCS, which I think is healthy for the sport.
I really do think it is a new era for that as well, and I think that did start with G1 now, and that is continuing on, and I think you know, that kind of sets the tone, right? It sets the tone like, this can happen, this works. But talking about sticking together, sometimes you might have to rebuild as well, and you just scrap it all out and kind of stick with maybe one piece that worked, and that was Tusk for Complexity. And we did get 3 new players in, and they're not quite new to our screens. I mean, Gilkey, King Nick, Suppress. I think we were actually a little bit shocked. It's funny, when we were, you know, doing our homework, so to speak, back home, I was thinking to myself, well, where's Gilkey? Where's Suppress? Where's King Nick? Well, actually, they have rebuilt. They're together, but they need to now power through and get it done in the right way, because obviously they don't get their seeding because of that. And that's really interesting for me, because those players are so good. And again, it kind of shows here as well, because they defeated Incognito 3-0. They were getting the results that they needed from the open bracket. But why are those 4 players special? Because I think they're going to be amazing.
I think there's a lot of talent in those 4 players, and I know I've been saying talent a lot, but I mean, if you know me, you know I'm a fan of the Guilt Dud. Yep. That's for damn sure. That kid is insane. He has been for so long. And I hope that he finds himself a home on this Complexity roster. I love what Tusk brings to the team as far as an IGL and a calm sense of flow in the game. He does set the tone with all of his comms. Great communication, great skill behind it as well. And, I mean, I got an opportunity before the broadcast started to check out Complexity against G1. They find themselves in a Game 5 on Pit Slayer. And before the game even starts, I said, Gilk in a Pit Slayer, give me him every time. I've seen this movie 100 times. What do you know? Gilk puts on an absolute masterclass with the snipe. And, of course, Complexity create the upset.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I've seen Gilkey do some crazy things.
Dude, on pits, especially on pit, you do not want, I promise you, not even like the likes of FaZe want to go to a Game 5 against Gilk and have him have an opportunity to pop off with Snipe because he does it so consistently.
Yeah, he does indeed. I've got to say that is a very special team for me. I think, filled to the brim with talent. I also want to quickly talk about King Nick as well on that team, because King Nick, for me, he hasn't really stood out as much as I think a lot of people had hoped, but I just truly believe that is because he hasn't found the right home for him. And often, when a player isn't a main slayer in a situation, they're not just trying to pop off and be flashy, they bring something else to the table. Often, actually, that can go unnoticed or get buried underneath, I think, a sea of talent and individual skill level and people being like, this is my turn to shine, and not being able to actually utilize what they bring to the table often. Do you think that this is the team to be able to do that for King Nick?
I hope so, because I'll be honest, as King Nick walks behind me and he can hear me, I'll say it. King Nick's been pretty disappointing for me throughout this season. And maybe it's the teams, maybe it's just a discomfort in play styles and whatnot. I think King Nick is a solid player. I know he has a high ceiling when he's playing really well, and I hadn't seen that from him on any of the Sentinels rosters that he was a part of. So it seems like things are going a little bit better, and hopefully we see the best of King Nick yet, because I know he puts a lot of time into his game, and I can appreciate that from a player that put a lot of time into my game at the time. But I did just get word, unfortunately, Complexity got the smackdown from SSG just now.
3-0. I don't think that's much of a surprise, though.
Honestly, it isn't, unfortunately, because of just how good that SSG team is. I mean, we're coming into this event knowing that we have three incredibly, top-tier teams that could very well win this event at any given point in time.
Oh, yeah.
But what makes, this particular situation, I think, sting a little bit more for Complexity is that they have had a hot run. They have had a pretty damn good Arlington so far. This event has been very good for them. But, you kind of run into that brick wall of Spacestation. It could dissuade you. It could deflate you a little bit. And I hope that is not what happens here, because these four players have, I think, they sometimes you can find magic when you are left in a situation where you're kind of picking up the pieces by yourself, right? And I think all these players were kind of in a very similar boat, just needing to pick up the pieces, figure out how do they make things work. And I think that sometimes you do find that magic in that kind of combination. So hopefully they look at this Spacestation loss as, just a mere setback on their greater journey. And I think that there really is potential here for this Complexity team. And, and again, any team that's got, Gilkey on it, I'm always going to cheer for. That's my boy. But, yeah, I'm excited to see what Cole could do despite the loss to Spacestation regardless.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are still very, very experienced players. They know probably going into that Spacestation series that they got their hands full. They're probably very happy with how pool play went in general for them. They've made it to bracket play already. And we'll see what they have to deliver us there, where we're going to learn about their opportunity to rebound and how mentally checked in can they still stay even after suffering what is a 3-0 loss.
Yeah, and I also think, for them as well, having such a great open bracket, they will learn a lot from SSG, right? Like you said before, that experience, being able to kind of figure out, okay, what are we not doing right now? Because up till now, they have been doing everything right. It's been getting them across the board, and they got into pool play, and now it's time to work on the things that might potentially need a little bit of attention. But I need your attention right now because, of course, we're getting the scores in. So let's have a look at the pool updates. I'm very excited to see where everyone's at as we're talking through all of it. And I've got to say, keeping an eye on things, ascending baseline, we talked about them earlier on. Unfortunately, 0-2, despite a really, really good open bracket run from them. Again, pool A, pool of death. But we also do have status quo 0-2 as well in this one, which I actually am a little bit not shocked at, but disappointed just in terms of how great they were against OpTic. I was hoping that they could maybe take that momentum and push forward and potentially sneak a little bit of an upset going forward as well. They, of course, do have one more team to play in that one as well. And then we also do have Complexity, 1-for-1. So again, really, really good results, especially, I think, in their pool as well. Going up against G1, Spacestation Gaming, again, a 3-0 loss for them, unfortunately. But going up against Navi and G1, I think they have a really good shot at actually staying in that second position.
That's a big series for Navi, especially coming all this way with a lot of probably disrespect on their name. They want to be that team that represents Europe at the highest level. They've seen Quadrant now surpass a lot of the hopes and dreams that they maybe had for themselves. And right now they find themselves at risk of falling fourth in their pool, not having a great day, being beat by G1 yesterday. So big series coming up between Complexity and Navi that's really going to decide a lot of these teams' fates, and even G1's, because depending on how that series goes, even G1 may end up second in their pool, even having lost. So Complexity with just about everything still to lose, it seems, as this series is going to go underway.
Yeah, no, the Complexity Navi game that we are going to get on the main stage, incredibly important, and that is going to be quite exciting to watch. And you know what, honestly, I mean, looking at this, I mean, put that Native Red Cloud9 game into my veins as soon as possible. I would love that any day of the week.
Yes.
But I do think that for Pool B, Pool C, there's a lot of interesting things happening here. Obviously, status quo being 0-2, that is going to be a little frustrating for them. But can we just talk about Rebellion? Because I feel like we never get a chance to talk about Rebellion.
I know.
And even though they lost to OpTic yesterday, I mean, we were seeing some great plays out of those boys. And I really do think that that is a team that we have to continue to be, popping off about throughout the weekend, because they are going to continue to make some noise here. And then, of course, as we look forward to what's going on over in Pool A, I think it goes without saying, right? That pool, good luck to any team that gets in there. So Ascending really just, like I said, taking those learning lessons, and now they just got to apply it moving forward.
They do indeed. I got to say, it's all exciting though, because
good pools.
I say it, I sound like a broken record, honestly, I really do. But the competition is so high. So upsets are so apparent. They honestly could sneak upon you any moment. So make sure you guys are watching out for those results as well. And I'm very, very excited about our first match as well. But folks at home, very exciting stuff too, because so much excitement.
Oh, there it is.
So much excitement.
In
There we
veins.
go. Native Red and Cloud9.
Corey, you were supposed to put this in my veins.
I
Come
know.
on, man.
I suppose it is as close as it can get to your veins right now on our screens. But yeah, 2-1. Cloud9 have actually managed to steal a game off Native Red so far. And of course, Native Red being the team that we have actually seen together for quite some time, previously with Druck, but we obviously do not have Druck anymore on this team. We've got Bohm X as well, who's come on actually has performed really, really well previously with this roster.
Yeah.
Are a miracle. This series is going the distance to Game 5 right now. 2-cap lead with under 3 minutes to go on Argyle. Good luck, Native Red. You're going to need Jesus Christ himself to stay out of that
If
game.
they actually pull this off, I actually would be quite impressed with Native Red and their ability to dig deep here, because, especially with the way things are looking right now, and you already have a Rami and C9 making another flagpole happen. It just feels like this map is basically done and dusted for Native Red. That being said, though, you can actually catch this action, but on Pool D, right?
Yes,
I believe it, or the D stream or
D-stream.
I don't know how this whole thing works. It's all wizardry and science to me.
He's a paid actor.
I know, paid actor. I have a script right
We
here.
couldn't afford The Rock, but we got Golden Boy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's what you guys paid for,
Yeah.
and you ended up getting me. Oh
He
boy.
cancelled. He cancelled last
hate
minute.
to see it. Hate to see it. But yeah, if that one's going to distance, that's going to be really exciting. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure LVT is covering that on their stream. So go ahead, check out LVT Halo. They're live right now. Give those peeps some love.
Yes.
By the way, I just want to give them a quick shout out, because I've been going back there often, and it's giving me real old school MLG vibes from back in the day, when it would just be a few of us working, graphics guy, switcher, and the 2 casters. It's a good vibe over there. Shout out to LVT for
A lot of
continuing to hold it
passion.
down.
A lot of passion back there. You got to love that part of the culture.
It is indeed part of the culture. I've got to say though as well, 2-0 on Argyle, that is going the distance.
Yeah, that is going to map 5.
2-0 on Argyle is so
Good luck.
difficult to come back from. That is definitely going the distance. Very exciting. We'll have updates coming forward for you guys, as well as Twitch drops. So make sure you guys are tuning in. Get all the tabs open. You know exactly what to do.
Wow.
Get your hands on the Covenant
That's my favorite
front
color.
line. The Twitch drops are going to be in the chat. Watch all weekend. Twitch.tv/Halo. And we also do have unique Twitch drops for you guys with our co-streamers. So massive shout out to our co-streamers. We've got Scump in the building, as well as Methods. We've got Zuma also watching, as well as Ben, his wingman. We have so much happening here. So make sure you check out all of these wonderful people, as well as the names on the bottom of the screen without the pictures, but you guys can get your hands on the Covenant Frontline Chimera as well. So all 3 days, and make sure you're tuning in. Get the tabs open, watch all the Halo Infinite action, and get the sick in-game stuff for you guys. Now you may be asking, okay, Lot, that's really cool, but where can I watch it? Here is where you can catch all
there
of the
you go.
action. All 4 of these are going to be live today, so make sure you're tuning into all 4 of them. If your favorite teams are not on the main A stream, they'll probably be on B, C, or D, unless they get kicked out of the tournament with our championship bracket coming around the corner.
What you need is the quad monitor set up.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Stacks of just
4 monitors.
Yep.
Just good amount of
Recline
snacks.
chair.
Recline chair. That's
popcorn.
There's going to be a few people who have that set up. There will
I actually want to build that now. Actually sounds pretty cool.
It actually would be so good. Imagine, and you just have everything. You know exactly what is going on. That would be absolutely perfect. But yeah, make sure you guys catch all of the action on all 4 of our streams today as well. But I also want to know what is going to be happening today. I want to see the schedule, folks. Make sure you are marking down what is going to be going on. As you can see, looking pretty empty right now, but I promise you, this will get filled in as the day goes forward. Our first match is going to be Navi versus Complexity, and then we head into our championship bracket. Now, if you guys are new and you don't know how this works, it's double elimination. We have our top 2 going into the winners bracket and our bottom going into the elimination bracket. This is where it's make or break. We have a safety net for you guys, but if you're in the elim, it is go hard or go home, my friends. So make sure you guys are tuning in all the way up until 9 p.m. Central for our final elimination round of the day. And that's where the fun stuff starts.
Oh yeah,
that's
where dreams are made and hopes are crushed.
That's what you see of teams that I see, right? You see, the clutch factor happening. You could be 2-0 down. You start seeing reverse sweeps coming out of the woodworks, and it gets very, very exciting. And I think that is where you see teams truly, truly tested, and you see what they're made of as well, Clutch. We've seen that happen many, many times.
Yeah, I think that's like the epitome of a competition. Your back's against the wall. You have to dig deep. You got to figure out a way to go to war with your boys and find a way to get the job done. And I mean, with how stacked these pools have been, this bracket's going to be even like a subsection of those teams. So you know that the competition is going to be at the highest level. Games are going to get decided by one player making one play, hitting one shot that made the difference. And I mean, that's just an exciting opportunity for these guys to showcase the skill, the hard work that they put in, and hopefully achieve some of the goals that they set out for themselves.
Yeah, indeed. I got to ask you, Golden Boy, what has been one of the craziest kind of like comebacks you've ever seen? I know you might have to dig deep for this one because there's been a lot of games, but what are some of the craziest things that you've kind of bear witness to?
Not to toot my own horn.
Here we go. There was a matchmaking game one time where
Big Team Battle Bonanza. When your boy had the hammer, and then Walshy had to hold that L. You know what I'm saying? Where you at, Dave? Where you at? Come out here.
He's not.
All right. He's trying to avoid me. Honestly, actually, he's working. But honestly, though, I mean, really, like, there, especially this year in esports in general, there have been some phenomenal comebacks as well. Like, I can't even think about like Fnatic Loud and stuff like that. But even in things like Halo, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to say. I wish that I had seen the Ascending comeback though, because that had to have been a moment for all of those people in the pit to like watch that happen in real time, because that is not something that you get every single day. I mean, what like the stats are basically if you're at 40 kills already and you're like 5 kill lead ahead, it's like less than like 10% chance you could walk away with the win or something absurd like that, some wild number that Gaskin conjured up. Like, it's just, it's really fascinating how, like, these teams, even in these situations where you think that they're going to be down and out, still manage to find ways to, like, dig deep and come back. We even saw a few of that happen yesterday as well. I mean, I think back to, like, the Quadrant FaZe series, and FaZe almost brought back the Live Fire Strongholds game, right? Like, that was just a masterclass, and they were down almost, like, 160 points.
Well, they were down 8. They were down 8 in the Slayer and came back and pulled it off on Streets the very next game. So we've seen a couple comebacks, but the big one that sticks out to me a lot is the Quadrant CTF on Aquarius last event against OpTic, when OpTic was up 2 caps with 2 minutes left, and then all of a sudden Quadrant just laid the absolute masterclass on how to run Aquarius against the best in the world and somehow pulled that one off. And that's like a very unexpected upset that was part of the 3-0 that they laid. So, I mean, unbelievable comebacks happen every single tournament. Just keep your eyes open on every stream because you're bound to see one. Yeah,
you certainly are indeed. I think it's going to be a very, very spicy day, especially with comebacks, upsets, reverse sweeps. All sorts of things can happen today. So make sure you are watching. But that leads me on very nicely to the main stage and what we have coming your way first up today. That's enough of us rambling on about all of our nostalgic memories and things that have been going down, because we're ready to make some new ones. And we have Navi versus Complexity coming in from Pool B. Complexity, of course, our open bracket team. You're going to get to see this action. Can an upset be made here in this pool by Complexity? Or will Navi stay strong for Europe? That is the big question. Starting off with the boys from Europe, Navi. These guys have had a really difficult time. I think they just haven't quite been able to get things going. I do think they're very, very talented. We have seen some promising things from them across the couple of lands they've been together. There have been some question marks about roster changes, but they have stuck together. Now, this is where it's left off, right? This is so important for them. They really need this win to get it across the board. And Clutch, the big question is, do you think they can do it?
I think they can do it. I think this is a good, team that has been together for a little bit. The big concern for me is having an opportunity to talk to these guys as of yesterday. Coming into this tournament, scrims were pretty dry over in Europe, and they didn't have an opportunity to really get a ton of practice under their belt in between Dallas and this event. And Dallas wasn't exactly the showcase that they wanted to have for themselves either. This pool has not gone their way, but this is the exact moment, if you're Navi, that you can turn your tournament around.
Yeah, you certainly can indeed. And Golden Boy, I think coming into the tournament, one of the keynotes I had for Navi was beating G1 to get over a hump. If they wanted top 8, beating G1 to get over the hump, it's been very, very difficult for them in this tournament so far. Do you think they can get over the next hump, the next road bump, which is going to be complexity? Do you think that they can seal this pool off without getting beaten by the open bracket team?
I mean, in a perfect world, for Navi, they would love for that to happen, but complexity is going to be, especially after that loss to Space Station, I think are going to be coming out guns blazing against them. That being said, one of the players that I'm really looking at in Navi has got to be Snipe Drone. I mean, so many people just consistently say best player in EU, one of the best players they like to play the game, period. And I want to see that. I want to see that moment where Snipe Drone just takes the game control in his hands and doesn't let it go. And if he's able to do that, then Complexity have a lot of problems ahead of them. That is going to be one of the players that I think Cole will definitely need to focus to shut down.
I got to say, I completely agree with you. I think Snipe Drone obviously back on Ascend with French players, and the French players, they're no joke either. So they would have had him for a reason, and the reason is that he is nasty, quite frankly. So I'm looking for him.
If he knew French, he'd probably be on Quadrant.
He probably would. He probably would. Oui, très bien. But he unfortunately doesn't, and finds himself now on a fully English-speaking squad, which obviously is going to be a lot easier for him, although getting it done with Ascend often at times. Can he get it done with Navi? That is a big question. A team hoping that they don't will be Complexity. Now, Complexity, again, we talked about them a little bit in the pre-show. So excited about this roster. I really do think that they have something to work with. They have something special. The question is, can they put it actually together right here, right now against Navi? A lot of pressure, hoping that they can continue to build that in pool play. It's been so far so good.
So far, so good outside of the SSG series, but a lot of work still to do for these guys. The big thing for Complexity coming into this series is the fact that they played a couple series already today, so they should come in pretty warmed up. They should come in ready to go, having gone through the woods a couple of times today. That's an advantage that Navi do not have. I would consider that the biggest thing to pay attention to is how can Navi start this series hot and keep the battle of ground neutral at the very least early in the series, because I expect Complexity to have the advantage at least early on as the guns start getting shot.
Yeah, and also, I mean, in that instance, right, you may be like, I'm going to look at Gilkey, or heck, I'll even look at Nick. But no, I'm actually looking at Tusk.
Me too.
I want to see that guy on your screen. I want to see Tusk really step up in that leader role and keep these boys focused as they get into this game. Because Navi are going to bring everything that they have at them. They have no other choice at this point, right? In order for Navi to have the control of their own destiny, right, or at least to some degree, they're going to need to be able to take out Complexity here. If you can't take out this Complexity team and you're Navi, then at that point you have to be thinking to yourselves, like, what are we doing wrong? And that is a prime opportunity for an IGL like Tusk to really step up, make the calls, get these boys really flustered early on, and you have weapons on your team that you can take advantage of. That is when you turn over to people like Gilkey. You turn over to people like Nick to really be the guys that will step up in that moment. But I definitely think that Tusk has his job cut out for him here, but he's definitely ready for the opportunity.
I couldn't agree more with you, honestly. I mean, if you look at the way that this roster has been built, it has been built around Tusk. Tusk is the last remaining player from Complexity, and that's because he brings something special to the table. I think time and time again, when we've seen Tusk on a roster, we have actually called out how great his leadership skills are. For those of you who don't know what Tusk brings to the table, Clutch, what is it exactly about his leadership, his experience, that really does give him an edge?
Yeah, I've been playing with Tusk for a long time now, it feels. Ever since the MCC days, he was on every single day playing those games. And the first thing that
Remember, everyone wouldn't stop talking about Tusk. That was like how much he was playing.
The first thing that stuck really out to me was the level of communication and patience he kind of has within his own gameplay, and kind of like how he draws a picture of the strategy that he wants to put, like, the entire team to develop. He's a very team-eccentric player, similar to a snakebite. I would even compare him in a sense of the second he spawns, what's going through his head is, what can I do to help? What hole can I kind of fill in this exact play to make my team's opportunity for success the greatest? He's not like a very selfish player. Sometimes those players struggle when their team isn't in favor or in control of the map. We'll see how that ebbs and flows and how Tusk is able to kind of weather the storm of what this main stage matchup is going to be.
Yeah, indeed, we certainly will. I got to say, on the other side of things, looking at Navi right now, who's actually got that IGL role? We do see Jimbo, obviously, on the team as well, has been strong for this team, but Snipe Drone as well. Is there going to be a little bit of a clash for these two in terms of IGLing and who calls the shots, really?
There better not be. I think it needs to be a healthy medium, though. I don't think that responsibility falls on one player. Everybody needs to be on the same page, and whether or not that's one person vocalizing it or all four, just making sure we all have the same idea of how we want to go about the next play or what we are currently doing is the most important factor there. I've seen a mix of both happen across a lot of successful teams throughout the history of Halo. It's just a matter of what fits their grind.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the coach on your screen there, Wonderboy, our colleague, who, former caster, now coach here, he's going to be someone also that I'll be, want to be hearing in those listen-ins and see, like, how he's going to be keeping the team focused as well. He's got a calm voice. He can keep these guys focused on the task at hand. Especially considering that sometimes things can get a little antsy. That being said, I do think that, for Snipe Drone coming into the system, I think it would just behoove Snipe Drone a bit more to just focus on what he's good at, which is slaying. Just let that guy go out there and run roughshod all over your opponent. Whereas I would really turn to Jimbo to be the guy who is the calm leader in the server. I mean, him and Wonderboy have been at this system for a very long time now. So I think that really you're turning to those guys. It's going to be a battle between, those two minds of Tusk and Jimbo and how they're going to try and, like, clash against one another. And I think if it would make a lot of sense for Navi to just let the guys focus on what they need to do, so that this way you're not overstepping your bounds, and this way you're not like creating conflict in the server. That is the worst possible thing that you can do here, especially in a very high stakes match such as this, because this game is incredibly important for both of these teams. Excuse me, that was redundant, both of these two. But point is, I think that what we're going to see here is a real brawl between two very hungry teams that do not want to go into that elimination bracket. No, 100%.
They certainly don't, indeed. I also think, while we are just waiting for the game to get set up and everything, so I always have my eye on players who I feel like are improving or gaining more experience as we go on and through lands and through the season. And a player I have my eye on is Mighty's. You may remember last season, Valencia, it was his debut. He was a rookie. And I'm really just looking for this guy to give us a show. You're really young. You're now with players who have had so much LAN experience, and so have you coming into the season. This is the first full season he is going to have under his belt. So I'm looking for that really, really good performance from Mighty's, and show us what you're made of. Show us what that main Slayer ability is like. And with that being said, it is now in my hands to take you on over to the casters. We do have our wonderful Gaskin and Shurs on the mics to take us through this European NA brawl.
It's an absolute brawl, is right. This is going to be to prove who can come out on top of this pool. We've got Navi sitting at 0-2, Dan. It's do or die for them. And Complexity already had a great result against G1, winning a Game 5 brawl.
Yeah, it's just about surviving for both of these squads. If Navi lose, they are out. They're done. It's as simple as that. As for Complexity, as long as they win, they would go through second and they would stay in the winner's bracket when we look at bracket play. For Navi, it's a little bit more different. They would have to beat Complexity 3-0 or 3-1 if they want to go through winner's bracket. If we have a 3-2 matchup where Navi win, then suddenly things go to tiebreakers, and even my mathematician mind cannot get down that path just yet. But there's the series layout that we have for this series. It's going to be CTF Empyrean to start with, Slayer Livefire, King of the Hill Streets, Oddball Livefire, and then if we need it, of course, Slayer Aquarius. Both these teams need to be on their A game to kick off today's Saturday action.
And both these teams did match against one another in the last event, Dan. That went to, does everybody remember the Slayer? That was 50-50. So Navi know what's in front of them here. They know they have to get the job done. There's no more mistakes, no more errors that can be made.
And whilst it's a very different complexity roster, Navi, I'm sure, will see that organization on their screens and they will have all those bad memories, but it's time to right those wrongs as we go into Empyrean. An incredible map to start with here for a lot of the players on that main stage because they loved Halo 3, they know how Pit works as we get into the action here on Saturday at the OpTic Major.
Rocking and rolling. On board the snipe drone, overshield popped into his chest, 3 dead for Complexity. The perfect start off the rip as Jim finds King Nick with the rockets as well. Could this be a cap opportunity right off the get-go?
Finds the sniper just hovering. And for all the talk on the desk about Gilkey and what he can do with a sniper, I tell you, Snipe Drone has sniper in his name for a reason.
One of the best in Europe, showing why here. And when Navi need him most, is he going to stand strong? Is he going to take the pressure on his shoulders to drag them forward? King Nick steps out to try and get the return. Still needs a touch on it. Tusk down to no shield, and Mighty's keeps it alive.
That is an incredible touch from Mighty's, but Gilk's in a position to just make sure it gets shut down. And now, yeah, waste that ammo, get rid of it because you're going to be pushed. And Gilkey, he can do real damage with that sniper rifle as well.
Flag didn't make too much progress. Jimbo's going to try and step out, but a lot of members of Complexity on hand to get the return in the end. A decent start for Navi, but Complexity holds strong.
And I think looking back at yesterday's action for Navi, they're 0-2 at the moment. Jimbo did have a couple of bad games. He's not necessarily slaying as well as we're usually used to see him, and I want to see him step up a little bit in this series. But now it's King Nick's opportunity with the sniper here in Sword.
Snipe drone's in trouble, dropping down 2 members of Complexity to deal with. One has sniper, one has heatwave, and whether you're playing rock, paper, or scissors, you lose that fight all the live long day. As Complexity start to extend forward, flex their muscles a little bit. Jimbo's over towards the Mangler situation as Snipe Drone gets his face ripped off, as does Jimbo elsewhere. Snaky getting shot in the back. Gilkey has a flag pull. Mighty's left all alone, has got to try and win this, and does. But it's going to be a trade nonetheless, unless the teammates are on hand. Snipe Drone there. Mighty's goes down. Can they get the flag long haul? The answer is yes, but someone has got to relay it.
4 temporarily were down there for Complexity, but this is in a dangerous position. They need to get ahead of that flag and not be too vulnerable. Good play from Jimbo to make sure he goes under bridge so he can be a distraction. Then the re can come through. Navi managed to hold off, and this is a good stop from them. As it does seem like the sniper is going to be the real difference maker, as it has been in this tournament. How many times so far in Empyrean CTF have we seen players just going off, going nuts, hitting 2 or 3 headshots with a sniper rifle and being able to stop a flag on their own?
Both teams in the early engagements threatening to get a flag cap. Rocket's going to be sent over towards Jimbo and does find a home. It had to come a long way and still hit the Englishman. Suppressed. 1 rocket to go. Snipe drone going towards Snipe. Splash damage not going to be enough to get the kill, but take him down to no shields. Jimbo's isolated on tower 2, trying to put down some shots. As is Snaky, they're trying to combine. Snipe drone's got his attention on the sniper rifle, trying to survive here. Overshield's going to make moves, and all of a sudden, Navi are in big trouble here.
Yeah, Navi can't allow Rockets and Overshield to go that comfortably into the hands of Complexity, and as long as Complexity hold this one right, it should be a cap. Because you've got enough shields to get this down long haul, and you can have players to get in a position to stop those spawners, and Tusk just needs to hope that someone's got cover from training.
Flag dropped down a little bit, Gravity not being his friend. Can he get the flag home? He gets stopped, but just needs a touch from anyone. Gilkey's playing this one patient down long haul. Assault rifle in hands. Information will be passed over. Flag will be punched in, and Complexity take the lead.
Yeah, Navi need to learn a lesson there as well. Just need to make sure they focus something. Get that rocket, get that overshield. Now they can make a run at least and try and go for some sort of counter cap, but Gilkey's in prime position to be the savior here for Complexity. He can get 2, or should have got 2, but Tusk is there to clean things up. 3 dead now for Navi, and this flag should be dead.
Snipe drone recognizing that. Drop wall is going to go down. Snipe rifle for Tusk as well. Trying to lead the troops to victory here in game number 1. He's going to challenge over towards BR. Take it down to no shields. King Nick immediately tries to put the pressure on. Jimbo on tower 2, backing the snipe rifle down long haul. And Navi have combined to ensure King Nick can't do the damage that he would have wanted to.
Suppress just trying to stay alive at the moment. That's great distraction technique from Tusk as well. As Complexity really pressuring Navi off spawn. Every single time I've seen Navi rip up on over to that sniper side, they are struggling to get round, so instead they try to force it through green. It has worked out on this occasion, but look at the patience from Tusk. He gets shut down, and now Navi can try and make a run through long haul here. But because of the grenades, you have to be timing this throw correctly.
Trying to force this one down long haul. 2 slays have gone against Navi though. 1v1 with Snaky. Can he come out on top? The answer's no. Shut down. Snipe drone again. Left all alone. with 2 members of Complexity down long haul to deal with. This one is also going to be dead in the water, with power-ups and power weapons about to be in play.
I mean, the right decision from Snipedrone to stop thinking about the flag and instead start to look towards Overshield or Rockets. Looks like Rockets is going to be the decision as they work together, and it should be 2 go down on the side of Complexity, so this is far better from Navi. They may have to give up the Overshield, though, because they weren't in a position to grab it. So it's going to be Rockets versus Overshield most likely, but as I say that, Snipedrone and Jimbo work in tandem, get a kill, flag on the go again. And Navi doing well to get these flags out of the base. They just haven't quite had that all 4 dead to give them proper control.
Just can't put the pieces of the puzzle together to get that flag cap. King Nick goes down, but he made the Rocket player waste 2. Snipedrone has somehow managed to pick up that Overshield. That kill on Gilkey would have been pivotal, but again, Snipedrone finds himself in a situation where he gets out there to try and help his teammates, but they've all died around him.
Well, it was something that GB was saying on the desk. He wants to see Snipedrone at his very best, wants to see why he's one of the best players in Europe. Stat-wise, he's doing and performing well at the moment as he makes it 14 kills on the board. But as you've mentioned a few times, he has been the last alive time and time again. Navi trying to make the push with Jimbo, Snakey, and Mighties. Snipedrone likes to anchor a little bit for Navi. But sometimes you just have to sit back and hope that off spawn some teammates can help you very quickly. On the side of Complexity, however, they're all kind of sharing the load a little bit. King Nick, 13 kills right now as we've got another set of snipers.
Suppress looking to steal the opposition sniper rifle, picks it up, scoops it off the map. Great play from Suppress to ensure they cannot do any damage on the defense here with that sniper rifle. Heatwave will get down a couple of shots and put down some damage, but unfortunately for Suppress, doesn't have a battle rifle now after that decision that he made. But unfortunately for him, unfortunately for Jim, gets absolutely fried to the core. As flag will be pulled, but it will not make any progress.
No BR, no problem. Wanting to get that flag on the move, but it's kind of carnage at the moment and pit on both sides. A little bit of control for Navi, but again, grenades off spawn is something you've got to try and avoid, but Mighties takes a lot of damage, and Tusk is there waiting, and this is going to be the difference maker now. Complexity have a sniper, Navi do not, so for the next couple of minutes, Navi need to work very hard to either A, get this sniper out of Tusk's hands, or just avoid it completely.
Tusk then on Banana. Jimbo gets tagged on training. Tusk backs away, puts it in reverse, looking to change the angle. Maybe get a different bit of trajectory here. He goes back to Banana. Maybe hoping to catch them by surprise. He manages to tag Jimbo. Good for 1, good for 2 now. Double kill for Tusk. Snakey could be the latest victim. King Nick's there. Snipedrone alive once more in the Mauler. And can he be cleared out? He tries to put his back to the wall. Snipedrone does just about escape with his life, but only for now.
Complexity's starting to get more aggressive and press up now. They've got the Overshield and Rockets yet again. Even though Suppress goes down, King Nick's there to clean things up with the Overshield. It should be 3 dead for Navi, or could have been. Jimbo just about ducks, and Snipedrone again is still being a one-man army, gets a double kill, and it might be enough just to make this flag run very awkward here for Complexity.
Nick still has a little bit of Overshield left to play with. Faced with 2 members of Navi, they do clear house, they do defend well, but all of a sudden, shot clock starts to play a factor. Just under 4 minutes to tick away. Navi are in trouble of letting this one slip through the fingers.
Yeah, it's all well and good defending well, but when you're 1-0 down, you need to start thinking about how you're going to get a flag on the go. Snipedrone gets taken down by Suppressed. He was trying to go for a cheeky little flank down under Sword. And now Navi find themselves in a bad situation, but Jimbo at least did enough damage to get the assist. This is fine from Complexity. They can play this game. They can be aggressive. They can go for weird kind of strategies for flanks just to try and disrupt Navi's pushes, disrupt any control they want to go for. Again, Snipedrone pushing on his own and getting shut down quickly.
Complexity making this very difficult for the European team. Jimbo tries to venture forward once more. Has managed to make it to the flag, but hasn't got the support that he needs. Snakey's got a kill, but he's been traded out. Jim will throw the flag up towards the plat. Gilkey does some damage, backs away, bait and switch. Here comes Tusk to finish the kill. Textbook from Complexity.
And Navi is starting to get a little bit desperate as they're pushing into the base and tossing this flag. They want to get it on the move, and we've already seen it twice where they've got it down long haul. They haven't had total control at any point where they've been able to get all 4 dead and then watch those spawns. Big fight here for Snipedrone, and he wins it. Even though he has been pushing on his own quite often, he has been winning those engagements, so you can't really fault it too much. Just need some help from the rest of the team now as they're starting to get aggressive. Complexity are turtling up a little bit as they've recognized the time and they know they can start to play defense.
The Gilkster has sniper rifle in hands. Navi were 3 dead for but a moment, as it looks as though the call has come to play defense for a moment longer before venturing out. Tusk has gone under bridge. As the watchful eye of Gilkey and sniper rifle to boot. Ooh, and Snipedrone Gets his face ripped off. Rocket's about to pop, and Gilkey's just patrolling and surveying the land, getting information for his team. Mighty's is going to look to pick up this overshield, and Gilkey's aware of it, drops down. Snakey's gone down with the help of the heat wave. Mighty's is in big trouble of joining his teammate here. Scoops up the overshield. Can Gilkey get the kill? No, he can't. Overshield in play, and Gilkey's going to try and play off the sniper rifle. Decent from him.
Maybe he could have had a better opportunity at just trying to stay alive, but he was just well versed in knowing how important it is to take that sniper out of Navi's hands, and Suppress makes it a double. 1 minute 35 now on the clock, and Complexity are just set up. They are waiting. They are encouraging Navi to push them and saying we are just going to be able to defend this base. Especially when you've got the only sniper on the map as well. It gives you a distinct advantage, but the bullets are starting to run out, and speaking of running out, Suppressed has no ammo whatsoever.
Snipe drone pops up top tower, trying to get his team cooking. Looking for help. King Nick trying to make this difficult, clears him out. It's a strange challenge from Snipe drone, but perhaps the pressure of the moment getting to Navi here as they very quickly realize time is running out. Pressure continues to mount.
Well, they've been pushing individually into the base a couple of times, Navi. They've got one last push. They just need to band together, try and go either through green or long haul. It looks like it's going to be a double push at the moment. Gilkey's the first one to take the challenge, but Gilkey wins and at least gets a trade, and that's good news for Complexity. They just need to keep numbers healthy here and make it awkward for Navi.
Navi trying to use brute force. 40 seconds on the clock. It has to be now. Snakey backs down Tusk. King Nick gets a kill on the Jimbo. And could that be the death knell in this game number 1? Snakey goes down as well. Numbers are being cut. As Snipe Drone continues to stay alive, continues to make it a difficult task to take him down. He gets a touch on the flag as well, hoping his teammates are on hand to get some sort of touch. So swing and a miss with the melee, but will get the job done. But it's 3 dead for Complexity. There's still a chance here.
Gilkey has a lot to do here. He's taking grenade damage. Mighty's been able to get a touch on that flag, and it's going to be tried to toss down long haul. The grenade's going to be big off spawn, and is anyone going to be able to get to training as Jimbo just gets through? It's last chance saloon here for Navi, but players have gone down as now Jimbo just needs to avoid the damage, and again he's still alive.
Jimbo just about tucked his head around the corner, but a grenade banks off the wall. Someone has got to get a touch. Snipe Drone has stepped in to try and keep the pie chart alive, but Tusk wins that 1v1. Snakey's the last man standing. Can he get the touch? He stepped out and Tusk has stepped in, and Tusk does the damage, and Complexity take game 1.
A great effort in the final moments from Navi, but you have to feel like Complexity had hold of that game for the majority. It was just a little bit too late of a push from Navi. They were never really able to get that control. They were constantly threatened by Complexity, throwing their snipers off the map as well. They really reduced the chances for Navi to have that pop-off moment. We only saw really Snipe Drone have a sniper rifle once, right at the start of the game. So a great game plan executed there by Complexity, and they take a 1-0 map lead. Now, as I alluded to before the series started, if Navi want to get into winner's bracket from this pool, they would have to win either 3-0 or 3-1. So now they're going to have to go all the way here if they want to take down Complexity and find themselves in the winner's bracket. So it's a long old road, but a great start for Complexity, who of course just need a victory here against Navi to come second in this pool.
And if you're wanting a reminder of who's in this pool, Pool B consists of SSG, G1, Navi, and Complexity. And a reminder, Complexity already beaten G1 in a Game 5, so G1 are looking onto this and hoping that maybe Complexity can do them a favor just to guarantee they make elimination bracket here.
Yeah, G1 just want to get through. As I said, there could be some crazy 3-way tie, but I think G1 will just be more concerned about getting into bracket play and not finishing 4th in some scenario where Navi were able to win this one. But as for Game 1, I mean, it was a slow game at times where neither team was able to really get that total control and get all players off spawn and get all 4 dead. It was very scrappy, but I think that is going to be what happens in a lot of these games because Complexity are going to throw everything at Navi. Remember, Complexity came all the way through the open bracket. They were the #1 seed in the open bracket, but they did take a loss on the open bracket in winner's bracket, and they had to fight all the way through the elimination. So it's been a very long journey for them to get here, and now they would love to find themselves in champ bracket in the winner's side. Slayer Livefire is map number 2, and if anything that we learned from map number 1, I'd say that slay-wise it was somewhat similar. There was maybe a couple of players who were a little bit slow out of the blocks. Jimbo and Mighty didn't have the best game in map number 1, but as we move over to Livefire, perhaps they'll be a little bit more comfortable.
Something that we did see in map number 1 is Navi continued to try and run that flag long haul and never really had the pieces in place to ensure it was going to be a guaranteed flag cap. Even at the end, with that desperation that they were Of course, they had to try and get the flag moving, but they never really felt comfortable, and that was down to Complexity making it so difficult for them.
And the fact that Complexity went 1-0 up as well, it just constantly pushed Navi in a position where they felt like they had to be pressuring the base, they had to be trying to run that flag, and it got a little bit frustrating for them. They never had the time to be able to push into the base and then say, okay, well, actually, if I just hold here, be a nuisance, and then we can think about a flag cap once we've got some control. Instead, they were trying to move and groove while slaying, and they were very close in those final moments, it has to be said, but the ice came out of Complexity in the end.
Slayer on live fire is on the horizon here, game number 2. And like we say, it was do or die before, and it's getting even closer and closer here for Navi with 1 foot out the door of the tournament. They have got to come to life. They've got to find the spark here in this Slayer, or it's a long and arduous road back. And not only that, but they'll be hoping for some sort of weird tiebreaker to progress.
Yeah, and they don't really want to be thinking that. I mean, of course, Navi's main focus is just winning this series at the end of the day, but it will be in the back of their mind. Navi have already won Slayer Live Fire this tournament, so they know how to get the job done. Complexity have yet to play it in champ bracket, of course, but they probably played plenty of it throughout the Open. So it's just going to come down for me of who's going to be able to prioritize and get that power up more often, because it was something that Navi struggled to do in the early stages of Empyrean. They weren't necessarily getting the rockets, they weren't getting the overshield, and it was a little bit too late when they did start to get their hands on it.
Can Navi find the extra gear? Or will Complexity put another nail in the coffin? We're about to find out. On board with Suppressed. Navi have got to find the ice, but Complexity continue to turn up the heat.
Already it's going to be positioning themselves for this overshield and making sure that you've got eyes on it from Suppressed. Gilkey's already getting kills as well. 3 are dead for Navi. It's the perfect start for Complexity. Mighty's was the last remaining player, but the spawns have happened, so at least they can push in tandem here and try and shut down Suppressed. But now, yeah, it's going to be an easy pickup for Complexity. First overshield is going to be in their hands. It's 4-0. It's a flawless start.
Complexity playing this one patient, nice and slow, maximizing any mistakes made, punishing Navi when they step out of line. Overshield for King Nick, face to face with Mighties. Navi had a member over towards green. Snaky trying to do the damage. A couple of spike grenades go down. Overshield has been taken care of, but no kills. 6 kills without reply here.
Snipe Drone caught a little bit isolated at the moment. You could see temporarily on the screen he was trying to get over towards Jimbo, but I think he's going to be stuck at green. And Navi already on such a back foot here where they have to start thinking outside the box about how they want to break this setup a little bit. Snaky goes down, and it's Gilkey who has the sniper rifle. This is bad news here for Navi. Mighties will be able to get one, but now Gilks is in position just to shut them down of any sort of push. 9-1.
Gilkey hands over the heat wave, distributing the resources, trying to do maximum damage on the map here. Snipe Drone goes down once more. He's been picked on his own a couple of times already. Playing isolated, playing alone. They're not moving together as a unit. They don't seem to have a coherent plan in place as of right now.
Yeah, now Gilkey's in position to watch over this overshield, but Navi are aware of it. This is good play from Jimbo just to back that sniper down and allow someone from his team to step up over towards Ovi. It's actually going to be Mighties who gets the push, but it's the wrong player they've taken down because Sniper is still going to be there watching. Maybe Snaky gets that information because Jimbo going down means that it's going to be another overshield going over towards Complexity. This has gone from bad to worse for the European side. Gilkey gets another kill. Snaky goes down. It's already a 10-kill gap, 14-5.
King Nick marauders forward. Grenade will completely take away his overshield, but the damage is already done on to Jimbo to make that an easy kill. Jim's struggling here to get on the board. They need to try and put something together here because they're in real danger of letting this series slip through their fingers. Already down by 1.
And not only do you put yourself in a position where you might have to reverse sweep to win this series, but with how this game's currently going, it is a stomp right now. And that is going to do terrible things for your morale, for your belief of actually saying, can we realistically get back into this? As 2 players did have 0 kills, Snipe Drones just put some on the board. It's a big double kill. Maybe that's going to be enough to lift the hopes and spirits here of Navi.
Doubts will start to creep in for Navi. Already down by such a large margin. Not out of the realms of possibility. We've seen comebacks before. If they can get some power weapons and power ups, they can turn the tide. But they've got to do it sooner rather than later. As they're all set up over towards tower side now. A couple of members bottom middle. Snipe Drone gets 1. Jimbo's on the board. 11 kills the difference. Gilkey. That was nasty. Oh, and Gilkey's heating up. Gilkey's cooking. 3 dead for Navi. Bad news bears.
I was very surprised yesterday when I saw that Complexity had lost a game in the winners bracket of Open, because Gilkey and this entire Complexity roster, I looked at it on paper and I was like, they can do some real damage, and they already have done by beating G1, and they're looking in good position at the moment to go 2-0 up here against Navi. Gilkey at the moment 9-0, just staying alive, being a nuisance, and finding all the weapons he needs to be putting on a show here for everyone at the OpTic Major here in Arlington. Overshield is going to be popping, and again, Gilkey's in place to make sure that his team's going to be able to grab it.
Gilkey 1 shy of a killing frenzy. Jimbo could be the victim, as Overshield again grasped by Complexity. Tusk puts Jimbo in the black screen once more. And Gilkey can play this one patient. His teammates spread out all around him, cover fire, information being downloaded all the time, and Navi continue to be on the ropes.
It's one of those where sometimes when you're on the horizon of a killing frenzy or any sort of medal, you do play a little bit differently, and it can hinder you ever so slightly. But because they've got such a big lead, Gilkey can play this however he wants, really. Manages to tag up Jimbo. Mighty's going to be the next one, and it just keeps getting away from him.
But for Navi, a dagger, when kills like that continue to go away from you, you can't trade it out. You start to look at the scoreboard, you start to see your teammates looking a little bit dejected and deflated. And maybe you're thinking game 2 is not your day.
I mean, earlier, Golden Boy made up some weird stat and said that I made it up. I don't know, some statistics about if you get to 40 kills, it's a 10% chance. I can't remember what it was he said, but at this rate, I'd love to know what the stats are of getting back into a game like this. 32-16, so far behind. You have to have so many all 4 deads. Well, there's 3 for Navi, so it's a start, but Gilkey's still alive, still hunting that killing frenzy.
You can tell by the way he's playing this, he wants the frenzy too. He's being pressured out of tower. Sniper drone comes, grenade goes down, Gilkey's in trouble here, but he does get that killing frenzy before going down. Damage has been done. 14 kills the difference here. And Navi need a complete momentum shift if they're going to get back into this one.
Honestly, if he wasn't on the hunt for a killing frenzy, they may already be on 40 kills. He really was slowing that game down. He wanted to ensure he got that medal, and now he can just start to play a little bit more aggressively with the rest of the team as they look to try and close this game out. 4 seconds till the overshields come up. Still a 13 kill gap between these two teams. Is it going to be another overshield for Complexity, or is anyone from Navi going to be able to grab this one? They really need it if they're going to get back into the game.
2 dead apiece.
Triple
kill for Suppressed. No doubt he was the man to scoop up the overshield. Jimbo's not around for the overkill. Jim will fire a shot. A warning shot all it was. Shot across the bow. Didn't find a home on the Suppressed, and Jim tries to scamper away towards pillars, but he's in big trouble being pressured. Jim will find the body shot. Suppressed scoops up the sniper and says, thank you very much.
Now this game should be all she wrote, really, for Complexity. With how well they've been playing this tournament, they should not throw away a position like this, but Navi need to at least work as hard as they can to try and shut down this sniper from Suppressed. That's job number 1, because if you can start to get the goodies, if you can start to put the pieces on the table, then maybe you've got an opportunity, but Suppressed absolutely destroys Snipe Drone.
Snipe Drone in the grave. They need 8. Make it 7. Suppressed takes down the Dutchman in Mighty's. This one has been dominant ever since we got going. With 6 unanswered kills right off the rip, and Complexity haven't looked back since.
Well, Navi trying to slow it down a little bit. They're trying to get together. You can see on the player outlines and where all the gamer tags are right now that they're moving through house and hoping that they can stay alive and hold hands a little bit. Jimbo gets the opener. They just need to be not allowing any trades, but the trade comes straight through. Mighty's goes down, and if Complexity continue to trade, this game will be over very shortly. It's so difficult when you find yourself this far behind, because any sort of misstep, any mistake that you make, the other team is going to be able to take full advantage of.
Snaky trying to scamper away bottom middle. Been hassled and hurried. He gets himself out of there. No, he doesn't. Like a clay pigeon shot from the air. They need 4. Game 2 looking very much like a Complexity win. Overshield was picked up, but it goes down and hits the floor.
Also, he wanted to do as much damage as possible because he knew Nick was coming behind Jimbo. Navi will get an overshield to work with finally, but it's just too late. They need 15, and it's only 1 more kill required for Complexity.
1 more to go. King Nick position top tower. Snaky's got Overshield and Heatwave to play with, but is he even going to be able to utilize it? Suppress soaring through the air. Snaky's been tagged up from every which direction, as he now turns his attention to just getting away and trying to survive. Snipe Drone's in trouble of going down himself here. King Nick, though, plays it perfectly, stays alive, and Complexity double their series lead.
And I feel like that game was won in the opening couple of minutes when they took a 10-kill lead and Navi were never able to get back into that game, and Complexity just kept them held as far as they could for just countless times over towards the Overshield. It was like they just had them at arm's length and wouldn't let them swing. And that's going to be a frustrating one for Navi and a tough pill to swallow, because now they start to think, do we have it in us to get a reverse sweep here? And what happens if we do get a reverse sweep? What does this group even look like if we were to win 3-2? Those are the thoughts that are going to be in the back of your mind, but at the end of the day, you just need to be thinking about getting back into this series and putting at least a map on the board. But it's hard to do so when Complexity are playing in the way that they are. Gilkey was having a field day at the start of this game, got his killing frenzy in the end as well. There were several times I thought he might have gone down, but he was just staying alive and being such a nuisance.
And if body language is anything to read, Snaky didn't look happy, he looked dejected, and listen, how could he? Down by 2 here. Not only that, but game 2 was a complete blowout. Nothing to even take away from it confidence-wise. Fundamentally, they were outworked and outmaneuvered. Game 3, it's going to be a very difficult one to bounce back in.
And it's a worrying time for the Navi players, and I know them very well. Good friends of mine, used to compete against them, with them back in the day, and they're used to being at the top of European Halo. They're used to being the #1 team. They kind of got overshadowed a little bit by Quadrant. They see the success that Quadrant had at the last event, and Navi know that they have the potential to kind of be competing with the top 8s of the world. But event after event, they find themselves just in that top 16, top 12 kind of matches, and they're losing game 5s that are so close in these Slayers, and it's just going to be doing horrible things to their mentals, because it's just event after event where you get beaten down by team after team. And if they find themselves losing 3-0 to Complexity after their open bracket run, then I worry for this Navi roster, I really do. And I think it's difficult for them because they weren't able to boot camp. They weren't able to come out like Quadrant have been, and as we move forward to the next major and going into the World Championships, I think it's something that Navi are going to have to be able to do, is get out here and be playing some of these American teams on LAN and be learning like we've seen Quadrant do. But the series is not over. It's 2-0, and there is still a hope, even the small amount of hope for Navi right now being 2-0 down. But Complexity, they are looking fire. They are 2-0 up here. They've already beaten G1. They are on their way to going into the winner's bracket from open bracket after the hellacious day they had yesterday. It really would be incredible to see an open team make a run like this.
Complexity are really doing it the hard way. They were in the trenches, and they fought all the way to this point. Nothing was given to them. They've earned every single yard. Taken down G1, and on the cards to place perfectly in the top 2, just behind SSG. And for Navi, the previous 2 events they were involved in, they went to tiebreakers in their pools. They finished 1 and 2. One time they progressed, the second time they went home. And if they're gonna do it here, they need to reverse sweep and hope in some way, shape or form that they can progress.
And I think the only people that really are going to be the most frustrated is themselves. They know they are good enough to be in this series. Like, they've gone toe-to-toe with these players across from them on main stage many a time, but it just seems like today they can't quite get over that final hurdle. There's been a few times where they've looked a little bit lackluster. Snipe Drone had a good game 1, for example, on Pit, but then on game number 2 maybe tried to do a little bit too much, was caught off guard a few times, caught on his own, and Complexity are now taking advantage of it. And I'm very impressed with Complexity. They have been excellent today, and remember, these are not the only games that are happening right now. Pool play is being concluded around the venue. Quadrant currently 2-0 up against Ascending Baseline, so the other European team having a better time in their pool. Status quo, 2-0 against 6 Karma. They might be able to get out of their pool from open bracket, and Cloud9 currently playing Bittersweet. And we've already seen how well Cloud9 have been playing, so we might have, what, 3 teams from open get out of pool play.
Incredible run from Status Quo, Cloud9 and Complexity as it stands. Ascending Baseline have their work cut out for them here. Down in the final game. They're to lose this one, they'll be tumbling out of the competition, it would seem.
But of course, Ascending Baseline did get the worst group out of all of them. They went into the pool of death with Quadrant and FaZe and Sentinels. It was always going to be one open team that was going to struggle. But the fact that we've had 3 open teams possibly coming out of pools here, I think shows the depth of the open bracket, the amateur teams. And I say that with quote marks because I don't feel like these players on the main stage are amateurs whatsoever. They could quite easily be in the championship bracket time and time again, and we've already seen those names up in lights. But as you can see for Quadrant and Ascending Baseline, that game is close to finishing 3-0 to Quadrant. Even though it was a tough all day for them on Friday, they might be able to just scrape through this pool and at least focus on an elimination bracket run in the championship bracket.
And it's tough for a team like Ascending Baseline, right? They go through the entire open bracket. They're celebrating that they've just made it and qualified for pools. They're almost shadow boxing, thinking, who are we going to take on next? Yet you're going to slot right into the pool of death. Well, okay, I guess that's a reward, is it?
Yeah, and you face 3 teams who are expected on paper to finish top 6, but you can see that one is concluded. Quadrant will take it 3-0 and will finish 3rd in their pool, I would imagine. Of course, I don't know the exact results from Ascending Baseline, but that's good news for Quadrant, who are able to get that victory. Now back to our feature game on main stage. Complexity just need one more map for themselves to go forward in this group, not just in the elimination bracket, but they have a chance to go through in the winners bracket from this pool.
And just a quick sidebar for Cloud9, they actually have the potential and the opportunity to top their pool. And what a story that would be from the open bracket for them to go on and top the pool. But like you say, back to Complexity versus Navi. King of the Hill Streets is game number 3, Dan. Is there anything you can tell me to give maybe Navi a little bit of hope here?
I think that Navi, it's just a case of throwing game types out of the window here. It's not about like what they're good at, what they're bad at. It's their mentals. They just need to be focusing on themselves and making sure they're working as a team. They don't look like they're up for it. I'll be completely honest. I think at the moment they're just wanting to get this one over with. There needs to be a word from someone, whether it's Jimbo just saying, guys, we still have the ability to do this, whether it's Wonderboy behind them saying, let's just make sure that we give this our all here and we at least go out with a bang. If we're going to go out, let's give them hell. Let's not make this easy, because at the moment, that game 2 was a very one-sided affair.
Navi in danger of going out in a whimper, and it's the difference between some of the top teams. We speak about the mentality of the top 3 teams. When they find themselves, down 0-2 and heading into a potential clean sweep, they find an answer and they reverse sweep it, and we see it time and time again. But when Navi find themselves down 0-2, you can see the looks in their faces. They look like they're out of the competition already.
And they've been here a few times, but I can tell you Navi are good enough to get back into this game. But it's all well and good me saying it. It's them that need to show it. It's them that need to prove it, because I'm not the one who's asking the questions. It's Complexity who are asking the questions on the main stage, and at the moment there's not been too many answers from Navi. Individually, they've shown up at times, but they need to be working a little bit more as a team, and they need to make sure they do it quickly, because they could find themselves on a flight home very soon if they do not. On the other side for Complexity, very impressed with what Gilkey's had to offer today. I think that it's always going to happen. Every event, Gilkey finds himself on another team, and some people are saying, is Gilkey still got it? He's always still got it. It doesn't matter if it's 15 years ago or if it's today. Gilkey is an incredible player here on Halo Infinite, and with the rest of this Complexity squad, they can definitely do some damage in this entire bracket, and I think that I'd be worried about playing and facing them as we move on.
Yeah, I think another word for Gilkey, I think he has one of the best decision makers in the business when it comes to LAN. Some of the plays that he makes, he never seems to put a foot wrong, always gives you consistent output. And you can see here, and again, with a killing frenzy in the last game, he's looking to close this series out with a clean sweep. King of the Hill Streets, where he's looking to do it.
I guess the only kind of silver lining here for Navi is Complexity have already lost King of the Hill Streets in pool play so far, so Navi maybe can take something away, saying, okay, they are beatable, we can take them down, we can do exactly what G1 were able to do, or SSG were able to do a little bit earlier on. But it's just a case for Navi where they'll be looking at this one and saying, let's believe. Let's just absolutely give them hell here and show Complexity what we're made of.
Well, is it time to head over to the Greyhounds and call Ted Lasso? Is it time to touch the poster, believe? It's an opportunity for Navi to keep their tournament hopes and dreams alive here. And for Complexity, they're looking to give Navi the backhand and carry on business as usual. Navi have got to bounce back here, or they're heading home. Complexity have looked dominant in games 1 and 2. Are they about to put the finishing touches to this murder pie? We're about to find out. On board with Snipe Drone, Stalker Rifle in hand.
I'd like to see a little bit more sandbox control from Navi in this game as well, and Stalker Rifle is exactly the start you want because now you're going to have timing on it, but 3 are dead for Navi already. It's a far-betting starting strategy for Complexity, just as it was on Livefire, and it was just a snowball that got out of control in game number 2, and Navi can't allow that to happen again here on King of the Hill streets.
Rockets for Tusk. Eyes on Red Room. Here comes Snipe Drone. Oh, he's just looked away. Could be a victim of timing. One rocket will not connect. Only gets a little bit of shield damage, but the second one will find a home. 3 dead for Complexity. Navi break the setup. There's an opportunity then, if they can hold this one here, to take the lead. Gilkey with Commando will immediately obliterate the shields and take the life of Snipe Drone.
Bulldog in Jimbo's hands. Wants to at least help Mighty's here, but it's just, again, it's positioning from Complexity. They're in really awkward spots, and they're playing a little bit sparse at times where they're separated and Navi maybe aren't expecting it and they're getting caught off guard, and it's really tough to try and assess where Complexity are going to be. And Jimbo's got a lot to do here from Tyres. You can see he wants to get up close and personal. He wants to use that Bulldog, but he knows full well as soon as he pushes out, he's going to have eyes trained on him, and Gilkey gets the kill.
First shot, the Bulldog didn't connect, and that was detrimental to the cause. Snipe Drone's headed into Arcade. Got himself a kill, but it's going to be traded out. 2 for 1. Complexity have the numbers in their favor. They have a toe on the hill. They're very close to scoring. Navi are disjointed. Navi are on the back foot. 2 go down once more, and Complexity take the lead.
And it's just simple things, isn't it? Like Complexity dancing around the pillars, making life so tough for Navi. Navi can't get the sight lines, and all the meanwhile, Complexity is still scoring in that hill. And not only that, but they then have Tram priority, so now they're scoring again. And Navi have to try and focus rockets whilst just giving up so much time here.
Jimbo's getting fried. Microwave in the back. Sentinel Beam doing so much damage. Mighty's has the rockets, and that'll do even more. As he descends on Tram now, and immediately Complexity step out. They realize the rockets will be doing the damage, and they give up a little bit of time in hopes of maybe, perhaps, baiting out a rocket. Mighty's 1 left in the chamber, and you can see he's not comfortable here. He's trying to find those players, but he's chasing shadows, it would seem. Helps a teammate over towards bottom middle. One member of Complexity situated over towards Commando as he steps out front base. Gilkey, front base rocket will not find a home. They've managed to bait out that rocket successfully.
You can see Mighty's was concerned. He knew someone was lurking in the shadows, and it was a cheeky little Gilkey who managed to walk his way into Tram. Navi have at least tied the time up here, but Gilkey's still alive, still being a nuisance. 3 up for Complexity. Navi were down to just 2. And Mighty's has a job to do here because he needs to wait for the rest of the team whilst also doing damage. It's Mighty's versus Gilkey round 2, and Gilkey takes him down.
Gilkey has somehow managed to survive the longest time there. Dipsy doodling his way around trash down underpass into Tram, and eventually gets the kill onto Mighty's. And now Complexity can keep on scoring as Navi find themselves 3 dead. Mighty's last man standing, spawning over towards Cafe, and his teammates are going to get tower spawns. They're a long way away from being able to influence this Tram. As it looks as though they're just going to give it up.
Yeah, they don't even have time to get across the map to try and stop this one. It's going to be 2-0 here for Complexity, and they are very much getting into territory now of a 3-0 in this series, coming second in their group, and what a run it would be from the open bracket. 8 seconds till rockets spawn. Navi have been able to get a set of rockets, but they just haven't had the same amount of control that Complexity have when it comes to setting up for these hills, which is a surprise. I mean, Complexity, a far newer team. Navi have been a squad for quite some time, close to a year now, if not more. They just haven't really able to find those same kind of setups, that same kind of control that Complexity have been finding.
Snipe Drone fires 2 rockets, gets 1 kill. Bulldog in hand now. As he moves forward, clears out his B stairs. Bottom middle continues to be. Oh, and Snipe Drone's dropped down. Hasn't cleared his angles. Handed over to Bulldog. The freest kill Suppress is ever going to get, as it was raining an Englishman for a moment.
Again, it's incredible play from Complexity just to be baiting out players and making sure people are in positions to trade things out as well. 11 kills at the moment for Suppressed. King Nick's got his hand on the Stalker Rifle. This is going to be bad news for Navi because not only do they have control of the weapons, but they've also got eyes on bottom middle, and they can eat away at this time if they want. Of course, before the previous changes to King of the Hill, before the hill was ever so slightly altered, you could really bait out bottom middle, and you could utilize the time to help you and be on your side. It's a little bit different now, but you can still play that way if you would choose to, as Jimbo manages to take down King Nick. But the trade comes through. 2 minutes and 15 left on the clock. Complexity still have a 2-0 lead. Navi need to find something. They need to dig deep here.
2 members of Navi combined, and eventually Gilkey gets taken down. He's made himself such a difficult kill at times here. So hard to clear. But Navi have control of bottom middle. Suppressed to Gilkey, going to look to peek out top ATMs. They managed to back Mighty's out for a moment. Gilkey continues to engage with Mighty's, who steps out. Getting hassled and getting harried as Mighty's. He goes down. It's too easy for Complexity at times.
It's just how Complexity are prioritizing who they're shooting at the moment. Great teamwork, great team BR. Every single time Navi turn a corner, they're usually being shot by 2 players. They're not getting those individual fights as often as they might like. And with another set of rockets, and this time it's very easy for Complexity to grab them. This is even worse news for Navi, who are stuck in tram a little bit. Even if they try and push out Pink, they're going to be greeted by a rocket. And Tuska's got another one for good use.
You know what I'm sick of hearing and sick of saying?
What are you sick of hearing and saying?
I'm sick of hearing and sick of saying it's bad news for Navi. I feel like I've said it all series long, and with good reason. This might be good news. Things might be turning. Fortunes might be changing. Mighty says Bulldog. Back in control of bottom middle. They just need a slivering more time. And all of a sudden, it's 2-1. And Navi are back in this thing.
Yeah, it's not like it's all doom and gloom. It's not over, but my worry was how much of the clock was dissipating in front of Navi's eyes. They need to get control of tower here. It's a killing spree for Mighties at just the right time, but the grenade will shut that down very quickly and promptly. As Complexity just need to delay everything for Navi. They could very much play time if they wanted to here. Snipe Drone going to try and stay alive into PD. Tusk is going to greet him with Gilkey. And now this is the decision. Do you stay? Do you go? And Gilkey says, you know what? We might as well just scoop up some time here. We don't want to give Navi too many chances to get back into this game.
I think the song says if you stay or you go, there's going to be trouble either way. One will be double. So we'll find out which way it shakes. Jimbo in a 1v1. Over towards PD with Gilkey. Tusk is on hand to back him up. Grenade somehow hits the feet of Gilkey, but again he manages to survive. Again he manages to get a trade. 3 dead apiece here. Tusk in a 1v1 against Snipe Drone.
This is all fine though for Complexity. They are more than happy to be having these trades, to having these scraps, because the time just keeps ticking down. Less than a minute now for Navi to try and get back into this one. It's still doable. They still have a couple of pushes left, but they need to get that all 4 dead to really shut out Complexity, get control, and get this hill. But rockets are also now what you need to think about as well. There's so many things on the brain now for Navi, but Mighties has already gone down, and Tusk somehow escapes.
Rockets popping up in 2. 3 dead for Navi here. This one looks to be curtains. Unless Navi can pull a rabbit out of the hat, perform a little bit of magic. Rockets have been scooped up. Gilkey's got them over towards Cafe. Is not interested in taking orders. They're happy to play time now. Happy to play Slayer. Bait the hill over towards Statue. They've got a full setup. And these rockets are going to punch a heavy hole in the heart and soul of Navi. 2 rockets will connect and find a home with Mighties. 10 seconds remain here. Snipe Drone goes down. All 4 members of Navi go down. Complexity will beat Navi, and Complexity will progress into the elimination and the upper bracket, Dan. They've made bracket play.
They have made the championship bracket, and they have been second in their group. They take down G1, they take down Navi all the way from the open. Complexity have shown that they are a team who are the real deal here in Arlington. As for Navi, unfortunately, 4th in their pool, and they will be heading home. It's another disappointing tournament for them, and a real shame that they were not able to get the job done here against Complexity. I feel like it was really that game 2 where Complexity were able to get a 10-kill lead and just kind of pummel Navi into the ground a little bit, frustrate them, and destroy their mentals. But it's all about Complexity. It's all about those gentlemen on your screen. What a story it's been for them. It was a long old day yesterday in open bracket, and now they find themselves in the championship bracket, second in their pool. Congratulations.
What a story it is for that man, King Nick, on your screen. Dropped from Sentinels, placed top 12, looked to be on the downtrend, landed on his feet here with his Complexity roster, and has now already matched that top 12 placement and could threaten to push even further here.
And who knows, maybe we could see a Complexity versus Sentinels matchup happening in the championship bracket at some point. There is plenty to play for Complexity, and they should be extremely proud with the journey that they found themselves having over these last couple of days.
played so well, so consistent all weekend long. Only dropping one series so far this tournament to Cloud9, but have already made amends and have finished guaranteed second in the pool. What a performance out of Suppressed. And I'll tell you something, he's already on stage with Blaze. We can have an interview very shortly here, Dan.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to be a case where, you know, they're going to be very chuffed, they're going to be very excited, but they can now have a little bit of a breather as they start to think about championship bracket, because they didn't have many breathers yesterday going through that open bracket, I can assure you.
It was wall-to-wall gameplay, churning out nothing but the greatest hits. And we do have Suppressed on stage to chit-chat with Blaze. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Dan, for the fantastic cast. Dallas, give it up for Complexity as they take down Navi and go to the winner's side of the bracket. Now, I got Suppress with me on stage, and Suppress, what a journey it's been for you guys to get to this side of the bracket. First seed coming in from Open, you lose. From there, what was it like getting to this point and making it to the winner's side?
I mean, it feels great, you know, coming from Open. You know, I mean, I think we lost our pool play match, but we went straight to losers, and, you know, obviously we're here now, so feels good.
Feels good indeed. Now, talk to me about how you took down this Navi team, okay? They were looking to get big things done here, but you guys did not allow that to happen. What makes this Complexity team so special, and how did y'all get it done today?
I mean, we definitely, like, we said we wanted to work on small talk, you know, working together better, you know, like not getting too handsy and trying to get kills, so, you know, we just played our game, you know, it allowed me to pop off. You know, some of the games, and yeah, we got the job done. We got the job done.
You guys did get the job done, okay? Now, you know, Complexity has a home here in Texas. What you want to say to the fans that came out to support you guys so far?
I mean, I appreciate the fans, man. Like, any Complexity fans out there, man, I appreciate you guys, man, for real.
Give it up for Suppress one more time in Complexity, everybody. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. On the stage there with Suppressed, and I got to say, there was nothing suppressed about his gameplay. That was definitely on show, full force, Complexity. GG's, guys. I mean, again, talking about the journey that they have been on in the open bracket, coming in to pool play and landing on the winner's side of things, that is absolutely huge. It's not often we see that from open bracket teams, but I do have to also say, it's not often you see open bracket teams with the type of talent we're seeing on Complexity. These guys have already got their flowers before. They've been at multiple events. The experience definitely shows on that main stage. And against Navi, they made quick work out of it. They actually made Navi look pretty bad. I gotta say, I don't mean to be super harsh, but I was expecting a little bit more of a fight out of Navi.
Again for the people in the back.
I was expecting a lot more out of Navi, and we did not get that in clutch. What did you make of the series overall, looking at the two clashing on the main stage?
I think we got an opportunity to see that young gun that gave the interview after the series really show what he's capable of. Suppress is one of the young superstars in this league. He's amazing, man, and what he was doing with Snipe on Empyrean, that's just a sample of what he can do. Every single time he gets a snipe in his hands, that kid can pop off and take over games. They got Gilk, who can do the exact same. King Nick and Tusker filled with individual skill and have a great idea of how they want to play the game. So when these guys are all clicking, it's no surprise they find results like the one we just saw.
Well, I also think, too, excuse me, it's a very unfortunate, I think, that we were seeing, even in this Empyrean map, right, like how things were playing out for Navi. You could tell, especially in those final fights, some coordination issues were definitely coming to fruition there, right? You know, some decisions that needed to be made. And then on top of that, too, you just had a lot of hot BRs and snipes on the side of Complexity. It's very, very difficult to try and contend with that when a team is just super hungry and just wants that win. Not saying Navi didn't want that win either, but I think and again, I think the clips kind of speak for themselves here. I think that it's just really important to note that Complexity, they had a really wild journey, an incredible run. This run is going to continue forward here, which is very, very exciting. And they just showed why they are a force to be reckoned with, you know, I think going into the championship bracket. They are going to be a scary force. People need to be paying attention to them more. This team's only going to get better.
Yeah, I think you pointed it out perfectly. That game one, Navi
that told me everything I needed to know.
Navi had more chances to really cap flags, I felt like, than Complexity did. They almost, like, in a sense, outplayed Complexity. But every single time they got a flag on the move, Complexity just was able to stop it. Navi had holes in the way that they wanted to get the flag across the map and put it in. And because every single time there was a hole, somebody on Complexity stepped up, made a play, was able to help get the return in some way or fashion. And Navi have to be kicking themselves because they desperately needed some way of finding some momentum here at this tournament.
Yeah.
And without being able to find it in game one, I mean, game two was an absolute slaughter. 50-36 doesn't even showcase.
And you're not going to pull that off when you got suppressed after the end of that series with a 1.10 KD, right? Obviously popping off for this team. Like, you know, the young player on the team, you kind of look to the veterans here to be the guiding light, but it's always great when you see that young player surrounded by talent that is able to just be activated and free to do what they want to do. And I think that this is just going to continue to show that Complexity is a contender here at this event. And it's actually quite apropos as well because we're in Dallas and, you know, Complexity, I mean, they're owned by the Dallas Cowboys, for goodness sake. So it's pretty cool to see that all come to fruition here.
It very much is. And I think, you know, on the two sides of the coin here, we have Navi organizational issues. And I think kind of comes back to what we were talking about, the IGL, the leadership, who is taking that leadership role. And clearly it wasn't really working. Whatever was happening there, whether it was getting passed around, the decisions were not being made quick enough. And therefore, Complexity capitalized on that. I've got to say on the side of Complexity, though, just lights out gameplay. I think the talent showed, there was skill there that was really being met. The ceiling was getting pushed as we went further on in the series. And a huge shout out to Gilkey. I mean, goddamn. Gilkey came out to play. This guy was unstoppable. And I feel like we do see Gilkey at his best very often at the moment. And I'm loving it. I'm here for it with Halo Infinite.
The thing
he
is,
definitely
though,
is producing the goods.
my only real worry, and this has been a concern for Gilk, you know, time and time again, is we see the skill. It is so evident. It is plain as day. But what happens when they get challenged?
Yes.
When they start to really have to dig deep? That's where I need to see Gilkey step up. We've seen him do it before. This is not like out of his wheelhouse, not by a stretch of imagination. But now at this point, the competition's only going to get fiercer. It's going to get more difficult. Gilkey's going to be the guy that needs to step up here.
I completely agree with you. I think on the other side of things, where I'm kind of giving more accountability to the rest of his team, when that does happen, and often with Halo Infinite in this title, you need a whole team effort to make another player shine. You're not just going to get away with one person popping off at one time or an engagement happening and it turning the entirety of the series on its head. It actually comes and stems from an organizational purpose, a team having the same type of strategy and headset, going into a series, going into a map and knowing exactly what they want to do, and then you will see Gilkey shine. That's exactly what we saw with Navi. The ball was in their court. They knew exactly what they wanted to do with Navi, and you see people shine. And you see that with Suppress, and you see that with Gilkey, you see that with Tusk, you see that with every single person on their team. And that's exactly what you want. When it does get a little bit tougher and a little bit deeper as we go into the bracket, that's when you'll see the struggles coming forward, because you need to have that organizational aspect to your team being stellar and on point. We see with OpTic, SSG, FaZe.
One of the big moments that actually stuck out to me wasn't even the gameplay. It was after the series is over. Camera cuts to Complexity to see them celebrating. It's literally King Nick and Suppressed. And King Nick is like laying into Suppressed about something that they've clearly talked about or something that they want to implement into their strategy. And he's like, you could tell it was like, we need to do this in this situation, whatever it might have been. The fact that they're not just content with, hey, we just laid the smackdown on Navi, we're going into champ bracket play, that just shows you that their vision is a much more forward thought than advancing second in their pool. They have actual ambitions to go far in this bracket, and they have the intention of doing so, and they have the professionalism to do so as well. They're still locked in after the series. That's a good sign for Complexity fans.
I love that, because you know, in a series like that, I think you can feel when things are happening and it's feeling good and you guys are vibing and it's going your way. That's the time to perfect, right? That's the time to be like, we need to really make our mark here, stamp it as a team, do exactly what we intend to and get that done. And if mistakes are made, even though you do get the dub, that's when you want to talk about
get better.
it. Exactly.
Yeah, they did a lot of things right that series, right? But I really, really want to see Complexity, as soon as the series is done, go back to the rooms, go to the lab, do VOD review, research. That is how you win a championship. You just got to constantly be putting your best foot forward. But, you know, I think like now as everything begins to take shape here, and I think we're just waiting on the results of Pool D, it's just even more startling as well to see Cloud9 coming from the open bracket, defeating a Native Red, and now they're in prime position to, from open, winning Pool D.
You know what? I love seeing this, and it's because sometimes it makes me look good at my job, but only very occasionally when we did mention that Pool D, this was the chance for an open bracket team to come in, cause a huge upset, a 3-part upset, and take the top of that pool. And it's exactly what Cloud9 did.
Cloud9 being a 1 seed in the pools, guess what that means? All these second seeds, I'm wondering who's going to match up against Cloud9 and what they thought was going to be a top 4 seeded team. Your winners bracket round 1 already having kind of set yourself behind as that second seed coming out of the pool.
I'd love to see C9 Sentinels.
You'd love to see Sentinels or Shopify really get an opportunity there. And Cloud9, they've earned the spot that they have, but very quickly can that one series remove all of the gains that they put themselves in.
Well, talking about Cloud9, we actually have them in a game right now in a series against Bittersweet. And, you know, it's interesting to see whether or not they're going to finish 3-0 in their pool. And I think based on what we saw there for Bittersweet and the way that things looked for them in their pool, I would be very, very surprised if this wasn't a clean 3-0 for Cloud9. Coming in, by the way, from the open bracket, folks, topping their pool, absolutely insane stuff, and potentially finishing this off with a 3-0 sweep as we get into the last hill of streets.
Maybe you don't want to see Cloud9.
I mean, look, all I'm saying is you couldn't have two teams on different like spectrums and trajectories. Very true, right? Great word, because like Bittersweet, you know, coming into this event, obviously everyone knew the cards were going to be stacked against them without a doubt, and unfortunately it didn't work out the way that they wanted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, you have a game prepared. Cloud9 just walked away with a clean sweep 4-0 victory. That means C9 take Pool D and will be moving on in the champ bracket in the #1 seed from the open bracket. Between them and Complexity, and again, you look at the 8 players that are on those teams, and
yeah,
no surprise. It just makes a lot of sense. Those are not. I don't want to be disparaging, but those are not open bracket teams. Like these are teams that these are teams that have so much experience. Players have so much experience. But now that really does set up Cloud9 for an incredible run potentially here, and one that I don't think anyone thought we would be seeing, right? Especially when the old Cloud9 went over to SSG and this C9 was being put together, and it felt like it was being put together with duct tape and hope and bandages, and it seems like they've managed to turn this thing into a well-oiled machine, and that is exactly what you want to see. That's adversity in play there.
It is indeed. While they might not be technically open bracket teams in terms of who they are, they certainly have to play every single person that is put in front of them, and by goodness, they have done just that. Incredible stuff coming from our teams heading into pool play today. Hopefully they can get it done in the championship bracket. We're heading to a quick break right now. When we come back, we have plenty more Halo Infinite action for you guys. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Day 2 is an absolute banger, and we'll see you right after this.
Bounce in the game, and Bounce pick it up and overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen.
Even tricky right now. They call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there. He gets 2! He gets 3! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
and by Zowie.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. I have a full desk with me this time around coming off a break. Hello on set.
Hello.
Hello mate.
How are we doing?
Good mate, how are you?
Cheerio. I'm pretty good.
Good, cheerio.
Hello,
mate.
love. Wow, this
We
is what it's
actually
going to
have
be
a
like.
really, obviously, you know, pool play has been happening. We've got open bracket teams causing crazy upsets and doing ridiculous runs and all sorts of things like that, and sniping faces off on the main stage as well. So we thought while we're getting things set up and getting our championship bracket ready to go, we would do a fun little segment that requires 4 of us up here, and it is called Hot Takes, where we have actually taken some hot takes from all of the talent members. They're anonymous, so we won't know whose they are, and we're going to talk through all of them. I know, I actually do have the list. I do have the list, and we're going to be talking through them all, talking about why they could actually have a point, why maybe they're completely ridiculous and totally disagree with them. So we're going to have debates, fun, and lots more on the desk. Are you boys ready for your hot takes to be shown to the world?
Oh boy. Yeah, sure, why not?
I'm certainly ready for mine.
Where could this go wrong?
Hopefully the crowd gets in on it too. Have fun with it. Make fun of us.
Let us
all right?
know
We
if you
encourage
guys
it.
agree with the hot takes.
All right, well,
So-
maybe not Wes.
Yeah, potentially not Wes either. Wes, I don't know how many you're going to agree with.
That's the question. Although, honestly, after what's happened today, I'm not sure if I agree with my own. So I can't say much.
Yeah.
All right, what we got, Lop?
That is very true. Well, the first hot take is going to be Sentinels get hot and eliminate OpTic or SSG for top 3. Now, this is a first pretty serious take, and we'll go down the line. I have a feeling I'm going to have to wrangle you guys at some of these. But Clutch, any kind of truth in this hot take, would you say, in terms of the way Sentinels have been playing so far?
I don't like how OpTic or SSG was put in there. I would have liked somebody to actually have like a stance and tell me who's not getting top 3 out of those. That would be a bigger statement. I do think Sentinels is the 4th best team at this tournament.
Ooh, okay.
So I agree partially with this, and I think we saw something from Sentinels yesterday that showed me that they can win a best-of-5 against one of those 2 teams. But good luck.
Oh, okay. Good
You know what? I would like to, because I'm a man of the people.
Go on.
So I would like to defer to the crowd here. Do you guys think Sentinels will eliminate OpTic or SSG for top 3?
It's the wrong place to ask that question.
There you go.
It's a solid no.
That was a very aggressive boo.
Very aggressive
as we
boo.
heard,
Very
yes.
low.
So I don't know. That's
Someone
kinda
threw
what
something.
Onset, what do you think?
Someone threw something.
You're asking me. I was planning to just sit quietly on the end and hope that these two are just kind of.
Was this your take?
No, they're anonymous. Who knows?
They are anonymous.
But was it
Nice
your
try.
take?
Was it your take?
I think you just said yes. That would have been great.
I don't see it happening. Reason being that I just think that the top 3 is so solidified at the moment. We always talk about who's going to break into the top 3, who's going to get through that glass ceiling. And even though Sentinels have looked great, maybe next event with a bit more time under their belt, that may be the difference maker. But I still think that top 3 is pretty locked at the moment.
I think I'm on board with that. Onset, I think I've got to agree with you there. I think top 3 is going to be difficult, especially for a team that I've just brought in two brand new additions, 3 weeks practice. I think it's a definite tall order, although looking very, very good.
This could not ours.
Could happen.
No, this was not ours.
No,
Or was it?
Or
was it?
But you didn't even stand by your own take.
Who knows?
Unbelievable. Listen, right, next hot take. Right, the Stalker Rifle should be removed from all game types on streets.
Ooh.
Now, this is obviously a very, very powerful weapon. Do we think that that is a
Someone
hot
has
take?
a problem with this gun.
Someone cannot use this gun.
It's probably someone that
On our
lacks
team,
large
on our team.
precision skill is what I
Wow.
would guess.
Oh,
That's
wait,
a hot take.
Are you looking at me?
I'm not looking at
I play keyboard and mouse.
I don't
so
think
my
any of y'all have
precision's great.
precision skills. So.
Oh, how could you? How could you? I actually do not agree with that at all. But I will say the reason why is because I love Halo Sandbox, and I know a lot of people disagree and they like the one-gun game or whatever, but I love Halo Sandbox.
All right.
So I would prefer to keep Stalker in the game.
Do I have to speak on this? I work for the studio.
You definitely do.
I think you need to speak
Hot
on
takes,
this.
baby. Hot
My
takes.
personal opinion of the Stalker Rifle is
gonna
that
get
it
clipped and
is
sent to Reddit.
overpowered, does not take enough individual skill to reward the damage per second that it provides, and I think that it can be tuned more properly rather than removing it from the map.
And that is the hottest take of the day.
Did I do that well? Because Tasha's going to have a conversation
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah.
Right, I have to move on. I've got to move on, otherwise we're not going to get through them.
Let's save Wes's
OpTic.
job.
The next one is OpTic got nerfed with the most recent sandbox adjustment. So that is kind of pushing on to the next point off the back of the Stalker Rifle. But OpTic got nerfed with the most recent sandbox adjustments.
We should let Mark go first.
Go on, Mark.
I mean, I'm going to have to disagree with Dan Gaskin because that clearly is. In my opinion.
No way. You're throwing him under the bus
No,
like
I think
that.
it is. Hey, come on, we can speculate, right?
Sure, sure.
I don't think they have. I think that event was a little bit of we'll say, a bit of a blip in the road for them. And I think that there's too much individual skill on this team to blame the sandbox. You know, everyone's playing with the sandbox. Yeah, they were really good with it. Yeah, they would time everything. But I still feel like that's not the reason that OpTic were disappointing at the last event. And I think we've seen that in the first few series we saw from them yesterday.
All right, okay. I mean, solid.
Me? You want me to go?
Go. You?
I mean, I'll just be really quick. I don't necessarily think that is the case, but I do see how that could have been applied, considering that OpTic are probably one of the best teams at utilizing the sandbox entirely in Halo Infinite.
You want a cushion for this fence you're sat on at the moment, or?
Huh?
No.
No. I'm just saying. That's kind of where I'm at right now, where I don't necessarily know if I agree with it. What do you got?
All right. First off, not my take.
Okay.
Second off, completely agree with this take.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
This is on the money. I think that GB just made a fantastic point that I'll elaborate on a little bit deeper, because GB has a very high, your ability to go into deeper layers is just, you know.
Okay, just
right,
guy
sorry.
out there,
Anyways,
go on.
So what we saw from OpTic at Worlds was they were the best team in Halo Infinite, and the meta in Halo Infinite had largely to do with your ability to scavenge, and with those scavenged items, you were able to apply them and dominate the game. I think with the reduction that the dominance of those items and the less dominant you can be with those items took away from OpTic's advantage a lot of the times in some of these games. I do think that the meta has shifted towards a little bit more teamwork, balance, and the meta is catching up to what OpTic was once doing, and therefore they are a less dominant team. I think SSG benefited heavily from that, because they traditionally don't dominate with the sandbox as much as OpTic had previously, and that's why we have the big three instead of just the big one.
All right, then. Moving on swiftly. I'm loving the debates. I'm loving the points.
This is good.
Next hot take is, and I can actually probably guess who this is from. I'm sure you all will be able to guess who this is from. But the hot take is, Onset is the best looking man in the building, and it ain't close. Who do you think that hot take is from?
Who? Did you do this?
Oh, come on, dude.
This is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't.
I love how we're having a close-up of Mark.
I mean, Arlington, do we think that this is the best looking man in the building, and it ain't even close?
Bring it closer for me.
I mean, I think you get even closer. I mean, don't be
Hold
afraid.
on, I want guesses on who you think set this up. Go on. Who
This
was
was
it?
Bravo, because he refused to have a take on anything.
Yeah. Bravo is like the Switzerland of Halo casters.
Very true.
He won't
Hey,
say anything.
that's a statement there. He's not like sitting on the fence.
We actually don't need your opinion on this one.
Yeah. Like, Mark, we're good.
Mark
we're good,
absolutely,
okay?
unequivocally agrees.
Yeah.
You know what? I was a little bit worried about this, but now I'm kind of enjoying it. This is really good.
All right, Halo model, we're going to move on. An open bracket team will place top 8. Now, funny enough, this is actually looking pretty good at the moment.
This is my take.
Oh my God! You can't
I
do
don't
that.
care, because I'm a gosh darn genius. That's right. I may not work a Halo event for like 10 months.
Every open
while she's
bracket team
avoiding me
just gone,
constantly.
why, GB?
And here I am, just proving the doubters wrong. Honestly, with Cloud9 and Complexity, though, it is looking really likely. So,
will you knock on this desk for me
It is.
before Complexity
You know what?
and Cloud9
Actually,
jump
Golden
you
Boy,
at
what you just said, funny enough, what you just said moves on very nicely to the next hot take about you working Halo events. Well, the next hot take is Golden Boy only works events that Walshy doesn't, because he's afraid to lose his BTV Bonanza title.
That is.
I wish I could claim that as my hot
Did
take.
Dave submit that? Did Dave submit that fraudulent narrative? Okay, my boy's out here. I have no throat. I have no voice to even give away, but I have to speak up regarding the travesty that is. Listen here, Dave Walsh. Anytime you want these hands, you know exactly where to find me, Poppy. Okay? I'll come right for you. I don't care that you have all these championships. I don't care that who's got the title? Who's got the belt? This guy, this bald, beautiful man right here. All right? How dare you? Look at this beard. It's gorgeous. I don't know what that has to do with it. I just wanted to point it out. I'm quite proud of my beard. Been putting a lot of conditioner.
I love it. Okay, are you feeling
It's all I got. It's all I got. Well, I'm
feeling
so
better?
sorry.
You're always really loud when he's not in the building. So strange.
I love it.
I still have the
absolutely
cast. I
love
don't know how I'm going to do this.
Well, I can tell you that wasn't Walshy's hot take, but point still stands. It is what it
Point
is.
still stands.
It is what it is. The next hot take, folks, is we will have a new team in the top 3. Now, that's a very, very hot take. A
This
big
event?
point. Yes, this event. A new team in the top 3. So the big
Wouldn't you
3
think it was if it wasn't?
will rotate with a different team in it.
At some point.
What do we think? How are we feeling about that?
Yeah.
Disagree. I mean, we talked about Sentinels. I think that's your best bet for who can sneak into the top 3, but I still don't know if they're going to do
I can
it.
see
I
it
would
happening.
say odds are against this.
I can see it happening. I don't know. I feel like right now, the competition. Yes, you know, the big 3 are still the big 3, but I really do feel like the competition has gotten just so much closer over the last few months now that, like, again, we were seeing Quadrant, you know, punch into that, you know, punch up to try and get into that top 4. Native Red, multiple top 4 finishes. It's only a matter of time. And then on top of that, let's not forget, like, we have a hot Cloud9 right now that's doing pretty well. How wild would that be? You know, I think, like, Sentinels also has that capability to do it. I don't think that is so far out of the realm of reality that, you know.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think not
I
this.
wouldn't bet on
I don't see it this event, but
I'd bet on
maybe next event with a bit more time for a couple of these squads. I think it might
Yeah.
be a possibility.
Man, new car smells a thing.
Yeah.
New car smell. Oh god, I love the new car smell. It is the best. It is the best smell. Moving on though, I smell another hot take around the corner, and that is Onset's nips.
Thanks, Wes.
This is not mine, but this was someone stole my joke of one.
Onset's nips are sharper than most of the shooters in the HCS.
Oof.
Dude, I don't know where this narrative is coming from today. Like
Did you
everybody
see your shirt
everybody wants to
coming
see
from-
a lot of me.
The narrative
Like,
is
you know
coming
what I mean?
from your nipples.
No, it's
I gotta say though.
sorry to
there is
disappoint everyone. They're
often-
just regular.
I can't believe we
regular,
put this on
standard,
camera.
middle of the road.
I can't believe I got to say that on air. And Tashi's going to give me an earful later on.
This is, once again, why
Still on the
us
screen.
coming up with a great segment was a terrible idea.
This is a
Knowing the
fantastic
talent we
idea.
have.
This is a fantastic idea, and I've just got to say, I think it's on point. Excuse the pun.
It's on point.
Dude, I don't want this weird narrative going around. That I've got, like,
Onset,
the
how do
weird
you feel about the sharpness of your nipples?
I feel like I have
we go
really.
next?
I have. Do you know what? I'm gonna go there. I have great nipples.
Can we
Oh,
go
You want to
no,
really?
okay.
Do you know what? Like,
All right. Well, we're
I'm-
going to take this back
happy
to
for you,
we're going
but-
to take this back to esports for a second. Our next hot
why are we
take
talking about my
is
nipples?
going to be
Didn't
Shopify
want to either.
Rebellion get top 4.
Thank God we got to talk
Go
about
on,
Halo.
go on, Clutch.
That's good.
I like this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen, but it's definitely possible, similar to the last one. I think that Shopify has showed you that they can compete with anybody. And in given a best of 5, if they can get some momentum behind them, like, their sales are smooth, and the Native Red doesn't look as strong, so someone's got to get top 4.
This was my sleeper team for this event. Like, when we were in the build-up, I kept keeping an eye on scrim results, all that good stuff, and I was like, you know what? They're playing really well. They're giving some really close series to a lot of teams at the moment, and I think that I can see that happening 100% this event.
Yeah.
All right.
Good take.
Good
take.
Good take. Okay. The last hot take that we have from our talent is Sentinels, Shopify Rebellion, and G1 all get top 6.
Not looking great.
I mean,
This was before Gilkey did a masterclass of the pit.
yeah.
Game 5.
Yeah. Against Navi.
Yeah.
No. Against G1.
G1.
Oh, G1, sorry.
The G1 is going to make this one very difficult, but Sentinels and Shopify, they still look good, and I still believe that they belong in the
Yeah, I think that is not that is a very mild, cool take. All right, it's a very safe take. Whoever put this out there, just you know, I would go as far as say might be a coward.
Yeah.
Okay. Because really,
Okay.
like say it with your chest. You know.
Wow.
No, it wasn't me. I already said what mine was.
Okay.
Okay.
Check.
And I stand by it. And because I'm a gosh darn genius. but the thing is though is that yeah, I mean to Wes's point, I think G1 kind of, you know, knocks that for a loop a little bit. I think, you know, again, I still think like the hotter take would probably be that either Sentinels or Shopify Rebellion end up in the top 3. I think that could be a possibility given how they're playing this event. Sometimes the magic can just happen, you know.
Yeah.
Not saying it will. I'm just saying that especially when new teams kind of form together, you get that kind of like early camaraderie, and I do believe that can benefit, especially if they start catching some of these teams off guard. Oh my God, Wes, why do you have a smirk on your face?
The only reason GB said what he said was because he knows whose take this is.
I don't know whose take that is.
Yes, you do.
Who? No, I genuinely don't.
You know that that's my take.
Oh, that was your take?
You're-
That's a trash take. That ass.
I'm pretty sure two teams.
Honestly, of all the people I expected to have like a mild take, I'm disappointed, Wes. I
Dude,
gotta
yeah.
say, that is mild.
Yeah, that felt like a Schurzy take to me.
There's
You know?
2 teams that have not gotten top 6 all year. in the top 6 right there. What do you mean that that's a mild take?
I mean,
I'm predicting Quadrant and someone else to fall out of the top 6 right now. Who? I can't even think of who I'm missing.
Yes, I guess so. You're not wrong, but I just think that given how this
I literally put
out,
a parlay together for my hot take, and it's not a hot take.
It's very mild.
There's a lot that has to happen
That's
for that
a chicken
to be right.
korma of a take.
A lot.
A chicken korma.
That's a chicken korma of a take.
It's a mild curry. If I've ever seen one.
No, that is a Mike's Red Hot
Wow.
kind of tame hot sauce red take.
Okay.
A hot take.
All
Excuse me,
right.
not red take. Or if you want to call it red take.
Well, do you know what? I've loved every second of this. This has been fantastic. The debates, everything that has been coming out.
I don't know if I have enjoyed this.
How we all really feel. It has been
Definitely not watching the
absolutely
chat replay.
incredible. Yes, I definitely will not be watching that for sure. But we are getting things ready to go here, of course, heading into the championship bracket. Really excited to see what we've got coming up for you guys next. And I can already tell you that the room is going to be filled with green, and it will be filled with the green wall because it's going to be OpTic versus Native Red on the main stage.
I gotta cast
That's
that bad
some
boy.
heat.
Let's
Yes.
go.
That's some heat.
It's going to be an absolute banger of a series, guys, and I think this is a very good time as we're heading to break to tell you that my hot take was that onset snips are way sharper than all of the shooters in the HCS, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
The future
Oh,
is
God.
threatened
That was amazing.
by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Ambush! Fight harder! I'm losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
right now. They call formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets 2. He gets 3. Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in and it's an overkill.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello Halo fans and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. As you can see, the stage is very much glowing green right now. So is the audience, because I'm sure the Green Wall fans are getting ready to sit down and watch their favorite team battle it out against Native Red, which Native Red fans are going to be hoping that the room's going to be filled up with red at some of the points of the series. I'm sure of it. I have Clutch and I have Shurzy on the desk with me. Fellas, first of all, lovely to have you. Shurzy, heard you casting earlier on, of course, against Navi, I believe, with Complexity. You know, Europe.
You keep putting me in series. We have to send our own boys home. It's not nice.
It's not nice at all. It's not nice.
I think they're doing you a favor.
I don't know.
And as you can hear behind us, the OpTic boys, as you see them walking onto the stage, they are getting themselves set up and ready to go. And as are we on the desk, gents. It's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm really excited to see this matchup. I'm excited to see what Native Red can bring to the table, especially after a little bit of an upset in their pool. Complexity coming up and I think shocking everybody. I don't think Native Red were quite ready for the type of gunny that Complexity was showing, because these guys have been absolutely electric all morning long. As you can see, the pools, this is how they have stretched out in Cloud9, excuse me, not Complexity, 3-0 in Pool D against Native Red. Managed to take them down. Native White, I think, was to be kind of expected, considering the circumstances with the player out and having their coach fill that in. And bittersweet, well, it is very bittersweet. It's great for these guys to be here. It's great for the experience, but of course, not great for the results, of course, and won't be joining us there either. So yeah, I've got to say, excited for Native Red versus OpTic. It's going to be an interesting one. OpTic Gaming, of course, heading up their pool 3-0 in Pool C. And yeah, this is where the bracket starts getting set up, folks. Championship bracket time. This is where you make it or break it. We're, of course, in the winner's side of things here. The quarterfinals are set in stone, and we're having a look right now for the first time, actually, at our matchups. Got FaZe versus Complexity, Cloud9 versus Rebellion. That actually should be a really, really good match. Now we'll see what Cloud9 are made of. OpTic versus Native Red, and Spacestation versus Sentinels. Again, another banger of a matchup. Shurzy, looking across the board here, what are you most excited for in this quarterfinals?
I mean, there's absolutely no easy games there for anybody, but I think the series that stands out to me is actually Space Station up against Sentinels. I think it's going to be a good indicator of where Sentinels are positioned. They played admirably last night. I think we've seen Spartan hitting some of the best form I think I've ever seen the kid play. I think he's going to be a special player for the Sentinels team if they can keep him on song. But up against Space Station, of course, they finished second last event, so it's a long and tough task for them to get the job done there. But that's the series I have my eye on.
Yeah, indeed. What about you, Clutch? Any bangers that you're looking forward to?
Got to be Shopify Rebellion. Their opportunity to play against not one of the big three for an opportunity in the winners bracket semifinals is right in front of them. I expect them to beat Cloud9. Shopify on the road path to really making a statement as far as not just belonging in the top 6, but pushing into the top 4.
Yeah, I got to say I completely agree with that, and I think being able to kind of push through the semifinals, although Cloud9 have been showing some resistance for sure, Shopify Rebellion, you know, that's going to really push momentum forward for this team too, which is everything at a LAN tournament.
Yeah, well, I think Wes makes a good point that Rebellion are expected to win this one, but Native Red were expected to beat Cloud9.
Sure.
And here they are. They topped the group coming all the way from open bracket, so huge respect has to be given to these players.
Absolutely.
A big fan of Rami, and I'm glad to see him back in the championship bracket and doing business, so wouldn't be surprised to see Cloud9 claim another scalp.
Open bracket built different is kind of, I think, what the buzz sentence is going to be for us. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket though, because obviously this is make it or break it time. This is the safety net that we have here. And as you can see, waiting in round 1, we have status quo, Quadrant, G1, Native, White. And again, waiting to see who falls short in the winners bracket, joining them here. And I got to say, I'm really, really impressed, of course, with status quo. And I think they've had a really, really good run in the open bracket, considering, these guys haven't been together very long, and they've shown us something. They've shown us that they're made of something. Whether or not they're going to be able to push forward through this elimination bracket is another thing to be met with. I'm actually quite disappointed to see Quadrant's name in the elimination bracket so early on. And Clutch, looking at that, yes, they had the pool of death, pool A. It was no easy feat. I think I just expected a little bit more out of them. And I think it's really difficult because you are weighing up kind of who they were against and how close the games were. But it's just tough.
You have to, but the big thing here is there's no room for error from Quadrant. So it's not even about riding the ships. It's just correcting the small things that were the difference between your series against FaZe and against Sentinels and making sure those mistakes do not happen again. Quadrant, I expect them to go on a little bit of a run here, but how far they go will really determine on who's those teams that are falling down into place against them, because, Sentinels and Space Station play in round 1 and winners. The loser of that, where do they go in that elimination bracket? Because if that's against Quadrant, I'm sorry, Quadrant, this could be a very short tournament for you.
Yeah, I think for Quadrant, they have to look, go back to the drawing board and think about what was the issue that they had, and it's always come back to Team Slayers. We've seen the last 4 Slayers, I think I've watched them play. They talk about how they're coin flips. Well, they've lost every single one of them that I've been watching. So 4 Slayers in a row they've lost. They're not coin flips if you're losing four in a row.
It's basically playing roulette, and let me tell you, that doesn't end well.
I think they're actually playing Slayers way too fast, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I think it bodes well, their pacing and how aggressive they are in certain times and situations. But in Slayers, it's clearly not working. They need to change the pace up. They need to be able to dictate what they want to do on a map. And that does come with pacing issues for Quadrant. So looking for them to turn things around, because Slayers, they seal the deal if you get to a game 5 and you don't want to be going home because your weak spot is a Slayer yet again. Now, talking about some people who are pretty good at Slayers and objectives and pretty much everything to do with Halo Infinite, and it's our big 3, right? Our big 3. They have been the big 3 for a reason. They have been rotating in and out with who is taking the top title at what time in the season. And the big question is, whose turn is it this time around? Well, at this time, it is my turn to talk about Spacestation Gaming. I'm very excited about this roster. They are the roster that have just not quite got it done at certain moments in time. But they have so much skill, so much ability, so much teamwork. They've been together now for quite some time, and I'm excited to see what they've been building upon. They feel very confident off the back of the loss that happened at the Global Invitational against FaZe. That confidence driving them forward here at this major. Clutch, what do you make of this team right now at day number 2?
They've been so many times just a game away from resetting a bracket or winning a championship, but what they do is consistently pretty much bring the pain onto just about anybody. Their pace is what separates them, I think, from everyone else at the top. They've played the fastest Halo Infinite version in competitive Halo, and I think it benefits their individual skill and how they see the meta currently in its stage. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Space Station has this weekend. I truly do believe that this could be the weekend that they finally lift that trophy.
Yeah, this team is just a couple of tweaks away from winning a championship. You can see how close they got to it in the last event. Like Wes says, they were a Slayer away from resetting the bracket, and then they get the chance to go again. And funnily enough, they're one of the fastest teams, fastest paced teams in the league, and they're also finding it difficult with Slayers. They lost 2 Slayers to FaZe in that grand final, so they're having the same sort of issues that Quadrant's having, just not changing the pace and not adjusting to the team you're playing against sometimes.
Yeah, I gotta say I agree with that. I do think that their play style is very eloquent. I think it is aggressive at times and has an aggressive nature, but that eloquent kind of gameplay that we see, so smart, the decision making, they don't set traps. They don't make you come to them. They kind of push out and then they will trap you themselves by pinching or pushing, and it's just really well organized. And at times we see some of the most perfect Halo that we've ever seen, I think, come from Space Station. And I say that even against OpTic Gaming and some of the teamwork we see from them, which is damn near perfect. But Space Station last time at the Global Invitational, that was some of the best Halo I'd ever seen being played by this team, if not all of the teams.
Yeah, I think their playstyle, in one word, is suffocating.
Right.
Like the fact that they do it so quickly and they dominate when they do it. It's typically very similar to a quadrant. When we watch them play Strongholds, they get a trip cap, and that game ends shortly after. They have almost perfected, when they get that much of an advantage on a map, how to end the game quickly.
Yeah, I think what they have is a high-risk, high-reward play style where there's no real plan B. Either what we're doing is going to work or it's not. They're willing to live and die by that sword, and I think they're a very, very special team.
Yes.
And when things go their way, they're very hard to stop.
Well, I'll tell you what, another team that is very hard to stop because they just don't stop no matter what the scoreline is FaZe. No matter if they're down 2, no matter if they're literally on the cusp of losing everything to a team in day number 2 at the beginning of a day, they somehow manage to ice up and clutch up when it matters the most. This is probably the iciest team we have currently in the HCS. What makes them so special, Clutch?
No doubt about it. The fact that they're able to keep their calm and actually just believe in the system that they built for each other, I mean, that's what it really comes down to. How often, I mean, I've been watching / playing with Snakebite and Royal 2 for about over a decade now, and the fact that they just about win every single Game 5, Game 7, it speaks volume to their comfortability in those big moments, their ability to be patient, feel out the game, and make plays where they see fit. I mean, you can't say enough about this team's clutch factor, their ice. It's a matter of fact of getting to those positions is where we kind of want to see if they're able to do, because FaZe, if they can get into the close game, into the Game 5, into the Game 7, 9 out of 10 times, they close it out.
If I can have a quick sidebar and just appreciate some of the gameplay that we've seen, not only yesterday but today, some of the snipe shots that we've seen from all the teams, from the likes of Quadrant, from Sentinels, from FaZe, everybody seems to be on point, hitting every single thing that moves. This is some of the stiffest and toughest competition that anybody has faced. These teams have come to play and they've come to win.
They certainly have indeed. I think that there's one thing I want to round off about this FaZe roster is the fact that I think there were definitely question marks picking up Renegade on how the roles were going to work. Yes, what an incredible pickup, and surely with the 3 that you have, this would be insane, but there were question marks about how does it actually work fundamentally for the team. And it seems to now be working. We're seeing roles kind of getting thrown around mid-series. We're seeing Snakebite pop off. We're seeing Matt having the most ridiculous gameplay you've ever seen. You know, Renegade with pushing and being aggressive, but then being able to reel it back. And then Frosty yesterday, just snipers on live fire, just incredible gameplay. And I think they are starting to feel it click a little bit, which is getting a bit dangerous, I think, for the other teams. But a team who is dangerous in their own right are OpTic Gaming. And the bounce back is certainly on. The performances have been there so far this weekend, and they haven't slowed down. That momentum for OpTic means everything. Something that was cut short at the Global Invitational from Quadrant has now not happened here yet. Saturday, this is the day where we see OpTic turn up the most. The teamwork surely is also going to be on show, and it will be a showcase from OpTic if they are performing, the way that we know how.
I think this is a big series for OpTic as well. They did not look fine-tuned against status quo earlier today. That series easily should have gone to Game 5, and at that point, anybody can win, in my opinion. So OpTic kind of thankful for the fact that that series didn't go the distance, but maybe all they needed to do was wake up. I have complete confidence that we will see the best of OpTic so far this weekend in this best of 5.
Yeah, I think OpTic are a special team, and it's something that we have to talk about. If your coach is your 5th man, and maybe the hometown crowd is the 6th man here, and what a difference maker they could be. They could be completely underrated, and they could be the extra little room for improvement that they need. They could be the extra 4% that wins them a championship here.
Yeah, they certainly could be indeed. I think resilience, again, is the big word that comes to mind when you look at OpTic. Yes, they may have had a lull in the past few weeks, but they are working through that lull. And I think that just tells you everything you need to know about a team and how special this team is. They believe in one another, they believe in their skill level and their ability, and that is surely going to be pushing them forward, especially with the green wall sat front row seats ready to watch their favorite team play up against Native Red. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about next. Our main stage match, OpTic versus Native Red, is going to be happening in mere moments. And I want to take some time to talk about Native Red first. This team have had a little bit of a shock, I would say. In their pool play, didn't quite top their pool, and I think that was something that they had definitely intended, especially looking at what was going on with Native White and thinking, okay, surely this is ours, and then an open bracket team comes in and blows that out of the water, and now they're facing OpTic Gaming. Where's the mentals at, do you think, Clutch, for this Native Red roster?
They're probably kicking themselves right now, that's for sure. They did not want to see OpTic in winners bracket round 1. They did not deserve to, with what they've been able to accomplish throughout this season and even at Worlds last year. But guess what? You slip up one time in one best of 5, this is the cards you dealt for yourselves. So they're going to have to try and rebound here. It's such an uphill battle, and OpTic has been a thorn in these guys' side for so long, I feel, that they have to know that this one is not going to be pretty, especially with how often these two teams scrim. OpTic typically come out on top in dominant fashion.
Yeah, I think last night this team would be forgiven for thinking the job had been done, that they were going to top the group and maybe come in here and just beat an open team and it'd be easy breezy. Cloud9 came up, showed up and throw a spanner in the works, top the group, and now they find themselves, like Wes says, you make one mistake in one series and all of a sudden you're facing off against the world champions, and they would have hoped to be playing a second-seeded team and maybe having an easier run forward, but now they find themselves up against the world champions, and this is going to be very, very difficult for them.
Yeah, and obviously they need to prove that they made the right decision with sticking with Bohm at top 4 and not changing things up and maybe trying something different. This is where it happens here. This decision is going to be set on this stage very shortly. You know, with sticking with Bohm, do you feel like they did make the right decision based on the way that they have been playing so far, even with the hiccup?
Yeah, I might be a little rude in saying this, but I really feel like this team was in a position to pick up anybody. They should have had their pick of the litter. With how they played at Worlds, they got third. They've had a top 4 since. This is a team that's consistently showed you that they can beat the best of the second tier, I would say, in Halo. And the fact that they chose to stick with Bohm says they have a lot of confidence in Bohm, and maybe I'm ignorant to how good Bohm is. I need to see more of Bohm. He's young. I haven't had an opportunity to really see what he brings to the table. But the fact that you had your pick of the litter, in my opinion, and you ended up with Bohm, I mean, there's the Collects of the world, the Cycles of the world. There's a lot of great players out there where I'm thinking, is Bohm really better than these guys? Native Red are going to know what's best for their team at the end of the day. They need to show that Bohm is the right answer here this weekend.
And they get that opportunity up against OpTic Gaming. Of course, OpTic being the team to beat here, Native Red being the underdogs, just in terms of the history between these two teams and placements. OpTic Gaming, what a force to be reckoned with. And right now, this would be a statement upon what they have been building, the lull that they've just had at the Global Invitational. Being able to make a statement in this series against Native Red is exactly what the doctor ordered.
This is the exact test that this team needs. I think you speak about building, well, they talk about brick by brick. This is the perfect series to start your champ bracket up against a team who has been wounded in pool play and are perhaps looking for a response, but complacency has got to be their enemy here. They have got to come out here firing right off the get-go, because otherwise they might be in for a long series themselves.
They certainly do indeed. They have been performing so well all weekend long. Formal has been popping off. We've been seeing crazy things from Trippy, APG, Lucid, you name it. I mean, all 4 of those players can get the job done. The question is, will they? And we're going to head on over to our casters to find that out right now. Bravo on set. Fellas, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Lot, and welcome to Saturday evening, everybody. Saturday afternoon, probably a little bit more accurate, isn't it? But we're going to go down to the main stage, that is for sure. And we've got a very interesting matchup here as we get into our winners bracket. We've got OpTic Gaming, the hometown heroes. You can hear the crowd behind us already before a bullet has even been fired, taking on Native Red.
Yeah, and let's not forget, these two teams have played pretty recently at DreamHack Dallas. Of course, that was a 3-0 in favor of OpTic Gaming, and a pretty historic one, if we're honest. As we take a look at the series in this series layout, the games in this series layout, though, both teams undefeated in every single game type in this series so far in Arlington.
Yeah, some really interesting ones in here, and certainly towards the back end of this series, you would say that OpTic Gaming, CTF Aquarius has been one that they've been pretty damn good at over the time that they've been together. But it's this final 2 that we were looking at statistically. Stronghold's not been great for OpTic Gaming, and that final game, we'll talk about it maybe if we get there, but that maybe isn't too good for Native Red. But let's talk about what we got in front of us right now, because OpTic are on the main stage. You can hear the crowd getting hyped behind us, and Native Red have to try and silence them.
That's right. CTF Aquarius, your game number 1. As we said, both teams undefeated in this game type. OpTic also undefeated in CTF all weekend so far. Native Red is 2-1. So a little bit maybe of a break in the armor there. We're underway here into game number 1. OpTic Gaming up against Native Red, your first match of the championship bracket.
The winners bracket is live. Bracket play is underway, and this is where the tournament really starts for OpTic Gaming. And the same could be said, of course, for Native Red as well. It's step by step. It's game by game. You could say it's brick by brick for OpTic Gaming if they want to, of course, get towards that grand final.
Sit on your screen here. Of course, highest CTF damage per game on the team. Bohm, though, with a nice flank. It looks like maybe these kills will be traded out. Yes, they will in the end. One player we have to highlight, Mark, that you and I have not only been looking at this weekend, is actually the player on your screen. Talik, a 1.4 KD in the tournament. He leads the entire major in KD.
And he's going to start off this game with the first camo pickup as well. Good shots onto APG just a moment ago to get a little semblance of map control, and Native Red now in the ascendancy. Lucid trying to escape, but he's going to be spotted out here. Sniffed out by Talik, an easy kill for him.
Look at the patience here from Talik as well. Look how just the trigger discipline, making sure he was only engaging there when he wouldn't take any damage as well. Slow playing this here as he tries to break in, but here comes Formal.
Yeah, I have to give a lot of credit to APG and Formal there. The way they positioned themselves to avoid that frag grenade it's just experience. It's knowing where that frag grenade is going to explode after it's bounced off those stairs. A lot of players maybe got a little bit too over-aggressive and too excited to get out the base in that situation. And before you know it, it's an easy double kill going down to Torlik. But Torlik's going to pick up one. Formal should trade that one out. 2 for 2 on the map right now. A 1v1 between Manny and Formal. Manny will clean it up.
Very nice finish there from Manny. Not easy to do up against a player like Formal. APG will be finished in the gen as well, and that flag is going to be started the run here to dead.
Big kill from Bohm, though. He's going to take down Lucid, and that means that OpTic Gaming find themselves with 3 players still in the death screen. So this will be a flag you would imagine that's going to be safely sent home here by Native Red. But a good push from OpTic, but just the kills falling a little bit at the wrong time for them to get that flag any kind of significant amount across the map.
Another thing you and I were talking about as well is OpTic Gaming has to know just how much is on the line here. Into championship bracket, hometown crowd coming off of the lowest placing in quite some time. And they cannot take a team like Native Red lightly. 3 dead for OpTic Gaming. Bohm, you can see how loud he is in his picture-in-picture there. They're starting to push.
Yeah, and I mean, Native Red, this whole team has been built on friendship, on relationship, right? And I think that's the reason that Bomex fits in so well on this team. And he's certainly starting off the series pretty well in this first game. 6-3 and a second camo now going over to Native Red. That's 2 in a row. And Soul Snipe's thinking about getting that flag moving.
Just a little pull off the stand. You can tell that flag's going to continue being ran high. Gen, we have a base trade. Both flags are out.
Really important here that Soul Snipe stays alive, and brilliantly not to trade in that situation. If Formal gets the trade in that situation, OpTic Gaming, then they're probably feeling pretty good about a flag run themselves, but Soul Snipe staying alive means that now he can go and grab that flag and continue to run it here for Native.
Wow, look at the patience out of Native Red. It's a nice finish as well from Soul Snipe, eventually traded out, but 3 dead for OpTic. Trippy is your last player alive for OpTic Gaming, and he's on the return.
Oh, is he on the return in time? No, the touch comes in at just the last second. Manny times it absolutely magnificently here for Native Red, but they still have work to do. Next kills in this next few seconds or so might decide if this flag goes home.
Formal's your biggest threat. Take a look. He's top middle. He's jumping. He's trying to get the angle. He's going to drop. This flag should go home.
Well, should go home indeed, but you're going to see a flagpole actually coming at the last second. Someone snuck behind enemy lines. Someone's managed to get behind the players from Native Red here, and Trippy, once again, as last alive, has to do some magic. Manny will win the fight. He sends the flag home, and now he says, hey, let's add another flag to our base, and it's going to be the OpTic Gaming one.
Ooh, here it is. He's going to get the slide. He's going to get the cap. Native Red with an unbelievably disciplined and well-timed flag run. It took place over about 1 minute 45 of play. That was one of your much less traditional flag runs on Aquarius, and they stunned the home crowd here with the first flag on the board.
And it all comes down to a 1v1, right in the front of the base, and it's Manny who came out on top. Trippy had it all to do. There was multiple targets for him to try and deal with, but now OpTic looking to answer back. They have 2 from Native Red in the death screen. Bomex is staying alive for just a little bit longer than Trippy would have wanted, and now he takes the damage off the back of it. A 2 for 2 split, but Formal has that flag back, but he's being chased down. He's having to take some damage.
See if he can get around the corner. He knows someone's on the flag as well. 3 dead. Lucid, your last player alive for OpTic Gaming. He's bottom mid with the camo. Can he get there? That's going to be a tough route to get to the flag. Trippy probably needs to get your touch.
Trippy does get the touch. Trippy gets the kill as well, and that will mean the flag goes home here for OpTic Gaming. And now with Lucid with the camouflage as well, they might be thinking about getting aggressive and looking to take the lead.
Wow, look at this right away. A flag goes in the board, and the crowd here with a big "Let's go OpTic" chant right away behind the 4 players on your stage of the green wall. We're tied 1-1.
Formal now on our screens. 9-9 in this game as he picks up just another death to add to the collection. Good job from Native Red to shut him down as APG now patrols around the bottom of the pink tower. But look at this pressure now coming in from Native Red. Torlik's taking another 1v1 down to the bottom of Car. He wins that as well as we have a 2 for 2 number split on the map.
See what Lucid does here. He's taking a lot of damage, so he's forced off. Would have loved to have held that height, but instead he gets pushed off. It's really good top mid control here for the moment for Native Red. However, they find themselves once again, the remaining 2 players on each side also fall.
I mean, this has been a fantastic game so far, just to start off. For both teams, it's been back and forth, and it's been efficiency when those flags have been moving. 2 flags pulled, 2 flags capped within this game as APG looks to get aggressive now on the fridge.
Undoubtedly really impressed with both flags runs that we saw from each side. As we said, Native Red with a much slower, more methodical multi-stage run. It's not easy to do up against a team like OpTic Gaming. OpTic with a little bit more of a traditional run to tie us now up at 1-1, just over 6 minutes left on the clock.
Really interesting map split here. You can see that all of OpTic are playing on the pink side between the fridges. On the other side of the map, you can see Soul Snipe on our point of view right now. The rest of Native Red, they're holding down the car side. So it's kind of like a split down the middle, but not in the traditional sense of a Halo map. It's kind of left and right here instead of up and down.
Also watching top mid right now. Keep an eye on that. The next few kills, 2 dead for Native Red as a flag run starts and the camo's popping.
Yeah, so important that standoff gets won by one team and then immediately they start to move that flag as well. OpTic, they do that. However, they have lost APG while pushing forward, but the kills are now starting to be picked up. Is there anyone in position here for OpTic to get their hands on that flag? Lucid says yes.
Look at this run here. Crowd likes what they see as well. He should get around it with a nice slide. Still 2 dead for the side of Native Red, and now Lucid with full shields will take the flag home.
Well, OpTic will 1 flag down, but they're about to be 2-1 up. 2 back-to-back flags here for OpTic Gaming will give them the lead with 5 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game.
2-1 now. 5:20 on the clock, and as you say, OpTic just needs to continue playing the game that they've started to play over these last few minutes. Might have seen that first flag go, but now 2 unanswered on the board. It's a good time to get into an OpTic Gaming listening.
Hard one. Nice. Pink 2, pink 2, I think.
Hear that.
It's too fresh.
Yeah, our flag P2, our flag.
Okay, let's do. I'm looking at our flag.
Still our flag.
Car 1. Pink door.
Matt, I'm coming back for this guy.
I don't see car 1. I don't see car 1.
Push you out, pink.
He's around there. He's sitting there. I'm gonna die. I'm going for fridge. They're car jump. Car 3.
They're front base also, Manny. Our shrooms, 1 bullet. Our shrooms, 1 bullet.
Last guy.
Yeah,
Chill.
just keep playing for a kill here.
Looking at our flag,
There's like 2 guys in our flag, I think.
Or our flag's half, Bomex. I'm going back to our flag.
I think there's 2 there.
One
guy on touch. On Brad already, like 2 on Brad. Only one guy that went there.
Nice, Brad.
Yo, it's car 3, car jump. One shot car 1. Going there, car jump, Brad.
They're good. L2 weak, Manny. L2 weak, Manny. On Nate's weak.
Pushing him, hold on.
And our corridor dead. On Nate's 1, Manny.
Two dead, guys, fresh.
Get that rematch.
T1 out sloop. Heard you. Get pull.
2, 3.
Pink guard, weak tower.
Very weak.
The whole P2, watch our OE, Matt.
Fridge. One top Mikey. Fridge.
That's 3.
Let's go flag.
We got shots in window.
One just spawn out.
Camo's up, guys. Camo's up.
Heard.
I'm gonna push their gen, Matt.
The flag weak, Bomex. I'm gonna die with Camo. Camo's down top mid.
They're pink.
Tommy has pressure, guys.
One shot there,
Camo was down top center. Somebody play for that.
still.
The pink street taller.
Nice, Tommy.
2. Tommy has pistol.
Play for Camo.
I'm going for it.
You want right now? You want
We're running
one
the
shot
shit
Talic.
side.
They're pink street, 1 shot Talic.
Our face.
Our flag.
Out the comms back into the gameplay, and Andy, you were jumping up and down. You were saying APG has done something marvelous here for OpTic, which has given me the opportunity here to be up 3-1.
I mean, unbelievable plays from APG. You might have heard during the comms, by the way, we might not even have time to really get through these thoughts if OpTic continues running these flags this well, but Lucid going to pause for just a second. But during that listening, you heard them say, as 3 fall for OpTic Gaming to APG as he's bottom card, just get your kill. He does more than that. He gets the flag stop, and then off the back of the damage he does, it's 4 dead for Native Red. You cannot ask for more from your last player alive in APG.
And it's a classic example of how you have to deal with that last player alive. Everyone is so talented here in Halo Infinite at this top level that one player can completely change the complexion of the game. One player who's doing that right now is on your screen. Formal, he's 19 and 50.
Unbelievable numbers from him once again.
20.
You know he loves playing here at the Esports Stadium Arlington in front of this OpTic Gaming crowd. And as you say, 20 kills on the board, tied with Tolic there leading the lobby.
We might be looking at his 21st as well. Tries to help out a teammate. Bomex taken down. There is number 21. Positive 6 at the moment, leading with assists as well for Formal, and the flag is moving as well. And I tell you what, Tolic couldn't find him for a second. Lucid there to get the trade, and APG with a clear run home might be looking to put the exclamation point on what has been a fantastic start here from OpTic.
The APG chant in the building as well. As we said, the man was doing it all. A huge defensive effort earlier, and he's rewarded later with a flag cap as well, and an APG chant in the building. They're up 4-1.
2 minutes and 10 seconds left for Native Red to turn this one around, but at the moment, it's looking like it's all OpTic Gaming. And the blue touch paper has been lit here by APG. Another double kill for him.
With that kill, they're now outslaying 69 to 58. So Native Red has done well to keep kills on the board. But with play like this from OpTic Gaming, there's no room for flag caps to come in. That's 4 unanswered flags, and yet another camo here for Formal.
Needs to almost be perfect here from Native Red. They have to run back-to-back flags, it feels like, because the clock is against them. Time is your enemy. Soul Snipe's trying to do what he can, but look at Formal. He knows where everyone is at all times, and he knows what is the priority kill. Rotates all the way back to his base, while OpTic are moving the flag as well. Soul Snipe gets taken down, and APG says, you know what, Formal, you've done your job. It's time to do mine. OpTic Gaming, 1-0 up in the series.
And APG does it with style, and you got to see at the end of the game, he is the human UAV. They call it for a reason. Formal around the map, the plan on your screen with so much information for the squad. And he's a stone cold stoic, but in the game, he ends it with 21 kills, 16 deaths, and 11 assists.
Yeah, that was ruthless from OpTic. It really, really was. There was that one moment from Native Red where they got that flag cap, and they played that pretty damn well to get that cap. But even then, they had to work so hard for it. But take yourself back to the OpTic caps. I mean, every single one was just efficient. The kills were picked up at the right time. The path was always clear. And even in that last one, you know, the play call's made. This is last flag. We don't need to kill them on their side of the map. Come back, shepherd me back, make sure I'm safe. APG just has to run it home after the work is done by Formal. And I mean, it's just brilliance from OpTic Gaming. That's what we expect to see from this lineup.
It really is. 5 unanswered caps. As you saw in the replays just now, that first cap did go to Native Red, and maybe a tiny bit of a Saturday afternoon wake-up call for the side of OpTic Gaming. Here's the plays from APG. This is what I'm talking about. He was your last player live. He gets the first kill on the flag stop. He gets the second one as well. With that, you have 3 dead, and that flag gets ran back. That is a beautiful, beautiful display of effort from APG. Not easy to do against a team like Native Red, but guess what? If you want one player in that situation, it's going to be APG with the perfect comms and death screen comms of OpTic Gaming to make sure he had all the info he needed.
Yeah, you're looking at maps like Aquarius, and I mean, APG was a menace on midship. He knows how the angles on these arena-type maps work. He knows how to position himself, and most importantly, like you say, he knows when surviving and re-engaging in battles is the most important. Having a player like that on your team, even though statistically maybe APG sometimes doesn't look like he's doing the best on the team, he is allowing everyone else to thrive, to shine, and that is why APG is such a special component of this team.
Absolutely. Also, what's his cool special treat is because these cams are set the way they are, you get to see APG clawing through all those battles, and it looks like an absolute masterclass on how to claw on a controller, just everywhere he needs to be on the map. So good in those close quarters battles, also just not missing a shot.
Yeah, just need to point out the assists coming in from OpTic Gaming as well. If you compare that on the other side to Native Red, it is clear that they are shooting for each other, and one man who's certainly shooting for his teammates and he's picking up some of the kills along the way is going to be Formal. This man has been on a tear this event. We've already seen him pick up a kill tack, and on his Marine service record here, I mean, you can see the success he's had.
Yeah, I mean, not too bad here. Of course, first place at the Halo World Championship last year. Also first place, of course, at Charlotte as well. That most recent event at DreamHack Dallas. The first OpTic Gaming loss in quite some time. So just in case you're just joining us here, OpTic Gaming not only on home turf, but with a lot to prove and remind everyone that they want to be the kings of the castle, the titans of competitive Halo back on top. That's what they're looking to do here this weekend.
And Formal is going to be the man to lead them forward as well. He's been outstanding so far, but that form is going to have to continue if OpTic Gaming want to be on this beautiful main stage come Sunday evening. Now, let's turn our attention away from OpTic for just a few seconds. Let's talk about Native Red, because undefeated up until that point on that game type, but OpTic, we know, somewhat of a different beast when it comes to Aquarius capture the flag. But Game 2 Slayer, we always say the Game 2 is the one you can steal away, and the total complexion of a series can change in just about 12 minutes time.
That's right. Native Red needs this one. Right now, they're 6-1 in Slayers. Their only loss was to Cloud9 in that Game 5, a 50-44, and of course, it was a pretty important one as it changed the entire trajectory of their bracket. It has now landed them against OpTic Gaming here in Winners 1. As you heard on the desk, this is not where they wanted to be, but now an opportunity to tie the series here. Slayer Livefire is your game number 2.
It'll be interesting to see how those weapons are controlled as well. We know that OpTic Gaming, they prioritize that heat wave as well. Lunchbox is on top of that time every single opportunity that weapon is going to pop up on the map, and keeping track of that, when it's going to be used, when it's going to be dropped, all these sort of things can contribute to an extended lead here for OpTic Gaming. For Native Red, though, it's time to answer back to try and tie up this series. OpTic, though, have the lead. They're up by 1.
Starting things off here with APG, the man on your screen, the man we talked about, just did so much towards the end of that game to get his team to win. Oh, and talk about nades like that when you leave a little present in the cuts. The team is there to pick it up. That's beautiful. 3-1 lead for OpTic Gaming. Sniper in hand for Formal.
Yeah, Formal with the sniper in his hand as well, and 3-1 to start. Manny, be careful, because Formal doesn't miss too many. Maybe just a little bit of a warning shot coming in from Matthew Piper on that occasion, but now puts himself in a great position, as he always does, to support teammates. There's a body shot. Oh, narrowly misses the second as well, but hey, missed the heat wave. He's got a heat wave, and he's got a little yellow coat on as well. The overshield is in the hands of OpTic too.
Yeah, nice job here from Trippy. Just making sure he maintains all of his overshield as well. Soul Snipe tries to come in. He does get the stick in the end, which is good to shut down your overshield heat wave opponent bottom middle. That keeps the game 6-3.
Yeah, Formal just kind of like puffs his chest up there, lines up that no scope and says, go on, peek one more time, and we'll see what happens. But a 6-3 OpTic certainly in the ascendancy at the start of this game. Now, Formal, at the moment, just anchoring at the back of green and trying to support teammates as they take those battles over at the tower. Lucid wins his. At the moment, just trying to find his mark. He's Formal, but there's 1 for 1.
Oh boy, Formal just knows. He's like, I got 4 shots, and you best believe I'm not going to miss all of them. He waits till the 3rd shot, peeks back out from the green box, and hits the shot beautifully. Makes it look easy. That will bring the OpTic lead to 10-3.
Look how he just realizes as well that he can just get out of this, keep the sniper in his hand, support teammate once more. A lot of players you might have seen in that position go for the 2nd shot and give an opportunity for a death to be thrown away. Not Formal. Now he comes back and he finds himself on a killing spree. That's the difference between the best in the world and the rest who are trying to match it.
My God, he just always finds a way to thread the needle. Drops Rat Tunnel while pre-nading Key Door, and as he peeked around Rat Tunnel, he could tell he had the damage he needed on both of those battles. And guess what? Now we're at 14-3. Mark, this feels like a good opportunity to talk about the last time that we saw these two teams play a Slayer. It was 50-18 on Pit Slayer in favor of OpTic Gaming. To be honest,
close, everyone.
To be honest, it was a game type that I think a lot of us wanted to forget, but guess what? You can't, because these two teams are going up against one another yet again, and it's 17-4 in favor of OpTic Gaming.
Trippy's got the 2nd overshield as well, so OpTic at the moment are steamrolling Native Red. And Lucid doesn't even have to use his gun to pick up kills. He's picking up kills with those sticky grenades, but Trippy loses the fight there with the overshield. Now, small little plays like that can maybe change the game sometime, but hey, here comes Formal. There's a couple of shots to just slow things down for a moment. Native Red once again find themselves 3 dead.
Interesting battle there with Trippy. There had to be a team shot or a grenade or something that I did not know about, because it looks like that overshield evaporated. 22-8 is your score at the end of that, so not much damage done in terms of the OpTic lead as they will continue scoring. And if we're honest, this has already become what many would call an insurmountable comeback, right? This is already, when you're playing against the world champion at 23-9, you would need to put together an unbelievable stint of plays, and I think Native Red is aware of that.
Trippy picks up yet another one as well, and Trippy's 9-2 in this game. He just seems to love playing Slayers, I have to say, Trippy. His stats must be some of the best in the league when it comes to this game type. And now Formal, he's going to have another opportunity to pick up yet another kill for his tally. 7-2 is Formal in this game, and to be honest with you, you can look across any OpTic Gaming member at the moment, and the stats look pretty good.
Tell you what, I never want to meet Formal in the Rat Tunnel. Based off of those 2 battles alone, I never want to see Formal in the Rat Tunnel. He does not lose battles down there, even when he has absolutely no business winning them. Talik with a sniper rifle in hand and quite a deficit.
I mean, this is the man that Native Red fans look to, right? To do something special, to claw them back into a game. And he's going to have to hit some really big shots here with this sniper rifle. Trying to survive for now. Is aim number 1, however. Pressure coming in from OpTic. Bohm's going to slow it down, though. Lucid, he should be taken down and is taken down by Torlik. But look at the pressure elsewhere. Look how hard Torlik is having to work just to stay alive.
Absolutely, and now really nice teamwork there as 2 will fall. Overshield is not picked up by Formal. It's denied. Ooh, Shroud Screen's going to make it impossible for this one. He has to isolate the 1v1. He will get the trade and the spree. That's as much as you could have asked for there, but OpTic Gaming with fantastic execution for the overshield grab. They still lead 30-16.
3 in a row here for OpTic Gaming.
Oh boy.
2 in a row here for Trippy.
Oh, no.
And I'll tell you what, it's 2 in a row. 3 overshields, triple kill as well. 3 is the magic number here for OpTic Gaming, and especially for Joey on your screen.
Oh boy, it's a walk in the park if we're honest for OpTic Gaming. 34-16 now. And they're making it look way too easy. And like we said, it was just a little bit too much damage too early for Native Red to even keep this game close.
Yeah, 3 dead again. Soul Snipe, last player alive. He's dead as well. Lucid, he picks up yet another kill. Formal donates a kill towards Native Red. Nice of him to do so. Kind of 37-17, showing that the man's got a heart as well.
He really does. Always been a nice guy, and Formal knows when there's a team in need. And I tell you what, Native Red is that team right now.
12 more to go here for OpTic. Heatwave picked up yet again, and Trippy in the Rat Tunnel.
Oh, jeez.
Almost as effective as Formal is. Does his best Formal impression down there for now. 11 kills now to go, and this is kind of just like the home straight. This is the victory parade, so to speak, in this game number 2 for OpTic.
It is, and it's not going to be any easier to watch for Native Red, if we're honest. It's going to be a long 10 kills. It feels like there's been quite a fast game and not a lot to say. It's almost a very, very similar, if not identical, scoreline to the last time that they played their Slayer.
9 kills to go then. At this point, a formality. Killing spree here for Trippy. It's 5 without response. SoulSnipe picks up 2, but Trippy now looking to add another one to the tally of OpTic Gaming. Native Red, though, get their first 4 dead of the game, and it's a long way to go.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
But, sorry.
43-23, a 20-kill lead here with 6 minutes left on the clock, and as you said, largely a formality here. Overshield popping, we'll see if Native Red can grab this and extend the game any longer. 2 dead for both sides.
Trades come in. Overshield is going to be up. You can see Manny's going to go for it. Formal just trying to prioritize his life instead of that Overshield. They can let him have one when they have such a significant advantage in this game, but Formal says, you know what? Nice Overshield. There's a sticky grenade to take that one down.
Ooh, triple as well on screen for Manny. Not too bad. Somehow stays alive, lives to tell the tale, and almost picks up another one on Trippy. So a little bit of much needed composure coming in from Native Red. To be honest, this looked like it was going to be another 50-18. They have added 10 kills to the previous Slayer tally that they had the last time. And if I'm honest, even if it doesn't result in anything else, they needed this confidence going into the next game.
I mean, we saw one of the craziest. Oh, there's a player ball middle. Trippy gets 2. He's baited in beautifully by Lucid. Oh, you sneaky little devil, Trippy.
Don't do it.
There's the triple kill on SoulSnipe. Oh, he might be the 4th victim.
Oh, he's going to hit the trade as well. 49-31, 1 more kill to go.
One to go here for OpTic. Lucid looking to finish it. Doesn't even get the opportunity. A teammate steals it away, but only one team was in control through that second map of the series. OpTic Gaming looking dominant.
I'll tell you one thing, do not go anywhere near bottom middle against OpTic Gaming ever. Whether it's a rat tunnel or just directly bottom middle, you will lose the battle and you will lose it handily. Trippy with a nice little double back whack there. Also turns the corner on the key door to get the triple. He wanted that over and knew that SoulSnipe was in the rat tunnel as well. In the end, he doesn't get the over, but they get a very nice result of a 51 total kills, by the way, because of Formal suicide. 50-33 is your final score in-game. 51 kills on the board for OpTic Gaming. They decide to even go above and beyond. Here's some plays from bottom mid from OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to see a lot of these so far from OpTic Gaming, and the reason they're winning them, boys, like I talked about at the start of this game, Andy, it's all about that heatwave control, and you have to give a huge amount of props to Lunchbox. The coach stood behind them, making sure he is on top of that every single time it's popping up. And I mean, I talked about how Trippy loves Slayers. Again, his statistics at the end of this game show it.
Man, unbelievable. Just Trippy's entire trajectory. Oh, God. A nice little shot here from Talik, and Shroud Screen is what eventually secured that next overshield for OpTic Gaming. But Trippy and Slayers, I mean, it's been such a big part. Look at this as well. The repulse to the plasma actually is what gets him the triple there, so he does it with style. But I couldn't agree more. Trippy and Slayer game types, game 2s and game 5. He's been unbelievable and continues to get better and better.
What a story that's been in itself, right? How many times, it was almost the Trippy meme, right?
Early on,
before
yeah.
OpTic Gaming won that first event where it was always Trippy who'd have that look on his face of how did we just lose a game 5 again? Yep. And now he's missed a game 5. He's missed the Slayers. He steps up when OpTic Gaming need him. And if you're looking at those statistics, I mean, Joey, you can take a picture of that one. He's 19-6 in that game, and matching his teammates for assists as well.
15.0 KDA. Look at that right side of your screen. No one anywhere near his KDA at 15.0. An unbelievable performance yet again. He's showing up in a big way here in front of a hometown crowd. And to be honest, like you said, this is what we expect of Trippy now in Slayers, because he keeps putting up numbers like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And it's one thing to have the weapons and the power-ups, but also I love the routes that Trippy takes when he has them as well. He's not going to overextend just because he has an overshield. He knows that if he gives that up and turns over weapons, then that can be a swing moment against some of the best in the world. You might be able to make a few of those mistakes in pool play, but when it gets to the championship bracket like we find ourselves in now, Trippy is playing some exceptional Halo right now as we head into our game 3. We're off to the streets for some King of the Hill.
King of the Hill streets are game number 3, and to be honest, Native Red really wants to stretch this if they can, because keep in mind, Stronghold, which is your game 4, right now is OpTic's weakest game type both here at Arlington and at DreamHack Dallas. They want to get to that game 4 if they can. It will not be easy, though. They're going up against a white-hot OpTic Gaming here in game number 3.
Now we have to see if OpTic are going to be able to close out here. Are they going to give maybe a little bit of hope to Native Red with one game slipping through their fingers, or are they going to show that ruthless element that we've been looking for since the Halo World Championships. A 3-0 win here in the way that they've played would be a statement for sure, as there's no surprise we start with Trippy on our screens.
And also, guess what? We've seen this team play this game type so much. They are so solid, especially late game on King of the Hill streets, and they're going to be looking to bring that same intensity here to your third game and try to end it here and now.
Early time here for OpTic as well. Bohm did get the first rocket pickup, but you did see he traded out that kill. So we'll have to see if the Rockets are in possession of OpTic Gaming or Native Red. Torlik is going to hunt down Trippy though, so that'll be the Bulldog down. And it's going to be the red gun in the hands of Torlik now as OpTic find themselves on the back foot and certainly down numbers.
APG, your last player alive. A good trade from APG. Formal needs to win this one. He can't. That will keep 3 dead. Trippy now is your only player alive. He and Lucid spawning across the map at Neons and now Tram.
Stalker Rifle. Talked about it in the hot takes a little bit earlier. Certainly can completely dominate this map. And Manny has that responsibility now. 1 or 2 shots completely shuts down a push. If you hit them onto a player, that player has to take a few seconds to wait for those shields to come back. That's more time on the board, and already 50% of this hill is going to be picked up now by Native Red.
Very nice shots from Manny. Also good discipline to stay alive. Know exactly when to disengage in that battle, and maybe even win this one if he has the help he needs from
Formal!
No, somehow Formal gets both of those.
Formal just boots the door down and says, hey, I'll take the challenge. I'm feeling white hot like you say right now. And OpTic barge their way into this hill. Last player alive is going to be cleaned up. That was a 4 dead for Native Red. A perfect break and great patience in the setup for it from OpTic as well.
What on earth did Formal's POV look like there in the back of music? I had no idea.
Perfect.
I had no idea he was the one even shooting. Boom, turns around. He also gets the kill in Red Room as well. And now look at this run that they're on. They take the lead in the first hill.
Now, can Native Red break OpTic Gaming? That's the question. This break might mean they could go into a lead, and it's the new boy, Bomex, who gets the double kill. But here's a flanker. His name is Lucid, and he's got a microwave to play with as well. There's 2 for him.
Gets 2 there. We'll see what Manny can do to try to stay alive on the driveway. Not going to be easy, and here comes the timing push. Bohm, as you say, answers back with a nice double of his own, but it doesn't secure things just yet.
But look at OpTic. They're saying, hey, you can have this little bit of time because we are going to find ourselves a rocket launcher. Manny's going to poke. Manny's going to prod. All the rockets will be taken down, but Trippy's inside the hill. Trippy has now decided this 1v1 might be what I need to win this first hill.
Tolik's dead. That'll be it. This should be this first hill.
First hill should go to OpTic. No one in position here for Native to break. OpTic go up by 1-0 as now we move over to the Tram.
Now all focus here, of course, going to be on Neons and the L. This is where the push is going to come in from Native Red. Already another kill for Trippy, and he's flanking around yet again. He gets good damage. However, 1 dead for each side.
Soul Snipe trying to stay alive as well after winning that individual battle, but once again, look at this sneaky little pickle. It's going to be Lucid, who's behind enemy lines once more. He's already got 1. He can put a Shroud screen down, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. He gets that kill.
Wow.
And almost manages to out the other player up on ties 2.
Doing everything at once. Manny's now going to be weak based off the damage that was coming in from Lucid, and now Trippy tries to get the double back. He does get the finish. As you said, though, a Hail Mary through the Shroud screen. A great job, great damage coming in from Lucid there to keep things close.
Yeah, the reason you're not seeing a huge amount of time here for every team is there's a constant 2-2 trade on the map. Nobody has a huge amount of numbers. It's just constantly being back and forth. Nobody in full control for this entire period of time that we've seen. Maybe with these kills, though, they're getting picked up right now by Torlik. This is an opportunity for Native Red to step inside that hill and start to feel comfortable.
Really nice play there from Torlik, knowing that you can shoulder peek and just get away from the hitbox there and able to hold height without dropping down. It's a nice double kill as well. Maybe the signs of life that Native Red need here.
Yeah, a little bit of a snappy coming in there from Torlik. Just found the headshot immediately to get his second kill. And with all the power in his hands, the Stalker Rifle and the Bulldog, now Torlik's job is to just stay alive. Make sure that you are the anchor for the team, as Native Red now over halfway on this hill as Torlik's on the prowl once more.
Boom, right away the Bulldog barks and tries to stay alive. It's a killing spree for him, almost does it. Lucid says no. Once again, 2 players down here on the C stairs.
Rockets are coming up as well. Bohm is on the flank. Trades coming in left, right, and center. It's a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Formal versus Bohm X, and Bohm is going to be in a position closest to those rockets to pick them up. But Formal dances around those pillars, and Bohm comes up with nothing, and Formal makes it pay.
I think Formal just plays it perfectly to make Bohm panic, and it's not easy to do on the main stage. You're going up in that 1v1, hoping that Formal maybe checks. Instead, Formal goes for a little bit of like a depth fake there in terms of just how deep he was, and he makes both rockets not only get burned, but also gets the kill as well. Great stuff from him.
Yeah, perfect play from Formal once more. Bohm now trying to re-challenge, and look at the information that's been picked up by Formal. As soon as he saw those multiple players you saw in the player cam, just immediately relaying that. It's like they're spawned over at Arcade, they're spawning Red Room, and now we can hold where we need to turn this hill back in our favor. Native Red's still in the lead on this hill, but OpTic now in control.
Also, let's keep an eye on the game clock, right? It's 1-0 with 2:30 left. As you mentioned, Mark, teams gone in trading back and forth so much at Tram, 1-for-1 each time, that there's a lot of game time left here. Only 2:26 left with a 1-0 lead.
RPG trying to force into the hill. Native Red still stuck over at Arcade and trying to force their way in. Lucid knows that piece of jump is a great way to try and get behind enemy lines. And Native Red now starting to realize that maybe time is a factor. They need to get inside this hill. If OpTic take this hill away now, Andy, like you say, time is a problem for Native Red because the next hill is that bottom mid hill, and that takes so much time in comparison to the others.
Oh my God, look at Lucid running and gunning, just dealing damage without taking any. He pops a few shots, he grabs the red gun, he loops back around, and Native Red have no idea where he is.
Kills 2, strips the shields of 2 more as well. And with that, the number 2 pops his head up once more. It's 2-0 to OpTic. 3 dead here for Native Red, and Lucid is on a tear.
Looks like he's done a warm-up. He's just sliding around the map, right? Looks not even shooting anyone, just sliding around the map. All the damage is done and making it look easy. 2:07 left on the game clock and a continued time bottom mid hill. OpTic Gaming still 2-0.
Rocket's coming up as well, and when you're controlling bottom middle, it's a simple pickup here for Lucid. Soul Snipe, he'll be taken down as well. Trippy, he's going to find 1-2. Manny's going to challenge. Lucid's going to have a go at it as well, but Manny will come out on top.
Manny with a nice win there. 3 and 4 dead now for OpTic Gaming. What does Native Red have up their sleeve? This is their last bit of life in the winner's bracket.
Well, Bohm has another chance with the Rockets to see if he can do something this time. Last time it was 2 for 0.
Uh-oh.
This time, he might have an opportunity to change that narrative. Finds 1 this time, but Lucid will get that trade. Native Red inside of this hill. They don't want to give this series up. They want to fight and claw for every single bit they can get out of it.
And he wins his second battle there up against Lucid. It will be Formal once again, just rushes B stairs to force the burn.
Almost just like, can I stop having players of Rocket?
Let me at him. Just flies right at him on B stairs. 1:39 left on the clock. We are tied up on the third hill. Ooh, the stick comes in for Bohm as well. Not a lot of time to play with, though, for Native Red. 3 dead for them, 4 dead for them. Manny's your first spawner off the back of the double kill.
I mean, Formal shot today is just looking almost flawless at times. He is not missing bullets, and when he gets that first shot, you just expect him to win that fight. OpTic trying to fight around the hill at the moment, and the difficulty here for Native Red, Andy, is that game clock. You can see that they've got to force their way in. They've got to force the pace of the game, and OpTic can just slay around it. They have a 2-hill advantage.
2-hill advantage, and right now a 2-man advantage as well. Still 2 dead. The only 2 players here are going to be trapped all the way around tires and caution. They're going to slow play this, as you say.
60 seconds left until OpTic Gaming will close this one out in a 3-0 fashion. Time is starting to be the enemy. Once again here, another bark from Trippy with that Bulldog. He loves a little close-range weapon.
Man, how are you going to win that battle, right? You push back, Trippy's got the Bulldog back A. Not going to be easy. Just stays alive. Guess what? They love eating this time. 44 seconds on the clock.
Trippy knows he can't be pushed as well. Bohm knows he can't push because he's got that Bulldog in his hands. 10 seconds till the Rockets come up, but 10 seconds might be too long for Native Red to wait here. They've only got around around 30% of that hill capped. And with Native Red just constantly being slayed here by OpTic, Trippy's going to have a free pickup.
Grabs 1, burns the second one. Very nice. Done. Oh, almost. Yes, we'll get that as well. Formal helps out with the grenade. Once again, 24 seconds left. They're going to continue baiting bottom middle for your final 20 seconds.
Manny inside of the hill. Bomex there as well. Formal says, you shall not pass, my friends. As OpTic now find themselves just 15 seconds away from the 3-0 sweep.
Tolik tries to get off a bench as he can't do it. He's got no help. Only teammates are over here at driveway. This is just a matter of time. 8 seconds left.
Oh, Formal! Even in the final moments, he'll win that fight as OpTic stroll towards a 3-0 sweep. Lucid with a couple more. Native trying to make it a little bit longer with 0 seconds left, but there it is. OpTic Gaming on their home ground. Sweep aside Native Red.
Talk about a convincing win that they needed to start off their championship bracket. This was it, 3-0. Shown up by the Green Wall fans in the front row here in Arlington. They like what they see as these players will exchange handshakes on the stage, and OpTic Gaming will walk away with a 3-0 win.
OpTic Gaming, all business here in Arlington. Nobody would have taken that loss at the Global Invitational, harder than the 4 gents you can see on your screen right now, and they are here for revenge.
They are indeed. In the end, they outslay 63-61. So once again, credit to Native Red for kills on the board. However, a lot of those final slays, of course, coming in during the burning of that final clock around the last minute 30. But it's really good, once again, game management. As we take a look at some highlights from that series, that has been the name of the game for OpTic Gaming. When they are winning tournaments, it's all about game management. Every single game type that they can, It was beautiful game management, not just in that third and final game, but all series long from OpTic.
It just seems like the formula is working again, right? It just seems like the chemistry is there. Everyone's playing for each other. The Aquarius game, the first flag went against them, but maybe that was just a little bit of a shot of caffeine for them, so to speak. Time to wake up, boys. It's championship bracket now, and we've got to get ourselves going. After that, 5 flags without response. Complete domination of the map. The Slayer, not even close. You never felt like Native Red were in it. And then a conclusive win on King of the Hill. This is the OpTic we wanted to see.
Exactly. This is the OpTic Gaming that we knew needed to show up. You're watching highlights here. Once again, this is what we're talking about. Bottom middle control the entire game, just perfectly picking up all the pieces. Time and time again from OpTic Gaming in that Slayer. And you heard a little bit of cheers on the main stage. That's because we got one of the OpTic Gaming players soon on the main stage. I won't spoil that just yet.
Wait a few seconds before we get into that, but in the meantime, we'll just carry on watching the highlights and Trippy again in these Slayers. I mean, I don't know what changed for Trippy, but something did. Yeah. Whatever it is, I'm sure that everybody else in the Halo Championship Series, would love to know the answer.
Absolutely, and guess what? That man that you just saw on your screen is also here on the main stage. Let's throw it down to Blaze alongside Trippy.
Thank you so much, Brav. And on set, Dallas, give it up for the home team as they come away with another victory here in the Esports Stadium. Now, I got big game Trippy here on the main stage, and yet another big game for you and the squad, man. First match in championship bracket, and that's the way you guys want to play in every single series. Exactly how you played them. How do y'all plan on doing that?
Just focusing on getting better every series. We said that from the get-go Friday, just focus on getting better every series, and we've been doing that so far. I'm going to plan on keep doing it.
Hey, and we've been seeing it there, okay? And now, we can go dive deep into the gameplay and everything else, but I'm trying to figure out what really makes y'all tick, okay? You got Coach Lunchbox back there. Is it in a diet plan, a workout? Is it anything else that's making y'all shoot so great? Are y'all just that talented?
Honestly, I think it's just 4 guys who are hungry and love playing with each other and love getting better every day. And I think we try hard every day. We put in the work.
Hey, that's a team to be on, all right? Okay, that's an environment to get better, and that's what OpTic Gaming is all about. Now, when it comes down to these fans, this is just y'all first match of the day. You gotta keep them hype, okay? We want to keep the energy up in here. What you want them to know?
Thank you guys so much. We can hear you. It's getting louder every single hour, it seems like. We love you guys. We can hear it. We love you guys. Thank you.
That's gonna do it for me and Big Game Trip on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze, and a huge GG's to OpTic Gaming in front of their home crowd, in front of the green wall. What a better place to 3-0. I couldn't name one myself. Absolutely incredible stuff from OpTic Gaming. And like we said, they have been pushing that momentum bar further and further and further. And I can't help but think that the crowd have something to do with that. I think the fact that Trippy said they're getting louder, they're getting prouder, there's more of them now, the seats are filling up. And my goodness me, it feels absolutely incredible to win in front of your home crowd and in front of your fans.
I wouldn't know, but it's definitely feeding into these guys' play styles. This is some of the best Halo we've seen from these guys. And just a little bit, I would say, they've been putting in a lot of hard work, like Trippy mentioned, coming into this tournament. They scrimmed what looked like the most, from my perspective, of anybody. And that hard work, it pays off. Everybody seems to be clicking on all cylinders. And a big series out of Trippy shows you that he's back in final form.
Yeah, I think that was a real demolition job of Native Red. I think we expected to see a little more life from the boys of Native Red, but OpTic really never let them get going. I think OpTic Gaming shut them down. It was an absolute clinic. When Formal and Trippy are hitting shots and they're playing like this, it's championship form, really.
Yeah, OpTic really made them suffer in pretty much every single map and mode that we saw across the series. And I expected a bit more out of Native Red. I'm not going to lie. I think for a top 4 team that we've seen consistently being top 4, kind of the gatekeepers of the top 4, so to speak, to not really show up the way that I think we all expected them to is quite disappointing. Now, where do you think that actually comes down to, Clutch? Does that come down to something fundamentally wrong with this team at this point in time? Or was it honestly the fact that OpTic were just showing up and turning up when they needed to?
I mean, it's tough to play well when you're going against the guys with the guns on the other side, right? I mean, there's so much individual skill, so much teamwork from OpTic that if you can't get any momentum going, it's going to get uglier because of the advantages that OpTic earned throughout this series. I expect Native Red to potentially bounce back, but they're such a hot and cold team for me that I haven't seen the hot this weekend yet, and I'm wondering if we're going to go all weekend without really seeing the best of Native Red, which is a very real possibility now that they're in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, we were watching that Streets game, and Formal had 2 rockets, missed 2 rockets, throws a grenade in tires, and still manages to get a kill.
Everything's going
You're
right.
thinking to yourself, if you can still come out on top getting a trade when you've made 2 blunders like that, everything is all the timing. The world wants you to win a championship. That's what I'm starting to see here.
That is very true. I've got to say, if that is happening, the silver lining is just pushing through in all of your maps and all of your series, then it's going to be very, very difficult to slow you guys down. I've got to say, though, Trippy on your screen, you know, he was absolutely lights out in this series. And Guy Blaze likes to dub him Big Game Trippy.
Oh, well, hold on a minute. That's not Guy Blaze.
Oh, it's not, is
That's
it?
Wes.
Who is it? It's
He's dead
Wes.
proud of it. He's so proud of it.
I actually came up with that last event. I do think it's Big Game Trippy because every single time these boys had their back against the wall, it really is Trippy that just steps up to the plate. And it's that like unsung hero of this team, in my opinion, that doesn't get the respect that he deserves in his come up, because we know Trippy's been competing for a little bit now. But I mean, the fact that he's in his best form ever as a player, he's continuing to impress me event after event after event. And big time after big time, I mean, I can't say enough good things about this kid and what he means to this OpTic Gaming roster, especially if they want to try and get that next trophy here this weekend.
I think in that live fire Slayer, I think the fact that at one point Trippy was 14-4 against a top 4 team says everything that you
His
need
Slayer performances are insane.
Yes.
The fact that he's so consistently at the top of the slaying numbers in the team Slayers is like unbelievable, especially when you tell me that his 3 teammates are Formal, Lucid, and APG, 3 of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, there shouldn't be enough kills out there on the map for Trippy to be able to get them. He's a showstopper and all-star when it comes to these Slayers. We've seen him having big moments against the likes of FaZe where he picks up the heat wave, he gets that triple kill with camo, and every single time there's a Slayer, he seems to be in the right place at the right time to capitalize on any sort of advantages that OpTic Gaming have.
He certainly does, indeed. I mean, impressed, to say the least, with OpTic Gaming, with the bounce back. I was expecting a bounce back, but I think to this magnitude so far in the gameplay that we are seeing across our screens, the fact that all of their opponents are getting harder and harder, but it just seems to be they're getting better and better and better. Absolutely incredible from OpTic Gaming. GG's there. Native Red, of course, not doing so well right now, not so hot. Do you think we will see a bounce back here, Shorzy, from Native Red?
Well, it's elimination bracket time for them, and I think for the Native org, they've come in here sort of limping. Native White had their issues, their struggles, and Native Red really needed to be that team to take the shoulder of the burden and be the beacon of light for the org. But what we've seen is them struggle here. They're losing, the course, to Cloud9. They find themselves second in the pool, and there's a lot of tough teams fighting tooth and nail. There's some dogs down there that'll be waiting for them to drop down.
That's the tough part, right? There's so many good teams already in elimination bracket. Native Red are going to be amongst them.
Yeah.
Very well comparison, but now, I mean, we're flipping coins over here on who's going to win some of these series as far as who's the favorite, who's the underdog. Good luck, Native Red, because you're probably going to need it in losers bracket round 1.
Yeah, definitely. I think, honestly, the fact that Quadrant are in losers bracket round 1 speaks volumes. I mean, that team is going to be terrifying in the elimination bracket. The fact that they are down there waiting for an opponent, and you already know they have a chip on their shoulder. The fact that they got into Pool A, that's where they were placed. They're in the Pool of Death. They had the hardest start to their tournament after such an exceptional performance at the last one. I think they're probably a bit bitter, the fact that they haven't been able to give it a real go. They got so close in all of their series so far and just haven't managed to bring it across the line. This is their chance to make a Cinderella run, and if I had to bet on any team in that lower bracket right now, Shorzy, it's got to be Quadrant for me.
Yeah, I think Quadrant would definitely have the best chance. They had a wonderful display last event, matching Europe's best ever placement. I think the pressure's on their shoulders now to go one better, and I think that's not something that typically was on their shoulders before. They were always going to be there or thereabouts, but now all of a sudden there's an expectation on their shoulders to do better. And I think coming into this tournament, I wouldn't have been surprised to put them in a top 4 placement if the things went their way, but they had to beat Sentinels and they came unstuck, and if they keep losing Slayers, if they keep losing those close matches, they're in big trouble.
Yeah, they certainly will be indeed. We actually have a bunch of matches going on as we are speaking to fill out all of our bracket as well. Let's have a look at what is going on. We've got a couple of things coming up next, but we do have Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9, currently 1-1 in their series right now, and they're on Streets King of the Hill. Things are looking pretty even. I can't really see. Actually, I think Shopify are maybe 2 hills up, actually. Yes, I think Shopify 2 hills up.
Slays-wise.
Yeah, slaying-wise, not great. Hill-wise, not great as well for Cloud9, but on the other side, Shopify are sitting pretty currently in this next objective.
Good from Cloud9 to still be taking games from some of our best teams. That's very promising. If they can make this interesting in Game 4, push it to a Game 5, they've proven that they can get the job done there. So although this Game 3 might be ugly, it is still a Cloud9 winnable series, I would say, but Shopify showing you that
now that they're out of that pool that they were in, they can compete with just about anybody, and there it is, a Shopify W.
A Shopify W, indeed. I got to say, Cycle there with 12-3. I mean, we talked about Cycle and the new addition to the Shopify Rebellion roster, what he was going to bring to the table, how actually that would change the dynamic of this team. And if you know this team with Ryanoob right at the head of the helm, is that Ryanoob has a plan for everything that they do. Their whole dynamic, it is always strategized. He has tactics. He knows exactly how he wants to play. And I think the evolution of this team is going to be very interesting to see if they do stick together post this, how they're going to go about things in Halo Infinite. And Cycle is definitely turning up as one of the main slayers for the team, so it's great to see that. We do have our championship bracket on the screen for you guys. Here's the winners side of things. OpTic Gaming, they will be our first to go into the semi-finals, waiting for the winner of Spacestation versus Sentinels, and looking pretty good right now for the SSG boys. We also have FaZe Complexity 2-0 in that quarterfinals. Cloud9 and Rebellion, as you can see, just changed to 2-1. Rebellion looking to close that one out in the next map. So really, really cool stuff coming across the board. And I think a lot to say in terms of the expectation of the winners of these. I feel like you could probably decide who's going to be going into these semi-finals.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, John, go on, do it.
Give me FaZe versus Rebellion in the top bracket, and give me OpTic Gaming. I think Space Station being up 2-0 speaks for itself. Sentinels are putting up a hell of a fight in that series. Game 1 was 5-4 on Aquarius, but OpTic versus SSG is our destiny here tonight, so buckle up, Green Wall. You're going to need every bit of luck you can get, because that's the 2 and 3 seed going at each other. And whenever OpTic Gaming play SSG, it is a damn good series.
It is a damn good series, to say the least. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Can't wait to get into more of the action. We're heading to a quick break right now. When we come back, we have plenty more coming away from the championship bracket. But I got to say, OpTic Gaming looked absolutely incredible on that main stage. Going up against Native Red, the 3-0 sweep in front of the home crowd, in front of the fans. And it's big Game Trippy on your screens, doing it all for his team, the main Slayer in this Slayer on live fight. He was absolutely phenomenal. Can the boys get it done this weekend? Well, they're one step closer. We'll see you right after this.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Trippy right now, they call Formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets two! He gets three!
Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in and it's an overkill.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. And OpTic Gaming just lit up this room with the crowd cheering unbelievable amounts. The green room was absolutely incredible. The wall was standing very strong and the boys progressed through into the championship bracket. I am joined by Clutch and Onset on the desk. Fellas, what an exceptional series that was. A 3-0 sweep from a top 4 team, Native Red. They could not handle the smoke that OpTic had. Onset, what did you make of the match?
Wasn't close, never felt close. To be honest with you, I think it's as simple as that. OpTic look like they're back on form, and when you're watching OpTic play that way, it's just like, well, this is some damn good Halo, and I can't see many teams really pushing them all the way deep in a series. It was flawless at times. Honestly, the way that Formal was shooting as well was the thing that was really standing out to me. When Formal's on his game with that battle rifle, there's not many better players in the world to watch.
Yeah, I think it's different. I can hear when Formal's popping off, the crowds sound different. When Formal does something, there is a certain cheer, a certain whoop in the air, and I know that Formal's just going crazy.
There's this feeling you get when you watch Formal at his peak and like when he's in his flow that you don't get from many other FPS legends. Like there's Ogre 2, there's Simple over in CS. I'm thinking like there's less than a handful of people that when they're in their groove like Formal is, just what his screen kind of produces as far as the in-game skill that's being provided for you. And Formal was in that flow just now, and that was something special to watch. If he can continue to do that, especially knowing that SSG is up next, that would be some
fun Halo to watch.
It certainly would be. I'll tell you what, I know 3 Gents will be very, very happy with that result across the main stage, that 3-0 sweep by OpTic Gaming. And that's, of course, Scump's watch party. We have Shotzi, we got Maniac, we got Scump in the building. Hello, guys. So nice of you to be here at your home turf, supporting the boys on the main stage.
Shotzi, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
Of course, the BTH legend,
Love
Maniac,
that. Hey,
in the building as well. But so lovely to see those incredible faces, the OpTic Gaming boys standing strong and supporting their lads as well as they progress through the championship bracket. Absolutely amazing. But I've got to say, I am very, very impressed with what we're seeing so far. I think Native Red have some ways to go, though, through the elimination bracket. It's going to be very, very difficult. But if they can start piecing things together and show us, I think, honestly, what was on display at the Global Invitational, then I think they should actually be able to make a run. What's lacking from Native Red right now, do you think, Clutch, that was so different from the last time we saw them?
Honestly, nobody was on, right? I think that that's a big thing, is that nobody stepped up and really made a memorable play, hit a shot, made something out of nothing. I think Manny got a pretty nice triple at the very end of the live fire Slayer, and unfortunately, it's like 47-28, so it's not going to be remembered by anybody other than psychopaths like me. So it's definitely something where they got to get the ball rolling and start making plays individually, and I think the teamwork will come with that. But at this point, it doesn't really feel like anybody's on their A game right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think that the difficulty as well for Native Red was in every single battle, if you weren't perfect, you lost the battle. That was how well the OpTic Gaming were playing, how well OpTic Gaming was shooting. And I kind of talked a little bit about the influence that Lunchbox was having as well, because they were on top of every single power-up and every single weapon that was coming up on the map. So for Native Red, if you weren't perfect, you weren't going to get a kill. And that was the difference. 1 falls, 2 falls, and all of a sudden you know that you're on the back foot against OpTic.
You certainly do, indeed. I'll tell you what, someone else who's on the back foot right now is, of course, the games that are happening behind us, behind a very large wall, actually, on our featured stations. We actually do have Space Station versus Sentinels, and Sentinels are on that back foot against Space Station Gaming. It is very difficult to go against a fully formed Space Station Gaming roster firing on all cylinders. But Sentinels, they have kept it actually very close. You mentioned as well, Clutch, that in the first game, Aquarius CTF, it was 5-4. To be able to do that to Space Station is pretty impressive stuff, considering Space Station are actually really good at Aquarius. It is 2-0 in the series right now, but again, a very close King of the Hill here.
Yeah, you look at Sentinels' run so far throughout this tournament. They've had to play Quadrant, who they beat in Game 5. They had to play FaZe, and now they're having to play against SSG. I would argue that that's probably 3 of the strongest teams that we have to offer here in the HCS. So they're getting tested throughout this entire experience so far this weekend. Unfortunately, nothing to show of it here in this series, it appears, as they are down 2-0. No matter how close the games are, these guys are not going to be happy unless they win.
It's very, very true, and I think you're looking here with just 34 seconds left on the clock. The game plan is clear from Space Station. We're just going to try and slay out around this hill. We have the hill on the board already. We've got that hill advantage, and with 25 seconds left, this is pretty much going to be the last real opportunity for Sentinels to try and break. But I think that the big thing, the takeaway, I think, in the series overall in the tournament, like you're saying, a super tough run for Sentinels. The big result over Quadrant, I think, will give them confidence moving forward. But this is a team that hasn't been together very long. They haven't had a little bit as much time as some of the other teams like the SSGs to just kind of work out where their weaknesses are and try to address them. And I think this is going to be a very scary roster moving through the season.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. A little bit more time, a little bit more things that get corrected, a little strategy behind a couple of the holes you have right now, and maybe some of these games start to go in your favor. But as of now, this series is going to result in a 3-0 in Space Station's favor. That's going to bump Sentinels down to the elimination bracket, where they're going to be still filled with that bracket that is stacked with a lot of talented teams. And now we'll have an opportunity to check out what's going on in this Game 5 of Shopify and Cloud9.
Indeed. This is actually the match we're currently waiting on to progress through to find out who's going to be going up against Quadrant. And it is coming down to the wire right now. And this beginning of the Slayer, again, very close as well.
Woo! It's got even closer. That shot just turned it up at 4-4, and Septify, I mean, what a run this has been from Cloud9 so far, right? These guys are going to be pumped right now, and if they can take down Shopify Rebellion, who I'm quite happy to say were one of my dark horses for a really deep tournament run, then that will be a statement performance from them. And we saw how close some of the games were between Shopify and OpTic yesterday. We saw what they could bring to the table in those against the big guns, and Cloud9 could be in another name. I mean, we talked about this elimination bracket already, Wes. You were saying there's some big names in it already. Well, there's big names and there's teams who just seem to have found form at this point in the season too.
Yeah, I think we just have so many good teams right now. Maybe the top is still the tier 1, the top 3, but I mean, it's a 4-12 situation we've run into here in the HCS where anybody can beat anybody, and Cloud9's showing you that. Mental showing you a little bit of his individual skill with the snipe. Unfortunately, the pressure from Green's going to be difficult to bear right now. He is trying to play his life, but eventually gets sniffed out, and that's Cloud9 taking control of the base.
Always a scary moment if you have another team taking control of the base. Cycle, though, I mean,
big shot.
You're asking what a player can add to a lineup, right? And you're looking for plays like that. It's only a small play in the game, but in the context of a series, picking up a double kill, out-BRing someone to stay alive, recycle the sniper rifle, which is a difficult sentence to say, especially when the player's name is Cycle as well. Just keeps the game close, keeps advantages, and make sure that the other team, Cloud9, don't get carried away with things and start to elevate that lead.
Especially on a map mode like Empyrean Slayer, right? How fickle this game mode can be. As soon as you get control, you see 20 kill swings at times, and that was a moment where Cloud9 may be able to have started one of those swings. Cycle shuts it down, keeps this game close, and his rockets and overshield are coming up. Does look like Cloud9 are going to have an advantage here.
Yeah, they will be able to get those rockets, and let me tell you, they played that one perfectly as well. Not only was there a baiting and switching going down, Remy has to be careful. Septify keeps him alive, but it was the use of the drop wall as well. They took that towards Green to make sure that any grenades that came in weren't going to be doing too much damage, and now you can see Cloud9 into what has been the most significant lead so far in this game. It's only a slender lead by 3, but when you've got the rockets, or you had the rockets in your hand, it means that you're going to have map control.
And to my last point, this is one of those maps that very quickly teams start to gain a lead, and this is a big push from Shopify. They get the 1-to-2 ratio in their favor right now. They're going to have control of the turret, and this is going to be a very difficult situation for Cloud9 to try and balance, because you got Ryan Noob in your courtyard, and he's been doing this for about a decade.
Yeah, he's one of the most annoying players to kill when he's in a position like this. He knows how vital it is for himself to stay alive so the rest of his team can use him as bait and try and pick up the kills surrounding him. He does get the trade in that situation. Now Cycle recognizes the map situation and decides that staying alive is the most important thing to do here, but you've got to give credit to Cloud9 in that situation, whereas getting rid of Ryan Noob, they knew that was the priority kill.
The second you see a kill or a trade in the kill feed, that's a big win for Cloud9 fans right there. Trading in that situation when you are at a disadvantageous position is everything you want. You want to reset the map at the 50-yard line, and you want to be able to then formulate how you're going to go about gaining the lead.
Yeah, there's been a few really important snipes being hit as well by Mental, and I mean, Billy Goat's hitting some big shots, and he's been doing it for many, many years in big games. Another kill for him in the kill feed as well that keeps this one close, but still that 3-kill cushion. Cloud9 haven't managed to put back-to-back runs together at the moment, and Shopify Rebellion, I would say probably wears this big claim to make, of course, but one of the hardest teams to get 4 dead against in Slayers.
Yeah, I would agree, but right now, what I want to see from Shopify is a couple more kills spread across the board. Right now, if I'm Mental and the game slows down, I'm 9-2. I feel almost pressured to try and make a play with how well of a game I'm having compared to the rest.
2 kills the difference then between the two teams, and you can see the Triton's trying to get into green early here because the Rockets are coming up in around 20 seconds or so as well. So this is another big swing moment in the game where it's both Rockets and Overshield. We know how they change the game. If you can get one, great. If you can get both, that's the power swing you're looking for.
An overcommitment right there from Mental, in my opinion. Didn't need to do that, but 3 across the board, all 4 down now for Cloud9. Overshield on its way. Shopify will have the advanced locations on the map, and with that, they will have favorable opportunity to acquire both the Rockets and the Overshield here.
Yeah, really good timing on that push as well, and I love it when teams take that risk around the power-up times coming up, right? Because a lot of teams will sit back, maybe wait for the mistake and think if we can pick one off here, then maybe we can get the Overshield or those Rockets in our hands, but the play made by Shopify Rebellion means that they're very much back in this game now. They still have power to play with as well. One Rocket doesn't find its target, though, and that's going to be a little bit disappointing when you've got a little bit of a lead to try and chip back at.
I'm not sure if I like that rocket. It was a super long range as compared to a bridge to what looked like a back ramp on turret rocket. That typically only knocks the player to no shield. They don't really have the utility to try and knock that player down from that no shield position. And Mental better be careful here as he does check his left corner. He's going to get that kill, but I mean, that detonate at least stops him from progressing on the map and getting into the Kneeler pit. That was even a lot of damage that is going to reward Cloud9 with a little bit of space. Unfortunately, once again, Ryan Noob on top of your turret, Rain picking up a kill, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is where it could get ugly.
26-26, sniper rifles popping up on the map as well, and if Ryan Noob can maybe get his hands on it or throw it off the map, then that's going to be one weapon on one side of this this main on the stage, excuse me, and no weapons for the other team. So Cloud9 have got to be careful here, and they recognize it again. Septify flies in with that sidekick to make sure that his tower is secure. Mental just about survives as well after getting that kill, but you have to say, Shopify Rebellion in that situation, they got map control. They were in a position to maybe get up on that tower, find that last kill. C9 do a great job again of just holding the line and making sure that this lead does not get out of hand.
And if you're Ryan Noob, you're kind of expecting the rest of your team to kind of have your back a little bit more than they have in these courtyard positions. Their job is to be on bridge and in sword and looking over your shoulder to make sure players don't just jump off the turret from that angle without being punished, and immediately you're able to recapture that ground. Unfortunately for Shopify, it doesn't look like they have that strategy really down pat well enough to benefit them here so far throughout this game. But as the game slows down with a 1-kill lead, Shopify will have Rain with the snipe in hand.
Yeah, I love watching Rain in these kind of games as well. He's always been one of my favorite players to watch. He's kind of, I feel like he's a hot and cold sniper, but when he's hot, he's like unbelievable. All of a sudden, he just takes games over. And this kind of situation where he's sat at 3-8 at the moment, you might be thinking, he looks a little bit cool at the moment, but one headshot from this guy, game completely changes.
Very quickly, we will learn if Rain on fire right now or cold. I couldn't agree more. I think the first player that we see, he either gets his head ripped off or Rain misses the shot. Based off that, I mean, like typically, like you're saying, when Rain's on, he's on.
Overshield coming up as well. You can see Rhino maybe a little bit of trepidation in going for it. Rockets have been picked up by C9 though, so you're seeing an exchange of power across the map with the repulse up as well. Rhino is going to try and cause some problems.
He's on.
There's our answer. He is on, and Septify though did get a double kill on the other side, so you're not seeing a swing. It is all tied up with just 20 kills to go.
Pressure's starting to rise here. Winners bracket round 1, and you find yourself in a tied up game. The saying goes, Slayers don't start till 30. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We are here at the moment with 4 minutes on the clock. It's a stalemate right now, but you got to favor Cloud9's advanced position in sword. Those angles will help immensely if anyone gets knocked to no shield.
Yeah, it's all on the shoulders of Rain still. One shot, one headshot. You have to wonder if they're going to be happy with that just lead being picked up, that 1-kill advantage, or if they're going to try and make a play off of the back of it, knowing there's only 20 deaths to play with in this game. So strategy going to be big in these situations, Wes.
Yeah, we're not getting to 50 here. I promise you that. 3:30 on the clock, 30 kills for each team still. And as this clock continues to go down, you can feel the weight of the shoulders on these players start to get heavier and heavier. The players with snipes specifically feel the pressure the most. Let's see what they do with it.
I mean, Ryanub's been down in the runway for so long now, and nobody's sniffed him out as yet. Nemesis is going to go down. Still doesn't know that Ryanub is there. Ryanub finally does get sniffed out, doesn't get taken down, but Tryon will pick up that kill. And now you see the lead start to turn. Cloud9 have turned this over. It's only 1 kill, but Nemesis has found the sniper rifle, and maybe he can extend it now for C9.
Let's see if Nemesis has what it takes to try and hit a couple shots, give his team a true opportunity to advance in this winner's bracket. Up 1 kill, so you're not forced to do anything right now. The clock is technically in your favor, but with just a 1-kill lead, you're definitely not comfortable.
You can imagine at the moment, if you're inside of the players' headsets, the comms aren't going to be too hectic. Everyone's going to be trying to listen out for what's happening around the map, trying to formulate a push, maybe just making sure all the angles are going to be covered. And Rain's got that second sniper as well now, so plenty of ammo for him to play with. It's 1 shot. That's what's going to make the difference here between the teams. The challenge comes in, but it's just the shin bone that gets cracked and not the skull this time.
Is he going to expect Nemesis to be top turrets? The big question. He is now. Nemesis hits the shot on the cycle. The second onto Rain, forces him to back down. But Rain with the shot on the Septify. Now down 1, 34-33. And don't let this kid get hot.
I was about to say, as crazy as it sounds, if Rain doesn't hit that shot, that could be game. We've only got 1 minute 50 left. They would be able to get into the tower position. They would be able to take over the Shopify base. But he hits the shot. Rockets picked up by C9 though. Ryanoob has a slither of overshield to play with. Oh, this could not be tighter, ladies and gents. This is what we want to watch in a game 5.
Woo, 1 rocket left to play with, I believe, on the side of Cloud9. Sword control in the hands of Shopify, and if I'm Rami, I'm headed right into Sword with this rocket to try and create some space and make sure we have a little bit more of a lead here.
The scary thing is though, you're like, I wonder if anyone in here's got repulsed. That's the difference, right? And Halo 3 are marching into Sword with all the confidence in the world, but chest puffed out. I'm like, don't worry, boys, I'll go win this game. But there's nothing, almost it feels embarrassing if you go in and you see the repulse and the rocket coming back at you. It's like, Oh, man, I was so close, but so far. There's the
trade!
Snipes, my God! And there is the kill in Sword. So now we see a 2-kill advantage for C9.
Snipes got to be on the ground for both teams as well, so Shopify need to acquire that back into their hands. They need to figure out what they want to do to make up this difference right now. 49 seconds on the clock, a 2-kill deficit, and that is Cycle's cue. You have to go.
Has to go. Now, young man, what have you got? Have you got the steal? Have you got the ice? He's got a body shot. Gets cleaned up by Mental, and here come Shopify. They need to find bodies, though, and no one's showing from Cloud9 at the moment.
Clearing everything right now. Cycle, the newcomer to this team. We call him a young superstar. What a better moment to step up. The body shot, tied up. The push on the cuts, tied again. 37-37, and they have control of Cloud9's base.
They have control of the base, but where are the spawns coming in? You can see that Mental and Cycle are trying to survive, trying to work out where the C9 players are going to respawn on the map. And with 6 bullets left in the clip, and 6 seconds left on the game clock.
Make a play, young blood.
Cycle could win it here for his team.
Oh, he plays it safe, but it goes into overtime here. 3 minutes on the clock. You got control of the base, but multiple players push top turret. They take him down. Are they going to expect the second player is the question?
You have to look and see if Rami's going to win this fight. Rami wins the fight against Mental. Traded out immediately, though. It's still just 1 kill between these two teams. My God, what a game 5 this is.
Rami. Got to get out of Sword.
No, Rain!
The reversal, Rami! Oh, Rain with the shots. I'm sorry on the Triton, and what a kill that was as Overshield's about to pop.
Oh, but he gets repulsed off. It's 40-40. Nemesis gets the Overshield.
41-40 right now. Cloud9, how do you play this one? Overshield in hand. Do you choose to be aggressive? 2 minutes still on the clock to play around, but all of a sudden this game very well might get to 50.
Oh my goodness, some of the plays we've just seen in the last few seconds. That's why you're watching the best in the world here in Arlington. Everybody knows you cannot afford to miss a single bullet, a single shot. And you've got to expect that there's going to be someone around that corner who knows what play you're trying to make. It's all about making yours the one that wins the game. 1 kill, the difference, 1 minute 50 on the clock.
Setting up the repulse play is Nemesis. If they turn that corner, he is surely sending somebody off the map right now. It's a very dangerous push from Shopify, but they're setting it up now in Sword.
Yeah, they have to make the push. That's the difference, right? C9, they have the lead. It's only 1 kill. But 1 kill can win you a game. 1 kill can win you a series. A double kill, and 1 from Psycho as well has turned the lead now. Back over to Shopify Rebellion.
Mental gets tossed off the map. Ryan trades it out, gets the double, but right now, a snipe from Septify makes it a tied game. Rockets, I believe, in the hand of Shopify, but as in a stalemate game, the Rocket comes through, and who better than Cycle to pick up the kill?
1 minute and 10 seconds left. Cloud9.
What is this camo push? There's no way they choose to do this with the lead.
They're making a ballsy play here. They're trying to win this game. Septify has no idea. Now they've got that buffer, and they are out of there straight away. Mental still trapped in the needles, but he says, you know what, Cycle, it looks a lot warmer on this side of the map.
What a good teammate Cycle is to escort his teammate back. We left 1 behind, not today, Shopify say. Everybody gets back safely, and a 2-kill lead with the snipe still in the hands of Rain to end this one out.
Wow, what a game 5 this has been. It has had everything. Nemesis knows he has to do something, but Rain, he knows exactly where you are, but here comes C9 on the other side of the map, and now Rain's under pressure. Oh my God, it's tied up again. They killed 3, Rain's last alive.
They saw the camo push, they did the camo push themselves, and now Rain under so much pressure.
Cycle gets 1!
Cycle gets 1, but there's 1S1. Rain's no shield, has no ammo.
48!
2 kills in their favor. 49!
1 kill to go here, and C9 will win the series, but it's tied up. No, sorry, 48-49 still.
Nemesis is on bridge, no shield. They know he's trapped here. They're trying to get the kill. But Triton gets it, and Cloud9 do it 50-48. Game 5, and advance in our winner's bracket.
We're literally falling off our seats.
I'm gonna break this desk.
I know, I can feel it happening. I can feel it breaking. Oh my gosh.
I wasn't expecting that.
You can't
throw that at us. I know, no. I take that back. And throw more of those at us. That was amazing. What a treat that was.
Talk about showing us exactly how to use everything, the sandbox, utilize it, the strategy. I mean, that was just unbelievable. It was insane from both parties. I mean, Shopify are going to be absolutely devastated because the closer games are, the more heartbreaking it feels.
You take it back to that final push. We're like, there's no way they're doing this, right?
Double repulse play at Overshield was insane.
I mean, the 3-man push down long haul.
The long haul
They get the lead. They get lead by 2.
That is so Ryan.
And they were like,
people down
you know, like, that's a really good idea. Let's
Yeah.
bring it back
Hey,
to
you know what? I like that play. We'll run it ourselves.
That's called the best counter strat you've ever seen in your life. Let's just do the same thing.
Crazy.
Absolutely wild. Oh my goodness me. I hope you boys enjoyed that because
My adrenaline.
Dude, that was fun,
Yeah.
man. That was fun, I'm not gonna lie.
that was absolutely incredible. I got to say, was there a standout player for you on that? I mean, I think honestly for me, it's got to be Cycle because of the young gun, the pressure underneath it. I know they didn't manage to close it out, but the pressure that's on the shoulders of him in those situations, I was really impressed to see like heads up kind of reactive plays from him, especially with the likes of Rynoob and the pressure of that around you. I was really impressed with Cycle there.
Yeah, I think Cycle did a lot of good things towards the end. It's unfortunate, like you said, they didn't come out with the W, but I mean, hats off to Cloud9. Everybody seemed to make the right plays, the right decisions, the right teamwork was there. And Cloud9 show you exactly what's been going on in the open bracket all weekend because that was the definition of perfect strategy, teamwork down under so much pressure, how they came together there and somehow fluently were able to get out of difficult situations so many times in that game and then somehow find a way to favorably find themselves at the end. I mean, that was incredible by them. They are the real deal, and they move on to face FaZe Clan here later on.
They certainly do indeed. I think there were so many moments there where I think the reason why Cloud9 were able to keep it so close, inch by inch, almost match exactly what Shopify wanted to do when Shopify did have any type of lead in that situation, was they kept them on their toes. They literally had no idea where Cloud9 were going to be at certain times. They were flanking. There was someone in their base at all times. When you think that they had a sniper rifle, they didn't. It was taken out of their hands. There was always a counter strategy or a strategy to make sure they picked up a power weapon or whatever it was, a power up. And that was huge. That's why it went so back and forth, is because I feel like the toys were in the corners of each team at all times.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. You on our screen, we would see like a crazy out BR to like tie the game or put one team into a lead. But then in the kill feed, we'd be like, someone gets headshotted across the map, and we're like,
how about the snipers trading?
I know, snipers trading. I mean, I think if you just clip that little bit of the kill feed, that sums the game 5 up, right? It was crazy, man, crazy.
Oh man, I need a breather after that.
I certainly do indeed. Let's actually take a look at our elimination bracket because, of course, Cloud9 go forward in the winners bracket, but the elimination bracket, it was waiting for Shopify Rebellion going up against Quadrant. I can't believe this. Quadrant match with Rebellion. That is honestly wild. You couldn't have written it better than that. I mean, that matchup is bound to be absolutely insane. How do you think that one's going to fare? Quadrant obviously waiting for their chance to bounce back with this. Shopify going to be very much ticked off with what happened there. But I still think with momentum on their side, I mean, it was extremely close going into that game 5, and they're going to be waiting.
I think Quadrant have a problem, is how I see it.
Yeah, I do
Because
too.
if you're looking at Rebellion, yes, they lost that Slayer, but statistically, they've been one of the best Slayer teams that we've had ever since the Halo Infinite came around. Any team that Rhino's been on, they have won the majority of their Slayers, and that's where Quadrant's weakness has been. Keep going on about it. 2 of them in a series. You lose both those games, you've only got to win 1 objective. So, I mean, it's, or lose 1 objective. You got to win 3 games total. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm getting.
Quick math.
But Quadrant, they need to win one of the Slayers, is what I'm trying to say.
They certainly do need to win one of the Slayers. Well, I'll tell you what, they've been waiting for quite some time. They have set up already on the main stage. They are ready to go. They've been watching in the wings. They know exactly what is going to be coming their way, and that is the wrath of Shopify Rebellion, because Shopify have something to prove now. They have to go on a Cinderella story run. So do Quadrant. Both of these teams, I think, had a lot of expectation on their shoulders coming into this weekend.
I mean, one thing I want to highlight here is historically, when a European team has done well at an event, they've had to go through Rynoob.
I knew you were going to say some stupid stuff like that.
Just saying. It's not stupid, it's fact.
Well,
it's another
be tough to recover after that series too, because their adrenaline's up here and they need to figure out a way to bring it down here and be calm in this next series. So, I mean, Quadrant have Shopify right where they want them.
Yeah.
They certainly do. Well, do you know what? It's fitting we're talking about it because it's coming up next on the main stage. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Quadrant. One of these guys is going home. The other team, they will go forward on a potential Cinderella story run. What an incredible Game 5 we saw. Cloud9 close it out. They will go through the winner's bracket side and they send Shopify Rebellion, will packing or shopping maybe for another dub on the main stage. We'll see you guys right after this.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
Even Trippy right now, they call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea.
He gets two! He gets three! Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Bigwin with the triple kill. Big triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in and it's an overkill.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. The stage is glowing purple and green, and it's an electric green because that means Europe's finest Quadrant are up next, going up against Shopify Rebellion. This is going to be an absolutely grueling match. This matchup should be a good one if the Halo gods are favoring us and favoring the potential Game 5 craziness that we've been seeing throughout day number 2. It's been absolutely nuts. As was us red zoning that match against Shopify and Cloud9. What an exceptional performance from both teams. But Cloud9, talk about just coming through as the underdog and biting everyone in your path. That was absolutely insane. And it doesn't look like Cloud9 is stopping anytime soon. That level of gameplay, if they can continue that, they actually might start to upset some bigger dogs.
We'll see. I think they have FaZe in front of them next, and that's going to be the ultimate test of how good you really are. But for Shopify, I mean, to beat a team like Shopify, that shows that you are probably considered to be in that next tier that we have so many teams already in. So welcome Cloud9 to the mess that is the HCS second tier. Congratulations, you appear to be at the top of it right now.
Welcome to the party, Cloud9. Let's take actually a look at our schedule, because obviously we're getting that one updated for you guys as we go along, so you know what is coming your way. As you can see, we've already had 2 exceptional matchups, Navi versus Complexity, OpTic Gaming versus Native Red, and we have Rebellion versus Quadrant coming up next. Throughout the night, though, we've got winners round 2, elimination round 3, and we also close out with another elimination round 3 as well to finish off the night. Some teams are going to be going home today. This is going to be a sad one. We'll probably have tears, and other teams tears of joy as they push through their bracket to stay alive in the competition. And also, speaking of brackets, we do have an update for you guys to make sure that you are in tune with what is going on, who's dropping down, who's going forward, because as Clutch said, it is a little bit of a mess. There's a lot of upsets going on. Things are getting quite chaotic, and I'm excited to see where teams are going to be at and where they're going to end up. I think the fact that we have Quadrant and Shopify Rebellion in the elimination bracket is absolutely wild to me at this point in time.
This is Elim round 1, and both these 2 teams got top 6 last event, so someone's getting disappointed very quickly this tournament, and someone's tournament is going to continue on a very tough path. Like you said, a lot of strong teams down here. It just so happens that 2 of our top 6 teams meet up so early in the bracket.
Indeed, and talking about the bracket, we do have the meetups happening. On the winner's side of things, FaZe meet Cloud9. OpTic Gaming say hello to Spacestation, a team they know very, very well and had a lot of trouble against at the Global Invitational. Spacestation actually took them down twice the last time these 2 met. How are you feeling that matchup's going to go once again on set? Well, if I knew,
with how OpTic are playing and how Spacestation have been playing.
Choose very wisely. There's a lot of people out here that have one.
There's a lot of people in here, but there's also a lot of people watching at home. So I gotta shoot straight here. And I think, you know, the way that OpTic have been playing, especially in that Native Red series, was the best that we've seen of OpTic in quite some time, right? So the last event, I think that was probably a better series than we've seen throughout the entirety of that last event. Spacestation, however, just keep winning. They just keep winning series, but my story for Spacestation coming into this event is you need to be in the winners final, and you need to win that winners final if you want to become a champion. And I think they're going to know that as well. OpTic, of course, on home turf, you could not have a better winners semi-final with what's on the line for both of these teams. And I think it's going to be a really tough ask. I could just see Game 5. It's just got Game 5 written all over it. And then you're looking at Spacestation have worked on the Slayers, right?
Very much so. I'll just let you guys know at home right now that we will be seeing both of these semi-finals today on the main stage, which is going to be absolutely amazing. So make sure you guys are sticking around, get the tabs open, stay tuned with all of the action, because both of those semi-finals are coming your way. Looking at the elimination bracket, though, who is still in the competition? Who's still kicking and alive? And you're laughing at this. I got to ask you on set, what is making this so funny?
it's one of those situations like if you don't laugh, you're going to cry,
I know,
right? Because
I know.
you're looking at some of the names in there, you're looking in some of these matchups, and they are just huge. Sentinels, Native White at the bottom, Native Red G1. Complexity and Status Quo. Shout out to Status Quo, by the way, for fighting their way into this elimination bracket round one and really, really putting in a great performance. But I think the match we're about to focus on is the one we need to talk about, because I think Wes touched on it beautifully there. Like, both teams came out of that last event, top 6, looking to move forward, right? Rebellion, they make a big team change. They drop Carmea, they bring in Cycle because they want to move forward. They want to keep moving forward. Quadrant, hope of Europe. All of the talk with the town was about them. Expectation on their shoulders, but one of them is going to be heartbroken at the end of this, right? It's not a finish you
Probably
would
going to be us if they keep playing like they just did.
Yeah.
Well, to put it into perspective, one of them is finishing top 12 today, here and now, in literally the next hour or so. That is crazy to think that, like, just as you said, have been working so hard to push their last placement, let alone go backwards sixfold. That's crazy to me.
You got 5 games to do it in, too. A best of 5 will decide who gets heartbroken and who moves on. So the pressure, it couldn't be any higher right now with both these two teams not having much success here at all this weekend. This is what it's all about. It's a competition for a reason. Do you have what it takes to move on?
The big, big question. Well, let's talk about it, right? We've got Shopify Rebellion versus Quadrant happening on the main stage. Let's set this one up. I think both of these teams have what it takes to push forward and beat one another. I think they're great. My big question actually overall is about how they match up. Looking at Rebellion first, Clutch, how do you think their playstyle and something that they have been working on in the mere weeks they've been together, how will that actually place next to Quadrant? How do you see these two colliding?
Yeah, it depends if they're ready for a Quadrant-esque play style. I think if Ryan and Rain can really figure out how Quadrant like to play, if they have paid attention to the strategy and the quickness that Quadrant typically play with, I expect them to set up some traps for these players that like to fly and try and get these early timings in the game and find success in that ratio. That'll be the big spell for me, because I think that this team methodically goes about each opponent a little bit differently for every single matchup. It's just whether or not Shopify has really done their homework here on Quadrant.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that the homework is the big thing, right? And I think everybody now knows the Quadrant, how they play, how they want to approach the game. It's no longer a surprise. It's no longer being caught off guard by what Quadrant do. It's about executing and counter-stratting what they do so successfully. And I think Quadrant could actually learn a lot from Shopify Rebellion. I'm going to keep harping on about these Slayers, because the way that Shopify Rebellion are able to keep at least 2 members alive when they lose those early engagements and really force you to work and buy 10 seconds of time before those kills come in to avoid a 4-dead situation is what makes them so successful. Quadrant have been guilty of trying to win Slayers too quickly. They'll get a lead of 4 or 5, they fly forward, they're trying to execute on a few extra kills, they get a little bit overzealous, a bit overexcited, and before you know it, not only is the game tied up, but they're 2 dead. And then all of a sudden, their opponents start to take over in those final moments. And I think that's going to be fascinating to see if Quadrant have recognized that about their game, and if they can really take it to their opposition in those games 2 and 5.
Well, speaking of Quadrant, let's set them up, because I have so many questions about this roster right now, and I think looking back at the Global Invitational, the gameplay we were seeing across the board from these guys was exceptional until they got to Native Red. And I think a lot of us would agree that at that time, the way that they were set up, they shouldn't have lost to Native Red, just in terms of taking down OpTic, our world champions. It was set right for them. You know, this stage was set. Didn't happen. However, coming into this event, they've had such a difficult pool. Would you almost angle it as, yes, it's probably understandable that they lost to who they lost to in pool play. However, coming up against Shopify Rebellion, if they want to readjust themselves and be in consideration for top 6 or higher, they need to get this done here and now against Rebellion.
Yeah, I think the statement is fair, but the second that this becomes a series that belongs to Shopify, you really question if Quadrant can successfully find consistency amongst the top 12, I would say. It was a hell of a showing last time around at Dallas, and especially that performance against OpTic, but unless you're able to replicate a level of consistency to that manner, we don't know where to place you, right? You're going to have such fluctuations as far as your placings throughout these tournaments, and top 12 is not out of the question.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, in terms of all 4 of these individuals, they're very, very talented. Looking at SLG as well, our USMC service record, he has been around for some time. He has waited for this moment. In fact, he's waited for this exact squad since the entirety of Halo Infinite. He was ready for this all-French roster. It has finally happened, but they're not quite getting the results I think that they had hoped for or expected as well on set.
Yeah, sometimes it's very interesting, right? The difference in a mentality between one event and one that's just 3 weeks earlier. Quadrant came into the Global Invitational thinking, hey, we want to upset people. We want to show what we're made of. We've got nothing to lose. Sorry, we're going to have that conversation again about what that means, but
we won't go there now. We'll spare
it was
viewers.
kind of like, hey, look, we're here to represent. We don't care who's in front of us. We're gonna throw ourselves into the deep end here, and we're gonna prove to everyone that we're one of the best teams in the world. They get a great placement. They pull off one of the most shocking results we've seen in the entirety of Halo Infinite. But now 3 weeks later, the mentality coming in is you're expected to do that again. Now what can you do? Now everybody's watching your gameplay. Everybody's studying what you're going to bring to the table. And that presents a completely new challenge for a team. And it's one they're going to have to adapt to, because the more big series they have, the more good performances they have, the more questions they're going to have to answer from teams recognizing that, respecting it, and saying, hey, we see what you're doing. Now let's see if you can deal with what we're doing as well.
Indeed. Talking about roles for Quadrant, though, SLG has had quite a journey with his role. I think he really has gone from strength to strength. He's had to try different things out. He's almost had to go a little bit backwards at certain times. And now finding himself on Quadrant, I do feel like he's found quite a comfortable role for himself. He's not quite the full main slayer of his team, but he does the work that is necessary. Often you see him really, honestly, taking control with Pibs, IGLing at times as well. How do you see SLG fitting into this roster and what he does?
I think he's a do-it-all. He's a jack of all trades for this team, and I think that the better teams are at the highest tier of Halo, the more jack of all trades you end up finding, because you need to be flexible. You need to be able to react and do whatever is needed to have your team's win condition increased at any point in time in that game. I think SLG has predominantly been a slayer throughout his past, but with great slayers on his team like Chick and Legend, he has taken a back seat and understood I can help my team elsewhere by progressing on the map, by playing some of this objective, by being a little bit more scrappy, and I think that only benefits Quadrant.
Yeah, indeed. Our USMC service record, SLG, you can see there the placements. And again, looking to push that placement even higher. Hasn't had the best start so far. It's going to be very difficult. They really do have one life left in this video game, quite literally. And they're going to have to push forward against Shopify Rebellion. It's going to be a very tall order to do so, I feel like, the way that Shopify is playing. But I think their fast, aggressive playstyle actually might do them some justice here, Looking at this series layout, I see a little bit of concern on the face of Onset here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think Quadrant look at this series layout and they know they're going to have to work harder maybe than they ever have to come out with the series result here, because there's no strongholds. That's their bread and butter, right? That's the one that, I mean, I laughed yesterday. I saw Snakebite walking backstage and he was like, you know what? Actually, it was Royal 2. And he goes, you know what? We lost that first game on live fire strongholds, but we were like, well, we got 200 points against them. That's actually pretty good. So they kind of saw it as a 1. So nothing to worry about for Shopify Rebellion when it comes to strongholds. Oddball has not been great for Quadrant as well and is extremely strong for Shopify as well. You put that one objective game type in there, the 2 Slayers, which we've talked about enough for now. Quadrant are going to have to play their best and most consistent Halo, to Wes's point, to come out on top in this series.
What I will say is that Slayer Aquarius, that's going to be very difficult for Quadrant to slow down. On Aquarius, they are probably at their fastest. The arena-style gameplay, they absolutely love it, but if Shopify are up to tricks and they're up to no good, they are going to catch Quadrant out being way too fast-paced on that map. So I'm a little bit worried about that Slayer game coming up second. I think it's going to be very difficult. I do think Quadrant need a very, very hot start in that first map of the series, because that Slayer is going to be a tough one. We're just about ready to get going, guys. Let's head on over to our casters. We have Golden Boy and Sheriff T.
This guy and that guy who is evidently gonna, is it like a funeral for one of these two teams? Is that what it is?
I don't know, man. Texas just changed me. I've been walking different. I've been talking different. That food got me acting different.
That BBQ.
I love me some Texas. Barbecue.
I mean, I saw we messed up some barbecue earlier in the week. You know, I'm falling apart here, but hopefully we will. I will last long enough for the conclusion of this series, because this is one that I'm very excited for. Shopify, obviously. Shopify Rebellion, this team have really, like, just not only do you have the veterans on that squad, but you also have the young guns there as well. It's a great combination of the new and the old. But then on top of that, on the other side of the stage, you have a very hungry Quadrant. But it is crazy, though, to think here, Tony, that these two teams finished top 6 in the last event. Neither one of these squads, or one of these squads, rather, are not going to see that top 6 here today. One of them's going home right here, right now.
Like Wes said, somebody's going to be disappointed here in your elimination bracket. Quadrant with their ultra-fast playstyle, or Shopify Rebellion, the team that's able to slow the game down. And being that it's Oddball game number 1, you have to think that lends to Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, especially after that heater of a series that we just saw. You know, you have to wonder to yourself, right? Like, obviously, you know, is Rebellion going to be feeling that one? Are they going to be kicking themselves for dropping that game? But it was such a close game that we saw there against Cloud9. Now, though, as we take a look at the screen, you got SLG, of course, cooking. 3 players trying to just force their way out of this one. Overshield's going to be coming up in a second here, and SLG's got a lot of work ahead of him here, Tony.
SLG tries to get in position to grab a hold of that Overshield, but he's met with 3 different players of Shopify Rebellion who were quickly able to deal with him. They take their time in order to grab it, and now Wayne is going to extract every last bit of that Overshield, every last inch as they chase down the ball carrier. But Sika playing a little
trying
bit
to run away,
able to get it all the way towards the A side and right over towards his spawning teammates. Quadrant in their setup.
Absolutely amazing movement that we were seeing there from Sika to keep this one going, and he's still able to pick up a lot of time off of this as well, and that came off of an Overshield grab from Rebellion as well as the chase down too. But credit where credit is due to Quadrant for pretty much setting up that trap, and that was something that we want to see a little bit more of this Quadrant team, right? We want to see them have a bit more nuance, not just be the French, you know, push gameplay that we're so used to seeing here. And I think plays like that are definitely going to put them over the finish line if they can keep it going.
That was about 17 seconds worth of time that Quadrant ultimately shouldn't have had, but Sika making it work, and now they're continuing to add to that. Now we're at the 30-second mark from the reset. Quadrant is still able to get back into the defensive stance. Once again with that ball, SLG the first one to go down. Off screen, looks like Sika's able to trade. Chick is still applying pressure over toward the A side, knowing that not only to worry about the setup, but also Overshield's coming up.
Yeah, no, this series is so interesting though, Tony. It's you have a Quadrant squad that, you know, obviously so good at strongholds, but guess what? No strongholds in this series, so they're gonna have to get it done with these objective game modes like Oddball, and they most definitely can, but they cannot allow Rebellion to just get hot like the way they were able to get the Overshield, get possession of the power items. You just can't allow that to happen here, and Quadrant do just that. They were able to get that Overshield, and now they start to accrue even more time here. This is like the best possible situation that Quadrant could have found themselves in, given the situation, the way the game played out in the early game.
With this series layout, Quadrant really had to prove how versatile they are, and being able to beat Shopify Rebellion on a game type like Oddball and start off with a 50-0 run here for Quadrant. This is going to go great as a game number 1, because it does get easier in game 2. Capture the flag Argyle going to be a different story, but so far Legend is still occurring time here, and eventually plays it out. He knows that there's 2 members of Rebellion that are pushing up. They're going to quickly try to rotate out the rest of Quadrant moving in, and with all of that chaos, somehow Shopify Rebellion end up 3 down.
Now we'll see though how they try and, I guess, play with this advantage, Quadrant, right? Like, you manage to be able to pick up a few more players here, but you get the ball right back into your possession, and it's right back over to tower side too. So pretty much doing everything that you want. This is the ideal setup. You have the sniper up top of the tower here. You know, ball's probably going to be lingering about, you know, in the backfield, but they have to be able to get that ball in their hands before they can start to accrue some of these points. So really, you're just going to have to look for these boys to just try and get a little forward here, but instead that's Rebellion. They have other plans as they manage to take control of that area.
What is going on with Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah.
Now, they were almost in danger being shut out, and they managed to put 1 point on the board, but they still have to deal with the slaying power of Quadrant and the speed that they're coming at them with. Finally, a numbers advantage in favor of Shopify Rebellion. They were able to keep this ball over toward the tower side. This should be some valuable time here for Rebellion, just in time for them to rotate over to Overshield after this is all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you would like to see that happen, but, you know, I think that Quadrant just going to try and apply that pressure as much as possible. Look out for this Overshield that just gets grabbed by Sika. So now this can start to push for them potentially. But the thing is that, you know, you're really just going into this one with just 2 players, a little bit of Overshield remaining. You really have to make do with what you have here, or else you're just going to let Rebellion get back into this game.
Quadrant trading out almost 30 seconds worth of ball time in order to grab a hold of this overshield, and now we're to find out, is it going to pay off? Seeker taking down one, and the Team Boy able to deal with another. That's 3 down for Shopify Rebellion. Only one more player to slow down Quadrant from getting the ball. Looks like they're able to do so. One player stays alive for way too long for Shopify, and Quadrant are never able to take advantage of the 3 down.
Yeah, and I think that, again, right, like, it's those little mistakes that could end up costing you in the end. You have to be able to take advantage of those situations that you create for yourself, and especially in these high-stakes elimination bracket rounds. In round 1, remember, you're playing here for a chance not to get knocked out on that top 12 after having top 6 at the last event. There's a lot on the line here. Respect as well for both of these teams.
Ryan right now 1 and 8, 6 assists to go along with it. He really is just like me. My kind of stats right there.
Oh, yeah.
Want to see Ryan step it up just a little bit in the slaves department, adding a second on the board, but eventually Ryan does end up going down, and Quadrant once again dominating the kill feed. And mind you, they're only about less than 40 seconds away from taking round number 1, and now the shot clock is going to become a factor as well.
That's right. Time is going to be a factor. You mentioned Ryan Noob, and I think, you know, it's important to note, right? Everyone's seen what Ryan Noob is capable of doing throughout the entirety of his career. They know, you know, the sneaky plays, the ratty plays, get behind you, right? Do the flanks and catch your opponent off guard. That has been Ryan Noob's bread and butter for an incredibly long time. But what I really like about this particular team is that he's front-loaded with 3 really talented Slayers. So even if Ryan Noob isn't the one that's like picking up all the kills, you can expect him to be the guy who does the dirty work and create those openings for his teammates to allow guys like Mental to thrive, because if you look at the kill column right now, Mental and Rain are fragging out big time. With that overshield pickup, you could very well be seeing Rebellion get right back into this game.
Mental, definitely one of those superstars, overshield and sniper in hand. Even in that Game 5 loss, they got maybe 17-9 in a Slayer on Empyrean. The man was really showing off and showing out and keeping Shopify in that game. And now with the sniper and overshield in hands, he has the chance to do the same right here. Just a missed no-scope. Gonna finish off Legend with the battle rifle. Legend being so... Hold on. Legend's not down. He's gonna go in for the challenge, but has to give up his life in order to get it.
Yeah, that unfortunately, you know, that just happens, right? Like, I think, you know, playing your life there, obviously recognizing it was a similar thing that we saw earlier on when Sika did you know, the same exact thing, except that time was with the ball. He was able to bring it over to our green side. Those things, like being able to stay alive and draw that attention over to you, it's so critical, especially when games are getting as close as they are. And that, I think, is something that we have to note here as well. This at one point, Tony, was a very good game for Quadrant, and Rebellion have just come right back into this, and they are within striking distance. Only a few seconds left.
A 3-point game here, just 2 seconds. They have to desperate and go after this ball, and it's not going to happen. Quadrant able to defend that ball in no man's land and making sure to zone out Shopify Rebellion at every given turn. That's going to be round number 1 for Quadrant.
But you let them get within striking distance, and that is a part that they have to be a little bit cognizant of as they get ready for this next round, because Rebellion, if 1 or 2 kills had gone their way, that easily would have been a point for them. So you really have to, you know, live kind of like a factory at, you know, like on the fly here and try and like figure out, okay, how do we triage this and make sure that we don't allow that to happen again, because they had such a strong start at the beginning of this game. That kind of is been the brand of Quadrant, these strong starts, and they have to find ways to close it out, but sometimes they allow their opponent to jump back in.
Yeah, normally you give Shopify Rebellion an inch and they take a mile, and they almost did just that. So you want to tighten up the ship just a little bit, this Quadrant, but round number 1 does go in favor of them, and so far round 2 not too bad. Rain with the overshield, but he ends up being shredded. Goes back in for the challenge, didn't want to take that. Quadrant putting Shopify 2 down onto the black screen. Now that allows them to really take advantage of this 4v2, allow them to be 1, maybe 2 slays away off of respawn, away from getting that ball.
Well, play there by Legend as he just tries to play his life and see if he can get a kill. He knows he has a teammate down low, so they will be able to just get this ball out, but it won't be free because Rain has other plans. That's 2 down now for Quadrant, which gives Rebellion a massive opening, something that they did not have in that first round, and they had to claw their way back in.
Both of these teams have an advanced understanding of how to play their numbers. The moment they get the opposing team 2 or even 3 down, Shopify Rebellion love to take space. Quadrant on the other side, they love to speed it up and use those numbers. Either way, the moment they get any kind of advantage, they're going to play through it. And you see another kill on the board for Quadrant. Chick zoning out the bottom mid side. You do see Overshield coming up in just 10 seconds here. 3 members of Shopify are going to try to push up over towards scoreboard. This is going to be a pivotal battle here. This Overshield is so important.
Yeah, and also like Chick, I think in that moment, he thought maybe I could just you try and bait this out, try and create an opening for my teammates. The issue is that you had so many members of Rebellion just stacked on that side of the map, and that it kind of allows, you know, Rebellion again just another window of opportunity to capitalize here, especially with them being able to take this lead. Is those little details in this series that is definitely going to really hit you in the end. So you got to be mindful of that. And well, I think in that instance too, credit goes to Rebellion for really zoning out Quadrant there and just getting all the value out of it.
And because of that, you see about a 20-point lead in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Ryan dropping the nade, picks up that ball, looks away. He knew that grenade was going to connect and ultimately give Shopify Rebellion the advantage. So now over towards their green side setup. Once again is Rebellion. They have to identify where the push is coming from. I see Sika and Legend over toward the C side. We also see 2 more members onto Alpha Quadrant surrounding Shopify at the moment.
Yeah, and really just Quadrant have not been able to get anything going. Something that, you know, Tony, I believe you had mentioned in the last round was when you have those 3 down players, right, how do you take advantage of it? Well, they did just that, Rebellion. They got 3 down, and look at the score adding up here. They have not allowed Quadrant to just get back into this game. A complete zone out here. Even when they play that ball, they're in a position to be able to receive it again and then just rotate right over to their spot. They're playing this one picture perfect, and even though the Slays look really good for Quadrant, at the end of the day, it's all about the bottom of the screen there, what that score is going to be.
And the same way Quadrant were able to dominate Shopify Rebellion in round number 1, we are seeing Rebellion do the exact same to them. An 80-14 run. Quadrant finally able to get that ball in hands and now having the opportunity to strike back. Once again, we see that Overshield coming up. And once again, we see 3 members of Shopify Rebellion within eyes length of it.
Yeah, and this Overshield is going to be equally as important here as every Overshield has been. And those kills are actually going to be massive. It has been all Quadrant this entire time. Brilliant use of the Shroud screen as well just to get back out of this one. And Mental heads up played and just dumped that ball over the side, set up Ruin, and now you got to get back to the ball. And on top of that, well, you know, let's see where that Overshield ended up, because I think that also is going to play a little bit of a role here too as they try and just get that ball right back to safe haven.
Highly unfortunate for Quadrant to have 4 players up, dropping that ball in order to get the Slays, and Mental making the unselfish and very heads-up play to play that ball like
but they recovered.
Said. Big play by him, but it is Sika with the Overshield. It is Quadrant once again with that ball. The same way we saw in the first round. We saw Quadrant dominate, Shopify come back, and then eventually Quadrant sneak it away. Will history repeat itself here?
Oh yeah, these 2 teams closely matched. Obviously, it goes without saying. Sika trying his absolute best there, and we just saw Chick with a killing spree of his own, so he's really just trying to will this team back as the Slays are starting to look pretty solid for Quadrant here. Question is, though, can they manage to be able to get that ball and just create as much of a distraction as possible? You know, Ryan, who's got a few bodies in front of him, and he's already called that out. But look at the pressure that's being applied up front here by SLG as well as Sika. That is really just going to have to leave Ryan to be that ratty player to create the openings where possible. Nice insta as well. Dave would be proud as he goes right back into the Shroud now. That was, again, like really you're just trying to keep them away from that ball and just gather as much time as you possibly can here. This is working pretty much textbook perfect for Rebellion as it stands right now. And another big kill comes through, but they have to be able to stay alive here if they want to try and profit off of these points.
Double push out of Quadrant seems to be too much for Rebellion to handle there. And once again, Quadrant able to kick Shopify Rebellion right out of their home. And now Shopify Rebellion in danger of ultimately allowing Quadrant to get right back in this round, ultimately steal this game away. They're still down by quite a bit, and luckily the play ball is forced out. Quadrant go 2 down, and now we have another reset.
Yeah, that push was so important as well because they know exactly where they're going to want to set up, right? They were hanging out over toward green. They've been going there pretty consistently, and a massive pickup there as well. That is going to just allow them to be able to get possession of the ball. They only need 10 points, and it will be a wrap. Oh, my word. We are just seeing blows exchange left, right, and center. 94 on the board as Ryan's going to get this over on top of the plat, and we see now how this is going to play out because Mental's just trying to play his life, stay alive with just 2 points left to gain here, but they've lost a lot of bodies.
almost able to get the cheeky movement and be able to steal away that round, but finally Quadrant able to stop them short. Just 2 points away from stealing this round is Rebellion, but Quadrant have the ball at the moment. They're 20 seconds away from stealing the game. SLG put a pop in a couple of shots, ultimately backing down to stay alive. We see Chick in danger over toward the overshield side. Shopify already moving into collapse. SLG dealing with mental, but Rain sneaks in out of nowhere, grabs the last couple of seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a round 3.
Love to see it. That is exactly what I was hoping to get out of these two teams, and I expect this series to go the absolute distance, as it should, as both of these teams deserve to have that. But, you know, I have to say, credit where credit is due to Rebellion, because there was a point in time there in that last round, they were getting outslayed heavily. Now, you know, you're starting to see it level out a little bit here, but I think, like, was it right now they're sitting at around like 5 or 6 kills slay total advantage for Quadrant. So they're doing the thing. They're doing the business. They're trying to get back into this one here and will themselves into it, but you got to have these hot starts.
Well, if Rebellion are able to continuously steal away overshields like they were in that round number 2, I have no doubt that they'll be able to steal this game away as we see another overshield find the hands of Rebellion, specifically Mental. Now combines that with a sniper in his back pocket, deals with one quickly, and Sika, the no-scope, gonna connect onto Legend. Denial comes in.
God.
That player has no idea what's coming.
Get him, boy!
That's an overshield!
Oh, my
Mental
word.
coming out with the overkill.
Hit him with the wall bounce.
He's not done.
Not at all. Not at all. My boy Mental out here going absolutely wild, living up to his name, doing exactly what he needs to do here to pretty much just bring this team. And what an event he is having. This is a guy who, by the way, if you guys don't know, Mental coming from Gears of War, one of the best Gears of War players that we'd ever been treated to in that particular esport. Now makes his way over to Halo and brings his talents here, and he has been playing exquisite Halo. This is exactly what you'd want to see out of an ace player like him.
I said it right off the rip. Quadrant cannot allow Shopify to continue to steal overshield after overshield, and that's exactly what they use in order to get that overkill. And now in 20 seconds, we're going to see another OS coming up, but now with Mental and Rebellion, they have to divert their attention a little bit. You have to divide it over towards this ball that is trying to rotate onto the C side while also addressing OS, which is coming up very soon. Can they do both?
Yeah, well, I don't know if they, at the very least, you dump that ball and you try to prevent that overshield from getting picked up by Quadrant, but Quadrant desperately need that OS, and they are definitely going to be rewarded with it because they have picked it up over on the outskirts, and Mental just trying to stay alive, and I think Sika, he's just waiting for that prime opportunity to pound and jump on him. And I mean, that being said, though, I think it's important to note as well that with the way that this Quadrant team is kind of getting bodied here, they really need to kind of like hone in on that aggression and get back to what works for them and just get in the face of Rebellion and don't let them get comfortable.
43-3 run here for Rebellion, but once again, it's Quadrant able to grab this ball. Quadrant do end up going 3.
He's one away from a frenzy.
Pushing up.
Oh, frenzy, baby! Mental dropping a frenzy on the main stage on a team like Quadrant. That is beautiful work from him, but he's going to have to keep this one going. And just look at the intelligent decision-making that he's having here. This guy's having one hell of a game.
Major coming out down to one-shot Mental goals, but still going to rotate over towards this ball. Nobody home just yet here for Quadrant. There we go. Couple of shots going to make him weak. Mental understands that they need this numbers advantage, so immediately drops this ball. Now going to go a bit in for a longer flank right behind enemy lines, but didn't account for Sika. Back down to one shot. Chick able to take him down, and now we see Rain coming in with the sniper.
Yeah, and you should expect to play ball here if things get a little bit too hot for Quadrant, as there is going to be a player like down low, like right to behind where Rain is going to be located, and I thought that would have been a shot, would have been a wild shot, but it doesn't work out. So it gives an opening, an opportunity here for Quadrant. Let's see how this setup is going to be, though, because there's going to be a lot of pressure coming from Nest and Tower.
And we're already seeing the 3-man push coming out of Rebellion, and we do see one player in Rain going for a flank over towards the A side. Hopefully,
watch for that
Quadrant
pinch.
able to identify that. SLG taking down Ryan. SLG goes down, but the ball is forced, played off the map. Rebellion once again having the advantage and once again moving up for another overshield.
Ooh, but with 3 players down and an overshield available, just as you mentioned, Tony, that is another OS grab for Rebellion, which is really difficult for Quadrant. They have to just do their absolute best to burn it as fast as they can, which they do succeed in doing so. But, you know, unfortunately, the objective of the game is to get the oddball in your hands. And, well, it seems like Rebellion have that firm control currently And Mental's just kind of running roughshod, doing exactly what he needs to do. Be in front of the team and cause a distraction. The thing is, you just can't give up too many kills at that point in time. You just want to try and see if you could get the benefit from this here. But Cycle, good coverage from him as well to back things up. That ball's going to be out in no man's land, and they pretty much just want Quadrant to go for it at this point and see if they could just pepper them with shots.
Despite the fact that Quadrant were able to push Rebellion right off of spawn, they are able to respond immediately. And we've seen Cycle with this heat wave put in the work. That's the second kill that we've seen on screen, and the assist to go along with it. 72-35 run. Shopify Rebellion might have done enough to put Quadrant out of reach. Quadrant gonna have to make something happen here very soon.
Yeah, well, they have to bring this over to the green side if they want to just play ball. Over toward the OS side of the map, you just don't really have that comfort to do so, but you can see that the lane has been stopped up by Quadrant. There's going to be one player left alive, lingering about here. Does manage to pick up one, but because of that, they bring this ball right back into a safe position, and this is great. They could just leave this ball here, let time tick, or just build up as much as they can. Get to like 85, get to 90, try and see if you get as much time and points out of this as you can, because you know that Quadrant have to push this.
Play ball finally comes in, and Cycle was able to put in more damage with this heat wave due to the early play ball, but not enough to get the kills that they were looking for. In fact, Quadrant are the ones to put Rebellion 3 down. Quadrant having another chance to claw their way back into it, but it feels like it's only a matter of time for Rebellion to get that 2 or 3 slays that they need to turn the tables once again, and maybe for the last time this game.
All right, OS was picked up. Mental's actually on the hunt, trying to see if he can find his player, and that is, of course, going to be Legend, who's having one hell of an event himself. Dropping 38 right now in this game. The only one next to him is going to be Mental at 39. And with that ball possession, 1 minute, 14 seconds on the clock. Tony, that time is going to become, you know, quite critical for them, and they are going to have to really rely on players like Legend to open up the map for them.
Luckily for Quadrant, as long as they have that ball in hand, that timer will be stopped, but that won't be the case for long, especially with Rebellion starting to push up. Mental finds the first kill onto Legend. That's the first kill that Rebellion need, but Sika with the sniper out of nowhere lines up the second one, almost able to connect. Wainu taking down Chick and forcing that play ball once again down to the bottom mid we go, and Sika looking to reposition, gets challenged and dealt with.
Only a few more points remaining. 6 points for Rebellion to be able to pick up this first map here. And with that ball possession down low, that is exactly what is going to happen. And Rebellion pick up a massive win, but that was a hard-fought battle. Oddball live fire.
Yeah, Quadrant really came with that heat in round number 1. And I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit worried for Rebellion, but like you said, Rebellion clawed their way right back into that game. Ultimately, almost made it. I think they only lost, what, by 3 points after the time ran down. And then round 2 was theirs, and round 3 was an absolute fight. Rebellion up 1-0 in the series, and you see the looks on Quadrant face. They're obviously not happy about that one.
Oh, yeah, and also, I mean, not happy with how that last round went as well. Rebellion, they ran away with that one in the early game, and at that point, they were just playing, you know, with as much time as they possibly could, right? They were allowing Quadrant to push forward, try and challenge them, try and take the ball out of the open field, pretty much left the bait there for them and set up those traps. And those are things that, you know, like Rebellion just so good at doing. The Deaths were actually talking about it as well, how like this, you know, Rebellion is the type of team that like if Quadrant aren't careful, they would easily land into those bear traps, and that is pretty much how Rebellion set them up for success there. So very studious game. I think you go back and watch it and see like this was a good textbook way to play some Oddball on live fire. Really just play to your opponent's aggression as much as you possibly can. But on top of that too, I mean, you also have to have players that are like popping off in those moments. And let's be honest, man, Mental was having one hell of a game. So when a player plays like that, you need your ace on the other side, which of course was Legend, to also be responding in turn. And instead, you know, it just was the Mental show. And boy, oh boy, were we treated to one.
Well, speaking of Mental, can we give a quick congratulations to Mental, because after that score line, that is actually breaking the record so far for this tournament.
Oh, wow.
Highest kill count goes to Mental so far this tournament, and it obviously led them into a big win in that game number 1 Oddball, but will it be enough to send them over the edge? Because now we're going into Aquarius and a Slayer, so much faster, much grittier type of game here for Quadrant. I can imagine as long as they can get a hold of a couple of those camouflages just the same way that Rebellion grabbed hold of those overshields and make them impactful, I could imagine Quadrant can tie up this series here in Game 2.
Yeah, well, you know, and another thing to note as well is that for Slayer, I mean, it hasn't necessarily been Rebellion's favorite playground, at the very least in this particular event. So I believe they're currently sitting at like a 2-3 record. You know, they're not the best, but also not the worst either. So I think Quadrant certainly going to have to take advantage of that, and that maybe that weakness in the game, you know, quote unquote weakness in the game, as we talk about these two teams. Very few weaknesses, I think, across the board here. But so yeah, Slayer Aquarius, and I just want to see what that opening gambit is going to be for Quadrant again. They've been so good at this, really reinforcing, like, getting strong starts early on. And Quadrant, or excuse me, Rebellion, have been fine, like, receiving the aggression from Quadrant and then responding in kind. So I do think that there is a great kind of story here of two different styles of how you approach Halo. Neither one right, neither one wrong. If anything, it just goes to show how many layers this game has, because Quadrant's able to get that fast pace in your face action, whereas Rebellion, they're doing the setups. They're making sure that they have Ryandub in prime position to create distractions and then allow players like Mental and Cycle to sweep up those kills.
And one thing I found so impressive, that with the difference of play styles that you see out of Rebellion and Quadrant, is that when the stats were on the screen, we saw those assists so high. So one of the reasons why Mental was able to put up that 40 bomb and Legend right behind him in the slates, I think with 39 himself, was the amount of assists that the Seeker has at 24, the amount of assists that Psycho had at a 19 as well. That's going to be really good in carrying over to Aquarius, which is a much more open map that you can expect, at least in the mid angle, compared to Live Fire. And then on top of it being a Slayer, they'll really have a lot of freedom with that movement.
Yeah, and also I think another thing to note here, that 1 and 3, if I'm correct, for Quadrant, I mean, those were games against Sentinels, games against FaZe. Like, those were tough matches, right? That you're going up against some of the best of the best in the game here. So Quadrant, if anything, have kind of ran the gamut against a variety of styles as we get ready for this Rebellion matchup on Aquarius. I think it just goes to show, right, how every single team in this tournament, doesn't matter the circumstances, you know, they can either take a game, they can surprise you here, they can surprise you there. It truly has been anyone's event, even though the top three, very strong across the board. But you look at these teams and you're like, man, you're literally right there. You're right at the precipice of greatness.
Yeah, you know, when we talk about the Elite Three being the SSGs, you know, the OpTics and the FaZes, we're trying to think of teams that will be able to disrupt that top three. And two of the names that come to mind are Quadrant and Rebellion. So that's what makes it so crazy that we are in the elimination bracket round 1. One of these teams are going home after this series, and so far it's Quadrant that seem to be down 0-1 in the series. If you're on the side of Quadrant, you're coaching them up. I don't know how good your French is, but you know you're working. I'm sure you're working on it.
Well, if my French is any good as my Spanish, it's not that good. Let me not Puerto Rican.
I will say, what are you saying to them in order to bounce back here in this Slayer, into this game 2? How are you going to motivate the troops and get them right back in the series?
Well, I think you got to go back and say, like, hey, focus on our fundamentals here, right? That is the core thing. One thing that Quadrant has excelled at time and time again is their aggression. This is a great opportunity for them to not put their foot off of the gas pedal and really just bring it to Rebellion, make them uncomfortable in this game, and make this into a series. Because I think if you let Rebellion walk away out of this one with a 2-0 lead in the series, it will be very hard to claw your way back into a reverse sweep in order for you to stop Rebellion's momentum.
Well, whenever you're playing on land, you got to get comfortable doing the uncomfortable. And so far, we got to see who's going to be able to get over the hump. Is it going to be Quadrant? Is it going to be Rebellion? With this active camouflage sitting over towards the mid map, if Quadrant want to come out on top, they cannot be giving them away for free like they did the overshields on Live Fire. And so far, like we saw Ryandub do, luckily, Quadrant are able to neutralize them immediately.
Yeah, and if anything, that was exactly what Quadrant wanted to have happen. You know that, you know, there's going to be that focus on the camo, right? So this goes right back to the narrative that I am weaving, which is that Quadrant start off these games strong. They managed to stuff the camo because they knew that they just weren't going to be able to get there in time in comparison to what Ryandub's able to do. So they do just that. But that actually creates a great opportunity here for Quadrant with a 3-kill lead. They could just continue to add on to this as they have Rebellion pretty much backs against the ropes.
Seeker looking to create space with those grenades, and looks like Shopify not going to react to right away. In fact, they do a full rotation over toward the yellow side, and now onto the P side of the map are Rebellion, and they're continuing to go for all the way from utility into the flag and through P, and now we see a full rotation for Rebellion, almost being chased down by Quadrant. Finally, we're seeing a bit of engagements here on Aquarius, and now we're seeing Quadrant start to win some of these individual battles.
Yeah, and I think, at this point now, Rebellion, where do they find those openings that Quadrant could potentially allow them back into this one? It's only going to be a one-kill game. So even with that rotation was a smart call, because why would you just go and try and go toe-to-toe against them right in front of the utility? That just makes no sense. Get yourself into a better position. Put yourself on the P side of the map so that this way you create openings and opportunities for your squad.
And it's the type of strategy that we've seen employed by Ryan, no matter what team it's on, whether it's Rebellion or even back in Season 1 with E United. We've seen them be able to push the weak side and even do 3 or 4-man pushes to get out of those engagements. And we see another kill go towards Seeker, taking down Ryan New. It's a 11-10 lead in favor of Rebellion, and SLG is right back in the action.
Now he's got himself a pretty solid angle here, and I like that they're going for this. I like that they're going for these more spread out plays, and again, just waiting to see how they can add damage. Ryan Noob is so good at that, just putting a few shots forward and then disengaging from the fight, making the call out, his teammates going for the sweep up. That is something that Quadrant are just going to need to be mindful of time and time again. Watch their flanks, watch out where Ryan Noob is going to be, because if you're not careful, he'll drain half your shields before you even notice what happened to you.
Brain over toward the bottom B side. Ryder doing a great job of shredding his shields, backing down, and not tunnel
staying alive
within that fight. Doing a great job of staying alive.
It's creating so many openings here as well, Tony. I mean, look at what's happening here, right? You get Ryan Noob in a position to be able to just pepper them with shots, and then you essentially send hounds on him, like Mr. Burns. You just you release the hounds, and the hounds in this case, you got Mental Cycle and then Rain, who just have no problem jumping on those opportunities that are created for them, and it's kind of left Quadrant a bit reeling here at this point, because look at Ryan Noob. He's on the other side of the map, and then rotates back over to the just flowing constantly around and causing as much carnage as he possibly can.
Rebellion have been doing a great job of setting the pace here on Aquarius, and so far that's net them complete map control. Now we're seeing them back out towards the outskirts of the map. This is Quadrant's opportunity to get that card control, but Ryan coming out of nowhere with that height advantage. Him and Mental work a little 1-2. Legend chases down Ryan in order to get the kill, but I'm sure he's going to be dealt with soon. This is a fight for any kind of map control, and so far Rebellion continue to win it.
Yeah, this is playing right into Rebellion's hand here. Of course, I like what I'm seeing here from SLG, right? You see these two players engaging and trying to take this fight over toward the P side where your teammates are, so create that flank opportunity. Get around to the utility and just cause as much carnage as you possibly can so that you can give your team a fighting chance. And fighting chance they have is they just took the lead here by 1.
Big kill come out of SLG to clear out the car side. That's 3 down for Shopify. Rebellion.
What a run.
Again, we see Quadrant coming right back into this game and ultimately taking the lead going into the mid-game. Rebellion stuck over towards the gold side. Last time we saw this, they rotated 4 players onto the P side just to break out of their spawns. Will they be able to do that again?
Well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult because you kind of have players positioned all across the board. And by the way, that comeback for Quadrant, that was an 8-kill, now 9-kill swing. Sika's on a killing spree here. So, just Quadrant right back into this one through sheer force of will, as they have been able to isolate these fights and get these kills where they count. And now you're left wondering, well, how did Rebellion allow this to happen, and how do they dig themselves out of this hole?
It's crazy because it's Quadrant's teamwork that's been able to come out on top, but most of the assists are going towards SLG. He has 9 of the team's 14 assists right now, so just getting involved in every single fight, but also being unselfish and not having to worry about whether he gets the kills or not. He wants his teammates to shine as much as he does, and it's seemingly working for Quadrant, but now with a 1v2 tries to back out. Ryan not going to allow him out, and Legend now forced to back down, ultimately to stay alive and wait for his teammates to come off off a spawn.
Well, and also, too, you heard the Desk talk about SLG and the many hats he wears, and you make a great point there, Tony, about how, you know, he's a very unselfish player. He's always been like that, and that is part of the reason why people like playing with SLG, because he's the type of guy that will always prioritize setting up his teammates over himself. And maybe that could be a detriment to some players, but I think, you know, in a game like Halo Infinite, where being able to, you know, tag and create as much problems as you possibly can for your opponent and not allowing them the comfortability to push up willy-nilly, that is such a valuable skill to have. And to see him already sitting at those 9 assists, absolutely massive. Taking a page, honestly, out of Ryan's book.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to do the same thing we play together. I'll just hold the ball and make me look better so I can get the kills. We can have that same dynamic.
Listen, man, I play on keyboard or mouse, okay? I've said this 3 times already. Let the boy cook. Let the boy cook in the server. That's all I'm saying. Nice shot, though, from Ryan Noob. Actually takes out Chick, and this is just an attempt now to just get back into this one here, but it does feel like, with the way that these fights are going, call-outs are being made, and they are prioritizing eliminating Ryan Noob whenever they see him pop up behind, and that allows them to net a camo here, and look at the information that is being gained by SLG.
Big deal coming out of SLG with the camouflage, a couple of grenades to make sure that nobody's able to leak through, and he keeps alive with this camo. We said it before, he wants to be involved in every single fight, put a couple of shots, stay alive, and allow his teammates to come in. But now stuck in a 1v1, and he's still comfortable doing that, taking down Cycle. A 41-31 lead here for Quadrant moving into the end game.
What a swing that this game was. We were seeing Rebellion basically set these traps just as they did an Oddball for Quadrant, and then Quadrant were taking the bait each and every time. But then it just shifted around. You could see when that shift came about as well, when SLG opens up the map for his teammates. And then, of course, Sika is having a great game at this juncture. So this is the perfect situation for Quadrant to be in here, but they cannot let it slip away at these final moments. And even though it is going to be a tall task for them, 9 kills is the separator between these two teams, you cannot count out Rebellion because they will find a way.
And the last thing you want to see for Quadrant is ultimately them going 3 down now. Shopify Rebellion have the opportunity to surround Quadrant off a spawn and limit their movements. The moment you see a 2-man push coming toward the P side, Rebellion are there, but they deal with one. Can't quite find the second one. Rain gets the backpack. Finally going to take down the second. It's going to be Seeker, so a double kill now coming out of Rain as Rebellion looking to come right back in. Legend being isolated as well. Now started to work, and we're seeing a little bit of momentum now shift in favor for Rebellion.
That camo pickup, I think, went over to Rebellion, and if it did, that could maybe be the difference maker, but you're still going to have to bring back 6 kills here. And, you know, they're doing a good job, Rebellion, of just clawing their way back into this one, and it is going to be Ryan who picks up the camo, but they're really wise to it and just prevent him from getting the freedom to move around with this. And just look at the attention that he's pulling in his direction here. Smart plays there by Ryan to try and disengage from the fight, but the problem was you're so weak at that point in time. You simply just cannot give up these trades. Last kill is going to be available here to Quadrant. This could very well be it, Tony.
They're looking for the last one, and Sika tries to go in for the challenge. He thinks it's a 1v1. In fact, it's a 1v2, and Quadrant are able to steal that one away. And look at that. No emotion on their face whatsoever. They know they still got a few more
Job
to
ain't
go.
done.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be celebrating. That's a big win right there. Able to come out, I think, 8, maybe a 9-point swing in favor of Quadrant, but it's all business on their face. They know you still got to put 2 more on the board before you advance forward.
Credit where credit is due. Of course, SLG, 12 assists that he was able to put together. And that's not counting all the other shots that he was laying forward to his opponents as well. So I think all that just taking a factor in. You saw layers to this Quadrant team. This is a squad that everyone's always like, French aggression, push this, fight here, do that. But you're really seeing how this squad, and why they're such a feared team, I think, in the HCS. It's because, they do have these layers. They do have the ability to change up the gameplay and change up the tempo. And this is literally the best case scenario, I think, for Quadrant in that Slayer. Now, though, as we get ready for Game 3, and we're right back neck and neck here, again, it is truly anyone's game. I said you didn't want to let Rebellion get off to a crazy start here, Tony, and that is exactly what Quadrant prevented, and they're right back in the series.
I talked about this yesterday. Your best ability when it comes to esports is your availability, your adaptability. How you're able to adapt to any given situation. I've talked to SLG. He told me about the different ways that he and Quadrant play against a team like OpTic and how it differs from FaZe, and now we were seeing how they're able to play against Rebellion. and able to match no matter who their opponent are. I promise you, Quadrant, they do their homework. There's a reason why they're the #1 team in EU and one of the bigger threats to make it into the top 4.
Now we shift over to CTF Argyle, and you're going to have a very interesting game on your hands here, considering the way that Argyle's played, the way you want to set up. Do you try and just brute force your way into the flag area? Do you try and just create setups and get the pulls and just be methodical with it? A lot of questions here, obviously, that will be answered very, very soon. But as we get ready for this one, what a great series that this has been. You know, 2 fantastic teams that are just fighting for survival in this tournament. It doesn't get any better than this, Tony.
No, it does not. And man, Argyle is going to be one of those weird ones when it comes to dealing with Rebellion or Quadrant, because to be honest with you, I don't know who has the advantage. I think, obviously, Quadrant are a very good Argyle capture the flag team, but I feel like with Rebellion's playstyle, once they get control, they're not going to let up. They're going to punish you, and whenever they pull flags, it is going to be efficient. So this is going to be a weird one. Honestly, I think it's a toss-up between both Quadrant and Rebellion, and it is such an important map in the series.
Let's see what risks are going to be taken here when you're in the thick of it like this. Really, it's just do or die, right? Elimination bracket game. Pressure's on here for both of these squads, but Ryan Noob gets that first blood. And instead, on the other side, though, it is going to be a camo grab, which is quite positive here for Quadrant, as they're just going to have to scope around their base. But look at Ryan Noob already in the back of the base, trying to just cause as much carnage as he possibly can.
Chick able to get away with that camouflage. We talked about that utility control that Quadrant needed to work on in this series, and the first one goes to Chick.
He's still alive back there.
He really is. It was one shot, had an enemy right behind him, but luckily he's able to dodge him, and now might be staring down the barrel of a couple of other Rebellion players here on the pistol side. Flag is being pulled, and he ends up turning away at the wrong time. Rain finds the kill.
That little situation that we saw Ryan Noob do allowed his team to get positioning right where they are right now, just because he was creating so much noise inside of that base and staying alive. It drew all of the Rebellion players, gave him openings, and the Quadrant guys simply just could not understand where this push was going to be coming from, because Ryan Noob was just running around in this base. But the thing is that they have to stop this flag, and they know that they have basically all the tools necessary to do so, but they need numbers, and Mental's going to need help here right now, and he gets it from Cycle.
Mental doing a great job of watching the strong side of the push coming in and able to deal with one. Him and Cycle coming off his spawn, but they're still sending numbers after numbers. 3 make that 4 down for Rebellion. Quadrant are going to slap this one in and also be able to move right back into map control after that, because Rebellion are still coming off spawn.
Credit where credit is due there, obviously, to Quadrant, because they were having to deal with a lot in their base. And then they were, while that was going on, you know, you got that flag pull that was brought out by Sika, and that pull was just lasting for a super long time. But incredibly diligent job here by Quadrant, just to not let the moment kind of escape them a little bit, because that could have been very easy there, Tony.
Camouflage in the hands of Chick once again. That's 2 in a row that Quadrant able to grab. Another flag being pulled and moved quickly over toward the pistol side. You see the spawners onto Snipe, and you see Quadrant perfectly watching the overextenders. Mental having no idea Chick is coming. Easy kill for him. He's going to pull right out of that situation. SLG punching in yet another one. 2-0 lead for Quadrant.
These have been very clean runs, but they've also come off that one run in particular. Super helpful to have that camo player just basically perch in the middle of the map and get you so much information. Stop the player that was going to be flanking you from behind. Get info on where the players are going to be on the right side of the map. Like pretty much everything that you could possibly want to go right there for you for Quadrant fans definitely did, and they're sitting in a very solid position here at 2 flags. It becomes exponentially more challenging with the way that Argyle's laid out and how big this map is to be able to get back into this one. So we're going to need to see what Rebellion's made of here in the CTF.
Chick and Quadrant just doing a phenomenal job of ultimately shutting down Ryan Noob and Rain. Well, we've seen over 3 minutes of gameplay so far and only 3 kills between both of these players combined. If Rebellion going to have any chance ultimately coming back in the game, which obviously there's enough time to do so, they're going to have to pick it up in the slaves department. You cannot allow Quadrant just to run around the map 3 and 4 up the entire time.
And you know what, though? The advantage here, or at least the slight advantage, is that even though they have 2 flag caps, it's still 8 minutes on the clock, Tony, to your point. So Rain and Ryan have plenty of opportunities to be able to dig themselves right back into this one. Oh my word. Woo. SLG with the snap there onto Cycle. Definitely going to be feeling that one in the morning. But Ryan makes the pull happen, and look at the harassment from Rain up on top of the elbow here, just not really allowing them to get comfortable, but they know that the players are going to be located on the elbow side. So you have to be mindful of this.
Flag's able to make it all the way through the snipe side here for Rebellion. Ryan Noob is stopped short, but luckily has the reinforcements he's looking for. And now we have Rebellion on the board, only down by 1 cap. You know, we talk about how hard it is to capture flags on Argyle, but so far, 2-1 lead here for Quadrant. Normally games will end 1-0.
But they gave up so much map control, and I just saw a snipe actually just snap there. But they gave up a lot of map control, and they gave up the camo here as a result of that, which means SLG gets to walk away with this flag with no problem whatsoever, and he will not be spotted for a while because he's not tossing the flag. Instead, he's holding it the entire time, and it's going to be a ginger stroll through Argyle for the 3rd cap for Quadrant. That was, again, just beautifully done by the Frenchman.
Just when you think things are starting to go in favor of Rebellion, they come out. And Quadrant slapping in. It's going to be 3-1 win. We ain't going to 5 flag caps anymore.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see what happens here. I think there may have been is it 5 or 3 out? You know,
we ain't going to 5 anymore. We go to 3.
Oh, so
going to 3.
Oh my God,
we going to 3, baby.
My brain is all over the place. I'm so sorry, people. I just came off of a flight from Tokyo. I'm old as hell. Please bear with me. But in any case,
stay with us, because after this event, we're going to swap it out the camo for the quantum translocator. You're going to see more changes on the map from event to event.
I know, right? I know. But yeah, so that is basically going to be a 3-1, and a ginger stroll gives Quadrant a critical flag cap there right at the end. We take a look at some of the highlights here. And I think really the name of the game here, Tony, without a doubt, was just camo control. Like the amount of times that they were able to get camo, Quadrant, and then benefit from that power item pickup, whether it was the walk across the map or whether it was the information that was being grabbed, really it just goes to show how vital these power items are, and just the amount of I guess, investment that Rebellion were making into their flag caps just opened up those opportunities for Quadrant.
I'm still lost at that no-scope from SLG.
Oh, yeah, that thing was nasty.
I know you're getting older and whatnot. I mean, what the kids call that, they call that the mess around and find out. That's what they call that. Oh, my gosh, that was beautiful. Now we're going to King of the Hill on streets here for this game number 4, and Quadrant have an opportunity to give Shopify Rebellion their lowest placing this year, knocking them out in elimination bracket round 1. That does not sound like something Rebellion want to go through.
Yeah, and also that, you know, that Argyle was clean, incredibly clean by Quadrant, and Rebellion will be kicking themselves for kind of just the way that had played out, one that you're definitely going to have to go back and watch the VODs for to figure out where the gaps in your play was. And because Quadrant did everything right, but I'm really looking to that guy right there, Mental, to be the one that could step up here at this moment and just really put on a show, just like as he was doing in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, every time we've seen him, whether win or lose, mental stats have been out of control. He's been dropping. And in fact, he actually has the most kills so far in this tournament. I've not only heard that he's an amazing Halo player, but also hear one of the best Gears players to ever touch a controller as well. So hopefully Mental and Rebellion can bounce back. It's map number 4, potentially the final time we're going to see Rebellion here. Quadrant have an opportunity to end it on King of the Hill.
Backs against the wall for Rebellion, and Quadrant know that they have them right where they want them, but you have to close it out here and now. This has been a problem for Quadrant in the past, being able to close out these games and close out these series here, but you have that opening. You have them beaten, battered, and bruised. It's now time to take advantage as we go right into King of the Hill.
Rockets over toward the mid-map, and not for long, Ryan right off the rip grabs a hold of those rockets. I believe he actually tossed them up to his teammate onto the tire side. We're going to find out here soon because Ryan Noob goes down and Mental has the rockets. So what a play by Ryan Noob to get those rockets, get into the hands of your leading Slayer, and immediately start getting time on the first hill.
Yeah, incredibly intelligent play there. And those opening plays have been so vital in this game because you just established so much control early on. Now, of course, unfortunately for Mental, Sentinel, he was going to be having to play off of that angle while also taking pressure over from the steps too. So good on his teammates to basically just fill that gap as soon as he exited it, and primarily because he had those rockets, you want to be able to clean up those kills when they become presented to you. And you also have Rebellion's Rain here scattered around the arcade area with the Stalker rifle. Is going to put in a lot of damage, but he needs to hit those shots.
Rain doing a great job of staying alive here into Red Room. Trying to dance a little bit, getting sturdy if you will, but down to one shot he goes. Somehow able to take down Legend. Finally, Rain is dealt with. SLG pushing up onto the driveway side, loses his teammate in Chick, and now in a 1v3, and that Shroud goes a little haywire. Luckily, SLG does a great job of playing his life, gets behind one, somehow still alive, putting down damage with the Stalker and even getting the melee before going down. That's going to open things up for Quadrant.
One of the things that I absolutely adore about Halo and why it's one of my favorite games to just commentate and talk about is just because you were seeing so many micro plays happen there, from Rain staying alive, the Stalker rifle being available, and then Quadrant being able to pick it up and get benefit from it as well. Like, everything kind of just fell from that one play, and this is where the game is going toward. No one has really been able to establish control on top of this arcade hill, and we have rockets coming up in a moment here, and I like the positioning that I'm seeing from Quadrant, but they cannot allow them to get those rockets again.
There was 3 players of Rebellion that were looking to catch an angle onto the arcade side, but it looks like Quadrant's still doing a great job of holding them out, and now we're starting to see the kills light up in favor of Rebellion, but that's until Legend gets away with the rockets. 2 already fired, but only 1 down, and that's 3 down for Quadrant.
Very well done by Rebellion there. They gave up the rockets, they identified that this was going to be a problem, and even though they ended up losing a body, he was in a real bad spot underneath underneath the steps there. So they just put all their focus into eliminating that player as soon as they possibly could. So that was just the best possible response you can have given the circumstances they find themselves in. But that being said, Quadrant, they're just exchanging back and forth on this arcade hill, and so much time has passed here, Tony, which is also going to be quite problematic for Rebellion if they don't pick this one up, given the advantage that they have right now.
And Rebellion literally only a couple of seconds away from ultimately taking this hill, but they are losing bodies. In fact, all 4 members of Rebellion hit the black screen, and we're seeing Quadrant already manipulating those spawns, forcing them over toward the purple side. Legend is ready. Ryan New was the first one to go down. Now we're seeing Legend ultimately retract right back in. Quadrant still that hill away. They still have the numbers advantage. Rebellion can't allow them to get subway control right off the rip, but it looks like that might be what happened.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, I think that with that kind of control, right, that we were seeing from Quadrant, they have all these players that are just going to be weakened. They could push the back of the site just as you're seeing right now. Chick is just going to wait and bide his time here, but you have to feel for Rebellion on that one. They were mere seconds away from being able to capture that first point, which would have been massive for them after taking the battering on Argyle. To just come out of this one with a strong start would be huge for them, but instead, Quadrant gets the better of them, and they continue their good times.
Easy kills going in favor of Quadrant right as the rockets are coming up. Rebellion keep going down, and honestly going down at the most unfortunate times. Rockets officially up. Rebellion are just now coming off a spawn. That it was a huge kill on for Cycle onto Legend there. Might allow them to sneak away with the rockets, and did that man just run out of ammo? Somebody get my man some ammo.
Yeah, well, also too, right, like with Legend in that position, you're hoping that with the player that's going to be located in Tram, you're providing enough support fire there, but that was just really well scouted by Rebellion. Puts them right back into the driver's seat here, but they do have some weakened players, and they're going to need these numbers to try and zone out the rest of the map and not allow Quadrant to be able to walk into this one, and that nade might actually just give them a little bit of a moment of reprise here so that they could just get right back to business and get right back onto that hill, but they have to get control.
Rebellion are stacking numbers. You have 3 players right on top of each other. A well-placed grenade by Quadrant could be devastating here, but it has not come. Psycho may have gone down to 1 shot, but does enough damage to allow Rebellion to get that advantage and ultimately sneak into the hill. The Sentinel beam shreds the shields of Legend as once again Rebellion start to take over, taking the lead so far in hill number 2, looking to tie things up for Rebellion.
But we've been here before. for Rebellion, Tony. They had the lead in the Arcade Hill, and then they gave it up right at the end there because of some great plays from Quadrant. So you cannot rest on your laurels here. Thing is, though, given how this push is going and how things have played out, there's no real reason for Quadrant to just throw another body at this. Maybe they can just try and like slow things down, prevent them from being able to get comfortable, but this should be a capture for Rebellion. Now let's see, though, how Quadrant are going to be set up for this next one in the middle.
Well, you see all 4 members over toward the A side so far. Now you're starting to see 2 members start to push up over towards Bravo. A trade on the kill feed as SLG and Rain both end up going down. Ryan Noob with the Stalker, and it looks like this is exactly what Ryan Noob wants to be with it. He wants to have the C-side control, which is so important on the mid-hill.
Man, he's got that Stalker in the overlook position. Pretty much gonna just shred him with shots. Don't forget, though, Shroud Screen with the rocket, but Ryan Noob was wise to that one as well. Just look at the players just starting to jump into that one as the Shroud Screen just goes away. 2 players down now on the benefit of Rebellion. That's courtesy, of course, of Mental, and they have possession of this hill. So, as we take stock of what is happening here, yeah, it actually has been a brilliant job by Rebellion, not overextending, playing to their advantages, and utilizing the sandbox here to the fullest of its potential. And on top of that, if there's a potential push to happen, I was going to say, if there's a potential push to happen, you have the Rockets to clear that out, but Rain does go down.
Once again, Ryan Noob still staying alive here toward the Charlie side. We're finally starting to see some resistance coming in for Quadrant. They're not going to allow Rebellion to just build a home onto Subway. They know how important it is. They finally take down Ryan Noob. Seeker somehow ends up with the Rockets, has to take down both with them. Both teams 2 down. Next lane going to be so important, and somehow Quadrant is still gaining points.
Cycle picked up a big double kill. Perhaps they could use that to build off of something here, right? Because you have Chick coming off of the respawn, and with these players going to be circling around the palm tree area of the map right in front of mid, I think that Rebellion here just know they just got to play their life a little bit more, and that is exactly what they're doing, not overextending and just letting Quadrant come to them, but they have to be ready for these traps.
And with this time starting to drain down, you only think this next couple of hills might be the deciding factor. In fact, it could be a situation where this next hill could be the final one, and Rebellion desperately needed. There's nobody in the hill. That means time is winding down, too quickly going down for Rebellion. SLG doing a great job of holding down the A side. You're seeing the ping start to come in, diverting the troops over. Rips out the Bulldog for the close range. 3 down, go Rebellion. Quadrant may just steal yet another hill away.
Man, Chick opened up the arcade side of the map for this team with that push. They were so focused on what was going to be coming from Neon as well as ATM, and even though Quadrant were sending bodies to that, and that is going to be their second point there, which is massive for them, that really just came off of some excellent coordination from Quadrant to give them the advantage and to remove the advantages, rather, of Rebellion. So this is, again, just textbook of what we're seeing from Quadrant. Very brilliantly done.
40 seconds on the clock, and so are Shopify Rebellion. Quadrant can play it 2 ways. They can play the hill or they can play the time. And you're seeing SLG, just like you said, gingerly avoiding that hill. That means they're playing the shot clock. Rebellion, you have to make a play right here, right now. You have to get these kills. Otherwise, your tournament life is over.
Well, you got to get through Chick, and you also have to get through Sika. And Chick is making that real difficult as he ends up getting the trade there against Rain. You're going to lose a big force at that moment there, but you only have 5 seconds remaining. Ryan Noob's going to be inside of the hill. SLG's got the read on him there. Even though he's one shot, it's not going to be a problem. 3 seconds remaining here. SLG does go down, and we are going to see bodies for Rebellion on it. But here comes Legend around the side, and that is going to be it. Quadrant is moving on, and Rebellion is going home.
They're getting loud. They're getting loud. Congratulations all around. Quadrant have pulled off the upset, taking down Shopify Rebellion, giving them their lowest placing this year as Quadrant are moving forward.
That was a hard-fought game, but the credit goes where credit's due to Quadrant. They played that one immaculately at the end there. It was a great setup that we were seeing. Everything that you could possibly want to go right for Rebellion happened there. They had mid control. They just got the point. They were set up on PD, and then Chick around the corner just causes carnage. Then you have, I believe it was Sika as well. And at that point, you just pinned the entirety of Rebellion on the other side of the map. SLG with PD control, there was just nothing that they were going to be able to do. That was beautifully done by Quadrant.
That's a phenomenal breakdown, but I think you're missing one very important thing.
That?
And Can you tell us about the bald buff? I've been hearing this going around. What does being bald do to you?
It gives you added powers, okay? Look at Onset. Look at the man's muscles. I wouldn't be shocked if Sika in the next event shows up here with 16-inch pythons like Hulk Hogan. Like this guy, you know, the way that he's playing here. And listen, you know, you look at some of the best players in the game right now across a variety of different esports. You got Durka, you got Sika, you got some great players that know how to win. And man, speaking of knowing how to win, well, one of my favorite players is actually standing by with the legend Blaze himself. It's SLG with Guy Blaze. Blaze, what you got, brother?
Thank you so much, G and Tony. Everybody give it up for Quadrant as they win their match here in a loser's bracket to progress on. Man, what a series that was, okay? You guys go down there towards the first map, but you fight back to stay in this tournament. How did you get this win, and what did it mean for you and the team?
I mean, it means a lot, especially with our first day. It was a really rough day. Losing this 50-49 Slayer against Sentinel was really heartbreaking for us. But it's a really good bounce back from the team, and can't wait to keep playing today.
Nice, nice. Now, coming from the last event was one of the first times we got a chance to see Quadrant at full strength, okay? And now we got you guys together back-to-back events. Now, we know you for that fast-paced play style. How have you guys kind of really tried to evolve that coming into this event? And how have you gotten better since the last?
Well, last event was really close to this one, so we didn't get much time to perfect our craft. But yeah, like every event, like we keep evolving as each series goes on. So yeah, just trying to reach final form as soon as possible to break, top 4.
Hey, I think you guys can do that, okay? And you are on the right path. What do you want to say to these Quadrant fans? There was a lot of people here cheering you guys on throughout this tournament. A lot of support out there, here and across the pond.
Well, thanks a lot. It means a lot. I've been playing for a long time, so I can't get bored of this. It's really an amazing feeling. Thanks.
And I can't get bored of watching you guys win. Everybody give it up for Quadrant one more time. That's going to do it for me and SLG on the stage. Lot, take us away. Good stuff, man.
Thank you so much to Blaze and SLG on the main stage there, and a huge, huge GG's to Quadrant for getting that one across the board. Well, boys, they won a Slayer. They won a Slayer, and I think it's fitting that they did manage to win that series, considering the Slayers had been such a big problem for this roster. What did you notice about the Slayer for Quadrant that really, I think, took it to the next level for this team? Like SLG said, they're currently evolving as the days are going on.
I think the big thing is they didn't throw the lead away that they earned, right? That was a big, common mistake we kept seeing out of Quadrant. A lot of the games that they lost yesterday, they would have a lead, and then all of a sudden their momentum would change, and they would still keep that same play style where they would recklessly kind of throw themselves in unfavorable situations. This time around, they slowed it down. They felt the way Shopify were trying to break their map control, and they denied it. And I think that really sparked something in them throughout the rest of the series, and then much needed momentum boost was gained for this team. How far will that go is my big question going into the rest of this elimination bracket.
For sure, and I think, looking at the highlights here, obviously Shopify Rebellion just doing what they do best, and Mental really, really popped off in this game. He was absolutely incredible, but that seemed to go away after that Slayer. Quadrant seemed to have the number of Shopify Rebellion as the series went on, but I've got to say, Mental on your screen right now, he absolutely was a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this guy knows how to play competitive video games. He's won more tournaments than I think anyone in this building. He really is built for success.
He's won a lot.
He's won a lot as well, but I think he's up at like 23, 22, I want to say. So he's not doing too badly for himself, and I'm sure he'd love to add a Halo Championship to that as well. But I think Wes is completely right. There was a moment in that game where we'd seen it before with Quadrant. They had a little bit of a lead in that Slayer, but this time they just slowed the game down. They won that in really important battle that just afterwards, having got that lead. And I've got to say, the camo run that came in as well with that flag, you saw the fist bumps immediately afterwards as they closed that game out. Just a really good play call coming in from SLG as well, just saying, hey, just turn around, just fight the people who are behind me. I'm going to run this one home with camo. Took a really smart route as well, but a little bit of resilience here as well in this bottom hill. I think it's such a tough one to fight back from, and you can see Chick getting really fired up there, and I think he's been a really instrumental part in their success here. You can see it on the KDs. He's been a little bit slow so far this tournament, but in that series, he started to step up.
He certainly did indeed. Looking across the stats here, Seeker, you saw him on the stage. He was pointing to his jersey. He was getting so excited about this win. It does mean a lot to these Quadrant boys. They really care about pushing forward and getting stuff done here in all of these LAN tournaments, all of this hard work. You know, the fact that they are, you know, landing at Dallas as well and making sure that things are actually happening in Texas for them, trying to get scrims across the board, trying to be consistently getting better. And I'm glad that this actually did pay off for them because they have put in a lot of hard work. I think on the other side here for Shopify Rebellion, 3-1 against Quadrant. Did I expect it to be a touch closer? Yes, I did. I think I actually anticipated potentially going for a game 5 here. Shopify Rebellion, what do they need to work on, especially bringing in Cycle to the mix? Clearly things need to kind of be processed and mistakes need to be gone over, VOD review done, and to perfect things. But what did you notice?
Yeah, I truly think that this team is on the right track still. I know the top 12 performance is going to be something that's difficult to sit on for a little bit now until the next event, but I do have a lot of confidence that this roster still has a lot of potential in their opportunities. I mean, you lose a game 5 to Cloud9, and that was for top 6. So, I mean, a 50-48 that doesn't go your way, a couple mistakes made throughout that game, obviously, that made the difference in the 2 kills. But, I mean, for Shopify, you're that close to yet another top 6 tournament, and that's just how competitive the HCS is right now. We have 12 teams competing for 6 spots that everyone else is going to be pretty disappointed with how their weekend went if they do not win those close games.
I think that's a really important win for Quadrant as well. For obvious reasons, you've got to stay in the tournament, right? But just for just a little bit of belief back into the bodies, into the hands, because it's been a tough. You heard it from SOG himself. He was saying yesterday was really tough for us, and they haven't been in that position before where, you know, they've been losing series after series. Quadrant over in Europe, they win everything. They've pretty much won everything, right? And when they played their first event together, last time we saw them at the Global Invitational, they were winning series consistently. This has been the first time that they've had to take kind of successive losses and show a little bit of heart, a little bit of resilience, and I think that's a really big moment for them in that tournament. Not just the win, but the way they won as well. 3-1's a really good result for them.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say another thing that I feel like has fueled their consistency, being able to go to town with the likes of some of our best that we do have in the HCS, is the fact that they've made a change and they have come over to North America to practice. They have got scrims in. They have been there for lengths and periods of time. I think that is so typical. I think being able to fly over, get scrims, get practice, get better. That's been the big question mark over Europe, is not being able to have a new level of competition to practice against and to know exactly what you're going to be facing when you do head to these global competitions. It's been really tough for Europe.
Yeah, you got to give a huge shout out to Quadrant for supporting them doing it as well. You know, it's not cheap to do that, to really support these guys and make sure that when they get to the event that they're going to have the best practice possible for them. And I think the one thing that's going to consistently mean they're going to be able to do that is results, right? If they keep placing well, they keep putting in good results, then Quadrant are going to be able to boot camp. They're going to get all the support you could possibly imagine. And I think they deserve it at this point. They certainly are the shining light of Europe. They really are carrying the torch. And they just got to keep going at this point. I think don't get a little bit lazy. Don't take anything for granted because, as Wes said, every single series from this point on is an absolute war.
And keep going they shall, because they will push through the elimination bracket. Let's take a look at it right now and see where they are sitting. And they are going to be sitting quite comfortably in round 2 of the elimination bracket, going up against Complexity. Complexity coming up a very hot 3-0 against Status Quo, getting things done in style. And Status Quo, we will say goodbye to you here and now. Rebellion, same for these guys. Shopify Rebellion out at top 12, probably something that we weren't expecting coming into the tournament, but again, things to work on to push forward for going into our next LAN events. Then we've got Sentinels waiting in the wings for the winner of G1 versus Native Red, which is currently happening right now, and Sentinels comfortably 3-0 Native White. I believe actually Native Red and G1 just finished. I will actually get confirmation on the score for that. I think it's actually 3-1 G1. So G1 will find themselves going up against Sentinels. Just to remind everyone at home, G1 previously the Hive roster from our Global Invitational. A roster that has really come up and out of the depths of the open bracket of AM teams. Oh, actually, sorry, I've just had another update from my wonderful producer. Actually, it's actually 2-2, so it's even more exciting. So we actually don't know actually who's going to be facing Sentinels. So it's 2-2 currently. We're going into a game 5, Native Red versus G1. It is not all lost for Native Red. They have clutched up. They've taken G1 to a game 5, and right now it's coming down to a Slayer Who would you favor in a Slayer?
I think you got to favor Native Red, depending on the map mode combo. I mean, just the experience that those guys have, the elimination bracket runs that they've gone on in the past. Like, this could be the start of one of those fantastic runs. A team that got top 4 last event, you definitely don't think that they're going to fall short, at least fall all the way back to the top 12. But in a game to 50, anybody can step up and make a play. And then if I know anything about that G1 squad, they have a couple of guys that can catch fire. And if one of them do, Native Red could be in a lot of trouble.
They can indeed. It's funny, I actually have you on the desk here on set, and I remember not that long ago, you kind of making the point like, oh, I can't believe Slayers are not practice as much scrims. It just doesn't seem to happen. They're always leaving out the Slayers. And my goodness me, if they had known how much Slayers are dependent on their fates in the championship bracket, time and time again now, over the past couple of lands, we are seeing it come down to Slayers game 5s. The competition's heating up, and, you know, scrims, Slayers need to be a priority.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because there's so many game types you have to practice.
Yeah.
It's a time thing. You know, you could spend 6 hours, I think, if you wanted to run through every single game type and really, you know, put your all into it. And you are seeing Slayers being practiced more. I think that's the difference you've seen before the last event and this one here. People have realized that, you know, like I keep saying, there's 2 in a series. We need to win at least one of them if we want to come out on top in the series. So I think teams have recognized that. I think SSG really recognized that as well. We saw the tweet from Bound yesterday, and he was saying, yeah, we played really well in objective game types, but what let us down was games 2 and game 5. And it's very easy to pinpoint it when you have a team like FaZe who win the tournament, who win the game 5 consistently. So I think teams have picked up on it. I think teams are trying to put it right, and that's why we're having so many close, exciting game 5s as well.
Indeed. Well, we are going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, boy, oh boy, do we have some exciting action for you guys on the main stage. We will be seeing FaZe versus Cloud9. This one should be very interesting. Cloud9, the true Cinderella of the bracket. They are making an incredible run out of the open bracket into the fire of FaZe Clan. Can they survive? Will they get bumped down? How will this one end? Well, the story, folks, is coming right after the break.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Bounce in the game, and Bounce pick it up and overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
Even tricky right now. They call formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets two. He gets three. Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent. Hostile! Going ground!
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. Joining me, I have my duo.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man? How we doing, Clutch?
Good. Almost had a heart attack earlier, casting the game 5, the last time we saw Cloud9. But heart rate's starting to find a
rhythm
right?
again.
Starting to get back into it, so able to breathe once again for what feels like the first time in a couple hours. But I mean, damn good Halo so far all weekend, right? And I think to see Shopify get bounced into the top 12, that was not expected by me. I expected them to go pretty deep into the bracket, to be honest. So unfortunately, obviously, they play Quadrant for top 8, and Quadrant's a really good team as well. So it's good to see Quadrant kind of find their footing here, especially with all the hard work they put in.
It's always so difficult. I feel like when you find two teams who are expected to place a hell of a lot higher than top 12, going head-to-head and knocking each other out. What's the mentality like as a player when you're in that situation, you're up on the main stage and you know that if you don't get over this hump, that the placement opportunity is completely without of reach, you're out of the tournament? That must be really difficult to handle.
Yeah, I think as a player, you're kind of understanding that you already messed up at some point this weekend, because Shopify coming in with the seed that they had, obviously I think Quadrant was the 9 seed and they had a pretty difficult road through their pools, but like you look at pool play and then you go into a double elim bracket, you're like, we can afford a loss here or there and still like get by. Like it feels like you have a lot of room for mistakes, I guess, is the illusion that pool play draws. But in reality, if you slip up in pools and you give up your seed to another team, you now have that team's seed basically, and that means you're going to have what their bracket should have been, not the bracket you should have had necessarily.
Yeah.
So the second you slip up in pool play and have that like safety net ripped away from you,
all of a sudden your bracket becomes a lot harder. Cloud9 have done such a phenomenal job to take other teams' seeds throughout that pool play experience, and now that they've earned themselves a fairly comfortable round 1, they were able to take care of Shopify there in a Game 5 fashion that was absolutely insane, and now they get a chance, already placing top 6, to compete for top 3 against the best in the world in FaZe.
They do indeed. I think it comes back to our point about you can't sleep on pool play. You've got to bring your A game from day one. It's really crazy out there in terms of the competition level. It's mad.
When you show up to a tournament, guess what? Every single series you play, every best of 5 should be a must-win, should be your mentality. And if it's not, then you should not plan on winning this tournament. And there's a lot of teams here that probably go into some of these pool play matches thinking like, I can use this as a warm-up or whatnot. Cloud9 coming from the open bracket might not be the threat that we think they are. That's the wrong mentality, and we've seen teams slip up in the past, and we continue to see just about every single tournament those kind of upsets happen because maybe an underestimated opponent or you have a couple bad games. You cannot afford to have a couple bad games when you're at a weekend like this.
You certainly cannot. Although on our side, they're not bad games. They're very, very exciting. Here are the games we've had so far today. Here is what is coming up for you guys on this schedule. As you can see already, Navi and Complexity happened earlier this afternoon. OpTic versus Native Red, a nice 3-0 for the Green Wall there. Rebellion versus Quadrant just happened on the main stage, and Quadrant, the hope, the torch for Europe, stands strong. And up next, FaZe Clan versus Cloud9. Then later on, we got Spacestation versus OpTic Gaming, our 2 winners semi-finals happening on the main stage for you guys. And to round off our evening, we've got Elimination round 3. We're sending another team home for you guys, and another team will bounce forward for hopefully a better run through the elimination bracket as well. So much to look forward to today. The evening, honestly, has just begun, but I'm very excited because I do have a special guest who I think you're a little bit out of breath, guy, because I saw you booking it across to come onto the desk, but it's lovely to have you here, Blaze.
Ah, thank you so much. You know, I was catching my breath just a little bit, okay?
I know.
You know, I had to mess with production. We did a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors.
This rock, paper, scissors could be exhausting out there.
No, it really was, and I had to go through the crowd one by one just to get them warmed up because we're giving away graphics cards here, okay?
I need one of those,
And so I think rock, paper, scissors is America's game, okay? So right here in Dallas, Texas, we're going to make sure we get it done, all right? We got a lot of soldiers out there.
I love it.
What we do best.
I love it. I tell you what, while I do have you on here, though, Blaze.
Watch me beat clutch. Come on.
Oh, go on then.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
What was this? Is
wow.
this paper?
That was paper.
Scissors?
I mean,
no, that's scissors, and he's a cheater.
Come on, watch this.
We're not doing that anymore. It's best of one.
Know what's up.
He didn't like it. He just got cooked way too quick.
What is this?
Way too. That's paper.
That like paper. Yo, chat, is this paper across all rule books?
If you do this, it's scissors. If you do this, it's paper.
It's paper. It's paper, and I'll tell you what I got down on my paper. That is the setup for this next matchup. And my goodness me, we got FaZe versus Cloud9. Now, Cloud9 being the team to look out for right now. Can they get it done? They are on the winner's side of things in the bracket, and Cloud9 have had quite the story so far. And wouldn't it just be incredible to add another page to this book, and the page saying that they beat FaZe Clan? That would be absolutely incredible, but that is a tall order. That is very, very difficult. I don't think you're going to catch FaZe sleeping right now. I think FaZe, in terms of their day one, they showed that they had set their alarm clocks. They were awake. They were ready to go. They made it through that pool of death. Very, very clean 3-0. And Cloud9, they're catching up right now. They're catching up to the big dogs, and that's going to be a task. Taking down FaZe, that is a whole different kettle of fish.
Every other series Cloud9 has won so far this tournament, I would have said they have a chance. They have a puncher's chance in this series. This is a little bit different. This is FaZe Clan we're talking about. The Dallas champions, the guys that are hitting their stride. I mean, 4 superstars. And I think the individual skill on FaZe Clan is going to give Cloud9 a really difficult time here. Just the 4 players alone, let alone their teamwork and how they want to go about finessing the win.
Yeah, you know what, Wes, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. But, you know, talk about a throwback matchup. Cloud9 versus FaZe. It's been a while since we've seen this one. Yeah. So shout out to Cloud9 to making it back here. But the real thing about this matchup is Cloud9 had won an epic series against Shopify, okay? Went down to the wire. Now, how much of that energy did they lose winning that matchup to get here? You know, we're going to have to find out soon. FaZe is going to be a tall task regardless, but, you know, Cloud9 don't got nothing to lose here.
Right, exactly. I think that's the thing. thing, right? You play with nothing to lose. You just take all the risks. You don't have to worry about it too much. You do have the safety net underneath of the Elim bracket as well. So yeah, you're right. There's all to play for Cloud9, and that actually can produce a very dangerous and scary team. Now, looking at Cloud9, Nemesis, Rami, Septify, and Triton, I gotta say I'm impressed with what I've been seeing in terms of the stats, not just the results, what they have been putting across in both CTF and Slayer this weekend. They're rocking a 4-1 record. That is really, really golden. That is looking really good. They got a 3-1 in CTF. That could actually spell a little bit of trouble, especially when you're going against the likes of FaZe, who are fantastic at Slayer. If you're going to meet your match in Cloud9, that's where it starts getting scary. What do you think these 4 individuals bring across the board that FaZe need to watch out for?
I think the unpredictability of their playstyle is the biggest thing that they're going to have an advantage with throughout this series. Because FaZe do so much homework on just about every top team, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to come into a series with a little bit less homework done on a team like Cloud9. They know who these guys are, but I'm not quite sure how much FaZe has really had an opportunity to scrim against Cloud9, feel out their play style, and in all honesty, if it's a little bit quirky, if they can figure out like openings and timings that might throw FaZe off their game, they're going to have to take every advantage of those opportunities that they earn and
every single one. Every single one.
What's beautiful about this as well, Blaze, is this team, they actually have a very balanced effort in all of their games. All of their stats seem to be very balanced out. They're clearly relying on one another to get the job done with the cleanups and assists. The person leading is Nemesis. He's got a 1.18. He's also leading the charge in CTF as well for his team. But I think it's incredible to see each individual be able to step it up on a team. What do you think that gives them, being able to rotate your superstars?
You know what? I think it gives you a lot of versatility right there, okay? Because the thing is, trying to make it to the top, you know, having one player carry you there is not something that's going to be feasible here, especially with our big 3 that we have in this league here. Everyone is going to have to get this done as a team and pop off. You know, for me, if Rami plays well here, okay, I think that they have a great shot at taking down FaZe, but we're going to need to see this consistency across the board for the squad. Like, right now, it's all fun and games. We got some laughter there, you know, some heat warmers. We're getting locked in, but, you know, hey, you know, once we hear, you know, shields up, weapons hot, we're going to have to see them weapons start firing off.
We certainly will indeed, Blaze. I've got to ask you on the other side, though, for FaZe, Clutch, this roster, there are previous LAN title holders. They are trying to defend what they managed to achieve in the Global Invitational. What is exciting you in particular about this roster right now?
The fact that they're still getting better, I think. Every single time you watch them, every single time they show up to another tournament, they seem to have evolved into a better team. And right now, they're starting to really hit their stride. In pool play, they look good. Earlier today, they look great. And when these 4 players are on their A game, it's going to be near impossible to try and take them down.
It certainly will be near impossible. As you can see, 4 incredible players on your screens. Will they get it done against Cloud9? Cloud9 looking to make another upset here and now at this major. Blaze, we love you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on the desk. I literally love you so much, dude. We're going to head on over to our casters because the game is set and ready to go. And fellas, it is nice to see Gaskin and Sherzy one more time. How are you guys feeling? Because this is going to be a very interesting match. Where are you guys headed?
Well, feeling really good about this, but one thing I have to say is, Wes, this is paper in any single game of rock, paper, scissors, and that's always scissors. I don't know where he's what is all this he's doing?
I don't know.
He's lost that one,
but it's fine. He's had a rough week with games. He lost Cornhole the other day as well, so it's been a tough time. But time to talk about some Halo, and it is going to be an incredible matchup on the main stage. We've got 2 teams who are already top 6 fighting here for top 3. FaZe versus Cloud9. I mean, Cloud9 have already done the unthinkable here, Sherzy. They've already got to top 6. My question, do they believe they can go any further here?
Yeah, is this the summit of their ambitions, or are they have to get to the point now where they're getting nosebleeds? They're after getting themselves into a situation where they're up too high and the only way is down. FaZe Clan, winners of DreamHack Dallas, of course, champions of the previous tournament, looking to reignite and go for that 2-peat here. Can Cloud9 just cause the upset? One more.
It's going to be Oddball Streets to kick things off then in this series between 2 teams who will be desperate to try and get a head start in this series. I'm going to be looking at Snakebite and I'm going to be looking at Nemesis as the 2 players to watch throughout this entire series. Statistically, they have been the front runners for their team in most aspects, especially the slaying department.
Looks as though we're going to have a problem as Snakebite throws his hand in the air. And that can only mean we're going to have a little break and a pause, but you talk about your eyes on Snakebite, your eyes are on Nemesis. Tell us a little bit more on why.
I mean, Snakebite has been leading the charge not just in the slaying department for his team, but throughout the entire tournament. He has the highest KD at the moment, but he also has one of the best cap rates on CTF. He has one of the best strongholds gathered rates in strongholds. He has been doing a little bit of everything for his team, and you can see there the top 5 KD for this tournament, only closely followed by Bound, and also shout out to Tulloch as well for being in 3rd place. I know that G1 and Native Red are just finishing their game at the moment. It was 2-2, and it was a very close Game 5, so I'm excited to see who was able to win that one.
Well, Snakebite sitting on top of the tree for top 5 in KDA, and that's not something we really expect from Snakebite. It's not normally his role. You look to his teammates, and usually it's Renegade, Frosty, or Royal 2 who sit upon that. But Snakebite's picking up the pieces here and having an incredible tournament so far, Dan.
And getting confirmation that Native Red did beat G1 3-2. So that is an impressive victory for them, and they will be able to progress 50-48 in that final Game 5 as well. It's been so close, some of these games here at HCS Arlington, and I'm very excited to see whether we're going to get something similar here. But FaZe Clan versus Cloud9, it's a different kind of matchup because you've got the team that's expected to be here, the winner of the previous event, against the unknown, the Cloud9, who ran through open bracket, who just destroyed everyone in their wake, found themselves in uncharted territory, and just kept winning. FaZe would not have predicted this matchup happening. Clutch mentioned it on the desk. The research, the prep that FaZe are so well known for will not be there against this C9 roster, so I'm going to be looking at those starting strats. Can Cloud9 do something a little bit different to maybe catch FaZe Clan off guard?
That's something we can talk about as well. Cloud9, almost every single series they've been in since pool plays, they're probably the underdogs in this one, and then they win. They're probably the underdogs in this one, and then they win. And then when they find themselves in a top 6 position, that's not something we've seen this Cloud9 org being in ever since the old former roster that is now SSG.
Yeah, and I think that you look at the players on that Cloud9 roster as well, and they're going to be delighted to find themselves at the dizzy heights of top 6 once more. But at the same time, once you reach that level, you start to believe, okay, well, maybe we can contest with the top 3. We've beaten everyone else in our wake at the moment. Why can't we continue to do so? They were able to take down teams like Native Red, and they say, all right, well, if we're going to beat these, why can't we just beat the team above them? And I think it's a scary thing and a scary position to be in because you almost have that built-up energy and built-up belief that you could take on the world, but it can very easily and very quickly get taken out of you in that Game 1. If FaZe just stomp them in match number 1, then it's going to be I think they're going to have that realization of, okay, this is the big leagues now.
And a player I actually want to talk about on the Cloud9 side of things is going to be Rami, a player that's been a little bit of a journeyman, bouncing from team to team. Any single time a team change needed to be made, he seemed to be the scapegoat on any one of the teams he was on. But now he seems to have found his feet on this Cloud9 roster, and he's flourishing.
Yeah, I think that Rami is a player who's been through it all.
Yeah.
He's been from team to team. He's struggled a little bit. He's had highs, he's had lows, and now he's finally found himself on a roster that maybe he deserves to be having these placements. So you just go that one step further. You just keep fighting with the roster, keep fighting with the team, and you make sure you push forward.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, this is going to be business as usual. Although you say they're not expecting to see Cloud9 here, that shouldn't change the game plan too much. They're going to be sticking to their strengths and pushing forward on all cylinders.
Yeah, and a player I'd like to talk about is Royal 2 as well. I mean, he's been very impressive so far this tournament, a key factor, a key player in this roster, as he has always been. I mean, you could look at any 4 members of this FaZe team, but he is going to be someone that can just do a little bit of everything. And of course, a great service record as well, winning the Halo WC in 2016-17, and they won Dallas most recently. So one of his best ever placements and most recent placement, Royal 2, he's the real deal.
Yeah, the 2-time world champion. Royal 2, along with long-time teammate in Snakebite, and indeed Frosty was thereabouts as well in that roster. As you can see, Papa Renegade in the crowd. Maybe get a little hand signal from the big man himself. Maybe not. Arms are staying strictly folded, Dan.
Strictly folded.
All business.
Great father figure. That's what you want. You want respect. You want focus. Yep. And that's exactly why Renegade is well drilled and well versed. As it looks like there's just going to be some swap outs here as we get everyone ready on the main stage, and we want to make sure competitive integrity is there and everyone is happy. And I'm glad it happens at the start rather than in the middle. And he's having a great time.
There's some passion.
I'm so happy for you, sir.
Arms, fist. Throwing fists in the air. They're ready for the next series. Although he's wearing an OpTic Gaming jersey, so that means he's probably rooting against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and I'm not really surprised because FaZe Clan are OpTic's biggest threat, really. I mean, SSG, FaZe Clan, OpTic, the big 3 that we've been talking about throughout this entire tournament. Is anyone going to be able to break away from it? Is anyone going to be able to break into that top 3. Just looking at how the bracket has been playing out and how it kind of is sitting in the elimination bracket as well, Sentinels have quite a good run to get into top 4, but then would probably play the loser of this match for top 3 if they didn't fault against anyone else. On the other side, we've got Quadrant versus Complexity for top 6. The winner of that would then play the loser of the SSG versus OpTic series. So it is so difficult down there in the elimination bracket to try and break through into the top 4. Now, as we compare Snakebite and Septify, they've had some very different tournaments, as you can see, but I mentioned the stats earlier from Snakebite. He's been incredible in every single department.
What is that KD? Is that a 5? Does that number start with a 5, Dan?
In Oddball? Yeah, it's just one of these players, Snakebite. He can do a little bit of everything, and he does seem to flourish in those objective environments where he can either be moving with the ball and slaying at the same time, or because he knows where that ball should be and where people are going to be, he can catch them out on their rotations. He has had probably one of the most impressive tournaments I've seen from him so far. FaZe have been almost flawless. They've only lost one map so far this tournament. They lost on Strongholds to Quadrant, but I don't think anyone would be unhappy with that, considering Quadrant are 10-0 in Strongholds at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Quadrant are the best Strongholds team in the league. That's without a shadow of a doubt. And for Snakebite, pointing at his watch there, Dan, it's clobbering time for the big man, and no doubt looking to push forward in this series and get it done quickly. Head home to watch some VOD review. One of the most dedicated players I've ever witnessed. Something we went to Universal, Dan, that man in VOD, doing VOD review while standing in a queue for a ride.
No joke. I mean, we had a 45-minute queue for a ride at Universal Studios, and he watched almost an entire series, actually, because it was his own. I think they 3-0'd, but it doesn't matter whether it's a 3-0, a 3-2, a 3-1. They watched back everything last night. FaZe Clan were also going over the VOD, making sure they were prepared. But that's, again, why I want to highlight the fact it's Cloud9 they're going up against, because they wouldn't have had the chance to assess Cloud9. They're not going to know what strategy Cloud9 is going to employ here. They wouldn't have had the time to do so. So it's kind of learning as you go here. In Game 1, what do we recognize? Is there any patterns? Are they going for any sort of strategy, any sort of style? Are they flying quickly like Native Red, like Quadrant, or do they play a little bit more slow, more methodical? What I can tell you from Slayer statistics is these are 2 of our slowest Slayer teams that we have in this league. On average, I think that Cloud9 are in like 14th when it comes to their Slayer times at 9 minutes and 30 seconds on average of how long their Slayer games are. FaZe are only 1 above that. They have very slow games as well. So both of these teams like to sit back, assess their opponents, try and work out where they can pick them apart, where they can find those weaknesses. They're not the run-and-gun type teams that we've seen just flying at everyone over and over.
And for Cloud9, they've already exceeded expectations, right? They were probably expecting to maybe make pool play, and we'll see what happens from there on out. They find themselves now in top 6, up against the previous champions. And it has to be said, there could be a little bit of a question mark here. There's not really much pressure on them. They're expected to lose.
It's one of those games, it's a free hit, I feel like it is for Cloud9, because not only are they still in the winner's bracket, so they get an actual loss here and they can still drop and stay alive in the tournament, but they have achieved their expectations. They've overachieved, probably, in their own expectations. So the nerves, they're not really going to be there for Cloud9 as much, whereas for FaZe, there's always going to be that seed in the back of your head that's been planted of, well, what happens if we do get beaten by Cloud9 here? What if we are just another team that falls to this incredible open bracket run, which could be a historic one for what we've seen so far from C9?
And a reminder of what's up for grabs here. The winner of this series will be heading into the winners finals, so a guaranteed top 3 placement for whoever wins this series, and a potential matchup against OpTic Gaming or indeed Spacestation.
And of course, on the other side, OpTic Gaming versus Spacestation, they met each other twice in Dallas just a month ago. And OpTic, they went down to Spacestation both times, 3-1. So they'll be looking to get some revenge. And for those who are waiting eagerly to watch the Green Wall, they will be on after this series. We will get to see that one on main stage. So the Green Wall will be up, raring to go, and I'm sure they're going to need your support against a very difficult SSG team.
And with this matchup, we spoke a bit briefly about Oddball on Streets is going to be our game number 1 when we get that PC swapped out and we get guns shooting and shields dropping and weapons being hot down. But Oddball Streets is a very good game type for FaZe Clan. Typically, Recharge has been a little bit of a struggle for them, but they're pretty good on Streets.
Yeah, I think Streets in general is very good, and we have Streets twice in this series layout for them, so they're going to be very happy. But you could look at any game mapping mode for FaZe at the moment, and they look unstoppable. It literally is only Strongholds that they've lost so far. It doesn't matter if it's CTF, King of the Hill, Slayer. They have been one of the best teams, especially in the Slayer department. But Oddball, I think it's the way that they look at the game, and having someone like Snakebite who is so objectively focused and is always going to be thinking about where that ball needs to go, whether he's doing it or whether he's communicating with his team, I'm always impressed with how FaZe try and maneuver their way around the map.
And something we've been talking about since the very start of the tournament and almost all season long is there's a very clear distinction between, there's a tier 1, we have SSG, OpTic Gaming and FaZe Clan. They have been our solidified top 3 for the longest time, and everybody else seems to be just battling out for that 4th place finish. Cloud9 have now thrust themselves into that mixer, and now they're fighting for that top 4 up against one of the big dogs of FaZe Clan. This could be their opportunity to have the best tournament that probably they ever expected.
Yeah, and just think of the benefits of getting into that top 4 as well, the seeding that you would achieve for the next event, and then that leading into the World Championships, the extra prize money that you achieve by being up there. And we know that seeding isn't everything, but certainly it can help you out in having a far better bracket and a little bit more comfortable bracket. But it seems like C9, it doesn't really matter where they're seeded. They can go through the whole darn open bracket if they want to, and they still find their way through. But I do think that they have a real shot at top 4, Cloud9, and I think they realize that. I mean, they have a real shot at top 3 in this series, let alone. I just think that FaZe are going to be a little bit more kind of focused than maybe we've seen at some previous tournaments where they might slip a little bit at the lower level teams, should I say. I think that FaZe have recognized where they have a weakness, and sometimes that's not putting as much effort in against the teams that aren't in the big 3. And now that they've found that, now that they've recognized that, they are really going to be putting in 110% in this game.
And something for FaZe, right? We spoke about how this team has been forged to win championships, and maybe that wait for the first one came a little bit quicker than maybe they anticipated. They got the one in DreamHack, got that monkey off their back, and now we could really start to see them find an extra gear.
Well, I think there was talk of, is this, the start of something incredible here for FaZe? Because we've seen, of course, the incredible rosters that have gone back to back to back to back to back to back and have become a dynasty, and OpTic had the chance at a 4P. They didn't quite get it. They could still win 4 majors in a row, and they still could be named in history as one of the greatest teams for sure. But FaZe now, after making that change and adding Renegade, they want to be that team. They want to make that next step in their career where they can start to solidify themselves as the best for an extended period of time. And they want to be destroying teams. They don't want to just have to be slowly inching their way through. They want to be 3-0ing people where they can. We know that Halo Infinite, there is going to be some game types that are closer than others. You do see the occasional Slayer being taken by the lower seeded team, but the fact that FaZe are 9-1 at the moment in their map record, they've had a hot start here in Arlington, and they'll be looking to try and continue that here against C9.
And stylistically, they've made that change. Obviously, Lethal, they were a lot more structured. They were a little bit slower paced. Then Renegade comes in, and you can't really have that same play style. Renegade forces the issue. He pushes forward, and he needs the backup. And because of that, it frees up players like Frosty. He can get in there, bag and tag along with Renegade, and that's exactly what he needed. Maybe an extra player just to take some of that weight off his shoulders in terms of slaying power.
Yeah, I mean, Frosty had to do a lot at times, and I mean, he can. You see him on your screen there, one of the best to do it. But adding Renegade, who arguably some said was the best player in Halo Infinite. I mean, he was one of the best players in Halo 5 as well. Incredible talent to be able to add to this roster, and it does create for a very scary FaZe clan. There's another look at the series layout. If you missed it a little bit earlier on, we start with Oddball Streets. We go Slayer Livefire, we go CTF Empyrean, King of the Hill Livefire, and then Slayer Aquarius. So it is going to be an interesting one. If we were to get all the way to a Game 5, I mean, FaZe Clan have been one of the best Slayer teams at this event. Not just this event, but they're also one of the best Slayer events at Dallas. Their Game 5 potential, their Game 7 potential was unbelievable. They didn't lose any of those games where they had to try and clutch up the series. So that would be a worry for me for Cloud9. If you even got to Game 5, would you be able to ice up against the iciest team?
And I think Game 3 in this series is actually really important. CTF Empyrean is actually a very difficult game type for FaZe Clan. They have been struggling on that game type. We've seen them lose to the likes of SSG, to OpTic Gaming. So they are not perfect, and that is a problem map for them right there, then and there. So Cloud9 could pinch map number 3.
Well, one of the things I love about Empyrean being back in Halo Infinite and the Pit being back in Halo Infinite is this a mapping mode that people have played for the last 15 years. Everyone should know how to play it at this point, which means you really have to dig deep and find some of those old routes, but there are new ways to try and play this map. There are new angles you can take as well, and new abilities that you can use, especially being able to just force push someone off the map when they've got the overshield, for example. I say force push because you always say force push, and it
That's what reminds me of it.
Always makes me giggle a little bit, but it looks like players are now starting to get a little bit locked and loaded, and we're getting a little bit closer. Thank you so much for bearing with us whilst we sort out this delay. But I do think this is going to be one of those series that could go one of two ways. I think this will either be a 3-0 to FaZe, or suddenly Cloud9 are going to really surprise them, come out, win the first game, and then we'll be left scratching our heads a little bit and saying, okay, how far does this go for Cloud9?
And it is something that FaZe Clan have been guilty of in the past, is going to Game 5 against teams that they maybe didn't expect to. We seen it last event against the likes of Hive, who are now G1. They are capable of dropping the ball here and there. If they're not motivated and they're not hitting their shots right off the rip, teams like this can punish them.
Well, I will say, spoiler alert.
I'm listening.
You and I have casted a lot of Halo Infinite in the last
Don't say it. Don't let people know.
I just want to let people know.
Oh, okay.
We've casted like 17 series. 16 of those series have been 3-0s.
Yes.
Just letting everyone know now, so whoever wins this first game...
He's probably winning the whole
They
thing.
might win the whole thing, but thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we are locked, we are loaded, we are going to get into this series. It's FaZe Clan versus Cloud9. It's Oddball Streets, and I cannot wait.
This game's been in the oven for quite some time, but we're almost ready to start cooking. FaZe Clan up against Cloud9 in our winners semi-finals. Up for grabs, a ticket in winners finals and an opportunity to head towards that grand finals with the chance of a bracket reset, with the insurance policy of the bracket reset. It's going to be a big game with many implications on what way this tournament's going to shake out. On board with Snakebite, shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
And that is the easiest rocket pickup I've ever seen. 1-2, just like that. Buckle my shoe. Picks up the ball but will go down, but that is a hot start from FaZe Clan.
Renegade then on trash. Perhaps here's someone above him. Slid past him. I don't think he's quite seen him. He's right next door to him, but somehow Renegade almost takes down Septify, despite the fact he didn't know he was there. Snakebite will clean up the kill though. 3v3 on the map, and only 4 seconds of ball time as it stands. But a very cagey start. It looks as though FaZe Clan had the perfect start off the rip, getting those rockets, but not able to put it into any significant score on the board.
And I think if you are Cloud9 here, you want to be as unpredictable as possible. You want to try and push yourself in several different areas of the map just to try and disrupt FaZe Clan, but all 4 go down for C9. Now they get the first real chance to set up properly here. Royalty will have the ball. It's going to be a back tower setup. You just need to make sure you've got people watching the right angles. But Septify has been able to creep through. 2 have gone down, and Cloud9 have done well to break this setup before it could ever really get going.
Drop ball goes down just to provide some cover. Septify is on hand to shoot that. Great experience play. Rami will get the kill. Bulldog will do a little bit of damage, but not enough to get the kill. Rami's down to no shields on the L. Gets cleaned up, trades left, right, and center. Ball's been scooped up and thrown towards back tower. Renegade throws a couple of spike grenades, trying to predict the movement. Septify's alone in Cafe, down to no shields now, thanks to some damage from Renegade, who's forced to back away as Cloud9 are setting up here and are prepared for the siege.
Yeah, but Rami's just gone down, and that's just going to open up the floodgates now, you'd feel, for FaZe Clan to make the push. And it's great positioning from Renegade, listening to his teammates, making sure that he can finish off that damage. All 4 temporarily down for C9, and again, it's a chance for FaZe Clan to set up. With the rockets coming up in 5, this was the perfect time to get all 4 members down.
How detrimental will this be to the Cloud9 cause? Can they break the setup? Rockets about to pop, and that could be enough just to turn the attentions of FaZe Clan to drop the ball and perhaps pay a little bit more closely attention to those rockets.
You can see just the info that Renegade was trying to gather, just popping up his head, seeing if anyone was on the rockets. Was anyone pushing out of Tram? Could I get eyes on? Can I feed any extra information? It's more than just holding the ball for anyone here on FaZe. They want to be helping as much as possible as Renegade walks through a rocket and says, you know what, screw you, I don't even care if you've got heavy weapons. As Septify will at least picked up the 1 remaining rocket.
How many players in the league sees a rocket player and thinks, I'm going to jump towards you and not run away? Renegade, such is the confidence of the man taking the fight on. Rocket though, Septify locks in 2, 3 dead momentarily for Cloud9. FaZe Clan, with the help of Snakebite and the Stalker Rifle, looking to put a little bit more breathing space between them and the boys in blue.
I mean, when was the last time that Snakebite was the leading player in the league for highest KD at a tournament? I know he's always impressive, but it's usually the Lucids, the Renegades of the world. Snakebite usually commended for his objective play, but he has done absolutely everything for his team, and maybe just taking FaZe to another level as Nemesis. Perhaps the next player, it's the perfect reversal, and the Stalker Rifle doing damage.
Snakebite, cook it. Septify trying to help his teammate, although 2 of them have ended up in the black screen. So he's helped them all right, helped them take him away. Ball in the hands of FaZe Clan once more as they just about tip over the 40-second threshold here. Spawn's coming over towards Red Room. There will be an engagement towards Underpass if FaZe Clan can spot it out, get the information. Snakebite's situated over towards Commando here. Down to no shields. Rami's going to look for the challenge. Snakebite's in big trouble, but somehow gets the kill. And when kills like that go against you, you start to think maybe the game will go against you.
Royalty just being patient here. Baits out perfectly, and the Bulldog starts to bark. Should be able to pick up 2. And it's as easy as that. Stays alive and still has the Bulldog to work with. You can see Rami was trying to get the angle from stairs, but just couldn't quite see Royal 2. Gets his shields back, but eventually goes down. 50-0 lead at the moment for FaZe. And they still are finding ball time. Cloud9 just haven't really been able to get a grasp on that ball whatsoever. FaZe rotating it away from them, tossing it out when they go down, and also winning so many engagements to make it awkward for C9.
Triton making that a very difficult kill for Frosty, and he manages to secure it as well. 54-0, score remains. Renegade will back Triton down. She slips away to B stairs. 3 seconds of ball time have been amassed, not a lot, but it's a little. Eyes trained on Rockets. Bottom middle, Renegade another 1v1 with Triton. Both players forced to back down. Down to no shields. Frosty scooped up the Rockets, the boombox over the shoulder, and here comes the pain.
And FaZe outslaying them by 13 kills at the moment. Rami, last remaining player. It's close to being all 4 dead again, but Rami will hold strong and make sure he takes down 2 of his own. It means it's not going to be a comfortable setup for FaZe, and quite rightly, Frosty says, you know what, you have the ball, I've got the Rockets, I'll go have a little headhunt here and see what I can do. Now, it's an awkward push here for C9 because they have to go down pink, but they know there is Rockets somewhere on the map, so they don't want to leave themselves too exposed to any sort of splash damage.
Great trigger discipline from Frosty here as he manages to get 2 in total. 3 dead. Last guy's ball guy. Rami in a 1v1 looking for the trade. Soaring forward, jumps over his head. It was messy, it was dicey, but it was a trade nonetheless. Ball scooped up by Renegade, and they continue to amount this scrappy time, which is not something we typically have seen from them.
Oh, sometimes FaZe Clan can maybe be one of those teams who tries too hard to get the perfect setup and won't play the scrappiness, but perhaps recognizing what they're going against, and Cloud9, who might go for a little bit more of a different play style, might go for that scrappy time. Sometimes you can only play what's in front of you, as Triton will take him down. But with only 45 seconds left, C9 are running out of time to get any sort of setup here, and FaZe are just keeping that ball away from them as best they can.
At what point do FaZe just play Slayer? World 2 will hold the ball for now, though, requiring 25. Rockets in 5 seconds as well. Rami's gotten a pick on the Snakebite. The push could come down bottom middle along with those Rockets. Royal 2 recognizing that, thinking about getting himself out of trouble really quickly. First Rocket will be baited out. Second one will find a home onto the body of Snakebite. All the time they get these kills, ball remains in FaZe Clan territory.
Yeah, and if FaZe are outslaying Cloud9 this heavily, it's just so impossible for C9 to get any sort of ball time whatsoever. Rami tries as he might to stop the ball from getting away, but now it's just going to be in a position at trash, which is going to be near impossible for C9 to grab, because now FaZe can watch it from so many different angles.
Down on Garbage, Nemesis trying to make the move. Not successful. Triton, though, will trade him out. Can they get a touch on the ball? Very quickly running out of time here, and nobody seems to be going for it. We could see a ball reset before we even get hands on it. Ball down on trash, nobody there to pick it up. Thankfully, for the FaZe Clan faithful, they go 1-0 up in the round, and you're a little bit baffled by that.
I mean, I just watched Triton pick up the Stalker Rifle rather than run to try and pick up the ball. That was a very clear decision that he made, and perhaps just communication issue for the team and not recognizing they needed to get the ball, but I think that's an interesting one, almost accepting defeat in round 1 from C9. They need to be a little bit quicker at shutting down these setups from FaZe Clan, but when they're getting outslayed this heavily, it's incredibly difficult.
4 dead for a moment for Cloud9. That gives Renegade the opportunity to go hunting for fresh spawners. Tram looks to be where the Cloud9 boys are situated for now. Nemesis thinking about dropping Garbage, sitting on commando ledge here for the moment. First Rocket will find a home, will connect. Rami's in trouble as well. Shroud screen goes down, and Renegade slips away under the cover of darkness.
It's one of the things that FaZe are so good at, isn't it? They can just avoid battles when they need to and then re-engage at the right time. And not only re-engage against anyone, but against a Bulldog, and then getting a Bulldog as your prize. And it just means things are going to go from bad from worse here for Cloud9. They got the opening time, 2 seconds. Stalker Rifle also gets ripped away from them. FaZe have got all the tools they will need to get set up here.
FaZe currently outslaying Cloud9 by 20 kills. Killing spree for Renegade. This one slows down for a moment. Almost guilty of enjoying themselves too much, our FaZe Clan here. Cloud9 have been unable to find an answer to the pressure that FaZe have been putting down. Bulldog to the back and a melee to the spine. And Renegade once more slips away. He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, you can tell that he recognizes when he's going to die and immediately tries to escape. Even if he will go down, he knows that he is playing a higher risk game by trying to escape, getting a higher reward for doing so, because now look at what happens in the passage of play afterwards. Even Renegade had a little pop off there, and oh my god, shouting across main stage because he used his pillar to the best effect.
It's one thing for that to happen to Nemesis, but you know, the rest of his teammates seen that happen too. And Renegade lets out a roar, a battle cry. And Royal 2 as comfortable as you like back here with the ball in hand.
Yeah, a lot of time so far for Royal 2. I mean, for so much of Snakebite being called an objective player across his career, he's not been the ball guy. He's been the guy who's been slaying this tournament. But in this game, it's been Renegade who's taken the plaudits for how many slays. Deceptify picks up a couple of kills. Frosty's in the middle of the map. All 4 go down for FaZe, and this is Cloud9's best opportunity now to get an actual setup here at Tram. They just need to make sure they don't overextend too much over towards Arcade and get caught out.
Ball in hand, the former Fnatic man, Deceptify, finds himself back where he will feel he belongs, on the main stage. Fighting against some of the heavyweights of the Halo World Championship Series. Triton goes down, as does Nemesis. Snakebite picks up a kill in the feed. It's bag and tag as FaZe Clan continue to roll. Baiting and switching, more kills go in favor. Cloud9 are cannon fodder right now.
Yeah, I think Triton tried to be clever, tried to go for a flank, went through Arcade, got behind FaZe, but FaZe just moved down Pink and then comfortably walked and strolled up the stairs. And 3 went down for C9, and Triton was left with his hands in his pockets, kind of wondering what went wrong a little bit.
Oh, how is he living?
Danger sometimes of going for the flank. And Renegade just seems to be unkillable at times.
I'm convinced Renegade has more shields. I promise you. I die immediately to these things. He's Diffy. Rami gets a kill. But again, they run straight into guns trained over towards B rails. Royal 2, Bulldog in the pocket, waiting for 2 members to push him towards Cafe. He'll isolate 1. Can he slip away? The answer is yes, and somehow, someway, even Royal 2 survives.
Nemesis goes down, and for what I said earlier, Nemesis was leading the slays for his team throughout this tournament. Not having the best of games right now, 7-23. FaZe have been able to pick him off time and time again. Does have 11 assists, so he is still putting the damage down. Just hasn't been a comfortable one for him, but I think that FaZe have made it uncomfortable for the entire C9 roster. Only Rami at the moment going positive. Not that the stats matter too much, but it does give you an indication of how comfortable FaZe Clan are on this map right now.
FaZe Clan making a statement here against Cloud9 thus far. Snakebite with rockets. Connects. Soars forward. Looking for 1 more. Rami shoots him in the back. Deceptify goes down. 2 dead for Cloud9. And Renegade scoops up the ball once more. FaZe Clan continue to score.
I will say Cloud9 have done well at not allowing FaZe to get that ideal setup. We've not really seen FaZe just gather 80 seconds at once. It has been more of a scrappy one where FaZe have been killing as they move the ball. It's why we've had slower games. It's why the clock has come into the equation both times. But Deceptify also gets taken down. And now FaZe are going to have this ball over towards PD. Rami should fall. Although Rami's doing so well to stay alive and trying to do a Renegade of himself, dancing around the pillar. And that's going to be a good spawn for C9 as well to try and be a nuisance to Royal 2.
So far, FaZe has just been like a hot knife through butter. Cloud9 roster unable to match the firepower so far. 63 seconds to 23. A very sizable lead in favor of FaZe Clan. As Royal 2 gets tagged in the back by the Sentinel beam. Fires off a couple of shots while he jiggle peeks. Will get taken down eventually. Tries to cling onto the wall of the Cafe, but that's not a playable area for the body. Deceptify has his hands on ball, looking for a tower set up here.
Here comes the 3-man push though, down Pink. Frosty's taking a lot of damage, and the nades now have been used by C9. If FaZe Clan just wait for those shields to come back up, they can start to push, knowing full well that nades won't be a factor, and it's just going to be a straight-out gun battle. But Cloud9 are doing well to watch their angles here. They've made it very difficult for FaZe to push, and that's the best hold we've seen so far from Cloud9. They need to get some ball time off it, though.
Good hold. Need more of that. Add it to your basket. Put it in your cart. Check out. 23 seconds. Huh?
Any more?
I'll find some.
Okay.
1 minute remaining on the clock, though. 1 go down. Renegade, the first pick. It's been traded out, though. Some more trades in around bottom middle. There's 3 down for FaZe Clan. An opportunity then for Cloud9 to build and eat away at this lead. Bulldog, though, Royal 2 cuts down 2 with a double kill. Ball played down bottom middle. Triton looking to engage this 1v1, and that's going to be traded as well.
Cloud9 have definitely done a lot better in the last couple of minutes, getting back into this game, getting it closer. They're within 20, but they're also being outslayed by +20 right now. I think as any sort of game where you're getting outslayed by that much, the objective isn't really going to follow. So we need to see an all 4 dead from Cloud9. One last setup maybe, but FaZe Clan are just going to watch this ball with only 15 seconds remaining.
Rami, it's forced to back up, put it in reverse. 2 down. Try the Nemesis. To watch their teammates try and scramble away with the ball. Rami survives over towards the L. Not for long though. That grenade will spin up, hit him in the visor. Ball starting to rotate now as it's back tower. Royal 2 will kill the ball carrier for now. Nemesis stands him up, plants his feet, and Royal 2 says no! 1 second remains, and FaZe Clan will take game 1.
It was comfortable for them. They outslayed them by almost 30 kills in the end, did FaZe. At all times, they knew exactly where they wanted that ball to go. They knew exactly where C9 were going to be spawning. And C9 weren't able to really disrupt the strategy of FaZe Clan like we thought they might by being a little bit more unpredictable. I think Cloud9 got a little bit lost at times. I think there was a couple of players who maybe aren't quite living up to the occasion. Perhaps the lights are getting to them just ever so slightly, but their nerves should settle now as they get into this series. I mean, we've seen players who have been able to get so many kills throughout this tournament, then get what, like Nemesis got 10 kills. I think he went -20 in that game. Nemesis is a player who can live up to the best of expectations, who has been on the main stage before, but just really struggled to get going there in Streets.
I think Nemesis has that sort of playstyle where if you're losing, he will look really bad. But if you can start to put him in a position where he can play the objective a little bit more, play those rotations, read the game a little bit better, that's where you'll see the best of him.
I do think, though, that Nemesis isn't scared of going big neg.
No.
And we saw him constantly challenging, constantly trying to push the narrative of, we can beat this team. No, we should be challenging them. We should be trying to take the fight to them. But he lost a few individual engagements, maybe wasn't helped out by a couple of teammates. I think that C9 played a little bit scared in that first map. And hopefully they've learned a lot in map number 1, and they just need to take a long, hard look at each other and say, guys, let's stop playing like that. Let's start playing a little bit more like we believe in ourselves and we can win some of these 1v1s. I saw them backing down from fights that they wouldn't have backed down for so far in this tournament, but I think just because it's FaZe, they don't believe they can win the engagements at times.
Yeah, they allowed themselves to get overrun at times in that game, number 1, and they're almost playing the names on the screen rather than playing the occasion. If that's matchmaking, if that's any other player, you can outshoot them. If you shoot them, they will die. But maybe Renegade won't. I've seen him do some crazy things.
As you say, extra shields for Renegades, it seems. Game 2, Slayer Livefire. And Cloud9, so far this tournament, they have had a loss on Slayer Livefire. It's been a 3-0 record, though, for FaZe Clan, as you can see on your screen. They've been very impressive, not just on Livefire, but Slayers in general. I mean, look at that from Snakebite and Renegade, a 1.55 and a 1.34 KD for the two of them in the damage difference. I mean, I'm very impressed with what FaZe Clan have done and the fact that they haven't really faltered against anyone so far. It's not like they've looked like they are going to be average at any game mode. They seem to be more well-drilled. It was something I was talking about at the end of last tournament and leading into this tournament. The consistency of the top 3 teams across every single map and mode. FaZe don't seem to have that many weaknesses.
And that was a criticism of this team in the past, where they were not consistent. But with the addition of Renegade, they're starting to find that playstyle that suits all of the occasions. And we're starting to see the best of Renegade and indeed Snakebite.
And then just looking at this graphic one more time, I mean, Nemesis has the most damage. You can see the KD that he's had when it comes to Slayers on Livefire as well. That's not the player that we just saw on Streets, and I think he'll know that now. And sometimes you do need a bit of a kick up the backside to say, all right, I wasn't good enough in game 1, and that just lights a fire and suddenly you explode into something. We might see Nemesis just run a train through FaZe Clan here in game number 2. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can build himself back up, or whether we're going to see more shenanigans from that man on your screen, Renegade. I mean, that one particular kill where he was dancing around pillars, that was something special.
Will Nemesis bounce back, because Cloud9 need him here in game number 2 as we head into the Slayer? Or will FaZe Clan double their series lead and almost have one foot in the door of winners finals? Like you say, for Cloud9, it's just about having that confidence and belief that you belong here.
Yeah, and it's hard to have that belief, I think, when you've had such a crazy run and you know full well that you have somewhat overachieved so far this tournament. You just have to push those thoughts to one side and say, look, when else are we going to get the opportunity to maybe play FaZe Clan 4 top 3 on main stage? Let's make the most of it and let's put on a good show and at least prove that we deserve to be here. And it can happen right now in a Slayer. We've seen Slayers go the way of the lower seeded teams time and time again. Cloud9, it's your time to step up.
Game 2, rocking and rolling. Heat wave for Renegade, and he's already on the hunt. Finds an enemy, finds a victim, but it's going to be traded out this time. 2-1 the score after the early engagements. Heat wave in the hands of Rami. This has got eyes on bottom middle, perhaps looking to be an influence on this overshield. Is there anybody on FaZe Clan that'll step in between the crosshairs, drops down onto a Shoryuken, and Renegade gets handled.
And even though Rami, of course, wants to be looking at this overshield, he also has that heat wave, and he has an important role, because as soon as he gets rid of that heat wave ammo and drops it down, the timing will start, and that's what is going to be very important in this game, to keep control of the sandbox. Let your teammates know when that heat wave is going to be coming up. Let your coach know when the heat wave is going to be coming up. And also the overshield, he does manage to get it into his teammates' hands, but Renegade, look at what he's doing. He's just, again, being such a nuisance from top tower, but it does eventually fall.
Renegade had so many guns on him that time. Had the attentions of almost the entire Cloud9 roster, including the overshield player, who's now down to half shield, so not really able to get the kind of advantage they want. And Frosty says, see you later, pal. Into the drink, splish splash, you're taking a bath.
Again, it's something else you have to manage here on live fire. Make sure you're getting that repulsor. It can be so effective when you're over towards tower or towards green, or even just sometimes deflecting those grenades away at times. Nemesis has his hands on the sniper rifle then, does get the body shot onto Renegade, and it's going to be a great assist, and I think Nemesis could do with a couple of kills just to get his confidence back up here in game number 2.
Sniper rifle could be the perfect way to do just that. Snakebite will receive a little bit of damage from the heat wave. The second one almost fired as his body hit the floor. Will connect to find a home. Snakebite is taken care of. Renegade now, though, with sniper rifle in hand. Look how pretty that thing is.
It's very pretty. Only 2 bullets, though, but I've seen Renegade put these bullets to good use time and time again. Here's victim number 1. Rami does take a bullet, but Septify is there alongside him to make sure he gets the grenade. Here's the next overshield then. FaZe are in position to grab it this time. Snakebite does not get taken out of the air. And even though FaZe find themselves 4 kills down, with the overshield, this could very quickly turn in their favor.
Be so frustrating when you're in that position that Triton was on tower. You're watching overshield, and you know, unless somebody else is there standing with another gun, that player's probably going to get the overshield, and Snakebite secures it for his team. Now just 2 kills required to tie us up.
You saw there, Snakebite just taking a glance at his teammate's screen, trying to work out where players are going to be going. One of the benefits of playing on LAN, and also something that Snakebite always says he loves to do, sits close enough so he can watch all those screens. Very old school style of playing Halo, of course. Getting all that extra info without the communication as the stick comes through. Close, but Septify at least gets the melee.
You'll notice Snakebite always sits somewhat in the middle of his team, and I'm pretty sure his eyeballs act individually of one another. They can look at different screens, they can go up, down, left and right, individual of one another. Triton down to no shields. Nemesis standing on the OS podium. He also receives a couple of shots for his troubles. Triton challenges, as does Nemesis. Damage was done, trades come through. A 4-kill game, Cloud9 just putting a little bit of breathing space between the two.
Yeah, Cloud9 are doing well to keep this game quite sporadic. It's all over the place at the moment, and FaZe don't really know where to go. One of the things that FaZe do very well when they're playing Slayer is they'll get 2 down, and then they will hunt and find those remaining 2 players, and they'll keep the spawn staggered. Cloud9 haven't allowed that to happen. Every time Cloud9 have lost a player or 2, they've been able to hide away and escape FaZe Clan's grips, and it means that FaZe have not been able to continue to snowball and gain control.
Cloud9 keeping this one a dogfight. Keeping it uncomfortable. And right now, they're ahead by 2. Triton's faded to black, though. I'm going to have to watch his teammates survive without him for a moment. Renegade has isolated Rami and secured the kill for his team. 1 just separates us now. And 10 seconds before the next overshield. This overshield here could be massive.
And you can see both teams are more than happy to slow this game down as well. Renegade falls, Overshield's going to be popping. Cloud9 should be able to maybe get into a position to grab it, but Frosty's also being a nuisance in the moment. Just is very vulnerable to the bounce up of grenades here.
The Iceman trying to survive. Pops the Overshield, and immediately Cloud9 begin to run. They turn tail, recognizing they've lost that engagement. Prediction the grenade goes down. Nemesis will take half the Overshield away. And Frosty begins to pinch. Does he have the teammates on hand? Close enough here. All 3 members face Cloud9, or Cloud9 face Frosty and eliminate him from the equation.
And both teams are doing it so well. They're running around in packs, whether they're running at people or running away from people. They are holding hands at all times, trying to slow this game down whenever they can. I mentioned it before this series started. These are 2 of our slower Slayer teams that we have in the league. On average, Cloud9 Slayer games take 9 minutes 40. For FaZe Clan, 9 minutes 39. They get it done 1 second faster, and we'll have to see whether it's going to be close to that here on Slayer Live Fire.
We asked for Nemesis to bounce back and have a better game. Currently sitting at 6-6-4. It was 6-3 before that death. 2 kills separate the teams right now. And For all we know, they could be Nemesis. A Snakebite patrols top middle. Puts a few more bullets in the gun. Has a peek at Heatwave, trying to get the timer on it. Nemesis down to no shields now. A Snakebite begins to move and groove elsewhere. And a melee, an anger or celebration. One of the two. As he now waits, patiently top middle or impatiently.
He's also keeping an eye on that Heatwave as well, just relaying that to the team. It's something they're going to be keeping their eyes on. Sniper up in 25-2. Cloud9 is saying, though, you've got to come to us. We're more than happy to wait, but Snakebite manages to somehow kill Nemesis, and now they're going to have the player advantage so they can take control of this side of the map and really push the narrative here to Cloud9 and say, actually, if you want to sit back, we'll take the space. But they are waiting, and the ambush was ready, and it really did surprise Snakebite.
Septify is sitting in the corner like a turret. And Snakebite, the victim. Now Overshield looks as though it will be scooped up by Cloud9. Royal 2 will try and make it a more difficult task and perhaps could be successful here. Septify jumps up, picks it up, pops it into the chest, and now immediately runs forward. Royal 2 still positioned top tower, Overshield completely gone.
Yeah, that's one thing that you have a benefit of if you are all eyes trained on the Overshield. If you're very aware they're going to be picking it up, you can quickly deplete it and almost negate it instantly, but Cloud9 at least stop it from going in FaZe Clan's hands. That's very important as two members of FaZe try as they might to just kill one player together, and they do achieve said kill. But Renegade still doing damage bottom middle, and every single time you turn a corner at FaZe Clan, there seems to be another member just there waiting to support or to get that trade, but they still find themselves 4 kills down.
There's a lull. It's both teams jostle for position here before the next Overshield. Sniper rifle in the distance, popping off shots, but not finding any faces as of yet. Rami's behind enemy lines. He's got a bit of a pinch here, and Septify is on hand to clean up the pieces of the damage that Rami's put down on Big Door. Renegade's caught in 2 mines, doesn't know whether to go left, go right. Instead decides to go tower side. Rami's got Heatwave, and he's cooking and booking. They only need 11 now.
Cloud9 have done so well to just keep 4 or 5 kills ahead through the majority of this game, excuse me. Although stats would suggest we've still got a couple of minutes left in this one if we're going to be getting the averages of what they've been playing so far this tournament. And Cloud9, they slow it down. They say, FaZe, what's your next move? Where are you going to move that next chess piece? Well, Nemesis has a sniper, though, to watch where those pieces might be coming from, and Renegade gets the opener. But Triton's there to get the trade. As long as Cloud9 can keep trading out here, they're going to be more than okay, and they're looking in good condition to try and take map 2 here.
I've actually heard a stat, Dan, that 100% of these games will end in the 9:39 or 9:40, and that's a Dan Gaskin stat guarantee. 5 kills.
A lot of people throwing out false stats, and I love that, but I tell you what, nothing false about that snipe from Nemesis, who reinstates that 5-kill lead. 4 minutes remaining. Overshield pops, and Nemesis has bounced back. He had a poor game 1, but he's come to life here in map number 2.
Nemesis! Triple kill! They only need 3. It's showtime, and Nemesis is showing up and showing out right.
And all members of FaZe Clan, they're over towards green, and now here comes the pinch. Rami's going to be on his way. Nemesis give the info, and the kill should just happen. And it looks like game 2 goes to Cloud9. The perfect response. We've got a series on our hands.
All tied up, 1-1. Before Nemesis even hit those shots, we could see he was having the game he needed.
He really did, and it takes a special player to go from going -20 in map 1 to having the confidence to take a game to a team like FaZe Clan in map number 2. Now the real question is, what does that do for the mentality of FaZe? Do they start to worry a little bit? It was looking smooth sailing in map number 1. They were in control, they were comfortable, they were out slaying like crazy, and then suddenly C9 really showed up in map number 2. They made it so difficult. Every single time FaZe wanted to take any control, Cloud9 had an answer, whether it would be watching the Overshield, grabbing the Overshield, or even just getting that sniper in an awkward position.
And just how important was it? Every single time FaZe Clan seemed to be building something, putting something together, Cloud9 remained 2 kills ahead, 4 kills ahead. They had their nose in front every single interval of the game.
Yeah, they just didn't allow any sort of setup really from FaZe, and they also escaped FaZe's so many times. FaZe were hunting players. They were looking to try and pick up that final 2 to keep it on the spawn trap, and it just didn't work out for them. There was a lot of aggression that was quickly mitigated by players who just avoided said aggression. They just ran away from them. And it looked like they were running with their tails between their legs, but then as soon as they felt comfortable, they would turn onto FaZe Clan and almost catch them off guard.
confirmation of what we've seen in our winners semi-finals. FaZe Clan 2-0 on Oddball Streets. Slayer Livefire was game 2, 50-38. Cloud9 roar back into life, and CTF Empyrean is now on the horizon, which we spoke about has been a bit of a dodgy game, a little bit of kryptonite in the FaZe Clan armor.
It has, I mean, not this tournament, but some previous tournaments, that's for sure. It has maybe been a little bit of a chink in the armor, but for Cloud9, I think they'll look at how slow that Slayer Livefire game was, and you go into a CTF Imperium, which is a very slow game as well. It can really just be a paced game where you can assess where the spawns are going to be, where do you need to push. Okay, let's take a breather, let's play defense now instead of offense. I think C9 have a real opportunity here in map number 3.
Well, as downtrodden as they might have been in game 1 with how they got outrun, outmaneuvered, game 2 was very much a flip of the script. They kept themselves in front, not only remained competitive in the start and the mid game, but they pulled away at the end.
It's also another thing that I was mentioning about game types and some teams being weaker than others and FaZe not having that many weak game types. It could just be that Cloud9 haven't practiced Oddball Streets that much. They've not been a team long enough to really be able to practice all maps and modes strictly that they are 100% confident on them, and they might have just hit a dud in map number 1. It certainly looked that way with how poorly they performed, especially statistically, compared to how well they've been performing on everything else so far this tournament. So they did really well to brush that off going into map number 2 and come to life and just take the game to FaZe. And now going into map number 3, FaZe are just left asking the question of, all right, is this going to be one of these series where we're going to have to work even harder? It's not going to be an easy blowout now.
Will FaZe Clan have to dig deep? Cloud9 are not making this one easy. They're not going away without putting up a fight. They stand firmly in front of FaZe Clan here, putting themselves between them and the winners finals.
And it's even more impressive because it was a Slayer, and I know that, you know, Slayers sometimes are a 50-50 that some people say, but FaZe have been the Slayer team for the last 2 events. They hadn't lost one so far this tournament. They were one of the best Slayer teams in Dallas. They were always winning those game 5s. However, I will say it was a game 2 Slayer. If it does get to game 5, that's usually when FaZe do make their best efforts at taking the victory. But the fact that Cloud9 have beaten FaZe on a Slayer where FaZe have usually not faltered against anyone makes it even that extra bit special.
This series is now on a knife's edge, as we're all tied up. This next map is going to be pivotal in which way this one swings. And will it be Cloud9 to cause an upset here and take the lead?
And one of the good things about going into an Empyrean game when you've just been hitting snipe shots is there is now 2 snipers on the map. If you give Nemesis that sniper, he could make life a living hell for FaZe Clan. What have we seen FaZe Clan get done to them when they are playing Empyrean CTF? They look like they're comfortable, they're making the push through, and then suddenly someone blanes them from top tower, someone blanes them from sword. It stops any sort of push, it stops any sort of attack, and you have to just go back to the drawing board and wait. It's frustrating when you've got someone on the other team hitting those snipe shots.
I think it was something we seen FaZe Clan against Sentinels yesterday, is Spartan was hitting all those shots. Any single time a FaZe Clan member jumped up in the air, Spartan would find, whether it be a no-scope, a scope shot, would always find the face, they'd hit the deck. So they have faced this sort of thing before, but something that they can grow in confidence with is they still took the win in that map.
Well, yeah, and FaZe also have snipers on their team as well. I mean, you give any member on that squad the sniper rifle, they can do exactly the same thing to Cloud9. But what happens when you get a team who is a little bit of a higher seed, who is expecting to win, they will usually be the team who is going to be pushing the objective. They're going to be the ones attacking, and it's going to be C9 on the defense a little bit more, and then looking to countercap. So that's when it gets frustrating, when you're just getting blamed out of the air, and someone on the other team is just playing duck hunt.
There was rumblings.
Was there?
Murmurs.
Murmurs.
Of a Let's Go FaZe Clan down there.
Ooh, wow, okay.
Very faint.
The one FaZe Clan fan in the building.
One FaZe Clan passionate.
It's risky. I've heard those OpTic ultras, they'll be out to get
Oh yeah.
you.
There's some hooligans in the crowd. Stay safe out there. But as we load into CTF on Empyrean, this one will move the needle, swing the pendulum in favor of one team or the other. Cloud9 answered some of the questions that were asked. Would they be down on confidence after game 1? The answer was no. Nemesis bounced back. Cloud9 bounced back, and we're underway here.
Wow, and FaZe have just completely given up on rockets, but that's why Royal 2, he baited it, and Snakebite was waiting in the wings to swiftly pick them up. Perfectly executed starting strategy from FaZe Clan. I love it.
How much faith do you have to put into Royal 2 to hit that shot? Because you know, if he misses, Snakebite's dead.
He is going to be so dead. A rocket right to the gooch for sure, but instead he picks it up and he is more than happy to have the rockets and gets 2 kills. All 4 dead for Cloud9, and Snakebite just checking where those spawns are going to be, and actually that nade probably connected, did a little bit of damage. There's going to be 2 players over in the corner.
Sorry, rocket to the gooch.
Yeah, it would be the worst place to be hit.
That would be a bad spot to get hit by a rocket, I promise. Nemesis in the 1v1 though. Snakebite will win that. Perfect 4 shots. Renegade's got the flag on the move.
Triton, last remaining player. Does he have a sniper? Can he be the one to just try and stop and stem this flag from being run? Snakebite says, you know what? Don't worry about it. I got you. He gets it down long haul. And this should be a capture as long as there's not going to be anyone on training, especially because Royal 2's got a snipe. Oh, okay. There's a little bit of a fumble. Royal 2 goes down, as does Snakebite, but Renegade's there maybe to pick up the pieces.
Renegade on hand, trying to clear angles. Apply some pressure for anybody pushing forward. Septify gets melted by the assault rifle, and perhaps Septify, he let that kill get away. Nemesis will run into Renegade as well, who's just clearing house right now.
Notice how at no point did Renegade panic and go towards that flag. He knew his job was to do damage and to stop Cloud9 from getting to their side, as FaZe will react perfectly and go 1-0 up here on CTF Imperial.
I think 4 FaZe clan members have found their voice and one's whistling. Things are picking up. 1-0 to FaZe clan now. The perfect start on Imperial CTF. Very early doors here, but now potential for a counter cap if they're not too careful.
This is the perfect way to start the game, though, for FaZe, because by gaining the lead, they're now going to force Cloud9 to be the ones who have to try and push them. It's not going to be C9 sitting back, frustrating FaZe clan. It's 0-0 until just a couple of minutes left, and then they get some sort of crazy counter cap. No, instead, FaZe can now just take control and really dictate the pace of this game. As Royal 2 behind enemy lines, he does see his teammates go down, so this is one of the downsides of flanking. If you don't make it work, if you don't do the damage here, you can leave your teammates quite vulnerable to getting taken down.
Cloud9 are forced now to be the aggressor in this game, with FaZe clan having a 1-0 lead. Royal 2 did force a couple of members of Cloud9 to double back and clear him out, which meant his teammates could spawn back up, and Renegade scooped up the rockets to boot. A couple of rocket shots go down. Triton, though, somehow, some way, clawed the rockets out. Sniper rifle up in just under 10 seconds now. Nemesis down to no shields. Overshield player soars forward. Septify's got flag in hands, and looks like Cloud9 are looking to answer back here.
Yeah, 2 were down, and it looks like Septify with the extra shield should at least be able to get this into long haul, but someone needs to position themselves to stop those spawners from getting under bridge and making it awkward for him. This should be a cap here for C9 as 2 members go down.
2 down for C9. Anybody on hand to put down damage? The answer is no. Cloud9 right back in this thing.
That's huge for Cloud9, because again, now it says to FaZe clan, all right, we are going to match you. We're not just going to roll over and show our bellies here. As Septify waits, he's patient, he wants to grab that sniper, but he knows. Eyes are probably trained and watching, but he manages to scoop it up, and now he can start sniping on himself, and just about survives.
Fires 1 shot, connects with the breadbasket of Frosty. Down to no shields. Nemesis there to clean up Royal 2. 2 members down for FaZe clan. Now Cloud9 need to push forward, press on these advantages. While FaZe clan are a little bit disorientated, a little bit disjointed, this is the moment for Cloud9 to strike.
I like this from Septify, though. Take a different angle, but he gets the call that there's going to be players pushing onto his side, and he quickly doubles back. And that's something that FaZe clan have been doing consistently in this game, is every time Cloud9 want to push up, FaZe are just making them second-guess themselves a little bit. Someone's there for the flank. The body shot does connect, but it's not enough for Septify. And FaZe clan can just negate that sniper rifle and try and get it for themselves, but Rami takes down Royal 2, rips off his face.
Snakebite will get the trade. 2v2 on the map for a moment. Triton will get another one, double kill. He cleared out his side of the map. Now they can begin to press forward. Let's try this again for Cloud9. With no pesky overextenders on the side of FaZe clan in the shape and form of Renegade. He's over towards Sword. He's got the first pick. As Cloud9 again held at the 50-yard line.
Interestingly, Cloud9 really recognizing how important that drop ball is as well. Prioritizing it, getting it so that they can maybe just get those extra shots and extra shields down towards long haul. Rocket's going to be coming up in 5, but FaZe clan are in a position to push ahead of it and make sure they grab it for themselves. And not only that, but a flag is going to be on the move.
Snakebite pushes forward, throws down some grenades to deny spawns. Long range rocket finds a home, connects with Rami. Right in the quiffy, got a double kill for the general. As rocket hits towards the front court, Doesn't need to hit him. Doesn't need to get the kill as it presses him backwards. Triton's got the overshield.
Wow.
And Snakebite's got the force push. As Triton gets sent back and Royal 2's on hand. The bag and tag. FaZe Clan take the lead.
Perfect repulsor used from Snakebite just stops the overshield player from being able to see the flag and also repulsing him right into a teammate for the assassination. And now they take control again with only 6 minutes 20. Let's go FaZe Clan starting to echo around the arena. And Cloud9, maybe if they hear it, they maybe need some fans on their side as well. They're down by 1, but still plenty of time to work with.
6:05 on the clock to be exact. That's how much time Cloud9 have. But again, forced into the all too familiar position of having to play the aggressor once more. And Snakebite, down runway. Look at the hunt for the sniper. He sees it's been picked up and whisked away. He knows there's a player around him. Triton, not comfortable in his surroundings. Throws down a couple of grenades. Just to deny Snakebite the lift for now. Rami will face him. It's going to be a perfect bait and switch here between Triton and Rami to clear out the snake.
Yeah, and that's so important that Triton and Rami do work together to get rid of Snakebite, because you know what Snakebite wanted to do there, right? He wanted to get that sniper and probably toss it off the map if he didn't escape with it himself, just to make sure there's only going to be one on the map, and it's going to be that is in Renegade's hands. But now instead, C9 have a sniper to work with as well. Renegade trying to scope out to see if he can find a cheeky Triton somewhere. But now FaZe are going to be more than happy to sit on their own tower for a little bit and ask Cloud9 the question of what have you got left? Have you got any more pushes? If you do not have anything that's going to be successfully getting through long haul, Renegade is going to be there waiting with the snipe.
FaZe Clan happy just to take the sting out of the game for now. Renegade hesitant to push forward too much. He's not too aware of what's around him. Septify is going to face him up. Renegade hits the headshot. Septify lands the grenade. It's a trade. That's all it's good for. All 4 dead for Cloud9, and FaZe Clan push forward once more.
It's a great defense again from FaZe, and look, they're not too keen on overextending here, on getting to the other side of the base. They're more than happy to sit at 2-1 for now. Unless they were to get an all 4 dead whilst they had the likes of Rockets and Overshield, for example, they're going to be happy with 2-1, but they are in a position to grab these Rockets and potentially the Overshield. Nemesis is going to be the only player to maybe stop them from grabbing that OV.
Nemesis, the furthest player forward for Cloud9 here. Renegade's got Rockets, and he's on the hunt. Lands 1. Rami goes down and joins him. Double kill for Renegade. Nemesis has that overshield, but will he come face to face with Snakebite once more? Triton takes the fight, and somehow Renegade comes out on top, and Royal 2's jiving all the way home. 3-1 will be the score, and a celebratory lap for Royal 2.
As easy as that for FaZe Clan. And they're going to be more than happy to get the victory here. That's going to wrap it up between these two teams. The 3 flags is all you need as Renegade focused as they get back on top here in this series.
What a performance. What a series we've had so far. Cloud9 have been more than competitive, but they found themselves in situations, in integral parts of that game, coming out lesser than.
It's just how FaZe Clan manage the game and how they plan themselves around the Overshield and the Rockets. Like, they get the kills, they have the chance to push up and take space, but they say, no, let's wait. We've got Rockets coming up in like 10 seconds. What we have to do is be a little bit more patient, and then suddenly we have all the tools we need to get the easiest flag run of our lives. I want to go back to that starting strat, though, from FaZe, because that was unbelievable. Snakebite jumps up on the ledge, is waiting for Royal 2 to hit that shot. He trusts him. Royal 2 does connect, baits out perfectly, and it was executed so well.
Snakebite sitting on that ledge, just looking at his watch, saying he's going to kill someone in 3, 2, 1, bang. Royal 2 finds the home, takes the player down, and scoops up a free set of rockets. You thought it was a misplay. You thought FaZe had just given him up for free, and all of a sudden, the rocket player's face comes off.
Yeah, it was a great strategy from FaZe, and I'm sure that it'll be a little bit of a frustrating one from Cloud9, because if had they used those rockets to better effect, they might have been able to get a flag cap. I mean, it's one of those situations, but something I do know is that FaZe now find themselves 1 map away from being in the winners final. Cloud9 are going to have to come back and try and fight as they might. We will probably return to Livefire, if I remember correctly, here in map number 4. And Livefire has looked good so far for Cloud9. It's going to be King of the Hill, so it's another game that just likes to be slow and steady. And you can pick apart a team, you can plan your attack, you can plan your defense, but at certain periods of the game, it can get very quick, very fast-paced, very messy.
King of the Hill on Livefire game number 4, but confirmation of what we've seen. Oddball Streets, 2-0. FaZe Clan, 50-38. Slayer Livefire for Cloud9. And what was just on our screens textbook from FaZe Clan, 3-1 CTF Empyrean in what we said, not in this tournament, but typically has been a lesser game type for them, a weaker game type for them, but they've found the answers against Cloud9, and Cloud9 unable to put together the sort of pressure they needed to take home the game.
I'm still not sure anyone's really nailed down King of the Hill 100% just yet. I think it's one of those ones that people are still left scratching their head at times. Should we be prioritizing the OV? Should we be going for the hill? It's all of this fine little dance. Should we be getting that sniper rifle? Questions that are still yet to be found by some squads. There are a couple who are starting to get their way with things though and have started to increase their statistics and percentage chance of winning at tournaments. For Cloud9, it's a must win if they want to stay in the winners bracket, but for FaZe Clan, a victory here will find them in the top 3.
FaZe Clan, 1 game away from winners finals. Is it to be here and now? Will they find the victory against Cloud9, who have been the underdogs almost all tournament long? David versus Goliath. Here and now. Royal 2 on big door. Nemesis hits some big shots and lights up the Canadian.
Well, I talk about, the age-old question of do you prioritize OV or do you go for the hill? Cloud9 got the kills, they got the hill, and now they say, okay, well, we move over and then we prioritize the overshield. But FaZe Clan are already there and waiting, and it looks like they're going to be able to grab that OV because 3 go down for C9. It was a good attempt at trying to make sure they secured it, but it just doesn't work out for them.
You're saying it's hills, kills, and overshields.
That's what it is. That could be a book, a film, and maybe a musical.
Overshield, over top middle then. Nemesis face-to-face with the player, but Septify puts an elbow to the spine, shuts that player down. Body shot for Renegade. The pressure comes. What can Rami do? Face-to-face with Renegade. Jiggle peek, Septify comes, textbook. Fundamentals from Cloud9.
I mean, considering Cloud9 has not been a team for particularly long, you wouldn't notice it at times. The chemistry is very evident, and they are playing out of their skins in this tournament. The fact they are even able to take FaZe Clan toe-to-toe like this is so impressive, and I think they're going to be delighted with how they performed so far. I think the map 1 was just a little bit of an outlier in this series, but it seems like they're going to be right up there with FaZe Clan here in the early stages of Live Fire King of the Hill. But now Renegade gets to get a little bit of time here. Cloud9 on spawn need to try and gather together and need to think, do we wait for this overshield or do we start to think about the hill?
Already well over halfway, securing hill number 1. Renegade has been left all alone. Defend for himself, continue scoring as his teammates push out and tend to things elsewhere. Renegade face-to-face with 2 members of Cloud9. He goes down. 2 members down for FaZe Clan. Snakebite answers back to even the odds. He's got 2 members to contend with over towards green. Needs help from Royal 2. Or indeed Frosty. Assault rifle in hand. Rails Nemesis. Teammate on hand. Royal 2 will get that kill. The help will arrive. But Cloud9 have already eaten away that lead.
But FaZe were able to pick up the overshield because Cloud9 just left it, and because of it, FaZe Clan will get the hill, and that's one of the decisions you have to make for Cloud9. Do you just give up that hill anyway? Because otherwise it just ends up happening with exactly the same scenario where you give up the point. Maybe you'd have a better opportunity if you had waited that extra second, those extra 14 to get the OV, as now Frosty not only has extra shields, but also has a heat wave to work with.
Double jeopardy for Cloud9. They lose the point and they lose the overshield. It was the worst of both worlds. Rami, though, face-to-face on pillars. Frosty tries to connect with the heat wave. Does so unsuccessfully to get the kill. Sniper rifle will pop up and Rami steps out, scoops it up, fires one towards Royal 2, gets shot from down the hidey hole from Snakebite. You're going to need more than St. Patrick to clear out that snake.
And I do feel like any King of the Hill game is usually going to benefit those who have been together a little bit longer. A nice 360 for Renegade as he looks to try and double up. Cloud9 down to just 1 player. But FaZe are going to be far more well-practiced when it comes here to King of the Hill Live Fire, whereas Cloud9, it's a lot about breaking setups on King of the Hill and also initiating those setups yourself. And if you don't have a plan B, a plan C, you can very easily get sniffed out, and it looks like FaZe are very close to making this 2-0.
The perfect hill, almost. They completely shut out Cloud9, and they go 2 to the good. 2-1 up in the series, 2-0 up in the game. And with one hand, with 1 foot, inside winners finals now. Barring a Cloud9 roar back to life. Overshield about to pop up. And again, Frosty with the sniper rifle. Connects. Cloud9 desperately need these players to start missing some shots, desperately need to start shutting down the likes of Frosty, getting the overshields. But again, time and time, it's FaZe Clan in the ascendancy.
Yeah, Cloud9 haven't really been able to escape like they did in the Slayer games. Instead, a couple of them have been found out on their own. FaZe have been able to expose a few players trying to flank around and get into a position to do some damage. As now Renegade should be able to do a lot of damage here with the Bandit. Nemesis does shut him down. But all the meanwhile, FaZe were able to put themselves in a position for this next overshield.
There's something so beautiful watching the Bandit rifle go to work and out shooting someone. Snakebite locks on sandbags. Nemesis goes down. Currently at the moment, Septify struggling in the slaying department. 2, 6, and 9. They need more from him if they're going to get back in this thing. It's been far too comfortable for FaZe Clan on Hills 2. And indeed, looks as though it could be the same on 3. But here comes the push, here comes the boom. What has Septify got? Nothing in the tank. Both members go down with relative ease.
FaZe just seem to know exactly where Cloud9 are going to be coming from and just have eyes trained on it every single time. Grenades waiting to be able to do that damage, and Cloud9 just don't have that answer. They've not been able to generate any sort of form. They've not been able to get the sniper. They finally get their hands on a heat wave, but even Nemesis gets taken down with it and gives it away. So now the defense is going to be even stronger here for FaZe.
FaZe Clan just have the read every single time. Rami and Nemesis go down once more, and Snakebite's looking to come back and chomp and chew on some more. Septify tries to jiggle peek on the pillar. Both down to no shields. Frosty's on hand to try and bait and switch. Snakebite gets the kill. Septify is still in big trouble. Down go 2 members of Cloud9, make it 3.
Yeah, FaZe just start scoring again, and this should be 3-0. Cloud9 have to give this one up. Have to now go for the reverse sweep here on King of the Hill. And there's so much to do. Overshield is going to be up in 4, and the Hill's going to be there. Cloud9 don't look like they're in a position to grab it. Renegade should be able to be the one who gets it.
Yeah.
But not only does he get the OV, but also he's going to get a lot of hill time here, as this might be the beginning of the end for Cloud9 to win his bracket run.
Renegade holding out 2 members of Cloud9 bottom middle. Septify will challenge over towards sandbags, and Nemesis over towards screens here. 2 members position, taking the fight. Renegade continues to hold his ground, continues to stand still and take on all members of Cloud9. Dipsy doodling his way, finally taken down, but look how much progress he's already got.
One last push for Cloud9, but again, it's shut down. It's Snakebite who gets the final kills, and maybe the final little bit of hill time could be from the General too.
The final nail in the coffin then perhaps. Do Cloud9 have anything? No, they don't. FaZe Clan secure the victory. 3-1 here, and they're heading to winners finals.
Top 3 guaranteed for FaZe. Job done. Another day at the office for them. A little bit of a slip up in the Slayer, but they responded so effectively in games number 3 and 4. As for Cloud9, a very impressive performance. Considering they came all the way from that open bracket, they are still guaranteed top 6 as they drop down to the elimination bracket, where they will be able to play for top 4 down there tomorrow.
That was a beautiful game on King of the Hill. 4-0. They absolutely dominated from start to finish. You have to say, you called it perfectly. They were willing to give up a little bit of time at the start to get that overshield, and it paid dividends.
Yeah, I think it's something that teams still really struggle about, whether it should be objective or whether it should be overshield, and sometimes you have to see that overshield as an objective at times, because it can reward you with so much hill time and sometimes even a whole hill point. But you have to take your hats off to Cloud9. They still made FaZe really work for it. Considering FaZe are the reigning champions of HCS Dallas, our #1 seed coming into this tournament, I'm very impressed with what Cloud9 were able to do.
Well, Snakebite's on your screens, but Renegade's down there with Blaze. They've got an interview. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Scherz and Gaskin. Dallas, give it up for FaZe Clan as they come out on top in a dominant victory. And that takes you on over to those winners finals to get to that grand finals. But Renegade, I don't know if you expected to play Cloud9 at this portion of the tournament. I don't know how much prep y'all did for them, but what was it like getting the victory here in this matchup?
I mean, the victory is very good. They were a surprisingly really good team. They upset a lot of good teams. I think Infinite's day-to-day, so if you're peaking on that day like they were, it's going to be a hard match.
Okay, nice. Now, when it comes down to you guys, how are you going to make sure that you guys peak at the right moment, not give it too much early on, and make sure you pace yourselves to make sure you get to that grand finals?
We just got to follow the game plan, do what we have done practicing every single day. As long as we apply that, then we'll be fine.
Now, we know how dominant you are. How have you been feeling this tournament, okay, with your play style? How are you feeling with your performance so far?
I mean, I've been playing okay. I don't think I've been playing my greatest, but I'm just trying to be a good team player, you know? Like, I know I'm confident in all my teammates, so if it's not my turn, it's someone else's.
You know, and I love hearing that from you. I'm hearing across the board from FaZe. It's all about the teamwork, getting it done together. Now, it's not just y'all. You guys got these fans out here that's part of your team as well, okay? They've been out here cheering for you. What you want to say to them?
Thank you for all the fans who supported me this weekend. I think it's been like one of the craziest weekends for that. So you guys are showing up. Thank you guys so much.
You guys have been awesome. Make some noise for yourself. That's going to do it for me at Renegade on the stage. Lot, take us away. Good stuff, baby. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Incredible stuff from FaZe coming across the main stage there. And a great interview as well from Renegade. We don't often get to hear from him after these performances, but it was really good to kind of get some insight on the team and how they're kind of handling their performances. And I love to hear about the teamwork. It's like, look, if it's not my day to shine, then it's someone else's. The trust is building for FaZe Clan. You can definitely see that, obviously, with what they're saying, but with what they're doing on the screen as well, Clutch.
Yeah, easy to build trust when you got teammates like Frosty, Snakebite, and Roll 2, right? You'll learn very quickly after you join a team like that hey, your teammates are going to be making some spectacular plays. And even Renegade made some spectacular plays throughout that series. So it's no surprise it's somebody's turn at all times. And that's what I think makes this roster so scary, is that it always seems like somebody is making a play or on the verge of making that play.
Tony, lovely to have you on the desk, sir. I have missed you thoroughly. I want to know what you made of this series overall. Obviously, started to get a little bit heated at the Slayer. Cloud9 answering back. I mean, Nemesis having the most ridiculous run and kind of crushed all hope for FaZe to come back in that Slayer. What did you make of the series?
Yeah, you know, to be honest with you, I'm leaving the series not really learning anything. Like, I knew Cloud9 were formidable. I had a lot of faith in them. I'm really happy they stayed competitive going in. But when it comes to FaZe, their communication is on point. Their teamwork is on point. I knew that going into this event, and into the series, I should say, excuse me, and I know going out. I think back to a play where I think it was on Imperium Capture the Flag. It was either Renegade or Frosty running that flag over toward the long haul side, and there's small talk and saying, we can't finish this flag. Snakebite, who's slaying on green side, doubles back, grabs that flag, pushes it forward. Then when he fumbles, he tells Renegade, don't worry about this flag. I'm good. I went down. Keep slaying. Keep watching the overextenders on the training side. Keep doing what you do. Somebody off of spawns and to grab that flag, and everything just comes together so well. Their teamwork, their small talk, their communication, it's one of the best in the league.
Yeah, it certainly is working out. And I've got to say, that final King of the Hill game almost felt like a clinic to me. I don't often say that because teams are so highly contested here. But that King of the Hill looked absolutely incredible from the side of FaZe. I got to ask you, Clutch, it was one of the big things we were looking at for FaZe was to work on their objective plans, their games. And has that improved for you so far?
Yeah, the objectives look good that series. Very dominant. It's honestly a story of two different classes as far as these two teams. And I think FaZe looking dominant in those objectives. That shows some promise. The Slayer obviously got a little out of hand when a player, you give up a snipe and that player starts going off with snipe like Nemesis did. That's going to happen. So I think FaZe can clean that up. I mean, they know why they lost that Slayer, but the objectives dominant so far. Even game 1, game 3, and game 4, all very clean wins for them, and they played a very hot Cloud9 team, so that's something you get to walk away with pretty proud of going into tomorrow.
Certainly. I've got to say as well, Royal 2, 1.66.
I mean, geez.
That is absolutely nuts, to be honest. Especially with the level that Cloud9 were actually matching on that main stage. You know, it was no easy feat for FaZe. They weren't, you know, the legs weren't on their desk chilling out. It was difficult, to say the least, but Royal 2 popping off like that?
Yeah, I think the big thing for me that stuck out that series, what we did kind of learn in a big picture, was everybody on FaZe was willing to play the objective. You had Royal 2 with the most ball time and the most kills. When things like that are happening, when everybody on the team is doing the scrappy bit of work, something that we probably have knocked FaZe for in the past, that's going to only make FaZe more efficient and even stronger of a threat to winning this tournament.
Indeed. I got to ask about the bracket, though, because things have been happening, and I want to know where our teams are settling down. And, of course, on our winner's side of the bracket, we do have FaZe in that winner's final position. This arguably is one of the most important matches of a team's kind of progress throughout a LAN, to be perfectly honest. This obviously decides whether or not you have that safety net in the grand final. And a lot of teams will take a lot of momentum and confidence when they do get that dub across the board on the winners finals. We have OpTic Gaming versus Spacestation. They're going to be battling it out next in order to get into that winners final position. This is going to be a grueling battle, to say the least. Whoever doesn't win that one will join the likes of Cloud9, excuse me, down in the elimination bracket. As you can see, Cloud9 waiting in the wings for the Sentinels versus Native Red match to finish, currently 2-0. Complexity and Quadrant will be happening shortly as well in elimination round 2, and we'll figure out our quarter-finals positions. Cloud9, though, going against potentially Native Red, which is what it seems like will be happening here.
They'll be going up against Sentinels.
Oh yeah, excuse me. They'll be going up against Sentinels. You know what? It's been quite a long day.
It has been a very long day.
My brain is just, honestly, it's getting to its limit at the moment. But we'll carry through. It's okay. It's all right. We can do this. I'm in a series with myself right now.
You're the best in the biz for a
I'm
reason.
probably down 2-0. But the reverse sweep is on, people. The reverse sweep is on.
Imagine if you called that right now.
I know. Imagine. That would actually be kind of crazy, to be perfectly honest. Then everyone will be like, well, it's a script and it's written.
It's written.
It's been written for sure. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, I will have refreshed my brain, but we also do have something very exciting. OpTic, once again, taking on an old nemesis, Spacestation Gaming, on the main stage. It's going to be an absolute banger, people. Make sure you don't miss it.
You
And
don't
we'll
want
see
to
you
miss it.
right after this.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Ambush! Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
And now, of course, comes my favorite part of my day.
They call formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea. He gets two. He gets three.
Prioritized everything. He's gonna get them all. It's an overkill for Royal 2. This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Bigwin with the triple kill. Big triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Good evening, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming live from Esports Stadium, Arlington. It is about to get crazy in here. As you can see, we got Formal. He's gearing up, getting ready to go with the rest of his team on the main stage because, yes, it is winners round 2, and that means OpTic Gaming versus Spacestation Gaming. And that's it, Greenwall. It's your turn. You're up next to make some noise for your team. Against Spacestation Gaming, it is probably going to get so hype in here because we already know that the moments have to be great on this series. They have to be some incredible Halo plays being made across the board from both of our teams. So I guarantee an exceptional performance from our fans in the arena right now, as well as our players on that main stage. Clutch, Gaskin, lovely to have you guys joining me for the evening. I'm so excited about this matchup. I'm like reeling. I just can't, I can't wait for it.
Absolutely.
This is a rematch from the last time we saw these two match up on LAN, which was the Global Invitational, and it wasn't quite OpTic's weekend. I think we can all say that. And Spacestation Gaming, they were playing a level of Halo we haven't seen, I think, from them ever, if not for a very, very long time. They seem to just be clicking. It was fantastic. Can they reach that level again? Can OpTic reach that level again? That is the biggest question right now. But Spacestation Gaming, looking really good this weekend. I'm very, very impressed with what we've seen from them so far, but can they get to the next step? Because I think that's what it's going to take down OpTic Gaming right now, Clutch.
Yeah, so far all the big three that we have, they've taken care of business up until this point. Eventually they were going to meet, and this is the first meeting between the three. It's Spacestation Gaming versus your OpTic Gaming, your Greenwall home crowd team. And this SSG team is nothing to be pushed aside. I mean, there are superstars left, right, and both the players in the center are both superstars as well. So you got your hands full, Greenwall, because there's so much talent on this SSG roster, and they feel like they peak to a new form every single event.
They certainly do indeed. In terms of peaking, though, we know what they are good at. What are they currently struggling at, Gaskin, if anything? Is there a weakness there that can be capitalized on?
Their game ones haven't been particularly strong. They've struggled a little bit out of the block so far this tournament, and it's something that OpTic can maybe take advantage of because OpTic have been flawless in their game ones so far here at this major. So for Space Station, they need to be asking themselves why. Is that a case of they're just not really awake, they're not really feeling it, or has it just been a couple of bad game types for them? It's hard to sometimes analyze that. I thought that for a second as I looked at my screen, Penguin was crying, but it's not. Okay, so he was putting eye drops in. Thank God. Whew.
Thank goodness for that. It's okay. Penguin's just being able to, I don't know, see clearly maybe with his screen. So eye drops are going in, and their heads are where they need to be, which is in game and on that main stage. On the other side of things, though, we do have OpTic. And OpTic Gaming right now looking very, very good, very, very strong. And quite frankly, they're in a good place. I think in terms of this series, the way that they have been performing has been outstanding, and that guy Trippy actually has been ridiculous. His objective play this event has been on form. His slaying ability has been on form. Do you see Trippy having yet another series where we see him step up even further to the plate?
I think I expect it at this point. I think Trippy has done better and better every single event outside of the previous Dallas event, where I don't think he played bad by any means, but to the level that Trippy has kind of set the bar ever since this team really hit their stride. This is an entirely new player to the like juggernauts that we already have on the scene as far as individuals are concerned. So he adds so much slaying power to this squad, so much awareness, and honestly efficiency in the objective column. He does it all, for God's sake. But I mean, as much as you can glow up the SSG roster, when you see those 4 players on your screen, you know you have your hands full if you're SSG just as well. This is a true battle of the Titans here tonight.
I mean, speaking of his objective time, 60% of OpTic's ball time has been Trippy. Like, he has been making sure he's focused that objective, he's making sure that he's in those positions to run that ball, but also he's doing the damage at the same time, and I think that OpTic need to capitalize on that. They need to make sure that Trippy is in that position. He needs the support to play the objective there.
I mean, speaking of his Oddball objectives, Oddball Livefire is actually the first map of this series, and OpTic actually have a huge advantage when they win the first map of the series. They seem to win pretty much every series when they do win that first map, so Trippy and his performance currently is going to bode very well with those statistics coming off of that as well. So Trippy is the guy to look at the moment for sure, especially with this first game underway. Can they turn the tables around against Spacestation Gaming? Spacestation had their number twice last time. Gaskin, with what you've seen so far from both teams this weekend, are you swaying towards the fact that we might actually have a different outcome this time?
Yeah, I do feel like OpTic look a little bit more well-practiced and well-versed. This is how things went down back in DreamHack Dallas. One of the big takeaways I have from this series layout, strongholds being a factor. And look, even the crowd, they hate even seeing that series layout. They don't want to see OpTic losing. It doesn't matter if it was a previous event or not, but it was not a fond memory for the Green Wall. There is not going to be any strongholds in this series layout, and I think that bodes well for OpTic Gaming, because both times they lost to Space Station, strongholds did feature. Get rid of that game type for them. They seem to struggle a little bit. I'm not sure why at times. Maybe they played too many quadrant games.
OpTic fans, don't worry. You can throw that graphic out the window. This OpTic Gaming team is back and in form. Everything that they have put in coming up to this event, the practice, the work. You could tell if you were checking Halo Tracker every single day that these guys were grinding. Their streams were always on when they weren't practicing. These guys know how much this tournament means to not just them, but to you guys as well. And as we look at the series layout, I expect a very different outcome this time around.
And just to mention as well, in terms of last time, yes, the graphic was not the best to look at, but I'll tell you what, they have come far since then. They have definitely improved on a certain amount of things. CTF Empyrean being that kind of swing game in the middle of the series here could be make or break for OpTic. They have actually gone 4-0 in CTF this time around in this major. That is huge improvements for this squad. So I'm liking my chances with OpTic and running through this series and feeling very comfortable doing so against Space Station Gaming. I don't think they're going to be worried about their opponents. I think they're going to respect them, but I don't think that they're going to be going in scared, especially because of the results from last time.
2 players to watch coming into this series. It's Bound and Lucid. These 2 are going to be doing each other for the power weapons, with the power weapons. They are the ultimate definition of a superstar on each side. Those are the playmakers to watch here. Whichever one has a better series than the other, you can probably lean on their team to take the victory.
Indeed. I think on the other side of things with Space Station Gaming, I think they have a huge argument with how they're going to be performing in Halo. If Formal's clapping, the Green Wall
I think he was
are
just
clapping.
getting something off his hands.
He was
just warming up. He was just warming up his hands, but I respect it.
He was indeed. But I tell you what, it just shows you the amount of power, the sway that these players have with the emotion in this room. For Space Station Gaming, obviously the emotions are going to be running high. They know that they're up against the Green Wall. They know they're also going against the fans too, and it's going to be a tricky one, especially mentally. I think they've been here before though. They know how this feels. They actually might take some pleasure in hopefully the booze and trying to turn that one on its head as well.
Yeah, it's very easy for us to say, oh, you know, it might be difficult playing against the crowd when you hear them getting loud, but it's a great feeling to be able to get them quiet as well and be the ones who keep a room quiet, who are all going to be supporting one team. SSG love playing the villains. These guys will live and thrive in this environment, believe me. So OpTic, the Green Wall, can try as they might, but it is going to be tough to try and rock this SSG roster.
There's few better feelings than when there's like a straight ripping chant or an FB chant and you have the advantage in the game or in the series, and you, like, as a player, know that you're on fire and you guys are about to take this game. There's few better feelings than knowing that you're about to rip the heart out of about 500 people in person.
Indeed it is. Well, I tell you what, folks, it is about that time we head on over to our casters to get this one kicked off and underway. It's going to be Bravo and Onset on the mics. Fellas, let's kick off this absolute beast of a series.
Well, you can hear the crowd. There's a big match feel here in Arlington, and it's for a good reason. We've got two of the best teams in all of Halo Infinite about to slug it out. No time to tee this one up. We're straight into the gameplay. It's going to be Oddball and Streets to start, but Andy, this is a matchup based on revenge for OpTic.
This is big, a revenge match indeed. Let's not forget, OpTic only lost to SSG in Dallas here. 3-1 each time, and they are now back with a vengeance, and right away, the Let's Go OpTic chant in the building.
Yeah, they say the 12th man is always important. That's going to be the crowd. Maybe they're going to be the 6th man just behind Lunchbox, but off the rip here, it's going to be a 1v1 on the map. You can see the Oddball's been stolen away, though, by Lucid. It looks like Formal. He's got that Stalker rifle.
4 dead off the opening here in favor of OpTic Gaming. That will lead to the first 12 points on the board, as you say. Power weapon control in hand as well. Formal with the red gun. It's hard to think of a more deadly combo. Early damage on Bound as well.
I mean, the battle rifle was almost spectacular at times coming in from Formal. We'll take one down, but it's a 2v2 split across the map. But early time once again for OpTic, and look at this rotation. Really, really smart recognition of map presence. Where is my teammate? Where are our respawns coming in? Let's move the Oddball back towards it.
The ball might need to get rotated back out. It does. The ball goes all the way back to perfectly to beat Rail. Eventually, it's not played bottom middle just yet, though. Formal needs to be careful. 4 dead right away. Bound to make sure to clean up that kill on B-Stairs. Now here's an opportunity for Space Station to answer back with some points on the board as well.
Trippy going to try and push Bound here. Bound is ready for it. Gets the jump on him, but it's just going to be a trade. So Trippy does his job in that situation, just to create an avenue, an opening here for the rest of OpTic Gaming maybe to work from. APG will pick up another as well. So not really a successful hold, you would say, here for Space Station. Now Penguin is left on an island. He's left on his own, holding off the rest of OpTic.
Ooh, good damage on Lucid. If he stays alive here long enough for help, that might work out. Bound can't make it happen. 2 dead for both sides there momentarily.
Most importantly as well, Trippy got a little touch on that Oddball as well. Trippy's going to jump back out to get the kill. Good shots coming in from Foreman as well. And he says, do you know what, Stella? You can get your shields back. Lucid's going to finish him off as he tries to take a better position to help out Trippy with that Oddball. 41-13. It's been a great start here from OpTic.
Yeah, look at this though. Rocket's going to go in the hands of Space Station off the timing of those kills. Trippy was your last player alive. He's the one dealing damage. However, in the feed, you do see that he's taken out off of a very important trade from Eco. Now, this is another opportunity for Space Station to get more points on the board. They've done well. That was a little bit scrappy there in the mid. However, now they're only down by 20.
Yeah, full setup on the map here around the back of the tower. Penguin, he's going to play nice and sneaky at the moment with these rockets. Still got 2 to work with as well, so you would expect him to be able to at least pick up 1 kill, but 1 gets baited out. And while all of this is going down, look at the top right. Stella and Eco, both fallen. Penguin and Bound now left as last alive.
Look how hard Space Station's had to work for this, right, to get 30 points on the board. It's 3 separate holds that have led to this. However, they've really been disciplined in playing the slow game there, making sure that they stay in it and stay control. And you can tell OpTic knows the Rockets are at PD. They don't want to check the doors.
Yeah, Penguin might just spend the rest of the game here on his own if OpTic have called this one right. For now, though, Eco's going to do the work. And by kind of just taking that space himself, Penguin lets the rest of his teammates just work around the map, do what they have to do. OpTic's attention is taken away. A couple of spike grenades to try and slow down Formal here, but with 2 dead, make it 3. Lucid's the last alive. And now, off the back of this play coming in from Space Station, they have the ball in their hands, and you would expect this game to be tied up.
Well, so impressed once again with Space Station. Now it's 4 separate holds that have led to this, and they'd have to fought off OpTic on 4 separate different battles there, and slowly now finally take the lead in the game, 42-41.
Rotation coming in as well. Where are the kills? They're going down from the point of view of Bound at the moment. Stella gets another one. Everyone on SSG picked up an individual kill there, while Penguin has that ball in his hand. OpTic Gaming are 4 dead. Space Station Gaming, they're in the lead now, and that ball time just keeps racking up.
Great example here of slow and steady wins the race from Space Station. They lose the first 30 points, however, through really strong holds. They're able to get back into the lead here, 63-41. They're probably going to look for some sort of rotate here based on the numbers.
Oh, it's a big fight, to win there from Lucid. It was a good flank coming in from Eco. He'd read the situation perfectly. A 3-man push originally from OpTic Gaming gets shut down. While all of this is going down, look at Formal. He's got the rockets. He'll find 2. Eco left on his own. Trippy now trying to hunt him down.
Well, Formal somehow also finds the frame to get that second rocket off for the trade. It's a great job. How many times have you seen Formal on caution with the rockets? It feels like he knows exactly where to bring them on these game types. Gonna have to rotate the ball here. They're down by 20.
Well, look at Eco, though. He snuck into PD. Trippy's trying to find the fight.
Oh!
Penguin comes in to keep him alive for a few seconds. Formal will pick up 2, though, to clear the way. Bound last alive now. Trying to hunt down APG. Where is that Oddball, though? Can anyone get their hands on it? Finally, Formal, after getting the kills, will get the ball in their hands.
Wow, Bound somehow gets that win in the end. He'll be cleaned up because Lucid comes in for the help. in the end, it won't really matter in terms of the hold here because there still should be control for OpTic Gaming. Formal just on the killing spree from top as well, about to tie the game.
I mean, how good has Formal been so far this event? He's 11-6 in this game, leading the way with kills. He's got objective in his hand as well. He knows what it takes to win games of Halo. The game is tied up. With that re-pickup of the Oddball, it will be a 1-point advantage here for OpTic Gaming. They go into a lead in this first round.
As you said, we knew this would be a big series. Bound wins another one back A. That's 3 dead for both sides. 1v1, Trippy and Bound.
Trippy and Bound. Here comes Trippy. Bound taken down. No shields to play with for him, and Trippy grabs that Oddball once more.
And they'll continue scoring here. Let's not forget, this is the home stretch here. They will cross the 70-point mark. Only 30 points to go. And still, with a numbers man advantage here, as Stellar is yet to respawn.
You can see that Spacestation just waiting, like you say, for Stellar to respawn. They know that they've got to make this play with 4 players on the map, but look at that kill feed.
Oh.
Lucid gets the first one onto Bound. That gives numbers advantage over to OpTic Gaming. They know they have a pretty sizable lead at this point, and with Trippy hitting shots like that, that could be the round sliding towards the favor of OpTic.
A beautiful drop and shoot, and unsurprisingly, the hometown crowd in Arlington likes what they see as well. However, off the back of it, Spacestation will find 2 dead, and now Stellar needs to make this push count.
Takes down APG, takes no damage as well, so he's ready to engage with Formal at the back tower. Now, what's Formal got? He's got a drop wall, but he gets melted from the inside out. Oddball picked up again by Spacestation, and this game is starting to get dicey.
2 dead still. Trippy needs to stay alive if he can. That's a big kill. Now Penguin's your last player alive in the back of PD. He's trapped. There's no way he gets out. It's a perfect pitch for OpTic Gaming. Based on the positioning, that should be the round.
APG throws him back in jail, and that's going to be the ball being picked up by OpTic Gaming. And as you say, quite rightly so, OpTic now hold the map, they hold the Oddball, they hold the Rockets, and they hold the W in round number 1.
And you're not going to hear a larger roar than you will at this OpTic Gaming crowd after just the first round.
Round number 2 then. Let's see if they can close things out or if SSG will have something to say about it. That final push though, Andy, brilliant. APG and Trippy working so well, but that first kill from Trippy and waiting, almost vital for that round's success.
It really is. I just love the timing that we saw from OpTic Gaming. I tell you what, Spacestation, a lot to be said for their round, right? As we said, it was not easy to take the lead there at the mid-game. 3 dead off the opening for OpTic. Formal is your last player alive for the green wall. Really impressive mid-game, though, from Spacestation in the end. However, OpTic Gaming with a really strong, confident play to close out the round. They lead 1-0.
Bound found 1. Lucy's going to challenge. Eco should be here, but Bound somehow, Penguin turns 1 into 2 and manages to get that trade. Formal now put the pressure onto Bound, but Bound, pressure makes diamonds, and he certainly is one himself. Tries to go for a little bit of a sneaky play there, but APG seen it all.
Sneaky indeed. That shroud screen, as we saw earlier today as well, can cause some bad battles. 3 dead there. Eco is your last player alive at the back of Tram, and he needs to win it, and does.
It's going to keep the spawns a little bit staggered here, and you can see that Eco winning that fight is going to force Lucid now to overextend. Lucid gets the kill, but SSG in position to clean that kill up. The trades back and forth. You can see how neither team can allow 1 kill to get away.
Like you said, it's a really big example there. Eco staying alive on the back of Tram. Look at how things change now. Trippy was your last player alive in front of C. He's going to get a kill as well. Those kills will be traded out, and now it's 3 dead. Lucid, is your first spawner. But such impressive plays from your last player alive on each team to just keep things a little bit even, to make sure the other team does not get a full 4 dead.
Oddball gets the kill onto Eco, though. That's going to create the lane of opening once again. Stellar trades it out. Oddball time, though, is in favor of SSG at the start of this second round. Nothing significant, but 25 points can be a gap that you can play around a little bit here, as now we see OpTic on the back foot once more.
Yeah, back-to-back 3 deads, essentially 4 dead. This is going to be a collapse on Lucid in the back of Tram. We'll see what he can do. Microwave in hand, but even the strongest of Kenya vibes can't keep him alive. Instead, he'll grab the Sentinel beam Bound and grab the ball on back Commando as well.
He's just flying in, though, and it's Trippy, who picks up 2. Now he's looking for more as well. Drops down onto the trash with the rockets coming up. Now, who's going to grab these next set of rockets? They have been so instrumental to how Oddball, any game on streets, has developed in the next few moments or so. If you get the rockets, you guarantee yourself map space. It's Eco who picks them up for SSG, and alongside it, a double kill as well. And just for a second, silences the crowd here in Arlington.
Ooh, pings down on Lucid as well. Lucid was your last. Oh boy, Trippy all the way from PD to get the tower right away to get the back whack, and the Lucid bait ends up working out for them. However, take a look at the board. It is still 39-1.
Make that 40 now. 40 points on the board. Lucid, though, he gets the grenade down to take Stellar out of the position to grab even more ball time here for SSG. And all of a sudden, OpTic have got full control of the tram. It's been a constant fight, a constant scrap, with nobody having full setup until this moment. But Penguin busts in, gets that first kill, and here comes Bounce.
Big stop there from Trippy. That will keep things tied up, and now Stellar's your last player alive, just like that for SSG. This should be more ball time here as OpTic looks to rally back in your second round.
Trippy currently sat at 23 and 17 in this game. He's been picking up the kills. He's now got the Stalker Rifle as well as some oddball time to add to that beautiful little recipe, which usually brings success for OpTic Gaming. But for now, he's going to have turn his attention away from the oddball towards some kills, because you can see Lucid and APG, they have fallen.
Really nice job to isolate these angles. Eventually he gets taken down by Bounce, so that's 3 dead. Formal now is your last player alive. It has been a lot of slaying control coming out of SSG in this round. And it also shows in the stats, the two teams are tied up at 67 kills apiece in total slays.
Really interesting to see as well. The two players who are the support players on either team, very similar looking statistics at the moment. You've got Eco sat at 11 and 20. Pretty negative, you would have to say. APG, very similar, 11 and 22. So both those players struggling to have an impact in kills, but it's what you see them do for their teammates, which are allowing this game to be close. And that's why you're seeing the likes of Stellar pick up kills. You're seeing the likes of Lucid and Trippy pick up kills. They are enabling them to do what they do best.
3 dead. Stellar's your last player alive in the L. The Rockets were popping as well. He will get taken down. Based on Bound being the first spawner, yes indeed, Lucid will get the Rockets very clean, and he will hold on at the rail here.
Oh, Bound! What? Bound is made of rubber. As the rocket just deflects away, he survives, and Lucid will fall. Here comes Trippy now, but Penguin takes him down. And all of a sudden, SSG, having not got those rockets, they find an opening. APG stops the fire for just a second, though. Regains parity on the map, and now Lucid, having failed with the first rocket, gets a little bit of revenge on Bound.
How often do you see that? Lucid and Bound actually trading with rockets there essentially twice in a row with only 2 rockets total to play with. 1:31 left on the clock. This game is only separated by 11 points.
Yeah, it certainly is very, very close here, but you got to remember, OpTic do have that round in their favor. Also, they have APG still playing around in the back of Tram. Stellar will finally clear it out, but that ball down in a very precarious position here, and you can see a really smart play here from Stellar, not only to think about shrouding down to maybe grab the oddball, but allows him to pick the spikes up without them being shot out of his hands.
Does not grab the ball off of that, you're right. You thought maybe he would double spike to the L and just grab the ball back up the shroud screen. Instead, he doesn't. They're going to have the 10-point lead here with only 60 seconds left on the clock.
60 seconds to go. This is a really nervy moment for both teams. OpTic know they have to make a play on the oddball. SSG know one misstep and the round will fall away. So for now, you can see it's OpTic who have made the play. They have grabbed that oddball. It's up to SSG to break.
Oh, they need this kill. They get the first kill. That's their first pick. We'll see if they can go. They get 2 as well. Right now, a 2-man advantage.
APG trying to escape, trying to make sure that he gets a slender lead maybe for his team before the oddball goes down, but it's tied up at 41 all, and that will be everybody on OpTic Gaming falling. The break is perfect from Spacestation. They go into a lead.
Yeah, Lucid dies at a really inopportune time as well. That leaves Formal all the way in the back of the tram. They have to wait for each other here. Now they have more than a 10-point lead. This could be one of your last holds.
45 seconds left on the clock. Rockets come up as well. SSG have to juggle so many things right now if they want to win this game. Formal gonna make the move onto the Rockets, and OpTic will grab them. Lucid and Trippy pick up 2. The Rocket's not too effective, but is it enough for a break?
2v2. These kills are going to determine it.
Oh, Stellar comes in! I'm pretty sure that Stellar picked up at least 3 on his way down to the grave, and now you can see Penguin defending this oddball with his life.
Lucid was your last player alive. He dies in caution now. This is another man advantage here. 17 seconds left on the clock. This might be SSG's round.
Can anyone get near this oddball from OpTic? Can they force their way towards that ball? APG the closest. Penguin grabs it and runs it away, making Lucid the last player alive. He knows the round is done. Spacestation will tie up game number 1 here by taking round number 2. It's time for a little decider.
Oh my goodness, have things ever heated up here in Arlington on Saturday? 88 slays to 86 right now in favor of SSG, and guess what? The man on your screen, Stellar, is 30 and 20 with 12 assists. Absolutely unbelievable numbers so far.
And I mean, the last 3 he got, I think, win the round for Spacestation as well. The positioning so good to make sure he was cleaning up that damage. He's hunting down Formal as well, and Stellar is playing some unbelievable Halo in this game 1.
3 dead again. Trippy's your last player alive for OpTic, and that's been a pretty consistent theme here after that first round. SSG really stepping it up in a big way. They will grab the rocks, not the ball. Stellar instead going to just hold down and wait for his opponents to spawn.
Really smart play this from Stellar as well. He knows that if he plays this right, then the number advantage will go back over to Space Station. Lucid baits one out. but the damage should be enough now to grab that Oddball. And now you see, he can back up, he can play around that Oddball, he can bait the Oddball. OpTic have to push, and Stellar knows this.
Can't believe the numbers coming out of Stellar once again. Gets another one, 33 and 20 with 12 assists, absolutely dominating the scoreboard. And he picks up a double kill on Formal as well.
Trippy's here as well, he might be another victim. Oh my word, Stellar with a triple! And he is playing lights out Halo.
And ever since that first round, it has really been the Space Station story, just stepping up in that second one, and now with a great start here as well in round number 3. They already lead 20-0.
He's doing everything right for his team at the moment. 22 points on the board, still holding that Oddball. Our Space Station, finally, some semblance of a full setup on the map for them. It's down to OpTic to break.
See what they can do here. Opening damage does come in the form of Penguin along with, 3 dead in the feed. Trippy's your last player alive and tires. He's going to be isolated any second.
But look at this survivability. Still, Penguin stays alive, Stellar stays alive, and Trippy says, you know what, I'm not going to get much out of this, so I'm just going to retreat as well. All means more ball time here for Space Station. It's 38, make it 40 points on the board. They're halfway to victory.
Yeah, the baiting and the switching, right? They just prioritize not dying there. It's a really great job. Trippy tries to make something happen. Finally, he gets into PD and trades. We'll have to see if it's enough to really flip things around here. Bound is your last player alive right now in the courtyard, and they'll need to sniff him out, but the rocks are up. This could get messy.
Oh, Lucid! Wow! Bound does not care if you have a Shroud screen. He's got an assault rifle. He slides straight in, grabs the rockets, and blows the map back open.
Oh, man, I thought it was going to get messy, but it didn't even get messy. Bound gets in there with the big sauce melee to shut down the rocket crab, and they will maintain their 30-point lead.
Oh, he's just heard APG. APG's trying to be sneaky. Bound, he's going to sniff him out, gets the trade as well. 2 dead for OpTic Gaming. Space Station once again in control of the Oddball.
Wow, this is just a Space Station that's on a different level than we saw in the opening moments of that first round. Now, once again, just extending their lead off of consistent slaying control, and now they outslay 103-95.
Oh, look at this angle that Eco's got. He's just seen 3 at least players from OpTic Gaming. 2 are going to fall. Lucid and APG are going to have to take their time, but Lucid says, we haven't got time. We've got to make plays at this point.
I think Eagle was just going to try to stay alive. 1v1 at the moment, though, here. Bound's going to win that one against Lucid. Trippy was a spawner, I believe, so this will be more time on the board.
Comfortable time here for Space Station as well. Back into PD goes Bound with the Oddball. Always, you can tell when Bound's got the Oddball in his hand. Remember when he betrayed Penguin, by the way, with the Oddball in his hand doing that?
Gotta be careful. That's some Halo 1 stuff. You accidentally get the back whack, but right now, it's all good news for the side of Space Station as the kills continue to come in. They still have 2 dead.
Yeah, no better feeling if you're the guy holding the Oddball and you're seeing your teammates picking up kills. You know you're not going to be under pressure. And OpTic at the moment, they are under pressure. Bound recognizes that now it's time to slay.
Yes.
Finds 1 kill onto APG. Second maybe lining up here as Trippy tries to challenge. Stellar's going to be there. Trippy finally gets in, but his teammates are falling around him. He's one-shot himself inside a PD. Trippy should fall in the next few seconds, and that's going to mean SSG grab even more ball time here.
Wow, Trippy knew he was in trouble. He tried to just toss it out to courtyard, but even that would not have been enough as the time continues to go on the board, and it's a very different round number 3. 86 points on the board. Stellar's got 42 kills.
He's got 42 kills, but he's going to have to get a few more if they want to close this out. Bound picks up 1. Can OpTic get close? Can OpTic get near? Formal and Trippy work together. 2-4 from Space Station. There's a chance here for OpTic, but they need these rockets, and Bound is going to deny them.
Deny it, and look at this. No one on the push. Luce is going to try to fly up rail, but Bound is just going to hold down PD with these rocks.
He's going to say, come and get the ball.
Yep.
Hey, you know where it is? There's a big indicator on your screen. I dare you to come and get it. That's what's going to happen if you do. Bound explodes Trippy, takes Lucid down as well, and with those kills, with that double kill, Bound will win the round, and with that, SSG will win game number 1.
Wow, what a performance there in the end from SSG. Stellar on your screen, 42 and 25 with 14 assists. It's an unbelievable bounce back from this squad.
I mean, that stat line itself against one of the best teams in the world. Unbelievable.
Scary.
Unbelievable. And like you say, great word to use. Scary, terrifying. If he's playing at that level, OpTic now know what they're in for.
I think the round stats really tell the story. 4 power weapon kills for SSG, 0 for OpTic there in that 3rd round, and also credit to Bound. Going back PD, and you could tell based on the way that OpTic pushed into PD as well as Heaven, they did not expect Bound to be sitting back there with rockets, right? They're thinking maybe Bound has gone elsewhere on the map as you take a look at some highlights. But it is really fantastic power weapon management for Space Station that wins that game number 1.
I mean, I want to talk about Bound a little bit as well, because there was a couple of plays that he made in that game that were very Bound-esque. And some people might think that's a little bit reckless. Like, why are you doing that? Like, that could have gone so badly. But Bound is a master of calculating the risk and reward of a lot of the decisions he makes. You know, a lot of people would be saying, why is he running through a Shroud screen when he knows that a player's on Rockets? Well, he knows that the Rockets have a wind-up time, right? And he's got an assault rifle. He backs himself to be able to get the shots in, get the melee down before Lucy can get that rocket up to trade at least. And even if trade at that point is great.
Right, now how many times do we see that battle as well? You could also say the same thing about the rocket grab from Lucid on B-Rail. And Bound flies over B-Rail, and I think there was a little bit of weirdness with in terms of the rocket kind of going through his character. However, that's what Bound gets, right? He goes into those high-risk scenarios, and he times it perfectly. Here it is on your screen. Bound somehow flies through the rocket. We won't ask how the hell it happens, but it does, and that pays off for Bound because, like you said, he's timing his aggression perfectly, and he's only gotten better and better as the years have gone on.
Yeah, I feel like Halo Infinite has some of the most well-constructed cardboard boxes in all of esports, and it certainly was something that Lucy will have to look at for sure. But as far as rocket use was concerned, it was SSG in the final moments that certainly did put it to use. But this play here from Stellar is symptomatic of what he did in that entire game.
Look at this play as well. This is the one you just referenced. Look at that. The wind-up time on the Rockets. Bound flies through the Shroud. And I believe it was an OpTic Shroud, was it not? Because they wanted to shroud the angle from A court. They knew that Bound was back A and A court, and thinking they could shroud the sight line would get them the Rockets. In the end, though, as you see, Bound picking up even more kills towards the end of the game. We'll take a look at the whole stats here on your screen in a moment, but 228 to 150 is your final 2 rounds to 1 for SSG. They take game number 1.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Not just statistically, as far as kills are concerned, of course, you've got to hold that Oddball, and if you're looking across the Oddball hold time there for all of the players on SSG outside of Eco, well over a minute. Everybody knows that at this level of Halo, it's not about being the guy who gets the kills, right? It's all about making sure if you're the guy that's next to the ball when the kills are going down, you're the one who holds it. You're the one who does the job. You do the dirty work. As Space Station take game number 1, you can see on our series layout now, Slayer Livefire is going to be game 2, and OpTic need to answer back.
They really need to answer back, and the one thing I think that OpTic fans need to be worried about is Space Station undoubtedly would have looked at Slayers based on the fact that DreamHack Dallas Slayers are what cost them. So there's no doubt that over the past 3 weeks, Space Station has had a specific focus on their Slayer game types. The question is, can they bring that here to the main stage and go up 2-0?
Big test for both sides, right? Because OpTic have won a lot of Slayers and historically have won some really tight series in those final moments on the Slayers. But as you say quite rightly, SSG knew that this is where their downfall was at the last event. They were so close once again, but they had to be the team who was sat on the main stage while FaZe lifted the trophy this time. Last time it was OpTic who lifted the trophy, and I think they're pretty fed up of it. So to go away and work on those Slayer game types is going to be a test for OpTic here to see if they can match what Space Station have been working on.
And we've seen so many impressive game types here, of course, of Slayer from the OpTic Gaming side, especially when you got Coach Lunchbox behind you, just being able to slow everything down and be in control of the game here. Livefire Slayer, they are no stranger to it. We've seen them win so many games. We've seen even enormous comebacks and enormous composure from the OpTic Gaming side. The question is, can they do it here to tie the series?
I think the secret here for SSG, if they want to have success, they've got to make sure that Trippy hasn't got that heat wave, because he has been going crazy with that thing every time we've seen him. So SSG will have a focus on that, and you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're Trippy, you're trying to get it in your hands and trying to cause as much of a problem and be as much of a menace as you can.
Trades exchanged early on. Formal goes all the way into cuts, and he will be punished. However, kills do come in for the other side as well. Things slowing down already early off the open. Stellar going to try to find out APG.
Love this from Stellar as well. See how he backs away, doesn't go from the melee. That means he comes out of this alive. A lot of players would have traded in that situation. Stellar too wise to it, and he gets the beatdown and the heat wave out the hands of Trippy as well. Lucid trying to challenge here for the overshield, which is still up, but I'm pretty sure the snipe is in the hands of SSG.
And Lucid stays alive as well. Just like you said, being able to stay alive in that scenario is really a sign of the best players in the world. Somehow he manages to do it. Overshield still in play. Bound has his reticle fixed on it.
He certainly does. A lot of pressure coming in. He tags one body. That means Trippy cannot go for it. Eco trying to buy time as well. Bound with so much pressure on his shoulders here. Formal has no idea Eco's there. And that's going to be 3 dead here for OpTic. This should be an overshield grab for SSG.
Wow, off screen you saw oh, wait, wow!
I mean, that's a charitable donation coming in from Bound.
Surprising to see that there. Eco now. Overshield top tower, and that changes this thing a little bit here, as OpTic looked like they were in a really tough situation, made it a little bit easier.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Bound's got sniper rifle sat on tower, probably looking at green spawns, probably popping a couple of bodies, but for now, OpTic gets somewhat of a lifeline, and things like that can happen sometimes if you're not perfect in this game. Eco with that assault rifle trying to cause problems, trying to stay alive as the overshield is now dissipated. Lucy's got that green gun as well, but the assault rifle is certainly going to make him wary of pushing.
Stellar with a great push there, by the way, on sandbags to make that push possible. A little bit of a mess here, bottom tower as well, but the assault rifle of Eco is up to the task. He's your last player alive.
That was a good job as well, just hitting that jump, making sure he's elusive. Overshield comes up as well, and how quickly has that turned? From the last time we were talking about it, it felt like just a few moments ago. That's how long the battle went down for that first overshield. But the second one now will be picked up by OpTic Gaming and APG. It's a 2-kill game here, but OpTic have the chance with this Ovi to make the change.
Here comes the Nest bridge push. APG has enough Ovi where he doesn't want to get tanked here. He wants to make sure he's not the one taking damage, because he still has 50% to play with, which could really change things here on the map.
Stella's going to get caught off guard, but somehow survives. Eco's there as well, and APG, all of a sudden, he's in the blender of SSG players. Formal finds one on his way to the grave, and SSG find APG coming down from the heavens with the back smack.
Well, APG just dropping out with a chopper drop, gets that back whack. Beautifully done here. 15-13.
Happy spawn, Eco. APG showing game knowledge there to the nth degree. Eco, before he's probably even looked back at his monitors, finds himself half shields. As now the attention turns towards the sniper rifle, and you can see top middle right now that Tommy Wilson, Lucid, he wants to take this game over, and if he can get the snipe, he might be able to.
That's big. They get the kill, and they get the snipe for free as well. APG staying alive. AR comes out, and the trade will come in. 3 dead. Penguin's your last player alive for SSG off of good damage off screen from OpTic.
Now Lucid with this sniper rifle might be able to make a little bit of a difference, but it's actually been Formal who's on our screens right now with the sniper, and now he's been shooting incredibly well so far today. Narrowly misses the shot onto Bound, and look at the pressure coming in from SSG. They do not let him settle. They do not let him take root on that tower, and he gets taken down immediately.
Absolutely no chance. 2 alive for both sides here. Let's go OpTic chant in the building because they're only down by 1 kill here.
Crowd trying to get behind OpTic, trying to rally them on this main stage. Spacestation with a narrow lead here. 2 kills, the difference. Overshield in 14 seconds. Might be the difference maker as Bound makes the flank.
21-18, as you say. So just as things were getting close, Spacestation manages to create even more of a gap, and now Stellar will continue on. And he has been an absolute nightmare for the side of OpTic Gaming. He's 8-6 in this game as well.
Yeah, the push that came in, though, is going to allow Trippy to get this overshield for free. They pushed through to green, which means even when the kills came in, the respawns were going to be good enough for OpTic to control the overshield side. And with the overshield, now you're seeing the kills start to stack up. Spacestation only ahead by 1 single solitary kill.
Oh, man, now tied up 23-23, and Trippy on your screen just playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Just goes down the chute and melees his way through as we are tied up here.
Bounds almost gets destroyed by Formal in that battle, but Eco was there just to add an extra little bullet, and look how Spacestation are playing this. They are all grouped up together, and now that the kills and the space is available, Bound takes that opportunity to push.
Big trade, though, for APG, and right here at the midway mark, we're back on board with APG as he stays alive here to get to the dummy ramp. At the midway mark, it's a good time for listening here with the side of OpTic Gaming.
Nice. One guy
definitely an A still.
What's your
one on green, bro? They went on green.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yo, on me elbow. On my elbow, jump up.
Go back to
I'm looking at beach. I got one. There's a guy top tower. Listen, they have a repulse, heat wave, and I think there's a guy green still. Are we blocking A-spawns?
Yeah,
we were.
Okay.
I'm walking guts. Guts.
No, there's no snipe. They have a heat wave, though.
Trying to get info. Weapons are coming in 40.
Yo, cuts with the heat wave. Cuts with the heat wave, guys.
It could be ratting back green.
Cuts right now, Stellar, pushing. Nice,
Yo, back off that. We should go green. I think we should go green. We should go green.
Yeah, I will. I'm going green now.
Clear this fully.
I'm
with you, man. This guy here.
Yo, we're not blocking A, though. We didn't block A. We didn't block A. I hear that. I'm walking up. I'm going. Yo, dice.
Watch it, push you out.
They're going to go top
tower. Dice in top tower. Yo, drop double. Elbow here.
Nice. Can't.
Above that.
Bottom mid, dummy door, last guy.
He's soaring. He's chasing. Yeah, come
on. Now, the good spot here.
Nice job. OS, guys, 5 seconds.
I'm flanking plat.
He might be on the
Yo,
start.
Joey, just keep it angled. Joey, just watch Joey. Here. Charge me.
I'm on it.
Yo, go. We should go back.
He's got it.
No, just nothing. Clear C. Go to C. Yep. I spawn green. I spawn green.
Door killed me. He's already
green. A plat.
They're pushing Brad here for snipe.
Probably big door also.
Big door. I can't play.
White power penguin 1.
Back green, 2 of them. I got one.
Power penguin half.
Back green, weak on top.
Yeah, watch out, back green. Back green, I guess.
On the wing.
Back green. Yeah, just get out.
Still green 1.
Oh, watch it. Can we go back to A for a second? Let's reset.
High game here.
Alright, I spawned
Tell me where you at. Here, take this.
Okay.
At green.
Okay, listen. I want one of us to just like sit screen and Joey just stay like bottom mid right there.
We're not watching big door. Okay, Brad's big door.
I'll watch right then.
Yo, Brad swap with me.
I have heat wave.
So just watch A plat real quick. That's fine.
There's a pistol down bottom middle.
I think there's a guy hiding back green. There's definitely a guy hiding back green.
Should I go up cuts here a little bit or no?
I'm trying to look for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go A-plant.
They're gonna be sacked wherever they're at. Just be careful.
Yo, there might be a guy hiding my cement.
One is nice. One is nice. I just
Yo, three green. They might hit me. I'm rotating. I'm rotating.
Elbow as well. No, only 2 green.
Yeah, they might hit big door, guys. They might hit big door.
Cuts on me.
How much you back up? We close our cuts.
He backed up tires.
I need you guys to help me clear out A fully, real quick.
We're going back to A then? Okay.
I just need help. to clear this real quick.
I think you're good, Tommy.
Okay. I think they're close. Listen, I think we might need to walk bottom mid.
One is a back green 100%.
I think one of you guys need to go bottom mid. We hit A plat.
I'm gonna say A-plat.
One is dice still. They're just sitting, dude. One is sitting elbow, one's sitting dice.
Yeah, they're just sitting nest.
Okay, just wait for us.
Listen, yo, Brad, pick up big door. I'm gonna change my angle.
Training, Tommy, look at that.
He's sitting training. Sitting right here.
Bottom mid. Just drop down to the vent. Go back to dummy door.
And A plat, Brad. A plat.
Two dummy door.
Bottom mid, key door. Running rat. He did not go there. He backed up.
Cuts on me, guys.
Bottom stairs somewhere. That's all you, Joey.
Yo, on rat tunnel right now.
Guys, OS is coming as well.
Absolute Gun screen.
Well, Lucid hits the shot, but it's 4 dead for OpTic Gaming. Spacestation still have this lead in the game. It's slender. It's only 3, but I'm pretty sure they just stole away an overshield.
Yeah, wow, what an absolute privilege that listen was. The reversal comes in for Lucid now, as kills will be exchanged at the 40 mark. Still a 4-kill lead off of that hold. And you hear the tactics there. Also just how hard OpTic has to work, right, against a team like Spacestation Gaming to try to coordinate those pushes. And as you say, it was 1 kill traded out. However, a 4-kill lead for SSG is what broke the tie.
One thing I want to point out here as we head into the final 10 kills of this game is how uncharacteristic is that from SSG? That is something they have worked on, completely slowing the game down to a standstill and waiting for OpTic to have to make the move. For now, though, Bound, he's getting a lot of information. Stella's going to be trying to collapse with him. Formal trying to escape in, just about does so. Stella's trying to hunt down Trippy. They both go down to no shield. Stella will pick up that kill, and now you see Formal trapped on his own.
Look at this, as Bound doesn't even take any damage, just keeps poking out perfectly, baiting and switching in time for his teammate to come back around the corner in the form of Eco now. 43-36, new sniper rifle in hand.
And all the weapons here in the hands. Oh my god, they've got 2 sniper rifles and the heat wave as well, Spacestation. Stella picks up another. Penguin onto Trippy. Lucid joins them. It's time to tuck them in.
Oh boy, it sure is. 3 more to go here. What was just a tied game now is a very different match. 48 kills on the board for SSG.
And look at the confidence here from Bound. He knows that this game is done and dusted. He just wants to be the player who gets that final kill. OpTic giving it all they can in these final moments, but Bound, 1 shot, and that's the game going over to SSG.
As you say, 1 bullet could decide it. 49-39 here.
Couple of nades come in. Not enough, though. Stella will get the stick to close it out here for SSG. And they are 1 game away now from continuing their march towards the winner's bracket final.
Wow, and how long was that game tied at the 34 mark? During the entirety of that listening, you heard all of the coordination. Lucid with sniper rifle in hand, sitting it back at. You can tell right now that's exactly what they're talking about, is that specific push, right? Everything that happened after the 40-36 mark really was an after fact. Really, it was all about that single push where they found themselves 4 dead that allowed SSG to run away with the game.
First time I've seen SSG do that in tournament play. It's brilliant from them. It shows that they respect OpTic and what they can do. They respected they didn't have a sniper rifle to play with, and they forced Lucid to have to take an exposed angle to hit a crazy shot. And even though he hit the shot, he's taken so much damage that SSG were able to play around that, then make their push. And SSG, who had been guilty of, like I say, maybe trying to finish Slayers a bit too quickly, well, they knew they had the time to play with that.
That's right, like we said, SSG undoubtedly working on Slayers here as they found themselves with pretty pivotal losses coming out of DreamHack Dallas, including a Game 7 of a grand final. And I think the work that they've done has shown here.
Overshields as well. The early ones certainly went over to OpTic Gaming, but it was only their way to claw the score back. It was SSG who got one of the final ones as well, which allowed Bound to just pretty much have free reign with the kill advantage they managed to stack up against each other. But now for OpTic, big questions to be answered. We've seen them in this position before. Take ourselves back to the Halo World Championships, right? OpTic looked out against SSG. They looked down. They looked like they had no way back into it. 1 talk is all it took for them to completely flip the switch and turn that series on its head.
40-50 is your final score in game number 2, and big standout performance once again at Stellar with the most kills in the game. 15 on the board.
15 for Stella. Add that to the, was it 42 that he had in that first game? Yeah. He's doing all right. He's doing right, Stella, and he's going to have an opportunity to add even more here as we head into Capture the Flag Empyrean. In my opinion, the biggest test of every single facet of your Halo skill. And we're looking at some of those CTF stats here, defending in CTF between Spacestation and OpTic.
Yeah, flag caps here for SSG per game 2.0. We got a little bit less here, of course, on the side of OpTic. However, overall, their CTF has looked a little bit tough in terms of DreamHack Dallas. They were 1-3. They're 4-0 overall here, though, OpTic Gaming, so maybe an opportunity for them to bounce back. And I got to say, Empyrean CTF feels like a perfect Game 3, right? Because this has been absolutely nonstop back and forth. However, sitting here on Empyrean CTF, now we're going to see a long-fought, potentially Game number 3, with these two duking it out. OpTic Gaming with their winner's bracket life on the line.
Spacestation 1 game away from closing out a 3-0 sweep. OpTic need everybody in this building to step up at this point and give them a little bit of energy to try and kind of muster up even the thought of a comeback. As we take a look at Lunchbox, one of the most calming figures you could have stood behind you in these high-pressure moments.
Definitely, and my goodness, is there a man in the building with more hours on Pit CTF than Lunchbox, and tournament wins that included a Pit CTF in a series, I dare say. Maybe it's Elamite on the other side of the stage. You couldn't ask for two better veterans to be beside these two teams. And so far, it's been Elamite and SSG that have the better of the series. And they're going to look to close it out here.
Big questions to be answered here for OpTic Gaming. Is this the OpTic form that we were talking about in day one? Can they reproduce it? Can they find magic? Or SSG once again get their number here in the winner's bracket? That'd be 3 straight series if they fall here that they've lost to Spacestation Gaming, who you have to say have looked lights out so far.
They really have. Let's not forget at DreamHack Dallas, it was 2 3-1 wins for the side of SSG against OpTic. OpTic only losing to Spacestation, of course, as a result of that in that bracket. And they find themselves up against them here very early on Saturday, yet didn't even need to get to Sunday in order for these two teams to meet. And so far, SSG has silenced the hometown crowd, but still, potentially a long way to go in this series.
And trust me, I can guarantee you anything. If you're watching at home or if you're watching here in Arlington in the arena, 1 map win here for OpTic, and the feel in this room changes immediately. 1 flag goes in, the belief starts to come back for the green wall. But for SSG, you can't let this chance slip through your fingers. You're 2 up in the series. With 1 more win here on Empyrean capture the flag, you send OpTic down to the loser's bracket.
That's what they need to do, and they're going to be no strangers to it. I got to catch Elamite earlier, and he was saying we know that we need to step up in these big games. And he was thinking back to the grand finals at DreamHack Dallas, thinking that last game 7, we threw it away. We gave it up, and you have to think, moments like that are the things they would have worked on here, the clutch factor. How do they make sure, as you say, to close this out before the world champions can get back in this series?
Big moments, and even the opening break here is going to be a big moment in this game. We know how efficient both teams are. If you lose Rockets and Overshield off this rip, it could be a flag that you concede as well. You have to be so careful in how you approach these early moments. Now, Overshield's going to be a difference maker, but this man has been a game changer so far in this series. We're starting off with a point of view from Bound. He's flying into Sword.
Been so impressed with Bound this entire series, this entire tournament. He's going to grab a free Ovi as well and see what he could do. Let's see where the first picks go.
He's going straight forward, and he's trying to hunt down Lucid. Lucid's got that sniper rifle. Rocket! Overshield luckily keeps him alive, but a bullet to the heart from Lucid is maybe what OpTic needed.
Wow, how about Lucid just goes literally back against the wall in the cuts and hits the shot when he needed to. 1 dead for each side.
And now you're going to see the game just slow down for a second. It becomes a battle for mid-map. Stella going to be challenging aggressively. Body shot not going to be enough to slow his pace down, but here comes Bound again. He's going to find 1. APG, though, will slow the momentum for just a second. You get the feeling that Bound's kind of hunting Lucid down at this point.
I love this from Bound. There's so many times as the Let's Go OpTic chant erupts in the building. It needs to be well-timed, though. Formal's your last player alive for OpTic for a second.
Well, Formal's floating, but he's going to have to find some bodies. Bound, last player alive, and now you're going to see Formal have the opportunity maybe to push towards that mid-bridge, but instead, he's going to re-wrap towards his plat. It feels like the timing wasn't quite right there for OpTic with those kills to get onto the SSG side.
Really pivotal kills there from your OpTic spawners as Formal tags the first one up. That's 2 dead for Spacestation. That will now create the space that OpTic needs, but really interesting timing. Formal was your last player on top tower, alive as Bound comes off the spawn. It takes a bullet to the brain.
Eco's going to pick one up as well. Formal busts OpTic onto this side of the map. 4 dead for Spacestation, and Bound might be the next victim.
This is brute force from Formal. He says, I'm going to knock the damn door down. He flies straight through the long hall. And this crowd here A little bit of H4F chance, unsurprisingly, busting out. However, look at this. 4 players alive both sides. These next kills are going to determine if this flag run continues.
Penguin gets the first one, though. Stella gets another, and all of a sudden, Formal, who's thinking, I'm going to shepherd a flag home, is thinking about, hey, I've got to stay alive. I'm the last man alive for OpTic, and how good is that from SSG in that position to fight back and now have Formal having to play defensively?
They're going to do it again. Look at the teamwork there from Penguin and Stellar. They fly through green. Eventually, Penguin's taken down, but like you said, perfect baiting and switching and teamwork coming straight down the mid-map, and I love what we're seeing. This is absolute in-your-face Halo. These two teams just flying at one another.
I mean, SSG are swarming in them at the moment every time they have an opportunity, and now Eco still on the OpTic side of the map, causing problems. Formal going to challenge, but Eco plays his life.
See what he does here. Overshield up as well, and they need to be aware of that. Penguin, of course, is going to be the one that's nearest in position, so Eco, is just going to hold down the courtyard.
Penguin should be able to grab this one pretty much unchallenged. Got the heat wave as well, and Bound has the rockets too. SSG, the armory is full. Can you put it to use?
Here comes the push. First BR's not safe either. That's 2 dead, a 2-man advantage here for SSG as they are poised.
Lucid's in the Mauler!
What?
Lucid's in the Mauler! He gets one and he slows everything down as Eco now has to play his life. Stella picks up the kill. Lucid has been taken down, but that one moment, that one kill at least has given OpTic a defensive opportunity.
It bought a lot of time. The question is, did it buy enough? The flag run is now starting through the needles. APG falls. As Stellar now is going to continue the run through long haul.
Trippy, though. Trippy's got a sniper rifle, and he's made this a little bit more awkward here for Space Station. And Eco, I think, has decided, hey, maybe this isn't the flag to run right now unless I pick up something like a double kill, maybe even a triple, as OpTic tried to flood past. Instead, though, Eco will be taken down. It's 2v2 on the map, but a touch comes in on that flag from Stellar. He's forcing it through the long haul. He's got it to the first BR, and even with Formal, with a sniper rifle in his hands, they force it home, and SSG will take the lead.
Well, you thought Trippy's pick there was going to be enough. In the end, it's not, because like you said, Stellar was so on top of the flag run, and they get that flag in not easily. However, they do get it on the board. They lead 1-0.
And who else but Stellar? I mean, he's timing everything right, whether it's kills, whether it's objective, whether it's battle rifle shots. He's playing one heck of a series here for Space Station. But for now, it's OpTic on the front foot once more. Formal leading the troops forward as Bound is last alive.
They know they haven't found Bound. You can tell Formal had his head on a swivel. He was wondering where the last player alive is. So they're going to have that in the comms. Here comes the flag run, all 8 players alive.
Hits the slide perfectly, though, and Lucid hits the kill at exactly the same time. Now, he repulses that flag a little bit further down the long haul. That means no one has to overexpose themselves here for OpTic to try and get a touch on that, and Trippy will get that touch. He gets around the corner and survives as well.
This is big. What can Penguin do here? He has a lot of responsibility on this stop.
Eco trying to cause some problems. Formal sets off the landmine, though, and now you're going to see Formal, having picked up the kill, give OpTic a lifeline. They tied up a 1-1.
Well, my question was, how was OpTic Gaming going to respond? I didn't even have time to ask the question. Really great coordination and teamwork. Formal once again leading the charge. They left Bound as your last player alive as Formal picks up another kill, and they run that flag perfectly. The green wall in full effect. We're tied at 1-1.
All of a sudden, belief is back. APG picks up one. The overshield up as well. Penguin pushes both back through the green box for just a second, as it felt like almost obvious that OpTic were going to pick up those kills. Off the back of it, though, Stellar will go forward with the new OV.
Wow, have things ever heated up here? Let's see what Stellar can do. Right now, 3 players alive for both sides. Might get this second kill as well. This would be big. He does! To maintain control of mid-map. 3 dead here for OpTic. Formal was your last player alive in the back of the base.
Just trying to survive so his teammates spawn with him, and that's exactly what they do. Small moments like that, good map knowledge and game type knowledge there from Formal to make sure that they were in a position to spawn and defend their flag. Stella now trying to be a problem, though. Bound and Penguin, the cavalry's arriving here, and SSG are on the front foot again.
Here comes the poking, here comes the prodding. Can they make sure they don't trade out too many kills? Here they go in the Mauler now. They pick up 2 unanswered kills. This could be another run.
2 more trapped on the flag. Formal's going to fall. Bound gets the 4th. It's 4 dead here for OpTic Gaming. Lucid will get that sniper rifle, but not before SSG get that flag moving.
Lucid needs to be a hero here with that brain stick. Can he hit the shots? First one does not connect. Flag goes already all the way through long haul.
And look at Stella. He's just playing bodyguard right now. He might as well be wearing a black tie and a white shirt because he's looking good. He's trying to make himself big and hold off all of the OpTic players. He's going to do it perfectly, and that means an easy flag run here for SSG. They're back into the lead. 2-1 is our score here in game number 3.
Interesting, the OpTic kind of 50-50 that they probably knew they weren't getting the return, but they still pushed pretty hard on training. Now in Pit CTF, you don't really risk a lot when you do that. However, they're going to have to now look at the clock. 5.5 minutes left. What can they do down by 1 flag?
Plenty of time to work with, though. That's what you have to keep in mind. 5 minutes here on the pit is enough to get multiple flags moving. But you've got to first take down Stellar up on this tower. With this sniper rifle, his job right now, hold the line.
Killing spree for Stellar you saw on screen, but how about Formal and APG on the other side? Combining here for 15 and 14 kills apiece. Unbelievable numbers from them. And Penguin with the most kills on the other side with 10, so just huge numbers. Right now, still outslaying their opponents 38-36, however, trailing by 1 flag.
Now, Stellar here just has to hit body shots. That's all he's thinking. If I hit a body shot, I know the push isn't coming in for another 5-6 seconds. Lucy going to be trying to challenge him, bound hunting that down. And Stellar, you can see he's not even thinking about flying forward at the moment. He's just trying to hold the line and clear out these players from OpTic. But here's Formal. He's a problem, but he's dealt with by Stellar.
That was 3 players dead there. Formal was essentially on 1v1 with Stellar. Stellar's going to get the cleanup there and going to be really glad that he did not end up trading with Formal in the end. Still a 2-man advantage for Spacestation. Rockets in hand as well.
Trippy gets the overshield, but not before Penguin uses that rocket to take down a teammate. So numbers even on the map at the moment, but even though SSG don't use them offensively, really those weapons, they stop the push from OpTic. They stop them getting the weapons themselves and finding an easier way back onto their side of the map.
Big win there from Stellar off of the early damage. Lucid was your last player alive. He's now in the S1 as you see, and that's going to be more time in favor of SSG. 2 minutes have gone past since we last checked in on the clock, and SSG looks like they're playing this defensive mid-map, and like you said, body shots for Stellar.
Body shots all day for Stellar. He would love to see those pop up on his screen. Penguin, he picks up one as well, traded out. Headshots better than body shots though, as Stellar flies through the sky, finds 2 as well. APG, you might be the next one, but can't quite connect.
Almost hits the triple. In the end though, he's just happy with the kills, happy with the damage yet again. 3:30 now left on the clock. Now Stellar deciding to get in behind enemy lines.
Such a sneaky play from Stellar as well, and OpTic won't be thinking about this. They know that Stellar was on the SSG side of the map, that he was causing problems there, that they couldn't get past him, and now it's a killing frenzy for Stellar. This has been one of the best individual performances in a big series I have seen in quite some time! Stellar is unreal!
Stellar doing so much damage, he's about to trigger Article 5 of the NATO agreement. This man is on an absolute tear this series.
And Lucid might be next. Lucid finally stops the spree of Stellar. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Still time for OpTic, but Lucid has to find something special with this sniper rifle.
You have to think maybe Stellar heard us talking about APG and Formal, because he's 16 and 9 now. However, Lucid has something to say about that. 2:37 on the clock. OpTic Gaming with their winner's bracket life on the line.
Every shot that Lucid takes at this point, more important than the last. Penguin, though, is going to body him. Going to take Lucid out of the game for just a few seconds. Penguin's going to reach out as well, and Penguin, he takes his turn with the big stick to do some damage.
Once again, bodies up Formal. Eco's going to come in and go for that finish. They're now flooding in the needle pit. The assist does come in as well. Still 2 dead. Might be 3 dead in a moment. 2:10 on the clock.
Lucid's going to fly through, though. SSG have to be careful here. Sometimes they say attack is the best form of defense, but if you get a little bit greedy and you give away a few extra kills, then it creates an opportunity for OpTic to go forward. Bound gets one, Trippy will trade out with the back smack.
Somehow gets a back smack there on a wild angle that I don't think I'll ever understand the geometry on. Stellar with the rockets in hand. He pre-fires the sword cuts. That one will connect. Needs this kill, doesn't get it here. Time ticking down. This is dangerous, however, still a man advantage. Penguin gets this one, it's big. No, he doesn't. Trade from the grave in the end, though. 2 dead for both sides.
Love that for Penguin, though. He knows if he just trades in that situation, 8 more seconds off the clock. Don't have to worry about that OpTic Gaming member. And that's why Eco now is challenging. They don't care if they die on the OpTic side of the map because it means they have time.
What does OpTic have? With 1:15 on the clock. Can they string together these kills? They have just enough time to make this run happen.
Time is the enemy, though, at this point. Trippy, though, he finds one. APG finds another. Bound trying to command the tower for now, and we'll sniff out APG. That's going to be 1 dead for OpTic. Eco finds another as well, and Trippy's going to be shut down too. So all of a sudden, OpTic, it's starting to get a bit murky, these waters. It's starting to look a little bit dark.
Trippy knew he had to go back. It's a great play from Trippy because, to be honest, if he dies just now in green, it's really, really bad news. Eco, though, what's he doing from the training? He picks up 2 off the damage. Penguin gets the 3rd. That's 3 dead for OpTic. And with 37 seconds left on Pit CTF, this could be it.
And look at Bound. Bound was going, I could go forward here, but he's like, you know what, I'm going to go back to the tower. I feel safe here. I've set up home, and I still know my responsibility is to win this game. Hold things down for 20 seconds more. He gets the kill onto Lucid. It's a last desperate push coming in from OpTic Gaming.
What can Formal do? Formal decides to fly in now. Eco taken down. That gives a minor man advantage for OpTic Gaming. Formal led the charge. He got in. However, he's taken down by Stellar.
There is still a player alive, though. Trippy picks up the kill onto Stellar. Now Bound is trying to wrap back, defend his flag for his life. Trippy, you got to win this one, but Bound, he's going to come out on top as SSG get the broom out and sweep OpTic into the elimination bracket.
And even a few SSG fans on OpTic home turf, bravely doing so, if you ask me. We're safe up here in the caster booth, but those SSG fans are making themselves known, and they may need to exit quickly as they, as you say, clean sweep OpTic Gaming and win their 3rd consecutive series against the Green Wall.
That was exceptional from SSG. There's no other word to describe it. Every single player took their turn to be the big man for the team, to hit the big shot, and to make the big play call. Now, we have to say as well, as true as that is, Stellar, the man on the end there, or just walking, you can see, towards the middle of the stage. That individual series from him, I said it in the middle of that last game, one of the best individual series I think we've seen in Halo Infinite, full stop.
I cannot wait to see the final stats from Stellar and the entire SSG side, as you say, because they will be a historic set of stats. In that last game, he also goes 19 and 13 with 12 assists, leading in both the kills category as well as the assist category. And to be honest, him and Eco shared those same stats.
Well, we'll get to hear from Stellar about that series because he's down on the main stage right now with Guy Blaze.
Dallas, give it up one time for SSG for taking down a home team here and making it to the winners finals. Now, Stellar, be honest with me, okay? What is it? Is it the practice, the diets, the workouts? Because how do you play like that in a big-time game here for your squad on this main stage against this crowd?
Honestly, I play like that because my teammates are amazing, and yeah, that's why.
Well, you guys just had an amazing match right there. Teamwork is popping all across the board right there. But let's talk about how you guys locked it in. What was the game plan to take down this OpTic team at home?
The same as the last time we played them. You know, we just play our game and focus on ourselves. And, yeah, we just try to make good plays and not really scam. But since Recharge is out of this tournament, we've been playing live fire a lot. So I think we're getting a lot better at that. But other than that, yeah.
Now, you know, talk to me lastly about really just your team over here and how they've been playing. You've been playing with these guys for a while. Another event with Bound. What makes those 3 guys so special?
Honestly, I've been playing Halo with Penguin and Eco for like 6 years now. So, I mean, we just have chemistry for years, and it helps a lot. And then Bound's coming along, being one of the best in the game. So we just got a good dynamic going.
A fantastic dynamic at that, okay? I'm gonna let y'all get prepared for tomorrow. You guys got a big game up against FaZe. One more time, Dallas, give it up for SSG here on the main stage. That's gonna do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Ooh. Thank you so much, Blaze, and GG's to Spacestation Gaming. That was a crazy blowout there from them.
Hostile crowd.
It's a very hostile crowd. I totally get it, though. I mean, I do get it. We are basically on OpTic's home turf. They have showed up to see OpTic play, but they get to see them play one more time. So you know, hey, look, I don't know if it's a bad thing or a good thing, but
it's not a good thing.
It's definitely not a good thing. I'm trying to find silver linings. I'm trying to find some silver linings for the Green Wall here, but we do get to see them play one more time, although it does mean that they did go down to Spacestation Gaming. That 3-0 is something I didn't expect. But again, we have also seen Spacestation Gaming at their best. We saw it at the Global Invitational. They were looking incredible. And dare I say, Clutch, that they look even better than they did the last time around. And how terrifying is that for everyone else left in the competition?
That was the most terrifying performance I think we've seen from an individual in quite some time, maybe since Lucid was going off at Worlds or whatnot. But I mean, Dan, we got to get you updated with the Stellar package where you're not missing shots, because that kid is robotic right now. And you knew that this series was basically over, or at least I did, right after game 1, Stellar literally just takes out his piece of gum. Absolutely no celebration, not even a fist bump across anybody on SSG. They are all business. They are locked in. And you got to think that this is a culmination of everything that they've been through as a roster, having lost Worlds in that best-of-7 after resetting the bracket, having lost the Game 7 last tournament. Like, these guys are tired of losing to FaZe and OpTic. They want it to be their turn this tournament, and it looks like they are locked in till the very end at this point.
It does indeed. And talking about Stellar, obviously we can't really get him off our minds at the moment. You know, he did say that it's down to his teammates. They allow him to play that way. I want to ask you about this, Gaskin, because I think for me, the way that his teammates play allows him to get into really great positions. The positionings you see from Stellar are so OP. They are so good. He's able to get his eye on 3 out of the 4 players. He's always ripping heads in the right places at the right times. And I think that does come down to his teammates. It is about what he's saying, but the fact that he's heads up enough to get into those positions in the first place also speaks volumes too.
He wouldn't be able to do the same thing solo queue matchmaking. He would still perform well and would still destroy everyone because he's one of the best players in the world. Don't get me wrong, but he would not have that much freedom. He has that freedom because of the positions that his teammates take for him, because of the angles they're watching for him, the communication to let him know where he can and where he can't go. It's the same kind of style we used to see Pistola have back in the Halo 2, Halo 3 days, where he would just roam freely around bottom middle, finishing off all the damage, just listening to his teammates. Stella was having a field day, but then he also just stepped things up. There were times where his teammates went down, he was on his own, and he was still back against the wall, taking people on 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3. Unbelievable what we've just seen from Stellar. I think he's probably, for me, the standout player of the tournament so far.
It was a humble answer, but I don't agree with it at all. I think Stellar is able to do what he's able to do because he is one of the most special talents we've ever had in the history of Halo. He's been doing this for a while now. He's a world champion. And he flat out does not miss shots when it matters. And that kid just took over the series. His teammates, obviously superstars in their own right. They have their accolades. They clearly just all were on fire that series. But, I mean, Stellar, like, he's not going to, like, he gives the right answer, like the politically right answer, like, I have great teammates. But Stellar, I hope you know how special you are.
I'm sure he certainly does know that. That he will now after what you said. He certainly will.
Someone has to.
He is very special. He is very special. Stellar is pretty stellar, I've got to say the least. His name is very fitting. Extraordinary stuff from Spacestation Gaming. Actually quite terrifying for the rest of the competition, because that is a level of Halo that is very hard to hit, and very hard to hit against also exceptional opponents like OpTic Gaming too. So very, very incredible for us to witness that. 3-0 across the board here. We're actually just waiting for another series to finish before we can get into our final game of the night, and that of course is going to be our elimination round 3, and this one is going to fall in the hands of whoever manages to push through this series that we have on our screens here. Quadrant versus Complexity. We're 2-0 up for Quadrant. Complexity are trying to fight back, but I got to say, looking a little bit bleak here. Oddball live fire, they're already 1 round deep. Quadrant also closing the gap here.
Wow, I mean, unbelievable we're seeing Quadrant look this good against Complexity. Of course, this matchup is for top 6 down in the elimination bracket. I believe winner of this would play OpTic for top 4, which means we could have a Quadrant versus OpTic rematch of the rematch from last event, and we already know what happened before. They're kind of 1-for-1 in series at the moment. If I'm OpTic, I'd be kind of concerned about going against Quadrant.
Kind of concerned. You got to get the ship corrected if you're OpTic, but they still... I mean, you lost to SSG. It's not just anybody in the world. What I will say that's very impressive from Quadrant, if they start to go on this run that they're on, it's so impressive. It's even more impressive to me that they lost the way they did on Friday, and that they have had to climb against some of North America's tiers and knock them down 1 by 1, as opposed to just beating OpTic last time around and kind of like achieving top 6 just in general with one series. Beating multiple teams in a row to get there proves even more of their stability and their opportunity as far as remaining a staple in the top 6 or amongst the greats in Halo right now.
And I was very concerned when Quadrant had some of their losses on day 1. Were we going to see them fall to top 16, top 12, and it was just going to be a forgotten event, what happened in Dallas, a one-off. But it looks like they're proving here that they are the real deal. They can solidify themselves as a top 6 team with this victory, and then start to looking at trying to progress even further yet again and have another stab at trying to break into that top 4. I mean, I know we had our hot takes that we might have seen a team knock the likes of OpTic off the perch, as it could be a triple for Legend, as he's looking very hot and fired fiery.
gosh,
It's not going
close
to be
to
a
the
triple, but Complexity look like they are struggling a little bit now in this game.
Actually, Legend, 24-7. My goodness
That's my boy
gracious
LQ.
me. He's so damn
Legend
good.
is the real deal.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to be having a show match tomorrow. I mean, I'm sure we'll be talking about it later, but Legend will be involved in that one, and I cannot wait. And we get a full picture to see the end of this one. 3 minutes remaining, 56-28. Complexity backs against the wall, but they are still alive in this series, Wes.
Down 20, down 2-0, down a round. What do you have in you, King Nick? Because this is your tournament lifeline on the wall. And Complexity is such an impressive team so far throughout this weekend, coming from that open bracket, experiencing all the Game 5s that they have. I mean, this would be a tough way to go out, but respect to Quadrant and what they've been able to do. You know that you got your hands full here. King Nick drops the ball, tries to slay here, but I mean, now that it's just a 4-point game, Dan, you have to feel like Complexity are starting to gain some potential momentum, but as I say that, Sika with the overshield is going to be a problem.
I mean, it is worth noting that Quadrant still have to close this game out. How many times have we seen Quadrant not close a game or two out, as we do see Sika get blown off the map? And the Repulsor does its job, and now it means Complexity can take the lead here in round number 2. And it's very easy to start to worry a little bit about comebacks if you allow Complexity too much space in this game.
And I do think it's important that they experience all these ebbs and flows together, right? They've had such a few amount of series in total on LAN as a team, even with the last tournament under their belt, that I think every one of these series is so vitally important to them growing as individuals and professionals together as a squad. So good to see that Complexity is pushing them in that direction right now. Will they be able to close the series out is a fear of all Quadrant fans, because you keep the door open against anybody left in this tournament and they will stay in this series and take it by the end of it.
Great kill and great play from SLG, though, to shut down Gilkey. He didn't just try and dive on that ball there and try and push himself out and get ball time.
Yeesh.
Instead, he knew he needs to be picking up kills, and Quadrant, they have to fight Complexity at their very core rather than just trying to run away with the ball. But that's a good play from Nick. As the last remaining player, he will quite literally be running away with the ball.
Norwin, he's foreign, trying to hunt down the ball carrier. It does get played. They're down 5 seconds right now, but Quadrant 2 have map control, so a good opportunity for them to maybe get some spawn kills. And just as I say that, Legend gets one. SLG gets one. SLG with some good damage, and Sika picks up the third. Great teamwork out of Quadrant. They're going to get a setup at tower as well.
Chick is 6-7, by the way, which is just an insane statistic in Oddball after playing
how you do that
in the second round. He's just not died. He's very much been playing the objective as well. You can see 127 on the board right now as still Quadrant hold the lead, and Complexity maybe have one last push in them here, but Quadrant are well aware that the push could be happening soon with Overshield coming up. So they drop the ball, they focus on slaying, and they say, let's take it to Complexity here.
7-7 now, but those were some 4 big shots out of Chick to not only help his team with the flank, but to continue this setup. Now, it does look like the rest of the boys have won the Overshield battle, and as Snipe comes up, this is going to be where the game is decided.
Yeah, SLG was just looking at that sniper rifle, seeing if anyone was going to jump on it, but instead he says, you know what? Don't want to wait around, and let's get this game done and dusted. And Sika's got the heat wave as well to work with. So all the pieces are there for Quadrant to win this game. 120 left on the clock. It's very much about what Complexity can do now to shut down Quadrant to get back into this game, but it's looking less and less likely the further we get into this one.
28-11, looking to add to it. Legend wins the body, the head shot to match, and makes it 29. Another body head combo. This kid's a boxer. On the scene right now, 95 points, only needing 4 as this clock is ticking, and it does look like Quadrant are going to take this series in 3-0 fashion. So Complexity's run is done, and Quadrant will move on to play OpTic Gaming.
They certainly will indeed. And I tell you what, I'm rubbing my hands together here, folks, because this is a rematch. This is a grudge match. This is a revenge match for both of these teams. We have seen, like you said, Gaskin, it go either way for Quadrant and OpTic. And the big question right now is, where is it gonna land next? The elimination bracket is set. Our quarterfinals, OpTic Gaming versus Quadrant. We've got Cloud9 versus Sentinels as well. And someone is going home tonight. In fact, 2 teams will be going home tonight. We'll have our semifinals set up, hoping to continue the run and rebound back into that grand final spot. OpTic Gaming have their work cut out for them. having to get over that hump, that loss against Spacestation Gaming. They are going to be so annoyed right now. They are going to be breathing, basically. And having to face Quadrant, again, is going to be another task for them to have to overcome. They've done it once before. They have learned from mistakes after previously playing them and obviously losing on early in the Global Invitational. But Gaskin, talk to me about this matchup and why we should be so excited to see it once again.
I think we should be excited because Quadrant know they can beat OpTic Gaming, and Quadrant can sense blood. They can taste the blood right in the water. OpTic have just been beaten on main stage. They are going to be a bit dejected, whether you like it or not. Every player is going to be dejected after a 3-0 loss against some of your biggest rivals. This is when OpTic are going to be their most vulnerable. This is Quadrant's best chance, if any, to beat OpTic in the championship bracket. This is probably Quadrant's best ever chance to get into the top 4. I think it was slightly different in the previous event. OpTic had a better showing against SSG when they were knocked down. Also knocked down maybe a little bit earlier. They were able to fight back, recover. This is going to be a tough old series for OpTic Gaming.
Two completely different trajectories right now. You just got 3-0'd and you just 3-0'd somebody, right? So one of you is coming in with a lot of confidence. The other one's trying to pick up the pieces of what just shattered in front of you. And right now, OpTic, we talk about their resiliency. They're going to need to show that here tonight.
They certainly are indeed. I love that you said that, by the way, because it was something that was on my mind as the two mentalities coming out of it. The scoreline's very similar, but very different results.
Opposite.
And it's going to be very difficult to overcome that. And OpTic can honestly run with it in a couple of different ways, right? They can be really annoyed and use that as their advantage to think, you know what, we're better than this. Oh my God, what just happened? Like, let's just seal the deal for today and move on to tomorrow. Or it can affect them in a negative manner. And that could also be going into the laps of Quadrant right now. Quadrant with momentum, that 3-0 mentality is very, very different. But I'm excited to see how OpTic do handle this. The key word being resilience, though. The OpTic Gaming roster, they're made of very, very tough stuff. I'll tell you what, folks, I need a break. I need a water. I need to get myself ready for this elimination round. It's going to be absolutely crazy. One of these teams is going home. Quadrant versus OpTic Gaming on the main stage, the final match of the night. Please stick with us. I promise you it's going to be worth your while, and we'll see you guys right after the break.
Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
And now, of course, comes my favorite part of my day.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
Even Trippy right now, they call formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets 2, he gets 3! Prioritized everything, he's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2! This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Bigwin with the triple kill. Big triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming, and thank you for choosing to spend your evening with me and my wonderful co-workers. I've got Jersey and I've got Bravo. It's weird, I've never called you co-workers before. Really, you're my best friends. You guys, all my best friends, so it's really cool that you get an evening with Lottie and her best friends, and some very good Halo Infinite action as well. We have a final series of the evening. It's going to be spectacular, I can guarantee it. It's going to be a rematch, revenge, a grudge match. There's so much emotion involved in it, and one of the teams is going to be going home by the end of it. Folks, let's take a look at the bracket to see where we are at, because it has been very confusing, very crazy, lots of upsets, lots of exciting things to look forward to. And the bracket honestly has been very spicy. We've seen a lot of teams coming out of open bracket looking absolutely incredible, really kicking up a storm in pool play as well, and then pushing forward in the championship bracket too to meet some of our top dogs and really giving it their all. Absolutely incredible stuff. Shozi, what have you loved so far about our bracket?
I think the Cloud9 story is something that can't be ignored. Really happy to see those boys come out here, show out, be the underdog, like I say, in almost every single series they went into when they got into pool play. And I think to come out here on top managing to take down Rebellion in that Grueler Game 5. Coming unstuck against FaZe Clan, but many teams do. But that's a story that I want to keep an eye on, and that's a team I want to keep an eye on going forward.
I do indeed too. Let's have a look at the elimination bracket and see who's in the make it or break it time. This is where I think a lot of teams kind of figure out what type of a team they are. Have they got the ice? Have they got the clutch factor? You know, when their backs are against the wall, can they push forward? We've got OpTic Gaming Quadrant, Cloud9, Sentinels in our quarterfinals right now. These are the teams that are left in it to win it, and they're hoping to rebound back up. I'm excited for both of these matchups, but I've got to say my eyes are set on that green side here because this quarterfinals is going to be spicy. And it's actually very sad to say goodbye to one of these teams tonight. I think it's been absolutely incredible. I think in the terms of Quadrant, they want this placement so badly. They want to push forward. They want to make history for Europe, and they want to be the team who can work with the best of the best, who can play against them and win. And I think Quadrant, their sights are set on this right now, and if I had to guess, they are more than ready for OpTic Gaming in this major.
Yeah, I think they're going to be confident. They've matched against OpTic Gaming on numerous occasions now. Dating all the way back to Charlotte, that was a Grueler Game 5, 3-2 to OpTic Gaming. Fast forward, DreamHack Quadrant obviously got the better of them in a 3-0, but come unstuck in the end. So every single time Quadrant have tried to make history, OpTic Gaming have been there and right in their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we've seen from them, I think, is also going to lean into the fact that now Quadrant has just seen OpTic Gaming on the receiving end of a 3-0, right?
Yeah.
And they're thinking maybe there's a little bit extra that we can get here. Especially because, keep in mind, OpTic had not lost to Spacestation in a 3-0 fashion in a very long time, right? Both of their series at DreamHack Dallas were 3-1s. So the fact that it's instead of 3-0, it's maybe a little bit more disheartening. Quadrant's going to try to take advantage of that for sure.
Now, both of these rosters bring something very uniquely special to the table when it comes to this series, when it comes to this major. Let's meet your teams. Now, this matchup has so much history between these two teams. They've played 3 times in total this season. And I've got to say, in terms of whose turn it is to win a series, stats would actually say it's Quadrant's turn. However, I do know that OpTic have a serious amount of resilience, are able to bounce back at the best of times, let alone in front of their home crowd, on their home turf, in a place that they feel very, very comfortable in. And honestly, in a situation where they have actually beaten them multiple times before, I would be very, very surprised that we don't see a very good series on our hands once again here. Looking at Quadrant to kick things off though, Sherzi, these guys are bringing a lot to the table at the moment, but I've got to say there's one individual that I'm really thinking of, and that's Legend. He has stepped up to the mark, and quite honestly, in terms of his stats and the way he's been performing, he has been leading them to victory in many, many cases where I felt like it was getting a little bit dire.
Yeah, listen, I think Legend is Europe's superstar right now. He's the shining jewel in the European crown, and he needs a team around him that can drive him forward and get him in the right spots, and Quadrant are that team so far. But listen, I think this player could hang on any of the top 4 teams, top 3 teams. I don't think he would look out of place. I think the only thing that maybe will be an issue for him is his English isn't that good.
Right, exactly. That would be a bit of a problem. But hey, I heard they have some really, really good, you know, learning apps now where you can learn different languages.
Is that a stone?
Maybe we need to get one of those downloaded on his old mobile phone. You know.
I think it should be voiced by Sherzi though. An English language learning app voiced by Sherzi might be the greatest thing I can ever imagine.
An Irishman teaching a Frenchman in English. There's a joke there somewhere.
There's definitely a joke there somewhere. I'll tell you what, no joke though, Strongholds is in this series.
Yes.
And when it comes to Quadrant here, Brav, obviously Strongholds, their bread and butter. They're on a 10-map winning streak on Strongholds. Nobody can take them down yet. Yes, a couple of teams are kind of touching the sides of the 200 mark with them, but still no cigar with it. Quadrant have to be feeling good about that, but they need to win a lot more than Strongholds to take down OpTic.
Yeah, definitely. Stronghold should be in the bag, not just statistically in terms of history. However, also OpTic earlier today was 1-1 in Strongholds. They had only beaten 6 Karma, I believe, and they were 2-5 in DreamHack Dallas in Strongholds. So really, Strongholds should be one that goes through. And as you say, more game types to win, but also taking a look at SLG and Legend here on your screen.
Yeah, we are indeed. I've got to say, versus Complexity, Quadrant have been looking pretty hot. It hasn't been so hot leading up to that, though. They were really struggling to get their wins across the board. This is the first 3-0 for them in the tournament. Is that the steam that they've really needed all along? Is that the momentum they're going to need to keep it kicking against OpTic?
Well, I think if you're going to do a 3-0 at any point in the tournament, right before this big series is the best time to do it. I think Legend and SLG combining could be the key to success for these two teams. I think some of the shots SLG was hitting, some of the snipes, and they were really world-star in Complexity in that last series. So I expect them to come in here hot, and perhaps OpTic Gaming could be caught a little bit cold here. They're a little bit vulnerable to Quadrant.
They certainly could be. They certainly could be. On the other side of the stage, though, looking to get it done to end their night on a high with a dub is OpTic Gaming. Now, OpTic, obviously a very well-known roster, loved by many, and there's a lot of fans in the room still trying to cheer these guys on
Tell
to
them
victory.
people to keep it down.
To keep these guys in the mix going forward into Championship Sunday. Bravo, what are these 4 players bringing to the table at the moment? Let alone, obviously, with the SSG series, it wasn't that great, but they have been so good all weekend long, bar that one.
Yeah, I'm not really reading too much into the SSG series. I think, come on, Stellar's going 42-19. What do you do? Stellar, when Stellar's putting up numbers like that, I don't think any team in the world can really do much against it. So I don't really hold that series against OpTic Gaming. I think they have showed up here in a big way. I think they have already sent an indication, shockwaves throughout the scene, that they are at a different place than they were 3 weeks ago at DreamHack Dallas. And I think they're going to be ready for this series as well. So let's not forget, right? They know what Quadrant is capable of. They've been 3-0'd by Quadrant in pool play before, so they're not going to take them lightly. And I think we also got to remember, they have their Championship Sunday on the line here on home turf at the Esports Stadium Arlington. There's so much here. I mean, to think that they wouldn't make it to Champ Sunday at the OpTic Major would be crazy. So I think in a good way, there is an unbelievable amount riding on this series for them.
Indeed. I do feel like also with their Spacestation Gaming series that OpTic were suffocated just a little bit. You look at a player like Trippy, who's been on fire all tournament long, and then when it comes to Spacestation Gaming, he was suffocated by their playstyle and the way that they play. He wasn't able to do what he does best. I do feel like this series, he's going to be let off the leash. I do feel like we'll see a different Trippy that we saw against Spacestation Gaming. And I also think that OpTic are going to have everything in their favor to win this series. I think they would have gone back, had a team talk, and be able to bounce back at this point in time.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be phased too much by that last series. Listen, I think we spoke about the resilience of OpTic Gaming, the mindset that they have. They'll go back to the drawing board and say, listen, let's get the job done against Quadrant. We'll roll in the Championship Sunday, and we'll have another crack, whether it be FaZe or SSG. I think this could be a pivotal series in not only OpTic Gaming's story, but Quadrant's as well. But they really want to be that team that pushes into that top 4, that makes that story, and what a team to do it against, the hometown.
Indeed, the hometown. Let's take a look at the series layout right now, though, and see what is coming our way for this series. And I've got to say, I have my eyes on that first map, and I'll tell you why. Because OpTic need a hot start here, I think, in terms of the momentum. Try and kill a little bit from Quadrant after their 3-0 against Complexity. King of the Hill Streets looking pretty good for OpTic statistically. They're 2-0 here in the Major. They actually went 4-2 at DreamHack as well. So been pretty strong overall. And I think also taking down Native Red 2-0 in it as well is going to bode well for them. How are you feeling, Rob, about that really hot start from OpTic, hoping to get that King of the Hill underway?
Yeah, I think as you said earlier, they tend to be pretty darn undefeated when they win that first game. I think most importantly, they're undefeated in every game type in this series. However, when you look at Quadrant, they have already dropped a King of the Hill Streets. They've already dropped also a CTF Argyle, as well as a Slayer Streets, and of course to weaker opponents than OpTic Gaming. So if we're just looking at records here on the weekend, they undoubtedly go in favor of OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. I got to say though, that third map, Strongholds Li-Fi, could be keeping Quadrant alive in this. If this is going statistically the way we look at it for the series layout, that could be a massive swing moment for the team.
Yeah, if we're going to put Quadrant's Strongholds game type in the bag for them, I think Slayer Empyrean is going to be the most important game of the series, because they've been struggling with Slayers all tournament long. They don't practice them enough. They don't iron out any mistakes that they make. They play the game too fast-paced sometimes. They give away too many free deaths. And against a team like OpTic, who are traditionally a little bit of a slower team, more structured, they make you make mistakes. Quadrant could be just melting in their hands by that stage.
Do you know what is better than seeing a series layout? You know,
seeing the games.
Seeing it actually happen on the stage. Oh, we love the transitions. We do. Let's head on over to our casters. We have Clutch in the booth right now with Tony. Fellas, let's get this final game underway.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Really do appreciate it. And man, am I excited. It's OpTic versus Quadrant. Arlington, make some noise.
It's going to be one banger of a series. I mean, every time these two teams match, they basically go the distance. They played 3 times this year, twice. It's gone to the best of 5, the full series. We're hoping to get that best of 5 here. It's the last series of the night. Can you make it to Championship Sunday is the big question. What a shame it would be for OpTic not to make it and to live up to all the hype for Quadrant. What a moment this is for them as well. A rematch against the team that knocked them out of last tournament. I can't wait to get this one underway.
And I'm so glad you mentioned Championship Sunday, because mind you, imagine a Championship Sunday without OpTic.
I don't want to.
In their house. That doesn't even make
I don't even want to imagine it.
It doesn't even make any sense. However, Quadrant looked ready. They look determined, and you did say that OpTic knocked them out, literally at Dallas. But let's not forget, in pool play, what was the team that 3-0'd them? It was this very determined Quadrant roster.
Momentum. It's a hell of a drug, and right now, that's exactly what Quadrant are full of right now. Coming off a 3-0 victory on Complexity, they look to start this one off hot, and they already have rockets in the hands of T-Chick putting in some work.
Beautiful double kill out of him, making sure that every last one of those rockets were used and also used efficiently. 2 down, go OpTic Gaming. Legend gonna slow it down just a bit with the Sentinel beam. Looking to get right back into the action, but there's 3 members of the green wall. Defense is up.
Something we always talk about Quadrant. I want everybody to pay attention to early in this series. They have a very similar style to SSG. We just saw the showcase SSG put on for OpTic Gaming fans. Will Quadrant be able to replicate some of that gameplay? They play fast. Can you replicate the individual skill that was witnessed as well?
T-Chick with the Sentinel beam and Stalker rifle combination just ran out of ammo with that Stalker, but it looks like the nade gonna connect onto the MVP, trying to get right back into the action, but has no shields to work with. Quadrant still in this hill. OpTic looking to zone him out.
And for me, this is the player to watch on the side of Quadrant. Legend, he's been having one hell of an event so far, but T-Chick needs to step up if they want to compete against the likes of OpTic Gaming. Just now, 5-1-1. That's the start T-Chick needs in order to give Quadrant that extra layer of slaying coming into this match.
Almost able to get the kill with the Sentinel beam, but the assist will do just fine. Legend doing everything he can to stay alive onto the PD side, but that's not going to happen now. The rest of OpTic Gaming looks to get in position. You have a player over toward the heaven side sent down, and SLG forced to hop out of the hill momentarily. Mind you, just a tick away from taking hill 1.
Just a tick away, and that's a big kill by SLG. Another one picked up by T-Chick, and that's an even more important stat. The first point going to Quadrant. What a momentum run they're on right now, and for OpTic Gaming fans, you need some sort of sign of life. Who's going to give it to you?
Not only a 1-0 start for Quadrant, but now working over towards Rockets and having first progression onto this hill. Before OpTic even get into the play, we're talking about what, 30% of this hill was already done, but Chick losing the Rockets, that might change things a bit.
3 dead, Rockets hit the floor. This is OpTic's moment. Can you get them out of hill? Can you take tram control, put these Rockets to use? The answer, shut down by SLG. 2 go straight down. I don't even think those Rockets were used, Tony. And SLG wants those Rockets bad, maybe too bad. He gives his life going for him.
Halfway done with this hill. Can Quadrant finish this and make this a 2-0 start? Rockets may just help them again, which at this point, I'm wondering if Quadrant spawn with Rockets. They always have it in hand. And now Chick holding on to the high ground with it, daring anybody from OpTic to push down driveway. The Shroud starts to push.
You want to know how to beat a team like OpTic? You control the power weapons. You let that take that win condition away from them, put that to use. So far, T-Chick at 8-3-3, doing everything right. Even though the rocket doesn't come home, they score the second point with the control and the awareness that, hey, I can't push this driveway because he has rockets. Phenomenal strategy so far out of Quadrant early on.
Despite the 2-0 start for Quadrant, we saw Formal get the big kill and the rest of OpTic to follow through with that. Now we see a lot of map control going for OpTic Gaming. Legend holding on the most important point of this map. When that hill is over toward the mid side, you want to control Subway.
And there's something to say about how perfect Quadrant's rotation or setup for the next hill has been. Although they have scored these first 2 points, it's even more impressive that they have been set up to dominate the next following point as well. It's a masterclass on Streets King of the Hill so far.
OpTic have found a way to slow them down just a bit right now. We see so far almost half the progression done with this third hill and none for Quadrant. So finally we're seeing OpTic start to move into form. They're almost done with their first hill and there's plenty of time on the board. 3 minutes and 34 seconds, anything could happen.
Much needed kills from the boys on OpTic so far. Much needed progression on this third hill. You need to get back into this. So difficult is it to come back from a 3-0 deficit on this. And as Rockets are coming up shortly, Tony, the first point for OpTic could be scored. You could get those Rockets, transition that to the next hill, and OpTic could get right back in it.
Both teams go 2 down, and once again, Chick gets his third Rockets in a row, and once again makes a game-changing play. But Chick goes down, and so do 3 members of Quadrant. That hill's going to be stolen by OpTic Gaming, only down by 1.
Trippy with the red gun. What can you give me to break this setup? It's a rotation advantage once again for Quadrant, but Trippy removes that advantage by finding the first pick. Now it's up to the rest of OpTic Gaming to try and break this setup.
A momentary 1v1. Both Formal and Chick on the map. Formal doing everything he can to stay alive over toward the back eight. Chick is hunting him down. Goes in for the challenge. Falls out. Not the fight he wants to take. But Formal's not going to let you get away. Back-to-back kills for OpTic Gaming as they once again move into another hill. Could they make it 2 in a row?
Big shots out of Formal. He finds another one with perfect shots from the Commando. And that's going to continue OpTic Gaming's comeback here with midway progression on this 4th point.
Can we talk about Chick?
Let's do it.
I mean, 3 Rockets in a row. 14-9 right now. 6 assists to go along with it. A large reason why Quadrant have a 2-1 lead. They're going to need him to keep the same energy. Slowed down just a little bit since that third hill. Can he bounce back?
Can we talk about Formal? He finds himself one, finds himself, oh! Can't get the double. Sika gets the better of him. A little bit too greedy on that overextension from Formal. And how much will that cost OpTic? Because look at this. The rest of them are trapped in PD.
I guess now I'm going to talk about the caster's curse you just put on him as Lucid stays alive over toward the PD side, and Trippy having no idea that Sika's ratting in that corner. Easy back smack for him, another 3 down, but this one is in favor of Quadrant. They're on the board for this 4th hill.
Starting to get some progression, but the most important piece right now, Tony, is the next round of slays. As Formal goes down, Rockets will be spawning here shortly, and you got to feel like map control may be more important than this hill progression coming up.
4 players up for OpTic Gaming. They're about to move into position, but as I say that, 2 quickly go down, and the other 2 getting caught in no man's land over toward the front subway side. Easy shots onto both. Formal steals away Rockets, but he can't have full shields. Oh, I guess he does.
Well played by Formal. Even better on the double back. Catches off the spawners of Quadrant. That's 3 going down. Rockets, do your hands some justice. And OpTic Gaming look to get right back in this one, tie it up with 1 more round of slays.
This hill progression is so close, but it's OpTic Gaming that have built a
Big
home in
shot.
it, and nobody in Quadrant is able to get in position. Finally, Chick has made it over towards the tire side, but Formal and everyone else on OpTic are building that green wall of defense. Sika goes down. Legends on respawn. We have a tied game, Arlington.
Formal says, I'll give you some momentum, something to cheer about. He has started to step it up. And look at this, 15, 2, and 12 starting to match the production of Chick. And with that, OpTic tie this game up. It's a 5th point with 2 minutes left, plenty of time, but this progression favors OpTic for now.
You talked about the objective efficiency for Quadrant within those first 2 hills, not only able to take a hill, but also able to move into position, get that setup locked down. That's the same thing that OpTic are doing, but Quadrant strike back. Nice progression for this hill. Quadrant have the opportunity to match that.
Yeah, we'll see if they can match it. Right now, respawners from OpTic over towards the arcade side of the map. They have a long way to go. They do find that first pick, and Legend gets caught in PD. That's a death you do not want to see if you're a Quadrant fan, because here comes OpTic.
Another Rocket's coming up, so Quadrant have to defend this hill, but they also need some kind of presence on this Rockets, and sadly with Chick going down, Formal picking up a double kill onto the feed. Another 3 down for Quadrant. This can be devastating.
It's T2P right now. Rockets are coming up in 10 seconds. Formal has the red gun, and you know the damage this man can do.
Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Quadrant, they got to do something here because OpTic are starting to gain some momentum. That's a big kill by SLG, but the rest of OpTic are able to strike back. 2v1 situation. APG just baiting that player with the rockets. That might change things.
Yeah, well done by APG. How does the second rocket go? Perfect. Power up, power weapon, use from APG. Finds himself a double. Keeps his teammate alive in the hill. It's Lucid that scores the third point. And now all of a sudden, what was once a 2-0 lead for Quadrant, OpTic take the lead 3-2.
Well, luckily for Quadrant, OpTic were able to steal that hill and steal it quickly. So there's still a little bit over a minute, 30 seconds on the clock for Quadrant to try to tie things up and force that overtime. But OpTic are one of the best at putting you between the scoreboard and the shot clock. We already see, about 20 seconds drained by the time I'm finished the sentence.
Trades across the board right now, not going to favor either team. You wonder if OpTic's going to try and score this fourth point, or are they going to play time? So far, no progression in the hill right now. It doesn't even favor them, as Quadrant did momentarily get control of it, but right now it does appear that OpTic will look to play time.
Quadrant, the first ones to get in towards this hill. Minute 17 on the clock, a little 1-1-7 action. I saw
Shout
that.
out the cheat. Well done.
Down by one of Quadrant. They desperately need this hill in order to put them within an overtime situation, but with nades coming in and out, Lucid getting the first kill to start the push. Trippy gonna follow that up. That leaves half the members of Quadrant on the black screen. The other half searching for an answer. Another 3 down, and finally OpTic, they find their way in the hill.
Yeah, they're not gonna play time. It looks like APG with the 360 quick shot. Great reaction time, perfect precision, finds himself the double, control of the hill. A minute 9 on the clock, but this is the point OpTic want to end this game on.
OpTic are feeding off the let's go OpTic chants. You can tell. But with that, looks like Quadrant looking to silence the crowd. A big double kill by Chick is going to allow Quadrant to move right into position, and now another rocket's coming up. OpTic spawning over towards the purple side.
Kills across the board right now, and his rocket's still up. Somehow OpTic do a phenomenal job here to fight off their spawn and try and contest for it. But in the meantime, Quadrant fighting from the hill say you can go for the rockets. They do a great job of slaying. Quadrant tie this game up with a minute left. It's 3-3, Tony. Next point wins.
This will be the final hill here. Do Quadrant have it in them? They already take that B-side hill, and they're already set up over toward the subway side. Long-range shots from Chick will slow down Trippy, but he's still forced to back out, and that's valuable time that Quadrant wanted the hill.
Yeah, you can already see how great the rotation once again is going to favor Quadrant. He's going to be able to take down Formal here. T-Chick in control of the back of Tram. A nice double onto APG, trying to play his life, but finally Lucid takes him down. Lucid finds himself by himself, however. Multiple members of Quadrant are here to take you down and potentially score points, but great job by respawners from OpTic to at least deny early time.
Despite the fact that Lucid's 3 teammates were down, he was still able to do tons of damage over toward the subway side, really setting up the rest of his team to come off the spawn, get into position, and eventually push Quadrant out. They don't have full control just yet, but that's still a good play by Lucid and OpTic, and we still have an opportunity to go into overtime. Quadrant not ahead by that much.
Last 2 members of Quadrant, they're stuck up here top rail. They do get the red room spawns. Is OpTic going to be able to predict this? A lot of pressure is about to come from Commando and downhill. They need a couple of kills in order to tie this game up. 3 seconds, you can ignore the clock. It's going into overtime right now, and as Trippy gets caught out in the courtyard, Sika's going to slide out, try and deny some hill time, but OpTic wisely understand the situation. They get out. They do get Formal a back Tram spawn, and that's a big spawn to have because he's here to help, and that help, it was needed. Formal finds himself a kill. 3 down, go Quadrant.
Always nice to get a spawn right next to the hill because of that control that OpTic had is the reason why Formal was in there and gets right into the action with Quadrant. They're quick off the spawn themselves. They already made it from the purple to the Ivy side. A big battle coming in for a legend. And now with that, you have 2 members of Quadrant in the subway side. We have 2 members of OpTic down. Quadrant are looking to take the lead, or grow their lead, excuse me.
As chaos ensues, take a look at the stats real quickly. LQ's been able to catch up to T-Chick right now. 27, 12, and 18. LQ with a +9 performance. Legend is an absolute superstar and showcasing it against the world's best.
With Quadrant just about a second or 2 left from stealing this hill away, OpTic are able to get the slays they're looking for, but once again, Quadrant, they bounce right back.
Lucid
Both of these teams struggling for that map control.
Lucid has rockets, and he's in Tram right now. Are they going to expect Legend to be here? APG does find him, but Lucid eats the nade, and because of it, he goes down, trying to push Legend. Legend predicts it, takes down Lucid, and that's a big win, because not only do you get rockets out of their hands, you can now put them to use yourself.
They have numbers, they have rockets, they have a split second away from taking this hill. 3 down, go OpTic. The 4th one falls as well, and that's gonna be it. Quadrant take game 1.
Unbelievable plays by Legend in the second half of that game. The fact that he was even able to keep up or catch up to T-Chick's performance, that was unbelievable. The kill on Elusive was the most pivotal kill we've seen today, and because of it, Quadrant will take game 1.
The green wall getting hit by the lime green wrecking ball. I tried. I'm sorry. It was bad. I apologize. You deserve better.
It's not the first time, and it won't be the last.
It was not. 1-0 lead coming in for Quadrant. In objective, by the way, mind you, we're not talking about the strongholds, which obviously we know Quadrant, one of the best, if not the best, strongholds team in the league, but also do it on King of the Hill, which is a great game type for OpTic. You're going into Slayer for game number 2. If you're Quadrant, you're feeling confident.
How far does this momentum ball keep going, though? Quadrant, with their elimination bracket run, they've been taking down teams left and right. Shopify, 3-1. Then they 3-0 Complexity. Now they're up 1-0 against OpTic, and they started out this game so hot, Tony. The first 2 points go in their favor, and it was perfect rotations to each hill that really allowed them that comfort of playing from the lead in a majority of these hills.
Well, let's be honest, Wes. I mean, if you allow Chick to get 3 rockets in a row, even I can go up 2-0 on King of the Hill. I'm just saying.
If we're being honest, you're not going up 2-0.
You're probably right, but I'm saying, why did OpTic allow Quadrant to get those rockets? Was it Quadrant really stepping up into the offense, or maybe a hole in the defense?
I think every situation's different, but I mean, even to kick that game off, Legend literally ran straight for rockets and barely got scratched by a burst, right? And that cannot happen. OpTic, maybe with a little bit of lapse of judgment, maybe with a little lack of respect to the potential of how quickly this kid can get to rockets. And because he's able to get those rockets so quickly, he's able to transition that into a very early double kill, and immediately that's going to swing map control in their favor. And ever since they had that, Quadrant really played from an advantage.
Well, Empyrean Slayer coming up next, and I will say, I don't know if Empyrean is OpTic's best game type. I think back, from pool plays, for example, Sentinels caught them a few times, whether it was Capture the Flag or Slayer. OpTic have been caught on Empyrean, slacking a little bit, but something tells me they're not looking over Quadrant, and they never have 2 bad games in a row. I promise you that.
Yeah, coming into game 2, I've dubbed this a must-win for OpTic. We know Live Fire Strongholds is game 3, and that is a very strong game for Quadrant. If you're OpTic, you need to figure out a way to stop this momentum going against you, because remember, Tony, they're coming off that 0-3 performance, losing game 1 in the series, starting the way they did down 0-2. That is something that they do not want to have to go to sleep on tonight, wishing they could have done something different. Fortunately for them, Empyrean Slayer, aka the Pit, something these guys have been playing on for a very long time. I think they will have the advantage in this map, but only time will tell, as the battle for rockets is on T-Chick's screen.
We always talk about how important map control is and how hard it is on Empyrean, because you have rockets and Overshield coming up at the exact same time. It looks like OpTic might have been able to get away with those rockets and found the hands of Formal, but what happened with Overshield?
Trippy's got the combo, so that's got to mean that Overshield's going to be in the hands of Seeker right now. Unfortunately, Trippy goes down. That means that combo is not going to be able to negate this Overshield. And as he looks to push, he's got the repulse in his back pocket. Unfortunately, Formal's not close enough to the wall, so that repulse rocket doesn't get the kill, and Formal uses both to annihilate Seeker, and with that, OpTic take the lead.
Well, luckily for Quadrant, you do have rockets ultimately off the map, but it's a 2-1 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming. You see Chick and SLG started to push up, and Formal just really baiting the long haul side. Seeker finds out the hard way. Down to 1 shot he goes, but he's not going to chase that kill.
Look at how much this moment means. Nobody pushing on either side. SLG already brought the snipe towards the Needler. That is a stalemate situation we are looking at with 11 minutes to go. Lucid does the same to try and match him. Let's see what Lucid can do with Snipe.
How many times have we seen OpTic Gaming employ this same exact tactic? They dare you to come. I think you called it the bend but don't break tactic. OpTic are always putting this into effect. They always have that full map setup, or at least half map setup, and they love when Lucid has the sniper in his hands, watching every single angle from these weird areas.
We are a minute and a half into this game. There have been 5 kills. This is the slowest Slayer game we have seen maybe in the history of Halo Infinite. Let's see if it speeds up. Quadrant look to push, but the push, it gets shut down. The bend don't break mentality seems to benefit OpTic as of now. Sika, last player alive, gets caught out runway, and you know Lucid wants him down.
Apparently slow and steady wins the race, and Lucid anticipating that repulse really well, but still taking a lot more damage than expected, so forced to back down, ultimately play his life. You see his duo Informal ends up going down, so now by himself with a remote detonation into the nades, into the melee, with that OpTic go 3 down, and Quadrant are taking over.
And such a greedy play by OpTic right there. They try to get a push going. They can't quite finish the player in Sword. Because they can't finish that player, more members of Quadrant show up, and now all of a sudden they get a couple of kills, but more importantly, they've advanced on the map, and they are starting to pressure OpTic. OpTic are trapped in their Needler and desperately need to figure out a way out of this.
OpTic wanted to fight off of their map and off of their side of the map, and Quadrant, they're here. They're bringing the fight to them. It seems like that's exactly what they want, and now Legend, he's bringing a rocket to a BR fight. That doesn't seem fair, but the long-range shot connects onto one, wastes the second one, but still you have 2 members of OpTic stuck over towards the Mauler. Quadrant, they still can raid nades. They still can limit the options, limit the movement of OpTic Gaming. They're still in control.
While the rockets are out, they also were able to find the overshield. Right now, Lucid wants his snipe. He's going to end up getting it by taking Sika down, but still so much pressure on the OpTic base. The score is starting to get out of hand. It's double in the favor of Quadrant.
Trippy having no other option but to try to hightail it off of his side of the map and try to flip, try to make something happen. Looks like he's able to do so. Grabs the heat wave, puts it to Sika. That opens up for Formal and the rest of OpTic to make waves. Finally, they're pushing Quadrant off their side, alleviating all of this pressure that Quadrant had been able to create.
Heat wave and snipe and repulse in his hand. This is going to be a very tough battle for Formal. It's actually going to be unwinnable with the perfect repulse use. The nade, it gets thrown back as well. It's a killing spree for T-Chick. Can't quite get the kill on the APG, and a couple of big, much-needed kills make this a 7-kill game.
APG finds the sniper and the sword side control, and right back to their side of the map they're gonna go. Once again, going and daring Quadrant maybe to cross the 50, but at this point, and this time, it's Quadrant to have a 5-kill lead.
Make it 6. But OpTic, they're going to have 2 snipes to play around right now. They want to back up and try and get some map control. APG's been sniping on Empyrean for a long time. Can he find some heads? Finds the head of Seeker right now. Can't quite find the double, and pressure from Sword's side is not what he expected, as SLG was able to get up behind him. He is taken care of, but these trades are allowing Quadrant to continue their 4-kill lead in their favor, while also with the advantage of getting map control if 1 or 2 kills go their way.
OpTic right now, they need a game-changing play. They need something to change the momentum and turn the tables, and maybe Lucid with this sniper might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Heat wave about to come up here, nobody in Quadrant in position, and eventually, about 15 seconds, we'll see both Overshield and Rockets rear their ugly head. That's going to force both of these teams out of their positions and fight for these power weapons.
Yeah, they're going to be forced to try and go for this Overshield. Are they going to know Lucid's in here with Heat Wave and Snipe? How many times have we seen this guy get a clip with these power weapons in hand? He knows he wants that Overshield. 2 kills go in their favor right now as Formal finds 1. So does APG. A big kill from Lucid. Activates the Overshield. Perfectly plays his life. And a double kill with the no-scope opens the doors for OpTic to push.
Half man, half amazing. Lucid is dunking on Quadrant. Heat wave, sniper, combination now pushing up. They're looking to punish Quadrant off the spawn. Another one falls here, and OpTic have multiple members in the base of Quadrant. They're looking to capitalize. Another spawner getting no-scope. Down to 1 shot. He goes, gonna dance, get a little sturdy with them, but eventually he goes down, and OpTic are still here in Quadrant's base.
Mama, there goes that man, continuing to play his life perfectly, giving OpTic the spark they need. And now all of a sudden, what was an 8-kill lead for Quadrant is a 5-kill lead for OpTic Gaming.
There's the 6 you were looking for. Chick ends up going down. There's 1 more player onto the tower side. Legend may have hype, but he's staring down the barrel of 2 different OpTic members. The crowd is getting loud. OpTic are feeding off of it. Quadrant are in trouble.
Trippy behind enemy lines right now, playing his life so well. Lucid trying to bait himself to allow him to pick up a couple kills. Look at how Trippy is still being a menace at their snipe right now. Legend finally takes him out, but able to trade it out because Trippy's damage is so good. And look at that, so perfect from Lucid. Remember, this is the same life Lucid was playing at their base. He doesn't give up a single free death, nearly playing perfect, understands when to back it up. And now OpTic are going to turn this into a stalemate up 7.
as much as I want to admire the balanced attack coming from OpTic Gaming, especially in the kills department, but also the assist as well, on the other side of Quadrant, I have to point out that normally Sika is a high firepower player. Normally, he is a slayer for this Quadrant roster, but at 2 and 9, even with the 6 assists, it is not enough. Quadrant needs Sika to step it up.
With all the power on the map, it's so difficult. Sometimes you're just running into players with better guns than you, and right now you're running into APG, who's found himself another double. 11, 6, and 9. APG leading the lobby in kills, and what a better time for the veteran to step it up. Speaking of a better time to step it up, Lucid finds himself another double, and OpTic are starting to run away with it.
At one point in time, the trades were favoring Quadrant, but with the massive lead that OpTic have been able to accumulate, these trades are bringing them closer and closer to that 50 kill mark and ultimately tying the series. SLG has been able to steal a sniper, puts it to work immediately. APG find out the hard way. You don't want to mess with this young man.
You're late to the overshield. Trippy says he's out of dodge. He gets the repulse up into sword, and now Trippy has his hands with the sniping heat wave. Such good power weapon control so far throughout this game by OpTic, and it's given them everything they need to tie this series up.
Right back to the sword side he goes. He knows there's one more player here. That's going to be a quick kill coming out of Trippy, putting the 44th on the board. Is it Trippy or Drippy? Because that boy looking good.
This big game Trippy, when you need him most, he'll step up. Everybody on OpTic actually doing their part. Everybody has over 10 kills as they cross the 45 mark. The pressure still on Quadrant right now, and it's looking doom and gloom here on Imperium.
Yeah, it's really tough. I know we saw a massive comeback similar to this back at open bracket, but this is a different beast. This is OpTic Gaming. I can't imagine them blowing this lead as you see another trade on the board. Every single one of these trades work in favor of OpTic Gaming. Trippy over toward the needle pit side. There is one player behind him. Not sure he's aware. Well, now he's aware. It finds out, but just a little too late.
Shaking the head, misinformation, right? But you can afford that now with the 10 kill lead. Just 3 to go, and former Lucid APG, they're in your courtyard right now, pushing training side of the map. Great teamwork out of the boys to melt them together. And look at this, fighting for their last life, 49 to 39.
There it is. Make it look easy. It don't matter. OpTic Gaming able to tie up the series and most importantly, steal back momentum.
A much needed win from the green wall right there. Give your fans some life. And if you're an OpTic Gaming fan, you needed that one to get into the series, because game 3, it's Quadrant's best map mode. It's going to be live fire strongholds. And as we deemed OpTic Gaming last year the kings of live fire, they're going to need that recapsuled here tonight in order to get this series in their favor.
Love the fact that OpTic Gaming, I mean, obviously you saw some individual plays being made by Trippy and Lucid. I even saw form with APG doing their things, but to me, it was about that balanced attack. Everybody on OpTic Gaming were doing their job. It was that teamwork, everybody stepping up. That's what really impressed me for OpTic Gaming. At any point in time, any one of these players can go off like that.
I mean, that's absolutely disgusting, but I mean, this was getting ugly early on, Tony. Quadrant were up 16-8. They were rolling with momentum, with control of the map. OpTic looked a little dysfunctional at times, but then there was a round of power-ups. There was a round of overshield and rockets that came up that really gave them that light. They were able to acquire both the rockets and the overshield. They were able to start getting a couple of kills, get some control of the tower themselves of Quadrant, and with that, they were able to find a way to tie it up. And then once they tied it up, it was all OpTic Gaming from there.
Always quite impressive to find OpTic Gaming converting that defense into offense and eventually running away with it. They love that strategy on Imperium. This time it works, and if it thought Imperium was a statement, wouldn't it be a bigger one if you go at Quadrant and beat them on their best game time? They know that Strongholds that Strongholds is the bread and butter of Quadrant. If OpTic can beat them here on this map and game mode combination, I'm not gonna lie, I might count Quadrant out.
Yeah, this is the map mode. This is the map that both these two teams, looking back at this series, will remember. An 11-game active Stronghold win streak. The Europeans, they're the best in the world at this. We'll say it out loud, right? OpTic, what do you have to say about that statement? As you are the former world champions, but right now you're competing in a completely different tournament. You got to figure out a way to beat them on their best map and mode. You look good in that game too. Can you keep that momentum going to give these Green Wall fans a little bit more of something to cheer about.
One thing we got to say about Quadrant is they don't fear OpTic. I got a chance to sit down with SLG, and he literally sat there and talked to me for about an hour about the strengths and maybe some of the weaknesses that he feels within OpTic Gaming. Quadrant, they want this matchup. They know they can make it to Championship Sunday. And again, to remind you guys at home, the winner of this is top 4, guaranteed. No matter what happens from here, can Quadrant upset OpTic?
I'm sure if you told OpTic, they'll be like, good, because you have us. Let's see what we got. APG on screen, having one heck of a game 2. Gonna need to have one hell of a game 3 to get this series in his team's direction. It looks like it's gonna be a B focus for OpTic as an overextension towards A for Quadrant early on.
It's so crazy to me that other teams haven't employed the same exact strat. You notice the delay between Overshield coming up. Why not play for B quickly, grab a hold of it, and still have time to fight over toward the B side? But with the Shroud coming up, Chick might have gotten that almost for free.
Well, I'll tell you why not, Tony, because they were able to overextend towards C. Nobody defends C for OpTic, and because of it, early points go to Quadrant, the Overshield goes to Quadrant, and now all of a sudden, OpTic already on their back heels.
But OpTic find the 2 down they were looking for. Zika found himself a heat wave, and he's bringing the heat until Lucid cools him down just a bit, but onto the low ground is Legend trying to catch an angle. The only things that it catches are body shots in the knee, and the teamwork finishes him off. Half the members of Quadrant down. One more player onto the Bravo side. They don't have numbers. How are Quadrant still playing for B?
We used to have the T2 combo back when I played. It was Rockets and Sniper, real selfish play, we used to call it.
Okay.
But T-Squared used to pop off when he had it at times, right? The Lucid combo is the Heat Wave Snipe, because how often do we see both these two paired in his hands? Unfortunately, he is taken down, but not before he does a lot of damage, and OpTic have AB control and will momentarily take the lead.
And not only does Lucid do damage with that Lucid combo, as you called it, but also was able to drain a lot of the ammo that was in it. So hopefully that Heat Wave doesn't change hands. Only 3 shots, make it 2 left in the Sniper that finds Formal, multiple members of Quadrant.
No way he stays
pressure, looking to drive forward, and looking to push up onto the green side. That nade does the damage he's looking for, finishes him off with the BR. Formal still having 2 shots to work with the S7. Chick says, I'm out of here.
What an incredible play by Matthew Piper up here, staying alive through what looked to be storming the beach of Normandy with those grenades going off in the back of B right there. Because he stays alive, he transitions it into multiple kills. Not only that, stronghold control, but it allowed his team to get overshield as well. What a play by Form.
And he's not done with it. They pushed in for the trip cap. Now they're pushing forward, forcing Quadrant over toward the A side. This play is not yet done. APG still having a lot of this overshield to work with and wants to put it to use. Free shots onto Sika. Can't quite find the kill, but the damage does force Sika out of the play, and OpTic are going to take advantage.
Beautiful job by OpTic right here to realize the situation. Quadrant were going to overextend towards C, so they immediately just flop C for A right now. Perfect rotation out of them, and they're giving Quadrant a taste of their own medicine, now up 50.
2 members of Quadrant onto the green side. APG does approach 1v1 battle with SLG, but the bait and switch does come in a bit late. APG does go down. Formal now moving into position. You see Quadrant trying to work onto the Bravo, but they're 3 down. Sika does not have the help he's looking for. Instead, he has 2 OpTic members chasing him down.
You see the overextension towards A. Formal sees it as well. He's got shots onto Legend. Unfortunately, a little bit of help for Legend is going to keep him alive and allow Legend to transfer this stronghold in their favor. Have OpTic been able to rotate towards C? Look in the back of your screen. It's going to be Lucid who's hopped into C. And once again, a perfect rotation from OpTic. We'll trade strongholds all day if it means we have to.
88-26 lead as you see Quadrant steal away Bravo. And like you said, another trade in strongholds happen. OpTic onto the double cap, but Quadrant right back onto C, and nobody in OpTic able to fight for it. So finally, we see control go in favor of Quadrant. Can they make it to Overshield in time?
Interesting positioning here from APG. Not really involved in any of the action at the strongholds, but catching the overextensions. He's expecting someone to be here. Unfortunately, nobody's home right now for Quadrant. In fact, 3 go down for Quadrant. Last player alive's top tower, no shield, but this is perfect because overshield just came up. The slays come through for OpTic, and Formal has the overshield.
Quadrant sacrifices Overshield to hopefully hold on to this setup. Maybe they're able to drain it as they see OpTic quickly pushing over toward the C side, but they know OpTic stack numbers. So what do? Looks like they're looking to out-rotate him onto the A side of the map. A little too slow on it because the AC hold being held by OpTic Gaming.
And they're going to expect Quadrant to go A here. So what's this is going to transition straight into a B push. Let's see if OpTic Gaming can get the slays they need in order for this to be a successful push. However, there is a member of Quadrant flanking C, and he's dealt with. It was SLG. That's going to give OpTic the green light to go to B.
They got a couple members going C side, a couple members onto the Bravo side. Formal didn't know who to focus on, and eventually Formal end up in a Quadrant sandwich and gets eaten up. Now, Chick backing down toward the tower side. Easy kill onto Lucid. Gonna try to make his way back to C, but apparently Lucid had friends.
The reset on the B was massive. A and B in the control of Quadrant right now. All of a sudden, that 50-point lead is just up to about 10 here as the points continue to clock in for Quadrant. It's an A-B hold right now, and it does feel like Quadrant have regained momentum of the map.
Somehow OpTic Gaming are holding on to this lead, but like you said, momentum in favor of Quadrant at the moment. But SLG slides into a few grenades, gets taken down quickly onto the scoreboard side. Legend flying out, deals with APG on Turbine, and that's going to allow Quadrant to momentarily play for Alpha. OpTic are still flying in. Can they stop Legend from stealing it away? Apparently they can.
That's such
Legend
a big,
has to back down.
What a play by Trippy. Such a good job to deny A. That was everything Quadrant just played for. Denied by Trippy. Maybe it wasn't a kill, but it results in complete control for OpTic right now, an A-B hold and everything to play for as Snipe and Overshield come up momentarily.
Quadrant may have had that momentum momentarily, but now OpTic have control, and they don't plan on letting it go anytime soon. Legend goes in for the fight onto the Overshield side, but OpTic are coming in from multiple angles. APG steals Overshield, pops it, and now gonna get right back to work. It looks like we see Sika taking down Lucid onto the Charlie side, but now Overshield is here. Now Quadrant have problems.
Yeah, Overshield still in his hands. C getting transferred over. It was a great job by Quadrant to win the battle over at A to kind of deny the power curve that this Overshield was going to give. But still with half an Overshield, OpTic should try to look to try and force either A or B in their general direction of what they want to control next.
Another A-B hold by Quadrant, but OpTic have found the entrance over toward the A side. They're just about done. There it is. It looks like Quadrant are trying to work for Charlie. APG had the height control, had tower, which is where they want him to be, but numbers win all. Quadrant's teamwork gets him right out.
Such a beautiful push there from Quadrant. They came up, the short jump, they came up back tower, and APG has too many cards in his hand to try and deal with right now. And because of it, Quadrant are able to keep control even though Overshield goes in OpTic's hands. That is why they are deemed the best in the world at this. That is why they are about to tie this one up with a trip cap of their own.
Trip cap for Quadrant, and looks like they take the lead. OpTic have been holding it on for too long, but we're still at the mid-game. OpTic still only need that 3 down, maybe even a squad wipe to get right back into. So Quadrant, they can't rest easy. They have to make sure they stop every push from OpTic. It looks like that's what they're doing.
OpTic spawning over at A. They are able to get out of the trip cap momentarily. It's a 40-point lead all of a sudden for Quadrant. It's a 100-point swing all of a sudden for Quadrant, and the pressure is on APG right now. You got Legend in your face. You hit some great shots, but unfortunately the cavalry is here. Chick with the heat wave, able to get an assist, some great damage, but more importantly, transfer that stronghold back to his team. The trip cap back in effect as B does get transferred over, but look how fast Quadrant want to apply pressure to the respawners that are taking over this third piece.
And the speed of Quadrant is really what's been taking control of this game. Anytime OpTic get anything going, they just get out-rotated at every single turn. Quadrant are so good at anticipating what you're going to do, and they're able to either defend the base that you're going for or pulling off that counter, and most of the time, they're just going to leave you in the dust.
And in OpTic, we're doing such a good job of the exact same strategy. It's just a matter of anything you can do, I can do better, at least on Stronghold's live fire.
SLG quickly going for the tower control before playing for Charlie. He knows that OpTic still were 4 up. Now he goes for the push. Lucid down to the low ground and still was able to deal with it. That's a big individual piv coming out of SLG. And it looks like his teammates off the screen are able to do the same thing. Trades coming in and out. Slays going back in favor of Quadrant. Once again, the CB hold. OpTic looked to make a play, but Quadrant, there we're coming.
OpTic are on the ropes.
Quadrant are on the prowl right now. B and C control, 20 points to go, and a little bit of hesitancy to push that third point is exactly where Quadrant have realized their mistakes of the past. They're going to play for the win here and keep 2.
This is going to be the final push here for OpTic. They're 2 down, and they got to make something happen here. Just 5 seconds left before Quadrant are able to take the lead. I don't see anyone from OpTic over towards Bravo. The final player is dealt with. Quadrant going up 2-1 in the series.
The crowd is quiet, and the boys in the lime green are up 2-1 now as they look to eliminate OpTic Gaming from their own tournament. We're going to a Game 4. It's Argyle CTF. And now all of a sudden, OpTic Gaming will have to show what their resiliency is truly made of.
But the one good thing for OpTic Gaming is that you know that Quadrant are so good at strongholds. So at this point, how easy it is for them to just brush it off and say, hey, that's strongholds, good luck beating us on anything else.
I would say that, but at this point we're in the elimination bracket. We're down 2-1, so we lost something else outside of strongholds. And all of a sudden we're a game out of losing on Saturday, being knocked out and not making it to Championship Sunday. So there's a little bit of hesitancy there. But in reality, the OpTic Gaming squad, they can gain momentum, and what a better map to do it than a map with 2 snipes. We saw the success they were able to have with the snipes on Empyrean. Let's hope that that same success happens on Argyle to push this series the distance.
I don't want you coaching me. You're going to bring that negativity into my locker room. I don't want you coaching me. I want positivity.
I don't want to coach you either, Tony.
Fair enough. You don't want to play with me either. I can't get you to accept an invite ever.
We played a couple times. You just couldn't hang at my elo.
2-1 lead here for Quadrant, who are 1 win away from knocking out OpTic. And again, I have to say, if OpTic lose this, we see a Championship Sunday without the green wall. That doesn't even make any sense to me. That's crazy. It's unfathomable.
I can't honestly speak until it happens because I won't know what that feeling is like, but I know that those 4 players are going to do everything they can to deny it. But as we take a look at the stats, a 250 to 116 scoreline is domination, especially after we can consider that OpTic had, what, a 60-point lead towards the early game. It was 70 to about 20, maybe 80 to 20 at one point. OpTic looked like they were having the better hand, having the extra card in their deck as far as rotations were concerned. They were outplaying Quadrant, and then all of a sudden the flip switched. Quadrant can control, and that's got to be a scary moment because if we go back to the last time Quadrant played OpTic Gaming and beat them, you remember that Aquarius CTF that they were down 2-0? All of a sudden, Quadrant got control. They started to get a couple of kills. They got a flag on the move. All of a sudden, they get a couple more kills. They get a flag on the move. OpTic has serious problems stopping this team when this team has complete control of the map, and you cannot let that bleed into Game 4.
And it is relevant because although it may be Argyle, it is still capture the flag, which we are seeing here. This is going to be tough. OpTic Gaming are still have to go back in here in this map number 4, come out with the win, and then send us in clutch out in a Game 5. But it starts right here in Game 4. And I will say, there's a couple grapples on the map. And I know when Lucid got that grapple, he's really hard to get off the map.
Yeah, no Lucid combo here, but this camouflage is something OpTic love to put to use, especially when they compare it with either a flag run or an S7 right now. And I want to start off with Lucid. He's been fairly quiet throughout this series, even an untraditional 1v1 loss against SLG. I know he had repulse, but still you expect Lucid to pick up those kills. Let's see if he can pick up a couple kills early on to get his team going.
Big repulse on that grenade to trade out his life here with Legend. And you mentioned that camouflage being on the top mid and being so important here on Argyle. Mind you, the last time we see camouflage on this map, it should turn into a QT coming up next event, but that's neither here nor there.
What can Trippy do with it? You know he wants to get a flag on the move, but they need some slays before that ever happens. He does spot T-Chick out, and Chick goes down. Great pick out of Trippy, but he's going to be on death cam right now, so he needs to play his life before this flag can really go anywhere.
Big damage onto SLG, allowing APG to come in with that bait and switch, and without any timing loss whatsoever, that flag is being run. There is a player that is able to block off this angle. They're going to have to do everything they can because that flag is still moving onto the pistol side.
They know he's there, though. He is able to get a kill on the Lucid. This flag is going to be so difficult to continue to advance. These OpTic players, they're in a Quadrant sandwich, and the kills come through for Quadrant. The return, not yet. but it's a one-on-one with Formal and Sika. Sika wisely hops on that flag return, and unfortunately for Formal, he's not able to get there quick enough to potentially keep that flag on the move.
Formal does win that damage advantage, but Sika was still able to get the return eventually. Lucid plants a sniper rifle onto the head of Sika, and APG wins another gunfight, this time against Legend. The rest of Quadrant are pushing up, and eventually OpTic going momentarily forward down. That's Quadrant's moment.
A nice grapple out of the air. It's an alley-oop to SLG. Unfortunately, it gets caught on the wall. Because of that, he's stalled. He can't run it, and the reinforcements for OpTic will get there in time. But you see the play being set up. That is how in-tuned Quadrant are. That is how skilled and cohesive they are. What a special play that may have been.
The small talk, the communication, the execution, and the audacity of Quadrant to pull off that play, man, that would have been crazy, but flag is stopped short. Return is grabbed. We're at a bit of a reset, and active camouflage is up. You see Trippy and Legend getting into a bit of a tussle over it. Both teams want to have that vent control in order to move up quick towards the camo, and SLG is taking face.
This is the kid of the series so far for me, just stepping up, winning some big pivots, going off with a snipe when given the opportunity, finding a couple of headshots here. SLG wants to try and not only deny this camo for OpTic, but maybe get into his hands. You know how big of a power curve that can be, but he relocates, finds the head of APG, wants to continue to deny that camo, but he just hears it dissipate right now as someone does activate that camo, and I believe it was an OpTic member.
SLG confident with the sniper, sitting up high over toward the platform
Chick
side,
got it.
and Chick was able to get away with that camo.
Beautiful.
Right behind enemy lines. We're seeing Quad start to win these battles. We see another one.
What a
APG
kill.
goes down, but Lucid gets the back smack. That's a sneak king onto camo.
If Lucid doesn't get that double, this flag is on the move for Quadrant. You can almost guarantee it's going to be a hell of a realistic chance at a cap, but Lucid does what Lucid does best. Starts this game off at 8-3-6, but a very important double kill to deny that flag run.
Not all kills are created equal, and that might be worth double-digit kills right here, especially with the game being tied up and Argyle being so tough to capture any flags on. That could have been devastating for OpTic.
2 dead for both sides right now. It's vent control for Sika, but he's having to kind of hide with his tail between his legs. Doesn't want to get involved with any of this combat until his shield comes back. Now that it has, he's able to spot out Lucid in front of his face. Not as sneaky as you thought you might have been, Lucid. That's going to give Quadrant numbers, and they're going to get map control off of that.
Both snipers and camo coming up once again, and Sika, the only player I see in position to grab a hold of that camouflage, fires off a few warning shots for onto APG, keeping him out of the long haul side. We see them start to make a move, but it's so tough to grab and activate that camo safely.
I believe camo gets burned. APG burns down SLG right there. It's going to actually be in the hands of Trippy, so a phenomenal job by OpTic to win the battle for this camouflage. They've gotten a couple under their belts. No home or no success with it as of yet, but let's see what Trippy can do. You give him enough camos, I guarantee he makes a play.
And now Quadrant, they must be seeing Ghost. I mean, you have to check every single corner, every single corridor, and make sure this camouflage does not get behind you. But as I say that, camo's no more. Trippy is still doing damage, and with this last kill, they could pull a flag, but Trippy goes down.
Unfortunately, the 2-shot melee can't come through. He can't get the second melee off either, and that's going to be Chick keeping his team in this one. That was going to be Trippy trying to get that last final kill to get the flag on the move, but I mean, both teams' defense is standing so strong at this point, but once again, Chick under a lot of pressure here needs to stay alive.
Chick with the sniper, but everyone on OpTic knows exactly where he is, so it must be tough to try to get any kind of angle onto the opposition. I see Formal and APG starting to push up over towards their computers. They back down just momentarily. OpTic are always trying to get that first kill, get that advantage before they really commit to any kind of offense.
Almost 6 minutes through this game, just 30 seconds to get to the halfway point. Neither team finding success with the flags, but a lot of success with the snipes so far. Chick takes the head of Formal right now. He does lose a teammate in his own, and Lucid doesn't expect him to be top middle. Unfortunately for Quadrant fans, he does miss the shots and probably pays for his life here.
High risk, high reward play by Lucid to cut off that angle onto Chick, and it looks like it's going to pay off, but we see another trade onto the feed, another 3v3 scenario. Snipers and camo once again coming up. APG wants to make a play for it, but Legend is there. A couple of shots and Legend forced to back down. It looks like OpTic might have been able to get away with camo.
Let's see whose hands it fell into this time around. The snipes are up as well. This could be the power curve OpTic need to get a flag on the move. Really, neither team having a great opportunity as of yet, but you know, as this power continues to be accrued by each team, one of these two teams is going to put the other on their back heels. You have to think eventually, as the clock dwindles down, is that one capture going to make the difference?
It was another huge sniper chick to open things up, and mind you, it looks like Quadrant have 2 snipers on their side. 2 quickly going down for OpTic Gaming. Chick forced to back down, doing everything he can to stay alive. The only thing he can do is drop that melee before going down. So now I'm not sure exactly what happened to these snipers, because Quadrant is 3 down. OpTic are in their base.
Maybe an overextension from Quadrant there. They had that flag on the move, but so many members of OpTic were progressed on the map that they were able to get the kills. And look at this. They are going to hop the return. There is still a player of Quadrant in their base, but I believe APG is going to be a nuisance here at Quadrant's base, and if he finds a kill, look for OpTic to pull the flag as well.
Less than 5 minutes on the clock right now. The next
APG finds a kill.
Excited. APG finds one on Sika. Lucid finds one as well. And that's
on the move.
3 down for Quadrant. Make it 4. That flag is moving. OpTic may just put the first one on the board.
Like the movie Behind Enemy Lines, APG gets sneaky. He finds the pick he needs. Lucid pairs it with a single of his own. And therefore, OpTic Gaming break what was Quadrant's strategy and put the flag in. They now take the lead in Game 4.
It takes almost 7 minutes in order to do so, but OpTic are on the board, and Quadrant on the basketball. Lucid showing why he's the reigning MVP. He's not done. Let this man cook. If he does it for too long, he's gonna burn something.
I like that, Tony. Oh yeah, Lucid, give us some more. Let's go, OpTic. Chance start. Legend put on respawn, and Lucid's not done yet. Somehow he still has 5 shots in the snipe left.
You cannot give OpTic Gaming this kind of momentum. When it rolls downhill, it gets bigger and bigger and hard to stop. We see another pull now coming for OpTic Gaming. Quadrant still 4 up, so having the opportunity to stop that flag quickly. Lucid does everything he can to stay alive. He knows that's practically a dead flag, but apparently it's a dead SLG as well.
Legend does pull this flag though, so that kill, it's big. It gives OpTic numbers. Legend trying to continue this flag on the move. These body shots, it's a killing frenzy actually, as he finally gets taken down. 21, 6, and 11. And the rampage that Lucid just went on gave OpTic everything they needed to stay in this series. And now with 3 minutes left, Tony, the clock all of a sudden becomes a factor of whether this Game 5 is a reality.
We're seeing more snipes on the board. This time is Chick looking to silence the crowd just a bit, hitting a couple body shots. Formal forced to back down. Chick right into the base of OpTic Gaming, and let me tell you, if they can slay out, it's still possible for Quadrant to tie it up. There's plenty of time on the board, but Chick is hunted down immediately. Base cleared out. OpTic having the opportunity to now get into the base of Quadrant.
And that's almost an overextension, an act of desperation right there. You want to give your team some life, you want to try and get behind enemy lines, but what you do is you end up overextending, giving the snipe back to OpTic, and how much danger does this cause for Quadrant fans? 3 go down. Trippy, no! Can't hit the headshot, but it was as close as it comes, and Lucid is there to knock the player to no shield. APG is there to pull the flag, and now all of a sudden Quadrant's still on their heels.
But can you blame Quadrant for the desperation? I mean, obviously 2 minutes on the clock here, but what are you gonna do, wait for the last 30 seconds to go for a flag? You have to make something happen right now, and mind you, OpTic at any point in time can cap another flag and put it out of reach.
You got to play textbook Halo at some point. You got to play for a promising opportunity. I understand wanting to make a play, but maybe that wasn't the play. And right now, it's allowed OpTic this map control, what is now transitioned in to camo control for Trippy. Once again, it's like his 5th camo of the game, doing such a good job of controlling these power-ups. And right now, Trippy, with the game in his hands, needs to stay alive. I don't care about this flag if I'm Trippy personally. I want slays and map control for the next minute and a half.
Minute and a half, and OpTic may have the opportunity to send us into a game number 5. It was Quadrant that had all the momentum here in this game, but with just 1 flag cap, OpTic have slowed him down.
Trippy knows he doesn't want to run this one. He just wants to be a nuisance. He wants to pull back the numbers of Quadrant that are advancing on the map. They have to worry about him right now, right? Someone has got to go take him out. And right now, Trippy realizes they've actually taken the decision not to worry about him. And because of it, Trippy says, you know what? I guess I'll just run this one, and gets it all the way to his PC right now. Now he needs to slay. I love this by him.
And even the overextenders of Quadrant are pretty slow, so Trippy wanted to commit to that. He might have been able to do so, but it looks like the trailers finally catch up to him. The return is started. Chick is pulling a flag of his own. Could this be a counter?
You got to take down T-Chick. He's still alive right now. APG's on the prowl, and he gets that kill. That's going to put Quadrant's backs against the wall here in this game. 30 seconds left, overextensions in the incoming seconds.
You see the paint's coming out of Lucid, trying to let the rest of the team know where they are, but apparently he don't need the help, almost taking two by himself. Formal coming in for the bait and switch. 11 seconds. Quadrant need a pull. I don't see anybody in sight. A Chick that's gonna have to just dive in and desperate it. Now he's seeing the push over toward the basement side. It's dealt with. Chick is not able to touch that flag, and that's it. Game number 5 is on the way. The winner is going to Championship Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a Game 5 once again. These two teams have been there twice already this year. It's no surprise. We find ourselves there being decided by 50 kills. Who's going to advance to Championship Sunday? And what a game for Lucid in that game for 29 and 14. A plus 15 performance when his team needed some kind of life to step up.
It's the reigning world champions who obviously slipped a little bit, but want to reclaim that throne, going up against Quadrant, the #1 team in Europe that's looking to prove everyone wrong. There are so many people that don't think that Quadrant are in the conversation of the top 4, that they can upset the top 3. This is their opportunity. They can take down the world champion and make it to Champ Sunday and get the highest placing not only in their history, but European history.
Stakes on the line, 50 kills to decide it, but as we take a look at the highlights, Tony, it's snipe after snipe after snipe, and it was such a dominant story of power weapon control by OpTic Gaming, mostly Lucid, I'll be honest. And I called him out at the start of the game. I said, he's been awfully quiet here today. It's about time the best player in the world showed up, and Lucid does what he does best. He goes to work.
And mind you, I'm looking at the stats from Lucid, but I was also looking at some of the gameplay of APG. You know, you're still young and spry. You know, it's probably like a good 30 years since you've teamed with him. What is it like teaming with a player like APG?
I mean, he's just so efficient with everything he does. Not only does he not miss, but he's so proactively thinking about win conditions and what the best play for his team is at all times. And the reason OpTic actually win that game is the overextension play APG made. I even tried to call it out as we were on Lucid's point of view. We were able to say, I said, as soon as APG finds a pick, as soon as he's able to flank, get a kill, Lucid actually timed it so perfectly by picking up a kill of his own. 2 down Quadrant, your flag is pulled as those 2 immediately go down. That is a fresh 10 seconds that you are not in the game, and APG is headed to his base with the flag, and that is the one flag that we watched scored in that whole game.
Behind every flashy play is a well-positioned teammate. Behind every crazy score line is an unselfish, grinding type of player. And I feel like Lucid and APG just played so well off of each other. And now going into this next match, I mean, we got to talk about it. You got 2 overall players. You have players that can slay, players that can play the objective, awareness out of control, even a bit of IGLing coming out of both Lucid and SLG. Talk to me about this matchup that we're seeing on screen.
I mean, for me, Lucid is what I consider the best player in the world, does it all, but in the main, he just is so creative with the way he goes about using the sandbox. His sandbox control is second to none on this planet. SLG maybe doesn't get as much of that sandbox anymore, but traditionally he is that primary slayer for what his teams have been in the past. On this roster, he finds his power-ups in the middle of games. He makes his way with those power-ups. We saw him popping off with Snipe in that game 4 when he got the opportunity, but maybe a more support role, maybe a more fill in the gaps, what is needed from me, and how can I support the Chicks and the Legends of the world as far as what they need as far as space and creativity and teamwork. So SLG, a little bit more of a support player now that he's formed himself what is the European God Squad of Quadrant, but Lucid, the main slayer that everybody knows and loves.
Always nice having a player like SLG on your side, that Swiss Army knife. It doesn't matter what you give him, he's going to make it happen, and a large reason why Quadrant are in this position right here, right now. But it's a different story of being in this position and being able to come out on top. You still have one more game in order to make it to Championship Sunday. Still have one more game to make it to the top 4, and you are staring down OpTic Gaming Quadrant. Do you have it in you?
50 kills to decide if you play on Championship Sunday. 50 kills to decide if you create European history, world history for this Quadrant roster. 50 kills to decide if OpTic Gaming get an opportunity to defend what is their 4-peat at a major, and who better to kick it off than Lucid.
Rockets over toward the mid-map, and Quadrant have changed up their starting strat on this map. For the first time, we're seeing Chick not curb slide, not work over toward the mid-map and steal Rockets, and now because of that, Trippy was able to get a hold of them.
I deemed him big game Trippy for a reason. He kicks it off with some rockets, finds the first kill, and OpTic Gaming now with complete map control will be able to play around this control. A beautiful job by Trippy to double back, find that kill, put those rockets to use, and now with Bulldog in hand, it looks like Quadrant are going to have a tough time getting out of this trend position.
Just another display of the teamwork and communication at OpTic Gaming. Trippy didn't even see that player over towards the music side. He trusted the callouts, he trusted his awareness, fire off that blind fire rocket, got himself a kill, and now still has the Bulldog to work.
Look at this, APG hovering for information, Trippy hiding in the corner waiting to react on that information. OpTic Gaming have a 2 split right here, and Quadrant are going to test this. SLG's going to be pushing downhill. Chick going to be pushing up the mid stairs. Trippy opts to focus on Chick first, then doubles back, but the teamwork from OpTic is overwhelming for the Quadrant push, and it's such a difficult push to try and act, but OpTic take the 6-4 lead.
Early lead here for OpTic Gaming, and they're still trying to sniff out the final player over toward the PD side. Legend, you have to go down, but the rest of Quadrant pushing up onto Cafe. Sika takes down Formal. Trippy can't quite get away, so now that Bulldog is stuck over toward the mid-map, and Chick wants it.
Chick's able to find that Bulldog, try to put it to use, but beautiful shots from APG. Big shots from APG to deny some of the pressure that was about to come on the OpTic respawners. Still, Legend on the prowl, still trying to take down Lucid. Opts to back down, Rockets in 5 seconds, and control of Tram is what you want, but OpTic have a majority of the map.
Quadrant been able to get a hold of multiple rockets onto OpTic, even on this very map, and
oh my God,
like, might have been a we might have seen a bit of combat evolve action, but I'm not sure exactly where the rockets ended up landing, and apparently Chick isn't either. There we go. Finally, we figured it out. But the rest of OpTic are using it as bait. All 4 members of OpTic up. SLG gets away with it, but can he make use of the 2 rockets in the pod?
We saw Trippy put both rockets to use. SLG is challenged the same right now. 15-12, the lead in OpTic's favor, but for how long? SLG finds 2. That's going to give them the lead, numbers advantage, and some map control. APG trying to create some space, but with no teammates around, it's going to be a difficult push up the B stairs.
Quadrant clawed their way back into it, tied up at 15 apiece, making an early lead coming for Quadrant behind the killing spree of SLG, infiltrating the subway side. Looks like it's about cleared out here. OpTic Gaming now spawning all the way toward the opposite side of the map, so now Quadrant needs to slow it down, get some kind of advantage, but the first one to go down was Chick.
Once again, Quadrant trying to push out of this trend position, but they have the lead this time around. 18-16, this game turns into a stalemate. Who's going to make the first mistake?
These nades forcing SLG to back down, but luckily OpTic aren't able to commit to that. Every angle being watched here by Quadrant. Neither team wanted to make any mistake whatsoever. Lucid flies out a couple of shots onto SLG, forces the back down, but nobody committing just yet. SLG relocating onto the ATM side. Is he ready to push up?
Finds the kill on a Formal, a big melee, capitalizes on some teammate damage right there, gets out of dodge as well. Able to relocate, double back, find a kill on a Trippy, and right now SLG keeping his team in the lead at 8-1-2. Now Quadrant find themselves 20-19.
The nades are coming out, and SLG
those players stayed alive.
Damage onto 2 different players, but where was the follow-up for Quadrant to be able to capitalize on that damage that he did over toward the B Street side? Chick luckily getting a kill onto the offside. Couple nades in the shroud because he knows OpTic stole away the rockets. Hopefully he was able to take down that rocket player. They can't let OpTic get away with that.
These kills are big for OpTic. They're going to be able to get rockets off of this. A couple down, make it 3, make it all 4. We're down momentarily, and Trippy finds himself some rockets. 6-2-5. Let's see what Trippy can do.
OpTic steal the lead, and Trippy steals the rockets and still has 2 in the chamber. I saw a spawn over toward the PD side. I see 2 players onto Cafe, so OpTic once again doing what they do best. Cut the map in half, slow down, get into the defensive stance. They never, ever tunnel vision, never overcommit to one thing. They wait for the action to come to them. So that's a 2 down, make it 3. Double kill out of Trippy. Quadrant now going to be forced to come off a spawn, and I promise you, OpTic will be ready.
Quadrant looking to push into the Rocket player. A bold strategy, Cotton. Doesn't pay off. Trippy gives his team the lead, but just as I say that, Quadrant do a good job to battle back still. A 3-kill lead, 28-25 for OpTic Gaming.
Check over toward the ATM side. Again, the game slows down. Did he get that stick? There it is! Puts up a prayer and it's answered. Takedown Formal. Now gets to the face of APG. Gets stuck himself, but trades out his life there. That's a big play coming out of Chick, bringing Quadrant back within striking distance.
Excellent trades across the board there, keeping this at a 2-kill game this time around. It's in favor of OpTic Gaming. 27 seconds for the next set of rockets. And if we've learned anything, they have really created the power curve so far throughout this game 5. As we cross this 30-kill mark, those rockets' importance cannot be stressed enough.
Both SLG and Sika going down to 1 shot with that grenade. Luckily, they were able to get out alive in the situation, and in fact, now turn the tables a bit, putting that damage right back onto OpTic. SLG picks up the kill onto 1. Formal goes right back at him. Rockets are up. Legend wants to make a play for them. Rips Trippy from across the map, and that's a free rocket for Legend.
You win the push, you win the battle for rockets, and tie the game up. And now with rockets in hand, you catch Lucid off guard. Take the lead all of a sudden, Quadrant do 33-31. Legend using those rockets to get his team a little bit of momentum can go a long way.
It's game 5, do or die, to find out who makes it to the top 4. And clearly the nerves aren't getting to Legend because he's making plays at the moment, and even high IQ play to back down when he doesn't have any advantage whatsoever. Legend now stays alive, baits out the rest of OpTic Gaming to push up. SLG thought he had the help, but apparently not. Legend stays alive, SLG goes down, OpTic push up.
I actually love this by Legend. He's gonna rotate up downhill right now, take B rail control with this red gun. He was gonna get sandwiched in a tough position in Tram. Because he relocates, he's able to take Trippy's head off. It's a killing spree with perfect shots for Legend. And now Legend with the game in his hands, this Stalker rifle can give you everything you need to separate these 2 teams.
Just 2 kills here separating them 2. And we see Legend with the Stalker.
Trippy's on the other side. He doesn't know.
No, he doesn't, but he finds out. That's a backsmack by Trippy. They call him the rattiest player in the game. He got a corner named after him, and now with the Stalker puts down the damage onto Sika. Legend tries to get his back. Long range shot's gonna connect. There's one more player trying to do damage, but Trippy refuses to go down.
Big game Trippy doing it again, 13-8 right now. A lot of damage on the Legend. It's cleaned up by APG. The teamwork from OpTic showcasing the difference right now in this game, 40-39.
Stalker still in the hands of Trippy. Rockets coming up in a little over 10 seconds here, and this might be the most important rockets of Quadrant's lives.
Only a couple of shots with red gun, but those can be the DPS difference you need to win this battle for rockets. Right now, Legend goes down, and that's a big death. It's going to allow OpTic the numbers advantage they need to potentially get these rockets, and at 41-40, this is where the game is decided.
Swaps out the dying Stalker for the rockets. Hits him with the bomber. SLG hits the black screen, and now OpTic 7 kills away from stealing game number 5 and ultimately Quadrant's hopes.
There's a player in B right now, but Trippy overextends. A beautiful rocket for Trippy under a lot of pressure right there. Trades across the board will give OpTic this 2-point lead still. Sika stuck mid-stairs looking up, able to trade at the very least, 46-44. What a phenomenal job by Quadrant to trade that out. This game's neck and neck.
Quadrant may be down by 2, but they're 6 kills away from making it to Championship Sunday. It's not over just yet. APG onto the Ivy side. You see 2 members of Quadrant looking to get into position. This damage can be so important. APG taking none. Nobody able to push them out. The rest of OpTic over toward the B side.
Look at the advanced position of Legend. Are they going to be able to spot him out? Are they going to snip him out? He is a free kill if he gets snipped out. If they do not spot him, he could be the break that Quadrant need. Does he get the assassination on the APG? APG not leaving this location, but if he gets too weak, Legend will push.
And they just pinged him, so his location has been revealed. He has to be careful, and with the spike grenades doing all of that damage onto Legend, SLG now forced to push up, but Bulldog is barking louder than Royal 2. It's 47-47, 3 kills to separate the two.
All tied up, Red Gun Bulldog and SLG's hand loosened. Able to get a kill back tower, but Chick picks up a kill, 49-48.
Only one more kill. SLG pushing up with the Stalker. He's feeling confident, and that's gonna be it. OpTic go home. OpTic go home.
Oh my God, Quadrant do it. They create history. The first team outside of North America to ever place top 4. And how did they do it? Against the Green Wall at their own hosted event. What an unbelievable performance we just witnessed, and my hats off to both teams, but Quadrant, well done, boys.
I know the work is not done yet, Wes, but this is the time to celebrate. Make some noise, Quadrant. Pat yourself on the back. Like you said, this is history. No other team has made it toward that top 4. Quadrant have put themselves in an elite company, and now they're fighting for top 3. They're fighting to possibly win this. I don't think Quadrant are satisfied just yet.
You take down OpTic, you can take down anybody, especially with this crowd behind OpTic. For them to show the wherewithal, to show the endurance, to go on the elimination bracket run that we have seen so far from them today, what an impressive feat that I wasn't even sure this team was capable of. But they are proving to the world that they are the real deal.
What a matchup there. Going all the way to a Game 5. Once again, might I say, Quadrant OpTic, they've been in this position before, back at Dallas. It was OpTic that sent Quadrant packing earlier than expected, but it's Quadrant that get their revenge, and I gotta send it over to Blaze. I gotta see what the members of Quadrant have to say about this.
Ladies and gentlemen, history has been made on this main stage, and Quadrant will progress. But what a tournament, getting the highest placing in history for any EU team in top 4. Sika, how does that feel right now?
To be fair, I'm currently struggling to breathe. I don't know, I have to realize what just happened. Thank you guys. It's just a dream come true for us. We have always been trying so hard to break that top 6. Last event, we broke that top 6, and then the next event, we break that top 4. It just feels amazing because last time we were this close to top 4. We lost the Game 5 against OpTic on Aquarius. It hurt very bad because we thought ourselves we were this close. I don't know, just the way we made it, we were down at the end. We did a very good push together. We thought ourselves, let's do our secret push because we actually have strats for it. And so it worked out. We were at a really high at the end. We said, let's do it anyway. And it happened.
It happened.
I don't know.
It definitely happened here on the main stage. Talk to me about how special this team is, what makes them special, and if there's any shout-outs you want to give out there to the fans out there who's been supporting you, man.
To be fair, this team is very special because, well, first, we're French. Second of all, we're very friendly, we're all very good friends. And on top of that, I'd say we have a very big confidence between each other. We always tell ourselves, against any team, we are better individually, we can win against anyone as long as we play correctly. We have the strats, we know what to do. It just depends on whether we can do it or not. So, yeah. And when it comes to what I have to say, I have to say a special thanks to all the fans in Europe, especially, for supporting us all events. Thank you for the crowd as well. I know, obviously you guys are OpTic fans, but still I have a lot of respect for you guys for putting such a lot of hype every match. It felt amazing when we played against Shopify as well, so thank you very much for that, and thanks for OpTic for organizing such a great tournament.
One more time for Quadrant on the main stage. Give it up for Sika and the crew. That's going to do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze. Honestly, I could cry. It's just the sweetest thing. Shazzy, first of all, I'm going to kick it off
Don't make me talk.
with you.
I'm not doing talking right now.
I'll kick it off with you first and foremost. History has just been made on the main stage. talk about a team that are deserving of this placement. I mean, they have been incredible all season long. Like Seeker said, he's worked so hard with the squad. They have put in countless hours. You know, the amount that Quadrant has trusted them to head on over to America to practice again the scrims, and it's finally paid off for them. You could literally see and hear the emotion in his voice. How much does that honestly, truly mean to the Quadrant lads?
Listen to me, those kids have been working for this ever since Halo 5. Their team name was Cartel. They ran Europe. They ran the show in the end of Halo 5. Won every tournament there was to win. This team deserves every bit of the praise, every bit of glory that they get for this moment, because they have worked so hard. They've come so close. They've had heartbreaking moments when they were Ascend, and finally they've gotten and broken the duck. They've finally gotten that horse off their back, the duck off the back, whatever's on their back. There's an animal on their back, that's all I know. But I'm absolutely delighted this team have gotten the job done, and yeah, I don't even want to talk anymore.
I know. Absolutely incredible, again, history being made there. Let's just talk about the final moments there, Brov, because it really did come down to that. At one point, I thought, okay, well, this is OpTic's game to lose, right? You know, that final push, looking at APG there, top of tram, looking over the spike stairs, and then you see Legend around the corner, you think, oh my God, this could be happening. That doesn't actually go to plan, but the way that Quadrant were able to assist one another, okay, that didn't work out, but however, SLG has the confidence, has the health and the life to push that anyway. What incredible course of events that led to them taking that Slayer.
I mean, a lot of key moments, and thank God, perfectly timed with the team in the back. Thank you, as we have replays from that specific game, because honestly, it's such a back and forth game, as you see, essentially neck and neck all the way through, tied at 14, tied right here around the 20 mark as well. A lot of key moments that led to this. Let's not forget, like you said, look at this, 26-22 in favor of OpTic Gaming. Like you said, OpTic's game to lose at this point with a 4-kill lead, even here, 36-37, 36, they had the lead all the way really towards the end of the game. And as you said, these were unbelievable. This battle as well in the back of the base here, and now with this trippy rocket grab, this is when I remember I was sitting next to all of us work together, and you were kind of hearing this might be the end. This last push, you see how they react, but I mean, two things that stick out there. I think one, well, actually, I want to give this moment the respect it deserves. I mean, take a look at them pop off, and as you said, history being made. You could tell that they can feel it, and not surprised to see Sika a bit speechless there. I'm sure all of the team is, and anyone staying up late in Europe is as well.
I want to give a major and a massive shout out to SLG. This moment has been coming a very, very long time for him. In Halo 5, he was the second best, the third best team in Europe. He could never beat the likes of Jimbo. That team were on top for the entire of Halo 5. When it mattered, his team were always second and third. This has been his moment. He finally got the team he wanted in Halo Infinite, and they've gotten the job done. LA Quadrant.
Yeah, I've got to say, it's been absolutely incredible to watch. I think the history and experience behind this roster, not only that, but picking up, you know, the likes of Legend. You know, he's so young. He hasn't got the experience that SLG has. SLG's been here for such a long time. I remember some of my first ever moments in esports being with SLG, interviewing SLG, and to see this come full circle for him is just, honestly, it's a dream come true. It's a treat, to say the least. What an incredible run that Quadrant are going on. And look, we're all celebrating now, we're all happy and excited. It's not stopping here. Nope. They continue forward in the bracket. And I think that's the most important thing. I think now they've got over that hump. They have managed to knock OpTic out. Statistically, it was their turn to do it in this series.
Did say that.
And they did do it. And look at this upper bracket here. Quadrant with Sentinels in the lower semis. This is where they need to get it done. This is where I think we actually saw a full stop at the end of their Global Invitational. Yes, a different placement, but it was a similar type of situation against Native Red. They couldn't get it done against Native Red. Yep. They'd already arguably beaten a better team in OpTic, and then going up against Native Red, it just didn't seem to work for them. How do they get over this hump now in the lower semis to continue forward?
I think you constantly have heartbreak, and you constantly get obstacles put in your way, and eventually you have to figure out what are the pieces you need to put together to get the job done. They've had all of those obstacles. They've had all of that heartbreak. They've lost Game 5. They've lost Game 7s in Europe. This is the moment for them to get the job done. They're playing against Sentinels. It's a known quantity. They played them in pools. It went to a Game 5, and they lost that one. So can they right the wrongs? Can they steady the ship against this Sentinels team, who have also been looking very, very good?
They certainly have been looking very good. We also do have our winners finals as well set. FaZe Clan versus Spacestation again.
I don't care about them anymore. Who are they?
Showsy's just fully set on Quadrant right now.
That's my green ball back there.
How well they have been performing and playing. But I got to say, that winners finals is also set to be an exciting one, to say the least. Bravo, both of these teams have duked it out many a time before. In fact, I would say each other's nemesis. I mean, mean, in terms of the history of these players, previously have been taking world championships off one another. So it goes back in time, but again, set in stone, winners finals. That one's going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was always going to be those two teams in the upper finals, and I think we expected to see them there. It will, of course, be the rematch, and that is what we always said was going to be the biggest series for Space Station, right? Space Station finds himself just running out of gas time and time again as they get to a grand final. Sometimes they get a reset, sometimes they get to a Game 7. However, they're unable to close it out in quite some time. That will be the biggest series, undoubtedly, for Space Station.
Running out of gas, but let's hope they fill the tank coming into tomorrow, because tomorrow is Championship Sunday. We've had quite the day, folks. It's been insane. Let's take a look at the schedule and take a quick look back at what we have had for you, because it has been wild. I mean, I call it every single time. In Halo Infinite, this is what happens. We just have the craziest days of action, and I honestly couldn't write it any better. It's been absolutely insane. But yeah, what an incredible day of action that we've had. Shozy, have you had, this is a bit of a dumb question, but have you had a favorite moment from today?
It'd be hard to put a finger. No, definitely. I've had a moment today, actually moments ago. Quadrant, yeah, getting that win, I think it's going to be not only a memorable moment for me, for the team, but for Europe as well. They've been chasing the dream for such a very long time. To break some records, they've finally gotten the job done, and delighted for the lads.
Indeed. We'll take a look over at the schedule right now while we're talking about it, because it has been a delight to watch what we've had coming up here. But tomorrow brings us some more action. Beginning our day off, we have the All-Star Showdown. That is going to be the likes of Lucid, Frosty, Renegade, and Bound, I believe. We also have Quadrant versus Sentinels in our elimination semi-final. Then FaZe Clan will face off in our winners final after that versus Space Station. We'll then have our Elim final, which will be set in stone based on the Elim and winner finals, and then our grand finals finally. A lot of finals happening tomorrow, a lot of finals. And finally, folks, it has been an incredible day number 2 here at the Major. And I'll tell you what, the house is pretty much empty. Everyone has gone home, they've gone to bed, and rightfully so, because tomorrow is going to be jam-packed. We are going to be crowning a champion. Shorzy, bravo, it's been a delight as always having you on the desk. And folks at home, thank you so much for tuning in. A huge shout out to production, a huge shout out to all the teams that have gone home early doors. But tomorrow is a new day, and hopefully our teams are going to be up and ready to go. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow.